In his rebirth, Chen Mo once again finds himself at a crossroads in life in 2014, poised to wield his influence within the nation's premier corporations, deftly manipulating the tides of fortune and navigating the tumultuous seas of commerce. Chapter 1. The Reborn Among the Torrent of Data. In the early autumn of Pengcheng, a season where warmth and humidity intertwine, the autumn breeze has yet to arrive, leaving the remnants of summer's heat to linger unabated. The city's splendor and clamor do not dissipate in the sweltering heat. Rather, they appear even more resplendent during this season. Within the G1 building of Huaxing Technology's headquarters, Chen Mo's pupils constrict sharply in the blue glow of his screen. As the firefighter of the IT Operations Support Department under the IT division of Huaxing Technology Group, Chen Mo's workstation is perpetually cluttered with 3 monitors. To the left, the ERP System Performance Monitor. In the center, the OA process tree. And to the right, the database deadlock log that erupted just last night. Yet, at this moment, the date displayed on his computer screen pierces through his nerves. October 15th, 2014, 5:30 p.m. He finds himself momentarily stunned, his fingers trembling slightly as he touches his face. There is no stubble, no fatigue, only the youthful smoothness of his skin. Have I truly been reborn? The sounds of his colleagues' keyboard clatter and the distant murmur of discussions from the conference room fill his ears. Everything feels so vivid, yet achingly distant. He abruptly rises to his feet, the chair scraping against the floor with a sharp, grating sound. His colleague Wang Ming glances up at him, bemused. "Old Chun, have you lost your mind?" "I urgently need to go," Chen Mo replies dismissively before hastening towards the restroom, where he turns on the faucet and splashes cold water onto his face. The reflection in the mirror reveals a youthful and handsome visage. Not yet 25, devoid of a middle-aged paunch, free from the bags under his eyes born of sleepless nights, and even the line of his jaw is sharp enough to bring him to tears. No wrecking trucks, no grave illnesses, both parents alive, and I return after merely indulging in a drink, he murmurs to himself, his eyes brimming with warmth. Memories of his past life surge forth like a tidal wave. Chen Mo was born in 1990, the son of ordinary workers in a state-owned enterprise. He attended the elementary school for children of employees, where his father, Chang Guohui, had a familiar connection with the school leadership, allowing him to enter the first grade before even turning 6. Just outside the gates of the workplace was a computer room and a gaming area, which exposed him to various computer games at an early age: Legend, Red Alert, Half-Life, Age of Empires, Heroes of Might, and Magic. Fortunately, he was not consumed by gaming, and his academic performance remained commendable. Being the only son in the family, he was doted upon, and thus received his first computer shortly after entering junior high school. By high school, it seemed he had grown weary of games and forums, and began to cultivate an interest in programming. Gradually, he started to write some simple programs on his own. Ultimately, he fulfilled his aspirations by enrolling in a computer science program at a prestigious 211 university. For years prior, at the end of 2010, Chen Mo joined Huaxing Technology as an intern. That year, freshly graduated from Chongqing University of Technology and adorned with the title of Genius Programmer, he resolved the compatibility issue with the base station protocol within 3 months, propelling his department to the top in the group's year-end evaluation. After graduating in 2011, he was formally designated at level 13B, and the following year, he resolved the catastrophic concurrency failure in the company's ERP system. In 2013, he led a team to reconstruct the BI report engine, saving 40 of server resources. During the Spring Festival of 2014, as a key member of the Business Disaster Recovery Drill Team, he even resided in the company for an entire month. By July 2014, he was exceptionally promoted to level 17A, a meteoric rise within Huaxing. It is worth noting that many of his contemporaries who joined the company around the same time were still at level 14. Among his colleagues who participated in the new employee training, reaching level 16 was already considered a significant achievement. It was also that year when a choice made in hesitation would haunt him deeply. A single misstep led to obstacles in his subsequent annual promotions, relegating him back to mediocrity. By the time he departed from Huaxing Group in 2021, he remained an 18-level senior engineer. Although his internal standing at Huaxing was not low, it exemplified a classic case of a high start followed by a low trajectory. Following this, he faced entrepreneurial failures, culminating in a revelatory moment in late 2024 that drew him back. Just as Chen Mo was lost in his reverie, he was jolted back to reality by Wang Ming's voice. "Old Chun, I've sent you the architecture diagram." He gazes at this ambitious colleague, who would eventually leap to bite, and responds with a smile. All right, contemplating the impending choices that lay before him, his mind racing. Upon returning to his workstation, Chen Mo continues to sift through the memories of his past life. The internal chat software flashes a message that demands his attention. "Chen Mo, please come to meeting room 1702. "Understood, Director Lin. I will be there in 3 minutes." He certainly remembers this moment. 3 minutes later, he would step into that room imbued with the aroma of pu'er tea. Ultimately, he would forfeit a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity due to indecision, watching helplessly as his colleague Li Feng seized it instead. Chen Mo grabs his thermos and takes a deep swig, the bitter taste of goji berries mingling with tiguanyin exploding on his palate. It is precisely this flavor. He recalls the retirement banquet for director Lin in 2019, where the elder brother drunkenly patted him on the shoulder and said, "Back then, the relocation compensation was divided into 4 tiers. You could have received an escalade." The company's leadership agreed that during the first phase, all you needed to do was lead the charge to Chengdu and break through the so-called alliance, and we would have granted you. In his previous life, the IT operations support department of the company adhered to the principles of data security and cost reduction. In early 2015, the entire department began relocating to Chengdu, establishing itself within the Huaxing Technology Chengdu Research Institute. With over 600 members, the department comprised individuals who had settled in Pengcheng, those aspiring to develop in coastal metropolises, and others whose hometowns in Hunan and Hubei were in close proximity to Pengcheng, alongside those who believed that the headquarters in Pengcheng offered superior prospects. Undoubtedly, Pengcheng was their optimal choice. Consequently, the majority of colleagues vehemently opposed this relocation decision. At the very least, Chen Mo is aware that many individuals have privately banded together, collectively rejecting the company's unreasonable demands. It is widely acknowledged that the law does not punish the many, not to mention that the colleagues have not erred in any regard. Thus, the company is compelled to resort to inducements, tailoring the compensation for each individual according to their specific circumstances. Moreover, the compensation manual in General Lin's possession has long categorized the 600 employees into 4 distinct tiers: S, A, B, and C. The S-level compensation that rightfully belongs to him would elevate him directly to level 19, with an 80 increase in base salary, subsequently placing him in charge of establishing a new Tier 4 department in Rongqing, where he would serve as the department manager. Upon completion of personnel integration, this department would oversee all of the company's application systems. Ultimately, this department is projected to comprise over 200 headcounts and more than 10 leaders, with him wielding significant authority over a team exceeding 200 individuals. Chen Mo retracted his thoughts and swiftly made his way to the empty tea room to place a phone call. "Master, I am about to meet with General Lin for discussion. How is everything on your end?" "Good, let's proceed with that." After hanging up, Chen Mo quickly approached General Lin's office. Knock, knock, knock. He collected his thoughts and rapped on the office door. "Come in." General Lin's resounding voice echoed in Chen Mo's ears. Inside General Lin's office, the aroma of tea wafted gently, with a calligraphic inscription reading "Heaven Rewards Diligence" adorning the wall, while the bookshelf displayed titles such as Winter of Huaxing and Biography of Zheng Fei. "Ah, Xiao Chun, you hail from Rongqing, don't you?" General Lin inquired with a smile, extending a cup of tea. Chen Mo accepted the cup, his fingertips grazing the rim. "Yes, General Lin. You must have heard about our department's relocation to Rongqing. Do you have any thoughts on the matter?" General Lin asked. "Personally, I comprehend the company's decision. Whether for data security or subsequent labor cost reasons, Rongqing is indeed a commendable choice. However, it must be noted that Pengcheng is the group headquarters, offering more opportunities and avenues for growth. Furthermore, General Lin, as you are aware, I have just settled down in Pengcheng by purchasing a house and a car." Chen Mo certainly would not acquiesce directly, seeking to bolster his bargaining position. General Lin leaned forward, his gaze piercing. "You are a native of Rongqing and last year's exemplary employee. The company requires a benchmark, and I need you to take the lead in supporting this initiative." Chen Mo cast his eyes downward, the conversations of his past life vividly replaying in his mind. At that time, he had feigned the need to deliberate, only for the department architect, Li Feng, to seize the opportunity a few days later, taking on the task for himself. "What can I gain from this?" Chen Mo pretended to waver, presenting his trump card. General Lin, evidently taken aback by the directness of his usually compliant subordinate, paused for 2 seconds before responding with a smile. "Promotion to level 18, a 40 increase in annual salary, along with a relocation allowance." "That is insufficient." Chen Mo set down the teacup. "I demand level 19, and I have heard that our department will be integrating to form a Tier 4 department responsible for the company's internal application systems. I wish to be the manager of this Tier 4 department." In his previous life, General Lin directly managed 6 Tier 4 departments, 3 of which were closely related to the company's internal application systems. The Capability Support Center dealt with complex high-level issues within the company's internal systems. The Application Support Center addressed mid to low-level problems, and the Service Delivery Center managed processes, changes, and releases. Coincidentally, the 3 managers of these Tier 4 departments were unwilling to relocate to Rongqing and had already secured alternative positions in other departments. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Chapter 2. Mr. Lin's favor. Mr. Lin was momentarily taken aback, evidently not anticipating that Chen Mo's proposed conditions aligned perfectly with the company's bottom line. Moreover, He was astonished that Chen Mo seemed to possess foreknowledge of the impending reorganization of the two application support departments. He cast a meaningful glance at Chen Mo and slowly inquired, "Why should I agree? Mr. Lin, the colleagues in our department have discreetly banded together to collectively oppose the company's decisions. I trust you have sensed this during your recent communications with the team?" Chen Mo replied. Mr. Lin grunted, a look of affirmation crossing his face as he sipped from his cup of golden tea, signaling Chen Mo to continue. "I can persuade at least 20 core members to agree to the relocation and lead the way by signing the letter of intent, thereby dismantling their so-called alliance. Furthermore, these 20 core members are pivotal to our efforts in facilitating the move." Chen Mo elaborated, "Of course, I would require some authority from you, Mr. Lin. That is acceptable." Mr. Lin responded non-committally. "By the way, we also have the upcoming 618 sales event at Huaxing Mall next year." Chen Mo pulled up the traffic prediction model on his phone, revealing that the existing ERP architecture could not withstand 3 times the concurrent requests. Mr. Lin's pupils constricted. The database nodes highlighted in red on the topology map were part of the disaster recovery project he had personally approved. This is based on historical log fault simulation. Chen Mo continued, swiping through the report. "Give me the application team, and I can reduce the order loss rate to below 0.01. As Chen Mo navigated to the contingency plan page, which was optimized based on 5 years of historical data, Mr. Lin was genuinely taken aback. Realizing that Chen Mo had come prepared, the plan even detailed the backup power switch over time down to the microsecond. After a moment of contemplation, Mr. Lin stated, "I can grant you a level 19 position. The department will indeed be restructured post-relocation, and the newly formed level 4 application support shared center can be entrusted to you." Success. Chen Mo clenched his fist and thumped his thigh, instantly smiling and thanking Mr. Lin. "Thank you, Mr. Lin." He promptly added, "By the way, boss, if I move to level 19, my salary will certainly increase, right?" Upon hearing this, the veins on Mr. Lin's forehead visibly bulged. "A 70 increase in base salary. Now go away." "Understood. I'll get to work and make sure this matter is handled beautifully." With a beaming smile, Chen Mo exited the office. Although he was aware that the company's bottom line allowed for an 80 salary increase, he deemed it unnecessary to press every condition against the limit, opting to leave some room for negotiation. After Chen Mo left the office, Lin Yue sat in his executive chair, perusing Chen Mo's recent work report, though his gaze frequently wandered to the bustling city visible through the glass window. As the daylight faded, the flickering neon lights reflected off Lin Yue's glasses, adding a touch of weariness to his weathered face. He raised his cup, savoring a slow sip of fragrant pu'er tea, then exhaled deeply. At 43, he had finally ascended to the position of head of the IT Operations Support Department within the third-level division. In layman's terms, he was akin to the operations director of the vast conglomerate. However, the unspoken rule within the company dictated that mid-level leaders ranked 19 to 21 must retire between the ages of 45 to 50. Although leaving the company would allow him to retain his stocks and receive annual dividends, he was aware that his time was limited. He recognized that Chen Mo was a remarkable young man, well-liked, communicative, unlike many of his peers who were overly ambitious. Chen Mo was diligent and technically proficient. The conditions offered to him during this departmental relocation were the most favorable he had managed to secure for anyone. Lin Yue hoped to help him succeed, nurturing a bond of gratitude. Previously, Chen Mo had often been indecisive. When Lin Yue looked at him, he was reminded of his younger self, filled with hesitation about the future, knowing full well what needed to be done, yet always dragging his feet. Lin Yue pondered that today. Chen Mo appeared transformed. He quickly dismissed his musings and turned his attention to another report. As Chen Mo exited Mr. Lin's office, his shirt was already dampened with cold sweat. He suddenly recalled a moment from his previous life when, after he had clearly refused to be the scapegoat, Mr. Lin had sent him a heartfelt, hand-typed message exceeding 500 words at midnight, urging him to choose carefully. He let out a sigh of relief, thinking that Mr. Lin had merely been trying to intimidate him. The cold air from the central air conditioning in the corridor jolted him back to reality, reminding him that this battle had only just begun. Upon returning to his workstation, he discovered that it was already past the end of the workday. Checking his phone, he noticed an unread message count of 99, particularly from the lively WeChat group he shared with close friends, titled "Workers are the best people." Zhang Fuchuan. "Has anyone from the company spoken to you yet?" Zhang Fuchuan, a CRM engineer with a thick Northeast accent, was the department's resident comedian and gossip monger. Having been with the company for over 6 years, he was privy to nearly everything that occurred within the department, always managing to lighten the mood during crucial moments. Li Xiangyu, nope, Li Xiangyu, Apidmanjine, was the department's low-key member, having joined the company at the same time as Chen Mo. He was the type of person who remained understated both in public and private, exuding a calm demeanor. Once familiar, however, his loquacious nature would reveal itself. Lu Luocheng no. Shu Dandan. 1. Lu Daizong. Raising my hand, I've spoken with them, and they offered incentives. The specific figures must remain confidential as per HR's instructions. I just want to see how everyone is faring. So I replied that I would think it over. Zhang Fuchuan, Lu Daizong. We are all resilient men here. There's no way we would divulge anything. Just share a number. Shu Dandan, Lu Daizong 1, Lu Daizong. Get lost, get lost, get lost. Yu Jun. Doesn't Mr. Lin first talk to the big shots? Good day, Lu Daizong. Li Xiangyu. Good day, Lu Daizong. Li Xiangyu. Anyone else who has been approached, feel free to chime in. Hu Jia. Honest and straightforward. Hu Jia was the department's ERP supply chain module engineer, often portraying herself as simple and unassuming, resembling a reserve girl. In truth, she was a seasoned veteran with 5 years of experience, possessing a surprisingly humorous side. Yu Jun. Hu Jia, what did they say? Li Xiangyu. Hu Jia. What did they say? Zhang Fuchuan. The essence of humanity is that of a parrot. Can we not come up with something fresh? Hu Jia. I'm not particularly keen on moving to Chengdu. Though I'm single, I could travel back home in just 4 hours by high-speed train. However, the conditions offered by the company are reasonable. I'm hesitant to express my thoughts. LOL. Lu Luocheng. Haven't you all noticed that old Chen has been inside for quite a while? Peng Tsong. I noticed early on. Isn't that obvious? How many levels does Mosey have, and how many do you? Lu Luocheng. I'm hesitant to speak. LOL. Zhang Fuchuan. I have insider information. Because Mosey hails from Chengdu and is a star employee, he is a key target for Mr. Lin and the others. Don't ask me where I got this information. Just know that I never said anything. Lu Daizong. Old Chen has been on a roll in recent years. He even took a photo with President Zhang when he won the Gold Medal Employee Award last year. Hu Jia. So envious. LOL. Peng Tsong. So envious. LOL. Yu Jun. Zhang Fuchuan. Hu Jia. Li Xiangyu. Have you all started preparing for your promotion defense for level 16 at the end of the year? Hu Jia. We'll handle it next month. I don't think it'll be a problem. Li Xiangyu. Why tag me? I'm only at level 15C. It doesn't concern me. Zhang Fuchuan. Hu Jia. You think it won't be a problem, but I feel there's little hope. How can the disparity between people be so vast? Peng Tsong. Zhang Fuchuan. Are you a rapper? Lu Luocheng. Old Chen has emerged. Shu Dandan. Chen Mo. What do you say? Wang Qin. Mosey Chen Mo. I'm quite curious as well. Zhang Fuchuan. Lu Luocheng, it's you again? Sitting at the door of Director Lin's office certainly has its advantages. Li Xiangyu. Lu Luocheng. Keep an eye on Director Lin for me. Chen Mo smiled as he read through all the messages, feeling both familiar and foreign. Once upon a time, these were his closest friends. But after his departure from the company, they had grown increasingly distant. The working environment at Huaxing Technology is uniquely distinctive. Upon entering this company, one finds themselves gradually disconnected from life outside. It resembles a university setting where colleagues and partners naturally evolve into friends. In fact, most social gatherings occur with colleagues with whom one shares a closer bond. If you manage to integrate into this atmosphere, you will discover that the work life here is filled with joy and ease, as if you were a fish in water. Conversely, if you find yourself unable to adapt, the only path that awaits you may be resignation. Chapter 3. Breakthrough. Chen Mo. I see that the workload for everyone present is rather insufficient. Hu Jia. Honestly, that is quite the straightforward observation, JDP. Lu Daizong. What is going on, Chen Mo? Zhang Fuchuan. Quickly report the situation to the organization, Chen Mo. Peng Tsong. One Chen Mo. I'm not like Zhao Xiaodao and his bunch. They have families to support, with a wife out of work and 2 children to raise. After buying a house in Pengcheng, they are completely paralyzed. That is why they are rallying everyone to reject the company. However, the housing prices in Rongqing are lower, the cost of living is reasonable, and medical and educational resources are on par with Pengcheng. Most importantly, the company is willing to provide compensation. Why would I refuse? Moreover, I am originally from Rongqing. Chen Mo. By the way, I speculate that only the first 20 who are willing to sign will receive relocation compensation. After all, the purpose of relocation is to ensure data security and reduce labor costs. If everyone receives compensation, labor costs will undoubtedly rise. In Chen Mo's previous life, this was indeed the case. Core personnel were relocated to Rongqing, and the remaining vacancies were filled through recruitment. Simultaneously, the retained team in Pengcheng would undergo several rounds of personnel redistribution, coupled with a strategy of only outflowing without inflow, meaning that once someone in the Pengcheng team leaves, their position will be directly filled by the Rongqing team. The Pengcheng team would ultimately be streamlined completely. A silence fell over the group chat, as if everyone was deeply contemplating the feasibility of the situation. Chen Mo's fingers paused on the phone screen for a moment, as if pondering his next words. Then, he swiftly switched to a private chat window. He knew well what his colleagues, with whom he had spent countless days, truly needed, not lofty narratives, but rather real issues that touched their hearts and directly affected their interests. Hence, he quickly found Zhang Fuchuan on WeChat, sending a message. Quaner. The newly delivered talent apartment in the high-tech West District, 3 bedrooms and a living room. Down payment of 200,000, less than 5 kilometers from the company. 2 kilometers from the international school. Along with it, he attached a housing contract template and a screenshot of the approved enrollment pre-review. Chen Mo was acutely aware that Zhang Fuchuan was his top priority for breakthrough. This was not solely due to Zhang Fuchuan's influential status within the team, but also because he had quietly supported many key collaborations in the department from behind the scenes. He was the energy provider for the department, exerting his influence discreetly. For Chen Mo, securing Zhang Fuchuan's support meant effortlessly gaining the trust of the majority of the core team. Zhang Fuchuan's response came almost instantaneously. Mosey, where did you get this information? Chen Mo's lips curved upward slightly as he swiftly typed back. I have a high school classmate at the Rongqing Housing Bureau. Besides, this isn't classified information. He then added, isn't Shuling an early childhood educator? The high-tech West District Poplar Tree Primary School is currently recruiting kindergarten teachers, and I have an internal referral slot. As long as the interview isn't too lackluster, it shouldn't be a big issue. He then sent a cheeky meme, already beginning to contemplate the forthcoming developments. Zhang Shuling was Zhang Fuchuan's wife, and they were quite familiar with one another, often dining and singing together. Shuling was originally a kindergarten teacher, and with their child growing, she was considering re-entering the workforce. However, due to the heavy mortgage pressure and various difficulties of family life in Pengcheng, Zhang Fuchuan had not been able to provide tangible support for his wife's career aspirations. Recognizing this opportunity, Chen Mo understood that Zhang Fuchuan would soon be swayed by the prospects for his wife's employment. Suddenly, it seemed that Chen Mo had another thought. He had initially intended to continue messaging on WeChat, but decided to call Zhang Fuchuan instead. After a brief pause following Chen Mo's call, Zhang Fuchuan entered Director Lin's office. He appeared somewhat solemn upon entering, but emerged beaming, joy evident on his face. He had followed the approach suggested by Chen Mo during his conversation with Director Lin, hoping for promotion as compensation. This was, after all, one of the pre-established conditions, and Director Lin feigned contemplation before agreeing. Unexpectedly, Zhang Fuchuan requested that this promotion be completed 3 months later. Director Lin glanced at him with a hint of significance. Scrolling through his personal profile information, and Zhang Fuchuan immediately understood. Currently, he was at level 15A, with an annual performance review for promotion occurring in just over a month. If he passed the internal position evaluation and promotion defense, he could advance to 16C. Then, after another month, he could achieve a compensatory promotion to 17C through the relocation of his work. This special promotion compensation did not require evaluation or defense. Conversely, if he were to first advance from 15A to 16A, then undergo the promotion evaluation and defense for 16A to 17C, it would likely be impossible to pass. Lin Yue was genuinely contemplating this matter, for this young man had shown signs of skirting the edges of propriety. Very well, but this must remain strictly confidential. I do not wish for a third party to be privy to this information, Lin Yue stated solemnly. As for the extent of the salary adjustment, it would not be substantial. HR would discuss it with you tomorrow. Zhang Fuchuan was elated. Securing the 17C level was now assured. Having been with Huaxing for 8 years, he understood that once one ascended the ranks, salary increases would follow swiftly, and he did not dwell on this matter further. As Zhang Fuchuan prepared to leave, he suddenly felt a pang of hesitation regarding Lin. Is there something else? Lin Yue inquired. The confidentiality you mentioned seems rather unlikely now. Chen Mo is already aware of this method, Zhang Fuchuan replied. This not only served as a test of Lin Yue, but also as a form of self-protection. If the company and Chen Mo had forged some sort of agreement, then this delayed compensation approach would likely be endorsed by the leadership. It was merely a matter of the number of slots available. Conversely, if Chen Mo had not reached an agreement with the company, it would also serve to inform Lin Yue that while he could maintain confidentiality, if Chen Mo divulged the information to others, it would no longer be his concern. Lin Yue mentally reviewed all the information, surprised by Chen Mo's efficiency, and asked, "Did Chen Mo teach you this?" Zhang Fuchuan was still pondering how to respond when he heard Lin's voice again. Tell Chen Mo that there are 5 slots available, including you. I will only allocate 5 positions for delayed promotions. Shortly after leaving Lin Yue's office, Zhang Fuchuan took out his phone and called Chen Mo. Hello, old Chen. Here's the situation. Chapter 4, Breakthrough 2. Understood, that's fine. Focus on preparing your presentation and defense. Perhaps there will be other surprises. Chen Mo replied after hanging up, continuing with his subsequent plans. He thought to himself that Lin was indeed quite generous. 5 slots were not insignificant. In truth, he had never intended to exploit the company repeatedly with this tactic. He marked a tally next to Zhang Fuchuan's name in his notebook, his gaze shifting to another name beneath it, Hu Jia. Chen Mo's memories began to resurface. He recalled the first time he met Hu Jia, when he blurted out, "Are you named after Hu Jia Sherba Pai?" She had looked surprised, even a bit delighted, responding cheerfully, "You are the first in the company to recognize the origin of my name." This initial exchange fostered a rapport between them. Hu Jia was a quintessential introvert, quiet and reserved. At gatherings, she was often the one who listened intently, speaking only when prompted, yet she was quite chatty on DingTalk and WeChat. However, in the company of familiar faces, her playful side emerged. She had quite a few admirers at the company, and the reason was simple. Hu Jia was a rare beauty in the realm of engineering. With her fair skin and lively eyes, she seemed to possess a spark of life. Yet, she typically eschewed elaborate grooming, often donning large black-framed glasses and loose-fitting hoodies that concealed her figure. Nevertheless, the seasoned veterans at Huaxing could still discern her beauty beneath the surface. Although Hu Jia appeared gentle and unassuming, she transformed into a decisive and assertive individual when it came to work. In numerous discussions with key system users regarding their needs, she consistently articulated her points with clarity and conviction, rendering unreasonable demands moot. This was why, within just 5 years of her employment, she had already attained the 15A level, and her promotion to 16 was virtually assured for the upcoming month. Achieving such a milestone at Huaxing was no small feat. As evidenced by Zhang Fuchuan's experience, his pace was the norm. What it being at the 16th level at Huaxing signify? It corresponded to an annual salary ranging from 500,000 to 800,000, qualifying one to serve as a CIO or technical director at medium-sized enterprises. At 10 p.m., at the Huang Erjida Pai Dang in Longgang District, Pingsheng, Chen Mo donned a black business casual polo shirt, holding a teapot in hand, pouring steaming tea over the bowls and chopsticks for sterilization while deep in thought. He was mentally prepared for the forthcoming conversation, which he anticipated would not proceed smoothly. His standards were high, and the individuals he needed to persuade were not easily swayed. Moreover, Chen Mo had yet to receive a formal appointment as a Level 4 department manager. He was merely a regular leader, unable to draw people in with mere words. As a petite figure approached, Chen Mo lifted his gaze. She was clad in a familiar white hoodie, paired with light blue jeans. The cuffs were slightly rolled up, revealing a fair ankle, and she wore pristine white sneakers, exuding youthful vitality. Her hair was styled in a high bun, playful and charming, with a few strands framing her face, gently brushing her cheek. Most striking, however, was her face, partially obscured by oversized black-framed glasses. Under the light, her features appeared even more defined and exquisite. Despite her natural look, she surpassed many of the internet celebrities he remembered from a decade later. As she drew closer, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile, raising his hand to give a gentle wave, signaling his location. "Take a seat, Jia. What would you like to eat?" he offered, presenting the menu. Hu Jia must have had her choices in mind before arriving, for she quickly ordered 2 flavors of crayfish and a dozen grilled oysters. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, they transitioned to the main topic. "What prompted you to invite me for a late-night snack?" Hu Jia, feeling comfortable with familiar company, was all smiles. "I wanted to discuss the department relocation," Chen Mo stated directly. Hu Jia's face lit up with curiosity, signaling her attentiveness. "To be honest, I initially intended to stay in Pengcheng. As you know, I just purchased a home here," Chen Mo continued. "I agreed to the company's relocation plan for 2 reasons. First, the compensation was substantial, and second, I possess some information that you may not be aware of." Hu Jia's curiosity piqued further as she inquired, "What information?" Just as she finished her question, the crayfish arrived at the table. Chen Mo handed disposable gloves to her before putting on his own. As he peeled the crayfish, he explained, "Our department has a total of 6 Level 4 departments. But both General Huang of the Capability Support Center and General Bin of the Service Delivery Center have confirmed they will not be relocating." He savored the taste of the succulent crayfish while allowing Hu Jia a moment to process the information. "Moreover, don't you find it strange that General Li from our Application Support Department has been absent these past few days? It's Lin and HR who are handling our affairs." Hu Jia connected the dots, asking, "Is General Li also unwilling to move to Rongqing?" Chen Mo nodded, Lin has already approved the transfer request. General Li will effectively be stepping out of our IT group to oversee the RF project in RD. He watched closely for her reaction, believing she would be intrigued by the implications. One person's departure meant a vacancy would arise. In his previous life, Chen Mo had squandered a prime opportunity, allowing Li Feng to seize the advantage instead. True to his expectations, Hu Jia fell deep in thought, as if the crayfish in her hand had lost its appeal. Chen Mo had known from his past experience that Hu Jia was highly ambitious, with a strong drive hidden beneath her seemingly innocent exterior. Even some familiar colleagues, particularly those who prefer a laid-back approach, have privately expressed their grievances about Hu Jia's aggressiveness, fearing they might be overwhelmed by her. Sensing Hu Jia's unease, Chen Mo resolved to stoke the flames further, saying, "Oh, by the way, as I previously mentioned, the sooner you sign to switch your permanent residency with the company, the better the compensation will be." Just as Hu Jia was about to inquire about the benefits Chen Mo had received, she was taken aback by his somber remark that those who remain are merely pawns, destined to be redistributed across different departments. He further stated that the principle for the Pingqing team would be one of attrition, with the number of employees dwindling over time. After delivering this, Chen Mo fell silent, his thoughts drifting back to the days of his previous life when he was forced to transfer departments, encountering leaders whose philosophies clashed with his own, ultimately leading to a life of mediocrity. The shrimp on his plate seemed to symbolize his past regrets, each piece swallowed in quick succession. Strangely enough, the signature spicy crayfish from Sister Huang's stall at the Huaxing headquarters in Mianshan was indeed delectable, fragrant, and piquant. However, it was rather expensive, as all expenses around the Huaxing company headquarters were quite high. The villagers of Mianshan, including landlords and businessmen, were well aware of the salary levels of Huaxing employees. Chen Mo, originally from Rongqing, was taken aback the first time he encountered crayfish sold by quantity here, his expression reflecting bewilderment. "Let's go," Lao Chun Hu Jia said, patting her belly, looking at Chen Mo and tossing her head lightly towards the door, signaling that she had finished eating and was ready to settle the bill. Before 11 o'clock, the market in Mianshan was still bustling, as Huaxing's overtime culture had long since made its mark. The yellowish streetlights cast a soft glow, stretching the shadows of the two as they walked side by side, both oblivious to the fact that their proximity had already diminished to within a mere 15 centimeters. Upon returning home, Chen Mo found himself smiling at the conversation he had just had with Hu Jia. He was quite fatigued today, taking a quick shower before drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, Hu Jia sat on her sofa, still pondering Chen Mo's earlier mention of General Lin's agreement to the delayed promotion plan. The prospect of advancing from level 15 to level 17 within 3 months in the company was an enticing temptation for an ambitious woman who could truly comprehend its weight. At that moment, Hu Jia made a resolute decision to proactively seek a conversation with General Lin the following day. As this determination surged from within her, she felt an unprecedented sense of relief wash over her, as if a heavy stone, long burdening her heart, had finally been lifted. Just moments ago, she had been tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep, but as her thoughts gradually settled, she too succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Chapter 5, Promotion. A few days later, the sun shone brightly, with a gentle breeze wafting through the air. Inside the spacious and brightly lit cafeteria in Zone G of the Huaxing headquarters, the atmosphere was vibrant and bustling with activity. At that moment, Chen Mo was wholly engrossed in an intense battle with his plate of exquisitely flavored spicy stir-fried pork. With chopsticks in hand, he swiftly lifted succulent slices of meat to his mouth, relishing each bite. Opposite him sat his 2 apprentices. Huaxing boasts a highly mature and well-structured mentorship system, assigning a mentor to every new employee upon their arrival. In terms of work, mentors act as guides, meticulously teaching their apprentices the necessary skills to swiftly acclimate to their roles. On the life front, mentors also serve as thoughtful navigators, helping apprentices delve into the cultural nuances, regulations, and operational dynamics of their respective departments or teams, ensuring that newcomers adapt smoothly to their new environment. Among the 2 seated across from him, one was a towering figure named He Minfeng, standing at 189 centimeters, hailing from Jilin, with both parents involved in sports, placing his family in a position of moderate comfort. Before turning 16, he had been part of Jilin's basketball training team, but he opted out of pursuing a professional basketball career due to his commendable academic performance. Subsequently, he entered Dalian University of Technology as a basketball scholarship student, majoring in computer science, and joined Huaxing during last year's campus recruitment. This individual, with a robust physique and a keen intellect, quickly grasped business concepts and exhibited a solid foundation. Additionally, having matured early due to the economic downturn in northeast China, he approached his work diligently, making him one of the standout talents among his peers, achieving a promotion in his first year and currently holding level 14. Next to him, however, sat Chen Siyu, a source of concern for Chen Mo, originally from Junyi, Guizhou. She graduated from Chongqing University of Posts and Telecommunications with a major in communication science and joined the company during last spring's recruitment. Much like Minfeng, Chen Siyu had heard from seniors about Huaxing's excellent benefits, but her academic performance had been average during her time in school. Her entry into Huaxing was a result of her targeted preparation for interview questions from her junior year onwards, including seeking help from a senior who had already joined the company for interview coaching. Chen Siyu possessed an above-average appearance, transforming into a beauty with just a bit of makeup, and her makeup skills were commendable. Furthermore, her sweet demeanor and good skin made her quite popular in her department. However, her core issue lay in her lackluster performance. During her first year, she nearly received a C grade. The reason for her poor performance was straightforward. She was the type of person who was content with what she had and didn't exert herself enough in her work. In contemporary terms, she preferred a laid-back lifestyle. She had confided in Chen Mo that her parents earned a combined income of merely 6,000 yuan a month, and she was already quite pleased to be earning more than twice that upon joining the company. While there is nothing inherently wrong with such a mindset, it did not align well with Huaxing's corporate culture, which emphasizes a wolf-like mentality, expecting all employees to be strivers. Notably, Huaxing distinguishes itself from other companies by offering tangible rewards for hard work, whereas, in Chen Mo's experience, other companies often rely on empty promises. Luckily, Chen Siyu's amiable nature allowed her to maintain good relationships with colleagues and leaders, and thanks to Chen Mo's timely assistance, she narrowly secured a B grade. At Huaxing, year-end performance is graded on a 5-tier scale, A, B, B, C, D, which significantly impacts employees, unless one is indifferent to financial gain or lacks ambition. The stakes are high. A. Only 5 in the entire team can achieve this, with a year-end bonus equal to 12 months' salary and a promotion opportunity. B. 30 in the entire team can achieve this, with an 8-month year-end bonus and promotion prospects. B. 50 in the entire team can achieve this, with a 4 to 6-month year-end bonus. C. 10 in the entire team will receive a C, with no year-end bonus, and, as an unspoken rule, no chance to directly obtain an A the following year. D. 5 in the team will receive a D, resulting in the company's encouragement to resign, marking them for elimination. Minfeng devoured the mound of food before him with astonishing speed. Despite his impressive appetite, he could hardly keep pace with his rapid eating. Chen Mo often jested that he was the chosen one for dining. In stark contrast, Chen Siyu was a typical light eater, often claiming to be full after consuming only a small portion. Each time, she would specifically request the cafeteria staff to serve her a smaller portion of rice. At that moment, they both noticed Chen Mo across the table, seemingly lost in thought, his brow furrowed slightly and his gaze wandering. Just as Minfeng was about to inquire about something, he exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Siyu. In a moment of unspoken understanding, they chose to remain silent and began to occupy themselves with their phones to pass the time. After all, there is no widely popular app akin to the current sensation of Douyin at that time. The options were limited to perusing articles on public accounts or indulging in games. Across from Chen Mo, he had just calculated how many individuals had confirmed their relocation. As the team leader, he had 9 members willing to move to Chengdu, all of whom had already signed. Among his close acquaintances, 17 colleagues had also affixed their signatures. Seated beside him were 2 diligent individuals, Wang Ming and who, under his persuasion, had also signed. Zhang Fuchuan managed to rally 8 people, including himself and 1 apprentice, totaling 10. Unexpectedly, Hu Jia had successfully convinced 12 individuals, bringing her total to 13. These 2 were indeed astute. Chen Mo had merely spoken with them once, and they autonomously took the initiative to assist in mobilizing others. Currently, over 50 signatures have been collected, and under this broken window effect, a few unfamiliar colleagues began to sign as well. In truth, Chen Mo had already fulfilled the expectations laid out by General Manager Lin, leading the charge in signing for the relocation and dismantling the so-called Resistance Alliance. The loyalty he demonstrated over the past few days undoubtedly elevated his standing in Lin's eyes. Just yesterday, upon leaving work, Lin had even hinted that Su, the general manager of the secondary department and the company's CIO, was privately commending him for his broad perspective. The reality was that the increasing number of individuals signing the relocation agreement through Chen Mo only served to enhance his reputation before the IT upper echelons of the group. Suddenly, it struck him that he had been reborn for nearly a week, yet was still laboring for a promotion and salary increase. Was he not somewhat tarnishing the dignity of a reborn individual? In the memories of his past life, Those fortunate souls who had secured a ticket to rebirth on a certain literary website often decisively resigned from their current positions on the first day, only to embark on an ambitious entrepreneurial journey the very next day. Within a week, they would successfully secure their first pot of gold, and after some time, they would effortlessly achieve financial freedom. Contemplating this, Chen Mo could not help but shake his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the unrealistic plots from those exhilarating novels from his mind. After all, the harsh reality was far from the idyllic narratives found within such tales. Reflecting on his previous life, had he not also dared to venture into entrepreneurship? Yet the ultimate outcome was indeed unspeakable and difficult to revisit. Recently, he had organized his memories of his past life, believing that as long as he made the right choices in the coming years, he could naturally elevate his societal standing. "What are you two whispering about?" Chen Mo inquired, setting down his chopsticks. "Master, among our cohort who entered the department together, aside from us two, 5 others have already signed," Chen Siyu proclaimed, as if seeking recognition. "Master, 4 of our regular basketball buddies have signed as well," He Minfeng added with a chuckle. Neither of them understood why their master had encouraged them to do so. They simply followed his lead. "Let us go. We can discuss as we walk," Chen Mo remarked, somewhat surprised by their apparent popularity. As he stood up, he glanced at his phone and noticed 2 WeChat messages from General Manager Lin. "Chen Mo, it's done. Check the W1 homepage. There is a new announcement regarding appointments. Your level has been adjusted to 19A this morning." Chen Mo felt a surge of excitement and clenched his fist. The first small goal of his rebirth had been accomplished. "Thank you, General Manager Lin. I won't disappoint you," Chen Mo replied promptly. On the other end, Lin Yue smiled knowingly at the quick response and the accompanying emoji. Chapter 6. Appointment Announcement W1 is Huaxing's OA system, where significant announcements and various employee processes are published or completed. Chen Mo swiftly unlocked his phone, accessed the W1 system, and located the announcement in the internal personnel appointment section. Huaxing Technology Company, Limited Document Number 038 of 2014. Notice of Organizational Adjustment and Personnel Appointment. 2. All first-level departments of the group, all regional representative offices, and all relevant personnel, to optimize the IT service management system and integrate resources to enhance operational efficiency. The company has decided: 1. Organizational adjustments will abolish the original 3rd-level IT Operations Support Department and its subordinate 4th-level departments. Capability Support Center, Application Support Center, Service Delivery Center, a new 4th-level Application Support Service Shared Center will be established, with the primary responsibilities: overall management of IT application system operations and service delivery across the group. Establish standardized service processes and knowledge-sharing platforms. Promote the development and implementation of automated operation and maintenance tools. 2. Personnel appointment. Chen Mo is appointed as the manager of the Application Support Service Shared Center, reporting to Lin Yue, the head of the IT Operations Support Department. Original level, 17A. Promoted level, 19A. Performance ratings for the past 3 years, A. Effective date, November 1st, 2014. Signed by Zheng Fei. Date of issue, October 22nd, 2014. CC. Group Human Resources Department, Financial Management Department, Audit Department, Process, and IT Management Department. Attachments. New Department Organizational Structure Diagram. Job Responsibilities Description. Transitional Work Plan. Chen Mo read the announcement multiple times, and it was no wonder he was astounded. In his previous life, he was an ordinary person. Although his annual income could be considered upper middle class, surpassing that of most citizens, he merely drove a better car, lived in a nicer place, and had the opportunity to travel to desired destinations. He was far removed from the realm of business magnates or the allure of excessive indulgence, not to mention the days when he was suffocated by the debts accumulated from his entrepreneurial failures. This announcement signified that Chen Mo had entered the ranks of middle management within a large technology enterprise employing hundreds of thousands. With next year's salary, performance bonuses, and internal stock dividends, his annual income would exceed 3 million. He had finally stepped into another circle. After a moment, Chen Mo and the 2 others sauntered out of the cafeteria in Zone G. It was lunchtime, and the park was filled with colleagues leisurely strolling about. Sunlight cascaded onto the ground, creating patches of dappled light and shadow. Huaxing Company provided a relatively generous lunch break, lasting an hour and a half. For most employees, they typically spent around 40 minutes eating and unwinding. The remaining 50 minutes were often spent returning to their respective offices for a brief respite. Upon entering any office, one would be greeted by the sight of numerous makeshift cots sprawled across the floor, a unique characteristic of Huaxing Company, regardless of the department. The sight of these cots had become a hallmark of the office environment. Though it was already late October, The midday sun still radiated warmth in the coastal city of Pengcheng. A gentle breeze occasionally brought a hint of coolness, but it was swiftly dissipated by the heat. You two should also go sign soon, Chen Mo said languidly, feeling a bit dazed after lunch. Sure, master, they replied in unison, both eager. After signing, there's a 30% salary increase, Chen Mo added, having already reported it to General Manager Lin, who had given his approval. Master is awesome. Long live our master, they instinctively exclaimed. Chen Siyu's eyes sparkled as if they were adorned with tiny stars, and He Minfeng was not far behind in his excitement. Chen Mo then promptly stated that the salary adjustment was the most substantial among peers, a request he had made directly to General Lin, and of course, it was also a testament to their own diligence. He did not forget to remind them, do not inquire about other salary increases, nor disclose your own. Remember that. Master, it seems our relocation date is before the Lunar New Year. It should be quite chilly in Rongqing at this time, right? He Minfeng inquired. Chen Mo retorted with a hint of irritation. Is it colder than where you're from in the northeast? A sharp remark indeed, Chen Siyu interjected. He Minfeng opted not to engage in a banter with her, while Chen Mo cast a curious glance at Chen Siyu. Seemingly aware of his intrigue, she explained, isn't it reasonable for a Guizhou native studying in Chongqing to speak the local dialect? Upon returning to the office, they found some colleagues already resting. The dimly lit workspace, with the lights turned off and the blinds drawn, set a tranquil atmosphere. The three of them stealthily approached their desks, deftly pulling out their makeshift beds from beneath their desks. Chen Mo lay back, a light blanket draped over him, and although he should have drifted into slumber quickly, he felt an unusual excitement. His mind raced with thoughts of the relocation plans, the new department's organizational structure, and personnel arrangements. There were 10 vacancies for level 5 department heads, of which 2 had already been filled. The application support team was expected to bring over 80 individuals, indicating a shortfall of nearly 200, necessitating at least 2 large-scale recruitment drives. As he pondered, drowsiness began to take hold, and he succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, in a corner of District G, the department's system architect, Li Feng, sat alone on a long bench, his face a canvas of regret and frustration. Earlier that morning, just before the end of his shift, he had submitted a vacation request on the company's W1 platform and coincidentally encountered the latest announcement regarding organizational restructuring and personnel appointments. To his astonishment, the service delivery center, which he was part of, was no longer in existence. Memories of his conversation with General Lin 3 days prior flooded back. General Lin, I've heard that the department's relocation has been stalled, and I would like to take the initiative to drive this forward. Li Feng was aware that there were factions secretly opposing the company's decisions, making it difficult for General Lin and higher-ups. By proactively alleviating their burdens during a trying time, he believed he could secure a lucrative reward. Oh, General Lin responded, a mix of surprise and regret in his tone. What do you wish to gain from this? He was as straightforward as ever. Li Feng, knowing that the manager of the service delivery center was moving to the solutions department, boldly inquired, if I can manage to get this sorted, could I take charge of the service delivery center? He was a trusted aide to the manager, who had even asked him to join in the transition. At 33 years old, and at level 17, if he did not strive for a managerial position soon, he would have to settle for a technical expert path. Thus, he took the gamble and expressed his desire for more responsibility. General Lin mused. You are a bit late. The relocation process has already begun, with over 30 colleagues confirming their signatures. He continued, as for the service delivery center, the company has its own arrangements, and a notification will be issued in a few days. Li Feng was taken aback. In his WeChat group titled Standing Firm in Pengcheng Against Relocation, new members were joining daily. The group, consisting of over 100 individuals, was abuzz with fervent discussions among those adamantly opposed to the move. Initially, he had felt somewhat confident about the situation, but this unexpected turn of events left him disheartened and visibly upset. Li Feng, while the company cannot provide what you desire, if you're willing to go to Rongqing, I can offer you a 25 salary increase, General Lin added, not wishing to dampen his enthusiasm. Thank you, General Lin, I will think it over. Li Feng vividly recalled the heavy sense of reluctance he felt 3 days prior when leaving General Lin's office. Just a few days had passed, and he marveled at Chen Mo's swift actions. A sense of admiration stirred within him, recognizing the strength of judgment and decisiveness. After seemingly making an important decision, he took a deep breath, unlocked his phone, and dialed a number. Boss, I made up my mind and discussed it with my wife. I am willing to join you in the solutions department. Ha ha, splendid. Welcome aboard. I couldn't have asked for more, came the enthusiastic voice of Manager Ben. Thank you, boss. I will need your guidance moving forward. Chapter 7. The excitement of Zhang Fuchuan in the afternoon. The sun continued to blaze down on the entrance of the Maiyijia convenience store at the Huaxing headquarters in Pengcheng. Zhang Fuchuan was in high spirits as he seized a moment during work to buy a can of ice-cold cola. Taking a large gulp that sent a rush of invigorating chill down his throat, providing an intense sense of satisfaction. Ah, how refreshing, Zhang Fuchuan sighed, feeling as if every pore in his body had opened up, relishing the coolness that dispelled the oppressive heat of autumn. At that moment, the screen of his phone illuminated, revealing the name of the person he was calling, my beloved wife. The term felt slightly cheesy, but in 2014, such expressions were mainly reserved for food rather than men. Half an hour earlier, upon seeing the announcement of the organizational restructuring and personnel appointments on W1, he knew his gamble had paid off. Although former close colleagues had now transformed into his superiors, the sensation was undeniably peculiar. Yet, beneath the surface, an overwhelming excitement bubbled within him. As someone who had navigated the workplace for 7 years, he was acutely aware of the advantages that came with having a leader with whom he shared a personal rapport in a large company like Huaxing. This not only meant that he would be insulated from lower performance ratings and year-end evaluations, but also ensured a guaranteed minimum of 4 to 6 months' worth of annual bonuses. Furthermore, he need not fear being among the last to be eliminated from Huaxing's vast ship. It is essential to recognize that not everyone harbors grand ambitions or seeks to achieve monumental feats. For the majority, the aspiration is simply to earn a salary sufficient to afford housing and transportation, while also providing for their family's daily needs, allowing for a comfortable and enjoyable lifestyle. In such hopeful and anticipatory circumstances, most Chinese individuals are willing to wholeheartedly dedicate themselves to their work. However, it is important to note that not all employees perceive the preferential treatment given to closer colleagues as unfair. From a broader perspective, absolute fairness does not exist in the world. Moreover, many positions at Huaxing cannot be quantified, leading to unavoidable subjective influences on performance assessments by direct supervisors. For instance, if Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li typically perform similarly and accomplish comparable workloads, one must receive a B while the other gets a C. Xiao Zhang enjoys a good rapport with the leadership and frequently dines with them in the cafeteria, demonstrating strong support for their work. Xiao Li holds great respect for his superiors and diligently completes his tasks each day. Considering the situation from a different perspective, how would you assess performance? Today, Zhang Shuling found something peculiar. At this hour, she typically would not receive a call from her husband. Concerned that something urgent might have arisen, she hurriedly answered the phone. "Honey, I won the bet," came the jubilant voice of Zhang Fuchuan. Zhang Shuling felt a sense of bewilderment. This seemed entirely out of context. With patience, she inquired, "What do you mean, dear? What did you win?" Today, the company announced an organizational adjustment and personnel changes. Our application support center will be restructured into a new large 4th-level department, along with the service delivery and capability centers, comprising over 200 individuals. Mosey will be the manager of this new department. Zhang Fuchuan began to elaborate enthusiastically. Mosey got promoted too. He's now at level 19. Can you believe it? General Lin is only at level 21. Zhang Shuling finally grasped the situation, her astonishment palpable. If memory served her right, Chen Mo was merely 25 years old, having been a part of Huaxing for many years. She was acutely aware of how beneficial her husband's superior's good relationship with this promising young man could be for her husband's career. He's only 25. Does this mean? Zhang Shuling murmured. Indeed, he is quite the catch. What's more, it seems General Lin is grooming Mosey as a successor. Zhang Fuchuan continued, chuckling from now on. We should address him as Manager Mo. After hanging up, Zhang Shuling returned to the bedroom, gazing at her son's peaceful sleeping face, feeling a sudden wave of relief wash over her. Since giving birth, she had become a full-time homemaker, relying solely on her husband's income. Although her husband earned around 500,000 annually, including dividends from Huaxing stocks, the living expenses for their family of 3 in Pengcheng were considerable, compounded by monthly allowances for both sets of parents. After painstakingly purchasing a modest 2-bedroom apartment in Hualong District 2 years ago, they had been left with little to no savings. For the past 2 years, she had frequently listened to her husband lament that while Huaxing offered excellent benefits and salaries exceeding market rates, the work was rather stifling. He often expressed feeling like a mere cog in a vast machine, unable to consider a job change, and worried that no one else would want him. She understood the challenges her husband faced and shared his anxiety, particularly fearing the prospect of unemployment, as she was aware of their family's fragile ability to withstand financial risks. Yet the moment her husband informed her that a close colleague, who frequently dined and socialized with them, would soon officially be promoted to department manager, she suddenly felt a sense of security and began to look forward to life in Rongqing. She had heard that the average housing price there was around 10 000. Meanwhile, Zhang Fuchuan had additional words he wished to convey to Zheng Shuling, but decided to wait a while longer to surprise her. Returning to the previous half hour, within the personnel announcement was an attachment titled New Department Organizational Structure. Zhang Fuchuan, unaware if others had noticed, immediately clicked to open the organizational chart after reading the personnel announcements. It vividly depicted the new fourth-level application support service sharing center, which would consist of a total of 10 fifth-level departments. This was a significant addition to the company's organizational structure. The vacant fifth-level department head was a completely different concept from internal leaders or team leads. The former required formal appointment through official company documents and transitioned into a management track, while the latter could be directly assigned by department leaders, remaining within the technical track. Zhang Fuchuan felt as though he had been struck by the revelation of a new world, akin to Columbus discovering America. His body jolted, his back straightened, and his eyes seemed to ignite with a burning desire deep within. After a brief moment of hesitation, he sent 2 messages to Chen Mo. Manager Mo, congratulations. But you really kept this under wraps. The brothers are quite surprised and care to step out for a smoke? At that moment, Chen Mo, seated not far away, noticed the notification from his phone. He chose not to correct the way Zhang Fuchuan addressed him and replied, "Sure, let us meet at the usual place." Familiar acquaintances knew that Chen Mo himself did not smoke. However, it had become customary in the company to use the phrase, "let us go out for a smoke," as a euphemism for stepping away from the main office area to engage in more private conversations or take a breather. Thus, he did not intend to shatter this subtle understanding. Chapter 8. The shock of the crowd. Manager Mo, congratulations. You've truly soared to new heights. Zhang Fuchuan exclaimed with a beaming smile as he offered his congratulations to Chen Mo. He quickly shifted the tone of the conversation to a more critical note. But honestly, you've hidden this too well. Such a monumental event, and you managed to keep it under wraps until the official announcement was made without a hint of it leaking. Hearing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh heartily, his mood considerably uplifted. After all, sharing his unrestrained joy with a colleague he was close to was a delightful experience. He responded, "I was worried about unforeseen complications arising, which would lead to empty celebrations." After a brief pause, Chen Mo seemed to recall something. He turned to Zhang Fuchuan and said, "Oh, by the way, there is something quite interesting. General Lin informed me yesterday that just 3 days ago, Li Feng approached him, expressing a desire to lead the relocation project." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fuchuan furrowed his brow. He was aware that Hu Jia had already been proactively rallying everyone to participate in the relocation efforts. Now, with Li Feng approaching General Lin to vie for leadership of the project, it evoked a sense of contempt for those who underestimated the competition. This seemingly tranquil workplace rivalry concealed a multitude of hidden struggles and intrigues. "I was indeed surprised when you were the first to sign the document and then took the initiative to promote the relocation," Zhang Fuchuan noted, pausing slightly before continuing. "Fortunately, I didn't let you down. It only took me 10 minutes to persuade Shuling." Who was Chen Mo? Even in his previous life, he had experienced failure in entrepreneurship, gaining wisdom from the hardships. A nuanced understanding of such insinuative remarks came naturally to him. He recognized that Zhang Fuchuan was clearly seeking acknowledgement for his efforts. In reality, Zhang Fuchuan not only signed second, but also managed to rally a group of colleagues with whom he shared a good rapport. Undoubtedly, his support had played a pivotal role in advancing the relocation efforts in terms of both strength and tangible results. Chen Mo, known for his clear distinctions between reward and punishment, replied, "Have you seen the new department organizational structure?" Zhang Fuchuan thought to himself that the interesting part was about to unfold. "Yes, I have. The newly formed department, with 280 personnel, is likely the largest fourth-level department in our entire IT division." He deliberately refrained from mentioning the fifth-level department. "Want to leave some things unsaid." Chen Mo glanced at him, realizing what he was subtly inquiring about. Without preamble, he stated, "Indeed, within the fifth-level department, there will be a CRM systems division, and I shall reserve the position of supervisor for you." Zhang Fuchuan's face instantly flushed, as he had not harbored much hope. This was a situation propelled by Chen Mo's influence. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, he heard Chen Mo leisurely comment, "One must be at level 17 to assume the role of a supervisor in a fifth-level department. This is a non-negotiable criterion, although there are methods for delayed promotions. Do not take your year-end advancement presentation lightly, for if you falter, I shall not intervene." This statement served 3 purposes. The extent of Zhang Fuchuan's comprehension remains uncertain. Firstly, it was a reminder that he currently held a level 15 position, and he must focus on preparing for the December promotion defense. Secondly, It informed him that Chen Mo had already thoroughly prepared the means for him to ascend to level 17 in a short span, and should he fail, it would be due to his own lack of ambition. Thirdly, it made him aware that the prerequisites for his transition into the management track had all been facilitated by Chen Mo, and he should keep this in mind. Zhang Fuqian extinguished his cigarette but in the waste bin, nodding vigorously, affirming his determination. Rest assured, Mr. Mo, I will succeed in the defense. Barely settling into his office, Zhang Fuqian discovered dozens of unread messages on WeChat. It turned out that Li Xiangyu had forwarded the W1 link of the appointment and dismissal documents to their group. Title workers are the elite. The chat erupted instantaneously. Li Xiangyu exclaimed, Mosey, brother Mo, my Mr. Mo, I shall rely on your protection from now on. Chen Montauk replied. Yu Jun chimed in. Congratulations to old Chun on his promotion. A celebratory meal is a must. Chen Montauk responded. Peng Tsong added, wishing my big brother success and prosperity. Shu Dandan echoed, congratulations. Mr. Mo, Chen Mo replied. Shu Dandan reiterated, wishing my big brother success and prosperity. Lu Daizong exclaimed, congratulations to my brother Mo. Chen Mo, let us all go to Rongqing together. Li Xiangyu asked, have you all seen the property introductions near the Huaxing Rongqing Research Institute on the Heartfelt Community? Heartfelt Community is an internal forum of Huaxing technology with remarkably high daily activity. It is no exaggeration to say that every employee can glean insights into the nerve endings of this colossal enterprise by browsing the forum. This internal forum, dubbed the spiritual toilet of 180,000 Huaxing employees, hosts three prevailing factions. The livelihood faction, lamenting the cafeteria's diluted soy milk, the tech faction, debating patent algorithms, and the gossip faction, delving into leadership intrigues. The most surreal aspect is that all colleagues don an array of pseudonyms. You might find yourself discussing equity reforms with someone using the moniker I love Chung Fun, only to discover they hold the title of Level 20 Technical Executive on their ID badge. There's also a section dedicated to matchmaking and friendships, where colleagues, with personal consent, share introductions, relationship preferences, and photos of their friends and family. In his previous life, Chen Mo often surreptitiously perused the matchmaking section, particularly drawn to the attractive profiles. He didn't even need to click on every post. By observing the number of views, he could infer the attractiveness of the individuals. Moreover, there was no shortage of complaints about unfair supervisors, co-workers who lagged behind, or individuals who failed to flush after using the restroom. The boss had once established a rule in this community. Free speech is permitted, but one must don a bulletproof vest, implying that while one may express themselves freely, they must also take responsibility for their words. Heartfelt Community serves as a platform for employees to voice their thoughts, with its slogan being Heartfelt Community, Speak Your Heart. Of course, the forum also features serious posts, such as speeches from the boss or practical advice like 10 tips for improving code quality. At this moment, a trending post was engaged in a debate, evaluations and recommendations for properties surrounding the Huaxing Rongqing Research Institute. The comments below escalated from taxation systems to real estate economics, from school district housing to parenting experiences. Suddenly, a charming yet anonymous moderator casually remarked, post-move, the company will organize property viewings and negotiate discounts for everyone. Instantaneously, this garnered 500 May the 15th floor be blessed for a lifetime reactions. In reality, this relocation is a corporate decision, affecting not only the IT operations support department, but also several research and development departments that, in principle, meet the criteria for cost-reducing relocations. The first phase of the Huaxing Rongqing Research Institute has been completed, expected to accommodate 20,000 employees simultaneously, with a second phase underway. Since the Research Institute is situated in the outskirts of Rongqing, Huaxing has already reached an agreement with the Rongqing city government to establish 3 new bus routes from the city center to the institute. To be candid, the relocation is a collective decision made by the upper management. Having undertaken extensive preliminary work, the individual will of a few holds little significance. In his previous life, Chen Mo had failed to grasp this reality, but fortunately, he has been reborn. Chapter 9. Li Qing's Instructions. Li Xiangyu asked, have you all seen the property introductions near the Huaxing Rongqing Research Institute on the Heartfelt Community? Shu Dandan replied, I am particularly interested in the Vang properties. Hong Song remarked, the Citic one is also good. I could bike to work with an average price of only 5,000. Lu Luochang stated if I were to buy, it would be in the city center. The area near the Rongqing Research Institute belongs to Tongdu District. Hong Song teased you could buy 2 units. Boss Lu ISNT short on funds. Lu Luochang responded. Li Xinyue timidly inquired, is it too late for me to sign now? Zhang Fuqian chimed in, oh. The beauty has spoken. Yu Jun echoed, oh, the beauty has spoken. Lu Daizong added, You can sign at any time, but the company rewards will no longer be available. Li Xinhua lamanta, King Panda emoji. Shu Dandan asked, Mr. Mo, how will we go about the celebratory meal? From now on, we are all in this together with you. Chen Mo replied. The group chat was abuzz with activity, everyone exchanging lively banter. Various topics surrounding Chen Mo emerged, creating an atmosphere so vibrant it felt as if it might lift the roof off. Yet, amidst this cacophony, Hu Jia sat alone at her workstation, appearing somewhat dazed. She clutched her phone tightly, her gaze wandering, her thoughts adrift. The catalyst for her distraction was her recent encounter with Chen Mo in the restroom, where he had invited her out under the pretext of accompanying him to buy yogurt. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Mo had reiterated to her the very words he had shared with Zhang Fuchuan. The crux of his message was that the supervisor position in the 5th-level department's ERP supply chain division would be reserved for her, provided she diligently prepared for the year-end promotion defense. After delivering this information, Chen Mo contentedly sipped his yogurt, humming a cheerful tune before striding away with an air of nonchalance, leaving Hu Jia in a state of bewilderment, caught off guard by the unexpected fortune. She had indeed considered that proactively assisting Chen Mo would yield benefits. Initially, she thought that the prospect of a delayed promotion, allowing her to ascend twice in short order, was already quite significant. Little did she anticipate that in 2 to 3 months, she too could enter the management track of washing. However, this situation did not persist for long. Suddenly, it seemed as if Hu Jia had conceived a brilliant idea. Her previously vacant expression transformed into one of lively intrigue. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with mischief as a sly smile crept across her lips. She scrolled through her phone and opened the workers group. Hu Jia typed, Mr. Mo, let us have a celebratory meal. Anything under $399 per person does not suit your status. Chen Mo replied. With a sharp intake of breath, Zhang Fuchuan, who had spotted a flurry of messages in the corner, silently lamented the ruthless nature of this woman. Chen Mo expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, my friends. I hope to receive your continued support in our future endeavors. He then added, We must not neglect our meals. I've been rather busy these past couple of days, but I will inform everyone once I've planned my schedule. After responding to the messages, Chen Mo gradually lifted his gaze toward Hu Jia's direction. At that moment, as if sharing a silent understanding, Hu Jia also turned her gaze in his direction. In an instant, their eyes locked in a collision of intent. Chen Mo fixed his gaze on Hu Jia and, with barely a movement of his lips, silently conveyed the words only they could decipher. Very well. Following that, he quickly returned to his impassive demeanor, staring at Hu Jia with a stern expression. However, she was unfazed by his tactic. Instead, she met his gaze with a brazen challenge, playfully shaking her head as if to say, Come on, give it your best shot. Chen Mo, averting his eyes to focus on his work, feared that lingering too long would make him crack a smile. Mr. Li, Qingge is here. Long time no see, Mr. Li. Good afternoon, Mr. Li. The atmosphere in the office shifted as Li Qing made an unexpected appearance after several days of absence. Everyone paused their tasks, warmly greeting their leader. Li Qing maintained his signature style, donning a pristine white shirt, immaculate in appearance, complemented by classic black casual trousers that flowed elegantly. His cheerful demeanor suggested an exceptional mood that day. Under the guidance of Lin Zong, the entire IT operations support department thrived in a positive atmosphere, devoid of any trivial matters. As a result, the relationships between various department heads and the majority of employees were remarkably harmonious. Li Qing was Chen Mo's immediate supervisor, hailing from Jiahua City in Zhejiang. In his earlier years, he belonged to Huaxing's overseas IT division, having spent a decade traversing numerous countries before securing a transfer back to Pengcheng. However, Chen Mo was aware that Li Qing had long desired to return to his hometown in Zhejiang, which explained why he had never purchased property in Pengcheng. Seizing the opportunity presented by the department relocation, he leveraged his connections to transfer to the Huaxing Hangzhou Research Institute, fulfilling his aspiration. During his recent absence, he had been busy networking and establishing crucial contacts. Subsequently, Li Qing would lead a radio frequency research and development team at the Hangzhou Institute, remaining within a Level 4 department but stepping outside the Group's IT division into the research framework. His attitude toward Chen Mo mirrored that of Lin Zong, both recognizing the young man's exceptional technical abilities and interpersonal skills. Otherwise, it would have been challenging for Chen Mo to rise through the ranks so swiftly in recent years, as local officials are often less influential than those in power. In fact, on the first day of his rebirth, prior to entering Lin Zong's office, Chen Mo had already communicated directly with Li Qing via phone to confirm his thoughts and intentions. At that time, Li Qing reassured him that his transfer request had already been approved by the leadership of the research department, encouraging Chen Mo to feel no psychological pressure. He also expressed his support for Chen Mo's pursuit of the position of Level 4 department manager. "What are you pondering, Chen Mo?" Li Qing approached him with a smile. "Come to my office for a moment." In Huaxing, a Level 4 department manager was entitled to an independent office, although they could choose to work in the communal area alongside everyone else. Unbeknownst to them, as the door closed behind them, the large office area erupted into a cacophony of discussions. With the unveiling of the new departmental structure, many realized that Chen Mo would soon be their direct superior, or more accurately, their superior's superior. After all, the latest organizational chart included 5 levels of departments, and, starting next month, only 10 Level 5 department heads and 2 secretaries would report directly to Chen Mo. As soon as they entered the office, Li Qing began jesting. "You're doing well. Should I start calling you Manager Chen?" Chen Mo, taken aback, quickly pleaded, "Not at all. Qing, you're my mentor. We don't indulge in flattery here." Li Qing shook his head in disbelief, noting how Chen Mo had become rather audacious. He gestured toward the bottled water and assorted beverages on the desk, indicating that Chen Mo should help himself. At that moment, his emotions were a tangled web of complexity. After a moment of reflection, he continued, "It's been 14 years, and suddenly leaving the IT department feels a bit bittersweet." As he spoke, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the desk, skillfully extracting one, lighting it with a lighter, and inhaling deeply. He knew Chen Mo didn't smoke, so he didn't bother to ask. The white smoke spiraled upward, gradually dissipating in the air, while he silently contemplated the glowing ember in his hand, as if it could illuminate the myriad experiences he had amassed over the past 14 years in the IT department. Seeing Li Qing's smoke evoked memories of his own early days in the company, when Li Qing had been caught enjoying a cigarette in his office, only to be interrupted by a naive newcomer who had joined the company the same year as Chen Mo. The newcomer had knocked on the door, prompting Li Qing to apologize. "I hope my smoking in my own office hasn't bothered you." The whistleblower, however, insisted that although there was no smell of smoke in the air, he had seen Li Qing smoking and felt compelled to report it due to the office's no-smoking policy. Naturally, this led to Li Qing receiving a stern reprimand from Lin Zong. While the newcomer didn't face any repercussions from Li Qing, the incident left a lingering impression, causing others to perceive him as somewhat treacherous, leading them to keep their distance. Eventually, feeling ostracized, the newcomer left the company within a year. This was a characteristic of Huaxing. If one could not integrate into the collective, the only outcome was resignation. Taptedeu, Li Qing's instrucciones dos. Chen Mo empathized with Li Qing, recognizing the joy of returning home to reunite with family, juxtaposed with the uncertainty of entering a new system. He offered words of comfort. "Qing, once you're back, you'll see your wife and children every day. It'll be delightful." Before Li Qing could respond, he continued, "Moreover, with your income in Hangzhou, it will be more than sufficient to ensure that your entire family lives comfortably." This sentiment resonated with Chen Mo, who recalled the turmoil of his previous life after a failed entrepreneurial venture, struggling in a chaotic existence. In the economic downturn of 2024, even securing a respectable job had proven to be a daunting task, amidst a climate of consumer downgrade, where money seemed to gain increasing value. As Chen Mo's comforting words resonated, Li Qing envisioned the tender moments of returning home, where his wife would gently inquire whether he had eaten, alongside the antics of their 2 children. The warmth of home was enough to dispel the flicker of uncertainty he felt about venturing into an unfamiliar system. He had married later in life. His eldest was on the cusp of starting elementary school, while the youngest was only 2. This job transfer presented the perfect opportunity for him to balance work with family, allowing him to spend more time with his wife and children without sacrificing his career, a situation he found quite satisfying. Looking across at Chen Mo, he was genuinely surprised at how rapidly his protege had grown. In just a few years, they had reached the same level. He vividly remembered visiting Chen Mo's school 4 years ago for recruitment, where the young man had achieved a perfect score on a written exam. Though the questions presented were relatively straightforward, it was highly improbable that programmers with 2 to 3 years of experience in the market would achieve a perfect score. It is essential to remember that at that time, Chen Mo had merely entered his senior year of university. The subsequent group interview did not disappoint him. Chen Mo remained the standout candidate. However, after the interview, during a conversation with Chen Mo and a few other successful candidates, when he mentioned that they would undoubtedly be able to purchase a house after a few years of Huaxing, Chen Mo distinctly rolled his eyes, inciting considerable frustration within him. In 2010, Huaxing technology had not yet attained the prominent reputation it would later enjoy in the domestic sphere. At that time, the core focus of Huaxing lay within the BN telecommunications service sector. Their primary clientele consisted of large state-owned operators such as China Mobile and China Telecom, as well as internationally renowned telecommunications giants like Deutsche Telekom and ET. During that period, Huaxing devoted nearly all its efforts to collaborating with these BN companies, scarcely venturing into the CN market. Ordinary CN consumers rarely encounter products from Huaxing. When the young and naive Chen Mo attended the interview at Huaxing, he was filled solely with a passion for programming, yet was remarkably uninformed about workplace dynamics or industry trends. He was blissfully unaware of Huaxing Technology's status as a domestic technological behemoth, let alone its inclusion in the Fortune Global 500. Even before the interview, he had not conducted any research. His immediate reaction was to associate the company with custom mobile phones for China Mobile. At that time, Huaxing's mobile phones were still feature phones, those types that the post-00S generation had scarcely used. Chen Mo had classmates from his high school who had already graduated a year early and were striving in the workforce. He was acutely aware that their monthly salaries ranged from 2,500 to 3,000 yuan before taxes, which, after deductions for Social Security and housing funds, left them with approximately 2,200 to 2,700 yuan. The prospect of home ownership seemed exceedingly distant to Chen Mo, almost unattainable in his short-sightedness. He had never even contemplated the possibility of buying a house. Thus, when he heard Li Qing assert that one could purchase a home after a few years at Huaxing, he couldn't help but roll his eyes, internally scoffing at what he perceived as mere wishful thinking. Fortunately, during a subsequent gathering for new employees, Li Qing learned of Chen Mo's sentiments through a third party. Otherwise, he would have taken great pleasure in ensuring Chen Mo experienced the discomfort of his own shoes. Nevertheless, Li Qing held a favorable view of Chen Mo when assigning mentors to new employees. He pondered for quite some time before inscribing his own name in the mentor section for Chen Mo. Strictly speaking, Li Qing was somewhat overstepping. Although there was no explicit company policy, an unspoken rule at Huaxing dictated that leaders who had transitioned into management roles should not serve as mentors for subordinates. The rationale was straightforward. As a department head, one was responsible for evaluating the performance of all subordinates. As previously mentioned, performance assessments were crucial for all employees. Even if one strived for fairness and impartiality, it was challenging to avoid rumors. Li Qing, however, was resolute in his belief that Chen Mo was a promising talent deserving of his personal guidance. Fortunately, Chen Mo's performance in the years following his entry into the company was impeccable, further validating Li Qing's discerning eye for talent. Our department secretary will not be heading to Rongqing. Li Qing's voice shattered the brief silence, followed by, even if willing, I would recommend you select someone from within. It would be more convenient. Chen Mo readily acquiesced. All right, I will recruit 2 more. Li Qing nearly forgot that the new department Chen Mo was overseeing was a merger of 3 previous departments. The young man was tasked with managing the application support service shared center, which was quite substantial, to the point that Li Qing felt a twinge of envy. According to Huaxing Technology's long-standing tradition, each department was entitled to a secretary. The secretary's role primarily involved assisting the department manager in handling numerous daily tasks, akin to an administrative or human resources position in other small to medium-sized enterprises. The typical ratio of secretaries to employees was 1:100. Chen Mo's newly established center had a staffing quota of 280. Thus, he was eligible for 2 secretaries. In the coming days, Lao Huang, and General Bin will be transitioning responsibilities to you. There is quite a bit to manage, so do pay attention, Li Qing continued. And there are many documents from the secretary's side as well. Chen Mo cheerfully replied, the secretary hasn't been recruited yet, and even if I find someone, they want to be able to start immediately. I plan to hire once I arrive in Rongqing. For now, I've enlisted a capable aide, Hu Jia, to assist me. She is meticulous. Li Qing raised an eyebrow in surprise, regarding him with a knowing look. Chen Mo understood that Li Qing was subtly reminding him that office romances were frowned upon at Huaxing unless the individuals were in different departments. He nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his comprehension. To be honest, although he and Hu Jia shared a close friendship, he had no romantic inclinations towards her. He understood the wisdom of not pursuing relationships within one's immediate circle. However, he suddenly realized that Hu Jia had not gone to Rongqing in his past life either, just like him, and was also a member of the Resistance Alliance. Eventually, she was reassigned to another department, and their respective duties kept them from maintaining the same close contact as before. The moment Hu Jia signed her name, her life trajectory altered irrevocably. Chen Mo suddenly grasped that, through a single pivotal choice, he seemed to have begun unwittingly altering the destinies of several individuals. After General Huang, and General Bin depart, Lin's division, including your new department, will consist of only 4 Level 4 departments. Your Application Support Service Shared Center holds the largest staffing quota among them. Chen Mo listened quietly as Li Qing systematically analyzed the current situation. As for the other 3 departments, regarding the Desktop Cloud and Systems Operations Center, logically, the manager of that department poses the most significant threat to you. However, Lao Zhu and Lin are contemporaries, both 44 years old this year. But Zhu belongs to the 19th cohort. Given the current circumstances, it is highly likely that Lao Zhu will retire before Lin. The manager of the Infrastructure and Network Support Center, Su, is hindered by the department's weight, making it difficult to achieve results. As for Zhang, the manager of the IT Hotline Center, there is little need to elaborate. His department primarily relies on outsourcing, and there are fewer than 40 regular employees. You must prepare in advance. As the saying goes, one must make preparations before it rains. Lin's age is advancing, and to my knowledge, he wishes to retire early. I've heard that during the 2007 bull market, Lin earned quite a sum. In Su's words, Lao Lin is considerably wealthier than he himself is. Su is a Level 2 department head and the Minister of Information Technology Engineering, as well as the CIO of the entire Huaxing Group. He graduated from university in 1990 and has been with the company for 24 years. Of course, at his executive level, the issue of retiring at 45 does not apply, unless he chooses to do so. The 2007 bull market. A flash of insight struck Chen Mo like lightning. It was only October 2014, and the bull market of 2015 seemed poised to commence around this very time. His mind raced with thoughts, but he refrained from rushing. He forcibly redirected his attention back to the conversation with his mentor. Li Qing continued, Chen Mo, the current situation is highly favorable for you. You must seize this opportunity and not let it slip away. Chen Mo felt the weight of Li Qing's expectations and nodded earnestly in agreement. Li Qing observed the other party nodding in agreement and refrained from further elaboration, concerned that he might exert undue pressure on Chen Mo. Instead, he lightened the mood with a jest, saying, Mo, I'll be heading over to RD from now on. When we encounter issues with the PDM system, we shall submit them to your application support team, so I trust you will provide ample assistance. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo immediately mimicked the gesture of lighting a cigarette for a superior, as depicted in a meme, signaling that he was nearly ready to comply. Li Qing ceased his playful teasing and remarked, Let us leave it at that for today. You may attend to your tasks. As Chen Mo stood and approached the office door, he glanced back and added, Tonight, Mr. Su and Mr. Lin are inviting me to dinner as a farewell gathering. You should join us. I've already informed both leaders. Chen Mo felt a surge of gratitude, recognizing that Qing Gu was paving the way for him. He paused, turned around, and sincerely expressed, Thank you, Qing Gu. After receiving a nod from Li Qing, he turned and exited. Chapter 11. The Shock of the Crowd 2. Many observant colleagues had already noticed Chen Mo emerging from Li Qing's office. In that fleeting moment, as Chen Mo closed the door, he sensed a palpable decrease in the office's cacophony. It was no longer as raucous. Such is the nature of human restlessness. The news regarding the departmental restructuring and Chen Mo's promotion had spread like wildfire, swiftly permeating nearly the entire tertiary department. Whether among those feigning busyness or those enjoying a brief respite in conversation, everyone was aware of this development. Instantly, a whirlwind of speculation, discussion, and even envy entwined itself among the staff, leaving many disinclined to focus on their work. Moreover, the significant personnel changes within the department instilled a sense of unease in everyone involved. The most anxious were undoubtedly the colleagues from the Service Delivery Center and the Capability Support Center. Although they shared the same tertiary department as Chen Mo, the differences in their respective quaternary departments meant that their daily interactions were limited. Uncertainty loomed regarding what kind of leader would emerge, with whispers suggesting that the new appointee was a technical powerhouse from the Application Support Center. In contrast, the colleagues from the Application Support Center were predominantly excited, especially those who shared a closer rapport with Chen Mo, practically wearing their enthusiasm on their sleeves. For the remaining colleagues in the Application Support Department, the situation was merely a transition from colleague to leader, given that Chen Mo had originally been part of their team. After years of collaboration, they were well acquainted with each other's personalities and habits. One could say they knew each other inside out. From a distance, Chen Mo noticed 2 individuals seated at his workstation, flanking his desk, Wang Ming and Hu Kei, whispering animatedly. As he approached, he recognized them as his 2 apprentices, thinking to himself that their excitement had perhaps gotten a bit out of hand. As he drew near, He Minfeng and Chen Xiu only then sensed his presence and were startled. Chen Mo regarded his youthful and exuberant apprentices with a piercing gaze, remaining silent. The 2 quickly rose, sheepishly smiling as they declared their intention to leave. In truth, both He Min-fong and Chen Siu harbored a tinge of trepidation towards Chen Mo. When they first joined the company, their eyes reflected the naive clarity and folly characteristic of university students, often posing questions that lacked depth. Chen Mo would respond with a stoic expression, urging them to contemplate further before inquiring again. Chen Siu confided in He Min-fong that hearing those words nearly gave her PTSD. Gradually, they learned to rectify their habit of asking questions without thought, developing the ability to reflect on their ideas before seeking validation or guidance on how to approach problem solving. In the ensuing months, whenever Chen Mo elucidated a concept or case he considered simple, he would observe them with the affectionate gaze of a benevolent father watching his bewildered children, at times leading them to doubt their own intelligence. Chen Mo followed their retreating figures, relieved to see them mumbling to each other as they returned to their workstation. Today, work was likely out of the question. He mused silently, unlocking his phone to find an overwhelming 99 unread messages on WeChat. Initially intending to overlook the flattery from his apprentices and their requests for guidance, he ultimately decided to respond to each with a terse message: focus on your work. With the sound of notifications chiming in rapid succession, he promptly received 2 immediate replies. Received. Understood. Most of the messages were congratulatory remarks regarding his promotion. He meticulously replied to each private message, but found himself inundated with group messages, barely able to keep up. He even spotted several colleagues from the business side messaging him, lamenting how swiftly news traveled within Huaxing whenever there was a shift in organizational structure. Chen Mo's entire tertiary department provided comprehensive support across various dimensions: hardware, software, systems, networks, servers, and databases, essentially underpinning all of Huaxing's systems. The system users with whom they frequently interacted were predominantly colleagues from within the group. For instance, the ERP system utilized by Huaxing was employed exclusively by Huaxing's internal staff. Should any issues arise during its use, it was Chen Mo and his team who would be sought out for resolution. Given the complexity of Huaxing Group's operations, the internal systems were equally intricate, leading even long-term users to frequently encounter various issues and seek assistance. As time passed, these users became increasingly familiar with the engineers, understanding that despite their different roles, they were all colleagues. Chen Mo navigated the bittersweet experience of responding to WeChat messages, including several significant invitations to meals. A senior colleague from the adjacent department, who had significantly aided him, expressed a desire to treat him to dinner upon learning of his impending trip to Rongqing. Additionally, a close business associate urged him to host a meal in celebration of his promotion. The project manager and delivery manager from the outsourcing company with whom he regularly collaborated were also fervently inquiring about when they could gather. Shortly thereafter, he began receiving friend requests from several delivery directors of partnering outsourcing companies. It made sense, as he was now among the most influential individuals regarding whether outsourcing companies would secure contracts and whether projects would progress smoothly. If it pertained to outsourcing projects from his own quaternary department, the term among could be omitted. Chen Mo began to adapt to his new role. Although having previously ventured into entrepreneurship as a boss, he understood that being a business owner did not equate to wielding significant power. The reality is that when a startup is small and unprofitable, neither employees nor contractors find it advantageous. In such instances, a startup owner could be deemed less valuable than a mere dog. As he began to relish the sensation of authority, he remained grounded, having lived 35 years across 2 lifetimes, ensuring he did not become intoxicated by it. As the influx of WeChat messages seemed never-ending, he suddenly noticed Liu Hao, a colleague from his department who had participated in the same training cohort, sharing the announcement link in the 2010 Huaxing Training 452 group. The entire group erupted into a flurry of activity. Chen Mo, having entered Huaxing through campus recruitment, was among the same cohort of fresh graduates as those in the training group, all of whom were approximately 26 years old and had been with the company for 4 years. After the completion of the team training, everyone was assigned to different departments, some to the Pengcheng support departments, others to the regional sales, some to overseas technical support, and others still to the finance or procurement departments. Although the bonds formed during the training were profound, many individuals never crossed paths again post-training. In reality, those in the business departments or in challenging overseas regions experience the most rapid promotions. The former represents the core of Huaxing, as President Zheng aptly stated. They are the ones cultivating the company's success, being the profitable sectors that everyone understands. The latter, on the other hand, faces genuinely arduous conditions in certain overseas nations, with some areas being quite perilous. For instance, in Africa, the risk of contracting malaria is alarmingly high, where a moment's negligence can prove fatal. Furthermore, Certain African countries remain politically unstable, essentially embroiled in conflict. Similar situations exist in some Latin American nations, where poor security conditions render robbery an everyday occurrence. The majority of colleagues in the group belong to the 14th and 15th cohorts, with only a little over 20 having ascended to the 16th level. Previously, there were only 2 individuals at the 17th level, one who independently secured an 18 million order in Kazakhstan, and the other, Chen Mo. When the two were elevated to the 17th level, the group erupted in excitement. Upon seeing a flurry of congratulatory messages, such as congratulations, and bow down to the great ones, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. He promptly sent a message of gratitude in return. Suddenly, he received 2 WeChat messages from Li Qing. Hunan Cuisine, 112, North Nanking Road, Tiangang Street, Hualong District, Pengcheng, and get in my car after work. Let us go together. Chen Mo was left bewildered and replied, "Then why did you send me the address?" Li Qing simply responded with a smiley face. Reflecting on the dinner gathering that evening, Chen Mo couldn't help but recall that in his past life, Su had been promoted from the Information Technology Engineering Department to a leading position at the Hangzhou Research Institute a few years later. One could indeed say they were destined to cross paths, as he could almost foresee the delightful life that Qing Ge would lead in the years to come. Meanwhile, at Huaxing's headquarters in District B of Pengcheng, 4 engineers from the IT Solutions Department were gathered around a stone table by the artificial lake, each occupying a corner. They appeared to be engaged in a discussion, their faces reflecting a mix of anticipation and concern. Yet if one were to approach, they would find their conversation peppered with the dialect of Sichuan. Chapter 12. The loan is secured. In the Wanku city of Longgang District, Pengcheng, the autumn air grew increasingly crisp. Chen Mo stood quietly on his spacious terrace, gazing into the distance with a sense of tranquility. Not far off, the construction site for Metro Line 16 buzzed with activity. The cacophony of machinery and the shouts of workers intertwined, composing a vigorous anthem of progress. Observing the gradually forming tracks and the busy engineering vehicles weaving through, a subtle smile crept upon Chen Mo's lips, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Having returned to this familiar yet foreign world for only a few days, Chen Mo felt as though he had lived through a multitude of experiences. Despite his physical exhaustion, his spirit brimmed with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Each day marked a fresh beginning, and every decision held the potential to alter the trajectory of his future. This 134 square meter 4-bedroom residence, purchased last May with a down payment of $850,000, had a total price of $285 million. Of that, $2 million was financed through a loan, structured as a 30-year equal principal repayment. Utilizing a combination of Provident Fund and commercial loans, his monthly repayment stood at precisely $10,000. Given that Huaxing's Provident Fund contribution was relatively high, after deducting the monthly Provident Fund portion, he effectively needed to contribute only $4,000 from his own pocket each month to service the mortgage. This was quite manageable in light of his current income. The primary allure of this property lay in its proximity to the company, allowing him to commute in a mere 8 minutes by bike, or a leisurely 20 minutes on foot. Additionally, the quality of the Vank community and its excellent property management services further justified his decision to spend. Over a year later, property prices had appreciated somewhat. Currently, the average price in Longgang District hovered around $28,000 per square meter, with his home estimated to be worth approximately $3.8 million. Chen Mo mused, this is just the beginning. As a reincarnated individual, he possessed foresight into future trends, especially concerning the real estate market in Pengcheng. From his previous memories, he recalled that from this point until 2024, Pengcheng would grapple with a tight land supply. This directly resulted in a dwindling supply of new homes. Such conditions engendered a persistent demand that outstripped supply, consequently driving up property prices. Reflecting on September of this year, he noted that the central bank had already implemented interest rate cuts. The subsequent year of 2015 would prove to be particularly noteworthy, as the central bank repeatedly enacted measures to lower the reserve requirement and interest rates, causing mortgage rates to plummet to historic lows. Such an accommodating monetary policy undoubtedly injected substantial momentum into the real estate market. As a bustling first-tier city, Pengcheng continuously attracted a significant influx of migrants from across the nation. Some sought housing out of necessity, while others recognized the investment potential of real estate. It was this dual impetus of demand that propelled Pengcheng's property prices to soar like a rocket, creating one astonishing price peak after another. He recalled a period of rampant price inflation when some landlords, after having signed contracts and received deposits, opted to breach agreements, preferring to compensate buyers with double the deposit rather than uphold their contracts. The rationale was clear. The increase in property prices far exceeded the amount owed in compensation. In his previous life, several colleagues had fallen victim to such schemes. If memory served him correctly, in early 2015, property prices began to rise gradually, with Longgang's average price surpassing 32,000 per square meter. By mid-2015, the pace of price increases accelerated, reaching 37,000 per square meter. By early 2016, prices skyrocketed, crossing 42,000 per square meter, and by the end of 2016, Longgang's average price reached 50,000 per square meter. Armed with the knowledge of an impending price surge, Chen Mo resolved to leverage a second mortgage on his property to liquidate cash. He enlisted the help of a university classmate working at a bank to increase his loan-to-value ratio to 85. Simultaneously, he sought assistance from a property appraisal agency to inflate his home's assessed value, which was appraised at a robust $4 million. Thus, his actual loan amount was 85 of the appraisal value minus the remaining mortgage, allowing him to borrow $1.5 million. Although the interest rate on a second mortgage would be somewhat higher, approximately 7, resulting in a monthly payment of around 14,000. Pengcheng's efficiency was remarkable. After submitting the property deed and income verification materials in the morning, his classmate arranged for the appraisal company to visit for assessment that very afternoon. They promptly completed the mortgage registration, and by evening, the loan contract was signed. Given that Chen Mo's annual income exceeded $1 million and his credit was impeccable, he was highly coveted by various banks. Therefore, institutions with whom he had established business relations would not allow such a prime client to slip away, offering him a substantial credit line. During this period, Chen Mo also applied for 3 credit loans: China Merchants Bank Lightning Loan, 200,000, interest rate 6.5, term 3 years; China Construction Bank Quick Loan, 300,000, interest rate 5.8, term 3 years; Industrial and Commercial Bank of China New Loan, 300,000, interest rate 7, term 5 years. The total loan amount stands at 800,000, with a cumulative monthly repayment of 160,000. These credit loan products merely require a review of Chen Mo's tax records, and upon application via mobile banking, approval is instantaneous. Currently, he has accumulated loans totaling $1.5 million for second mortgage and 800,000 in credit loans, including his housing loan, with all monthly payments amounting to 340,000. Although the interest rates for credit loans and second mortgages are elevated, liquidity remains untroubled. With a monthly base salary exceeding 70,000, he feels little pressure. As November approaches rapidly, he anticipates the onset of the magnificent bull market that spanned from the end of 2014 to mid-2015 in his previous life. Now, Chen Mo stands ready with funds, eagerly awaiting the repetition of history. After careful contemplation, he has transferred the newly acquired $2.3 million loan along with nearly all of his savings into a single account. However, in a prudent move, he retains 100,000 in his construction bank account for unforeseen circumstances. Following the completion of the transfer, Chen Mo eagerly opens the China Merchants Bank app on his phone. Upon seeing the account balance displayed as a staggering 200,000 yuan, his heart races with exhilaration. An indescribable joy washes over him as he envisions a future overflowing with wealth, filled with aspirations and expectations for a splendid life. He casually sets down his phone, and as a thought strikes him, he opens the Huaxing voice community. The post titled Forecasting the Housing Price Trends in Pengcheng for the Next 2 Years, published 3 days ago by the domineering CEO, Long Aoyan, has quickly become a trending topic, with discussions in the comment section exceeding 600 entries. He scrolls through and opens the post. Chapter 13, Divine Predictions. Forecasting the Housing Price Trends in Shenzhen. Author, domineering CEO Long Aoyan. Title, Let Data Speak. The housing prices in Pengcheng are poised for an epic surge. Tags, Prediction, Mystic Bureau, Data, Housing Prices. Content. 1. Policy section, the central bank's easing. Flooding the mountains. 1. In September 2014, the central bank reduced interest rates based on past experiences. It is predicted that there will be continuous reductions in reserve requirements and interest rates in 2015, with mortgage rates dropping below 5. 2. The scale of Pengcheng is too small, and land supply is tight. Since 2006, the supply of new homes has been persistently declining. 3. The premium rate for Shenzhen land auctions will undoubtedly exceed 100. 2. Demand section, a gathering of tech talent and net population influx. 1. In 2015, Major companies like Huaxing and Tencent are expected to recruit over 150,000 graduates. 2. In 2014, the rental prices in Longgang, a hub for tech workers, are projected to rise by 25, with an anticipated increase of 35 in 2015. 3. The net inflow of permanent residents in Pengcheng over the past 3 years, 6,059 million in 2011, 6,437 million in 2012, and 7,041 million in 2013. 3. Capital section. The leveraged game commences. 1. Down payment loans and consumer loans are entering the market in disguised forms. 2. The embryonic model of the Shenzhen Real Estate Investment Trust has emerged. In fact, this year, 2014, has seen the inception of property securitization platforms. 3. Funds from the Hong Kong Stock Connect are flowing southward to speculate on real estate. The efficacy of this will be verified once the Shenzhen Hong Kong Stock Connect is activated. 4. Prediction section. Nanshan Technology Park. Current. 480,000. Predicted 2015 housing price. 720,000. Predicted 2016 housing price. 960,000. Anticipated increase. 100. Bowen Central District. Current. 320,000. Predicted 2015 housing price. 540,000. Predicted 2016 housing price. 710,000. Anticipated increase. 122. Near Longgang Longxing headquarters. Current. 260,000. Predicted 2015 housing price. 370,000. Predicted 2016 housing price. 500,000. Anticipated increase. 92. Conclusion. The Pengcheng beneath our feet is the first economic special zone established by our nation and currently stands as one of the most prosperous first-tier cities in the country, continually attracting a substantial influx of people from all over the nation. With a rigid demand for housing that rises annually, coupled with the potential for property investment, the housing prices in Pengcheng are bound to soar dramatically in the coming 2 years, propelled by both demand and investment. It is suggested that all brothers and sisters at Huaxing, 1. Rush to marry. Marriage certificates can facilitate the purchase of 2 properties. 2. Move the household registration of your parents to Shenzhen to gain additional eligibility for purchasing homes. 3. Max out your credit card limits. Rest assured, the interest rates cannot keep pace with rising housing prices. 4. If you have urgent financial needs, do not sell your property. Consider taking out loans instead. As he scrolls down, the comments section is bustling with activity. Comment 2. Bantian Code Farmer. Wake up, can housing prices in Longgang really reach 50,000? I do a handstand to wash my hair. Comment 12. Finance Department little transparency. Internal news suggests a 6 salary increase next year. Housing prices rising by 100? How much fake wine did the author consume? Comment 34. Not fond of apples. I just want to ask, how many properties has the author purchased? Comment 39. Supply chain veteran. Concrete prices next to Huaxing have surged to 500 yuan. Perhaps the author is indeed correct. Comment 47. Huaxing Java King. I'm considering making a move. The rising housing prices this year have made me somewhat anxious, and reading this post only heightens my anxiety. Comment 61. The first foodie of Mayanshan. So, when will the cafeteria resume serving freshly ground soy milk? Comment 62. Zhang Fei versus Yu Fei. The comment above has derailed the discussion. Chen Mo gently closes the laptop that has accompanied him for so long, rising slowly to his feet and pacing to the balcony. He stands quietly, gazing through the glass at the brilliantly lit Huaxing base, lost in thought. Typically, given Chen Mo's reserved and understated nature, he would prefer to amass wealth in silence. However, he harbors a lingering concern that when he embarks on his entrepreneurial journey again in a few years, merely holding a mid-level management position at Huaxing may not suffice. Entrepreneurship is a competition on multiple fronts, with initial battles revolving around identity, background, and networking resources. After much contemplation, he resolves to adopt a unique approach to establish a persona of genius for himself. I shall assume a new identity. Surely, I can speak more audibly now? With this thought, a faint smile graces Chen Mo's lips. It also serves as a timely reminder for his former colleagues to seize opportunities and get on board early. On the other side of the city, at a villa in Pengcheng Bay No. 1, Nanshan District, the chairman of Huaxing, Zhang Fei, is seated in his study, having just meticulously read through the post. He slowly removes his well-worn reading glasses and sets them down on the expansive desk. Zhang Fei, a veteran entrepreneur nearing 70, may be seasoned in years, but he is certainly not oblivious to the implications behind the name Long Outyin. This thought piques his curiosity about the individual, yet he suppresses it momentarily. He then slightly raises his head, his gaze settling on three individuals engaged in casual conversation not far away. Zhang Qingshan, Hu Xiangdong, and Su Ping. Zhang Qingshan, the eldest son of Zhang Fei, has been by his father's side since the inception of Huaxing, and he is now the CFO, having entered the board of directors 2 years prior. Meanwhile, directors Hu Xiangdong and Su Ping have become the backbone of the company. They both entered Huaxing in the same year, diligently laboring for a full 27 years, undeniably earning their status as venerable figures. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Fei subtly waved his hand, beckoning the three to approach. Upon hearing the call, Zhang Qingshan, Hu Xiangdong, and Su Ping immediately ceased their conversation and stepped forward to stand before Zhang Fei. Take a look at the hottest posts in the heartfelt community, Zhang Fei began. His voice measured. Is it the housing price prediction? Zhang Qingshan inquired. Zhang Fei nodded noncommittally. The three then retrieved their phones, locating the relevant article. After a brief moment, once they had all perused the post, Zhang Fei asked, "What are your thoughts?" Hu Xiangdong sighed softly, responding, "The company certainly has talented individuals." Su Ping chimed in, saying, "There's no avoiding it. The soaring housing prices in Pengcheng will indeed become a significant burden for employees. Yet, finding a suitable place to relocate in Pengcheng is an arduous task." Zhang Qingshan added, 2 years ago, the municipal government had identified state-owned allocated land in the shopping district, but it was far too limited. Su Ping adjusted his glasses and remarked gently, "The government has its own challenges as well." The three found themselves a loss for words, and an uneasy silence enveloped the group. Zhang Fei, with a smile, suggested, "We can consider the Xishan Lake in Guanshe. We might also explore options in the neighboring Huishi." He continued, "Xiangdong, please organize a board meeting soon, so everyone can brainstorm together. There are always more solutions than difficulties." Today was originally a family banquet celebrating the full moon of Zhang Fei's youngest granddaughter, and after the meal, he merely intended to casually browse the heartfelt community to pass the time. Unexpectedly, the conversation veered back to work, prompting him to steer the topic away. "Gome, let's take a stroll together," he urged the three. Chapter 14. This is not stock trading. This is making money. On October 29th, 2014, the winds in Pengcheng were fierce. Chen Mo arrived at the company early, seizing the moment before work officially commenced to log into the Huatai Securities Zhongla Wealth app. He opened his securities account and found himself momentarily dazed by the 2 million in available funds. Just the day before, during a conversation with Li Qing, he had been struck by the mention of the 2007 bull market, a realization that resonated deeply within him. As a reborn individual, he was acutely aware of the impending frenzy awaiting the A-share market. In the latter half of 2014, the national economic growth began to decelerate, prompting the government to implement an accommodative monetary policy and encourage capital influx into the stock market to stimulate the economy. In November 2014, following a rate cut by the central bank, the A-shares began to surge rapidly. By the first half of 2015, the Shanghai Composite Index skyrocketed from approximately 3,000 points to 5,178 points, an increase exceeding 150. The prevalence of margin trading and off-market financing fueled the soaring stock market, with numerous retail and institutional investors entering the market with high leverage, creating a fervent speculative atmosphere. He could vividly recall the turning point occurring on June 12, 2015, when market sentiment began to reverse after the Shanghai Index reached 5,178 points. He remembered it distinctly because, in his previous life, he had enjoyed a floating profit of 55 until June 10th, only to have it nearly all evaporate afterward. On June 17th of his past life, he had liquidated all his holdings, ultimately realizing a mere 5 profit, leaving him feeling quite pained. The market reversal was triggered by the CSRC's crackdown on off-market financing, leading to a rapid capital withdrawal and a spreading panic. From June 15th to July 8th, the Shanghai Index plummeted by about 35, with numerous stocks hitting their daily limit down. Subsequently, the government intervened, implementing a series of measures, including suspending IPOs, cutting interest rates, and allowing the Central Huijin Investment Company to enter the market. Yet the market continued to experience volatility. Even in August, influenced by global market turmoil, A-shares suffered another substantial decline, with the Shanghai Index dropping 8.49 in a single day on August 24th. Following further government interventions, the market gradually stabilized, but investor confidence was severely undermined, leading to a significant contraction in trading volume. Ultimately, those who had engaged in high-leverage investments faced devastating losses, particularly retail investors. It was as if, in an instant, the once boisterous voices boasting of young models at clubs had vanished completely. Following that, regulatory authorities intensified their control over leveraged funds and off-market financing. However, such matters were of little concern to Chen Mo. After all, while others were trading stocks, he was merely making money, he mused inwardly. His recollection of one particular stock trajectory was remarkably vivid. He distinctly remembered that Tong Sun 30XX33 would soon embark on a frenzied rally over the next 8 months. As this leading internet financial stock rode the bullish wave, manifesting a capital myth from 20 yuan to 140 yuan per share. His ability to recall this so clearly was largely thanks to the presence of Hu Kaigon beside him. It must be said that this young man possessed a remarkable talent for stock trading. In his previous life, the latter had entered the market in January 2015, subsequently liquidating his position 2 weeks after the company reported a staggering 486 increase in net profit in April 2015, securing a tidy profit of 350,000. However, this young man had not invested much capital nor employed leverage. He had merely turned 400,000 into 1 million, gleefully declaring, "Mo, I can afford a car now." The very next day, he had gone to pick up an imported BMW 528i X-Drive luxury model, leaving Chen Mo envious. At that time, Chen Mo had also been stirred into action, feeling a pang of jealousy at the young man's gains. Holding onto his shares during the 3 days leading up to the A-share market crash. Only when it became apparent that he could not escape without taking action did he decisively liquidate his position, realizing a profit of 5, which was hardly worth the months of effort. However, in reflection, considering the retail investors who had bought at high prices and ultimately suffered losses, he felt fortunate. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo entered the stock code 300033 into the Zhonglo Wealth app and chose to buy on margin. He set a commission price of 205 yuan, placing a full order for 4 million. Yes, he could not resist adding leverage, with 2 million of his own funds and an additional 2 million borrowed. His total capital reached 4 million. The margin ratio stood at 1, relatively safe, with a financing rate of 8.6, which was a bit steep, yet insignificant compared to the anticipated stock price increase. Fortunately, Chen Mo had already obtained permission for the growth enterprise market in 2013. The requirements were not stringent, necessitating 2 years of securities trading experience and a risk assessment rating of C4 or above. This posed no challenge for the seasoned investor Chen Mo. After placing the order, he found it difficult to concentrate on work throughout the morning. His colleague, Wang Ming, mentioned that a few friends had organized a trip to Fengwang Mountain over the weekend. But Chen Mo, distracted, merely replied he would consider it later. It was only with great effort that he managed to immerse himself in his work. As noon approached and it was time for lunch, Chen Mo took out his phone to open the app, discovering that his order had been executed in 3 separate transactions. 10:15, 2 million yuan. 10:30, 3 million yuan. 11 o'clock, 4 million yuan. Ultimately, he held 122,000 shares at a cost of 205 yuan per share. He recalled that in his previous life, Tong Sun had a 10-4-8 stock split with a 3 yuan dividend in April, though he could not remember the exact date. His current 122,000 shares would increase to 620,000 shares. In his past life, this stock had peaked at 140 yuan per share. Even if he had liquidated early, he would likely have sold in the range of 125 to 135 yuan per share. Taking the midpoint of 130 yuan for a preliminary calculation, he estimated that upon liquidation, he could potentially realize around 70 million. Chen Mo felt a surge of excitement, wishing time would leap forward to May of the following year. He then picked up his teacup, sipping the freshly brewed Jin Junmei, forcing himself to calm down. As the warm tea flowed down his throat, a soothing warmth seemed to quell his previously restless heart. This teacup, crafted in Jingdezhen, is a temperature-sensitive, color-changing vessel adorned with a magnificent panorama of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains. As hot water is poured into it, the cup, which initially appears as dark as ink, undergoes a gradual transformation. A delicate shade of emerald green first emerges quietly from the bottom, quickly spreading outward. Gradually, it melds with a vibrant yellow, culminating in a scene that exudes vitality and resplendence. In that fleeting moment, the entire teacup radiates a captivating brilliance. He is quite fond of this tea set and has recommended it to several colleagues. However, they all deem it somewhat expensive. It must be said that while Huaxing's income surpasses that of most companies, he knows many colleagues whose wives are full-time homemakers. With one person earning and the entire family spending, many colleagues lead frugal lives. Once the excitement faded, Chen Mo retrieved his phone's memo to find the dates, May 28, 29, and 30, 2015, setting 3 alarms for each day. This was the time frame he had designated for clearing stock, and he set multiple alarms as a precaution. He then moved the Zhongla Keifutong app into a folder on his phone, striving to keep it out of sight to avoid disrupting his focus. At Pengcheng Huatai Securities, trader Old Wang gazed at the substantial trading data in the back end. He couldn't help but mutter, "Isn't this Chen Mo a client of Huaxing? Is he insane to finance purchases on the Chinext?" Though his voice was low, several nearby colleagues overheard and inquired about the matter. He could only gesture towards his computer screen, implying they should take a look for themselves. After a few gathered to observe, some immediately displayed disdainful expressions, aligning with Old Wang's sentiment, while others remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Chapter 15. Hu Jia's Thoughts. As the hour hand slowly approached 12, it signified the arrival of lunchtime once more. Chen Mo carefully selected his meals as he held his tray. Ultimately, he chose 4 dishes: steamed egg custard, braised hairtail fish, twice-cooked pork, and cold-dressed eggplant. The delicate and silky texture of the egg custard made his mouth water. The bright red braised fish emitted an enticing aroma, as if beckoning him. The twice-cooked pork, perfectly stir-fried with a balance of fat and lean meat, ignited his appetite. Chen Mo had always relished the large communal meals served in the cafeteria, as he felt it required no mental effort. In his youth, metabolism was swift, appetite robust, and each mealtime was a source of joy. Reflecting on himself a decade later, he noted a declining appetite, not to mention the absence of intense cravings for specific foods or dishes for quite some time. Each meal, now, seemed merely a means to satiate his hunger. He Minfeng and Chun Siu eagerly followed behind Chen Mo, with Hu Jia trailing behind them. Chen Mo turned a glance at He Minfeng's tray and was taken aback. Like him, he had 4 dishes, but he also had extra rice served generously by the lunch lady, along with 2 chicken legs and 2 buns. The 4 of them formed a line, with the payment queue stretching long, despite Huaxing having cafeterias in every park and staggered lunch schedules. The sheer number of employees made it unavoidable. After settling their bills, Chen Mo and He Minfeng immediately quickened their pace, splitting up to find an entirely vacant 4-person table. Having too many dining companions brought such complications. He Minfeng soon found a spot and waved to the staff, prompting Chen Mo to join him. They stood at the table, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the other 2, stretching their necks to observe the throng at the entrance. Other unfamiliar colleagues who noticed them standing by the table refrained from sitting down, understanding that they were waiting for someone. There was an unspoken agreement not to occupy the remaining seats or inquire if they were taken. When Hu Jia and Chun Siu appeared in view, He Minfeng began waving his hand, calling out, "Over here, over here." At such moments, being tall offered a distinct advantage, allowing one to be quickly pinpointed in a crowd. Today, Chun Siu wore a white long dress paired with a light beige knitted cardigan. As for Hu Jia, it was best left unmentioned. What could Chen Mo even say? Should he remark that her sweatshirt today bore more letters on the front than yesterday's? Or that she had swapped the hair tie for her bun for a new color? The 4 of them settled down and began to feast heartily. Just as Chen Mo was enjoying his twice-cooked pork, He Minfeng inquired, "Is anyone from our department going to hike Phoenix Mountain this weekend? Anyone interested in joining?" "Absolutely. I've already signed up," Chen Siu chimed in, lively and always eager for such activities. "What about you, Hu Jia?" He Minfeng asked again. Hu Jia, upon hearing this moniker, felt utterly exasperated. She preferred being called Hu Jia or simply Jia, rather than being dubbed Clipper Sister. She remained silent, glancing at Chen Mo, hoping to gauge his interest in attending. After staring at him for 3 seconds and realizing he was oblivious to her gaze, she felt a surge of frustration. "I'm asking you, Chen Mo," Hu Jia prodded, tapping his bowl with her chopsticks. Chen Mo, caught off guard, replied, "Isn't He Minfeng asking you?" Hu Jia feigned irritation, her large round eyes narrowing as she retorted, "Why can't it be me asking you?" All right, Chen Mo conceded, wary of provoking her further. He continued, "This morning, Wang Ming seemed to ask me too, but I haven't decided whether to go." Chen Mo felt particularly fatigued these days. After all, hadn't he just been reborn a few days ago? It hadn't even been 2 weeks. He had first taken on the relocation mobilization task with General Lin, then managed to finalize the move and secure promotion. Simultaneously, he had also refinanced his home and secured several credit loans. Each night was filled with various gatherings, some he willingly attended, while others were obligatory. In the midst of it all, he had even spent time crafting a half-post to maintain his genius persona, though the other half remained unfinished, lying dormant in a Word document. He knew well that posting predictions required not just effort but also keen analysis, a mentally taxing endeavor. Hu Jia, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat disappointed. After a moment's reflection, she turned to He Minfeng and said, "I haven't decided whether to go either. There's still 2 days left." Although she directed this statement towards He Minfeng, all 4 present, except for Chen Mo, understood whom her words were truly aimed at. While Chen Mo was not oblivious to matters of the heart, his focus upon his return had been solely on career advancement and financial success, leaving little room for other thoughts. Moreover, according to Hu Jia's past trajectory, although they both remained in Pengcheng after the departmental restructuring, they had gradually drifted apart, so Chen Mo had not considered such possibilities. Clipper, how is your preparation for the promotion defense coming along? Only a little over 20 days left, Chen Mo inquired, lifting his bowl to savor a sip of the complimentary pumpkin soup, which was delightfully sweet and far superior to the usual hot pot broth. He recalled the company notice released yesterday, announcing that this year's promotion defenses would be collectively moved up to November 26th, which felt rather abrupt. Hu Jia patted her chest, confidently stating, "Don't worry, I've been prepared for ages. Even if a defense were tomorrow, I could easily pass." Today, her sweatshirt was slightly thinner and form-fitting, and Chen Mo discreetly noticed that the contours beneath the fabric were quite pronounced. Something feels amiss. There seems to be a significant cargo, Chen Mo mused, wondering why he had never noticed it before. Logically, one should be able to see clearly in the summer. Could it be that in his past life, he was solely focused on making money? No wonder there were so many men pursuing her. At this moment, Chen Mo was unaware that Hu Jia had been observing him closely, having noticed his furtive glances in her direction. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed. She quickly glanced at the other two, relieved to see them engrossed in their meals. "I will arrange 2 recruitment sessions as soon as I return. It requires preparation," Chen Mo suddenly interjected. Chen Siyu and He Minfeng were left bewildered. What was there to prepare for recruitment? Hu Jia, however, understood. Chen Mo meant that as a future Level 5 department head, she needed to have a clear idea of the type of personnel her team would require. With a well-defined profile of the ideal candidate, she would be able to select individuals who suited her preferences during interviews, according to her own estimations. If the defense was on November 26th, the promotion results would likely be announced within a week, allowing her to seek another elevation with General Lin post-upgrade. The initial plan was to head to Rongqing in December or January, ensuring the first batch of relocations was completed before the Lunar New Year, although the exact timing remained uncertain. In reality, she was quite likely to be promoted to level 17 by early December. Should Chen Mo's processes expedite, she would see her appointment notice on the company W1 by mid-December. With this thought, Hu Jia couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement, her lips curving into a smile. Transitioning into management, she would soon join the ranks of the elite. Chapter 16. Hiking and dining together. On a Saturday morning, sunlight bathed the streets of Pengcheng, a gentle breeze carrying the crispness of autumn. Chen Mo rose early, swiftly tending to his personal grooming. After checking his reflection in the mirror, he noted that he was rather handsome in his youth. He then donned a light sports outfit, shouldered a backpack filled with snacks and water, and stepped outside. The normally bustling streets of Minshan were eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the usual weekday hustle and bustle. As if he had entered another realm. He entered a Chongqing noodle shop, found an empty seat, and ordered a bowl of spicy dumpling from the Sichuan region. With practiced ease, he pulled out a tissue and fervently wiped down the somewhat greasy table. The dumplings, known elsewhere as wontons, were encased in a thinner skin compared to dumplings. Chen Mo had always relished them during his school days, and soon enough, he devoured the delectable dish with great gusto. After settling the bill, he didn't hurry to leave. Instead, he checked his teeth in the mirror on his phone to ensure no chili remained, then popped 2 pieces of xylitol into his mouth before departing for the meeting point of today as hiking event. Yesterday, Wang Ming and Zhang Fuchuan had invited him once more. Although he felt somewhat resistant, he ultimately didn't want to dampen everyone's spirits. This team-building activity was initiated by Wang Ming, originally intended as a small gathering among close colleagues. Unexpectedly, word spread, and many from the department expressed their desire to join. After enlisting the secretary to tally the participants, Chen Mo was astonished to find over 30 people eager to attend. Upon closer inspection, he noted that most of them were confirmed to be relocating to Rongqing. How delightful! It seemed everyone was pledging their loyalty to him. Did they not realize that he was also being compelled to engage in this? Due to the overwhelming number of participants for safety reasons, Chen Mo had to transform the privately organized event into a company-wide team-building exercise. The autumn sun in Pengcheng was pleasantly warm, and soon Chen Mo arrived at the departure point. From a distance, he spotted a group of people already gathered. Chen Siyu, clad in a white sports outfit and sporting a sun hat, radiated youthful energy as she animatedly conversed with Li Xiangyu, her laughter ringing clear and bright. He Minfeng, as always, donned his signature navy blue sports jacket, his tall stature exuding vigor. "Mo, go, over here," Shu Dan shouted upon spotting Chen Mo. He stood in the G1 building's underground parking lot, watching Minfeng load folding chairs and a barbecue grill into the bus's trunk. Master, have you had breakfast? Would you like 2 buns? The filling is your favorite bean sprout and pork, Chen Mo offered, handing over the buns. Thank you, but no, I've already eaten. Chen Mo declined, catching sight of Hu Jia emerging from the elevator with a medical kit in hand. Today, she had surprisingly donned a bright pink sports ensemble, her ponytail swaying with her steps, attracting the attention of several passing entrants. Yu Jun stood beside Shu Dan, seemingly lost in thought, oblivious to his surroundings. Chen Mo approached, playfully patting Yu Jun on the shoulder. Jun, don't fall behind today, even though Phoenix Mountain isn't steep. Yu Jun chuckled, Mo go, I'll do my best. If not, I'll just wait for you all here. In the entire department, who didn't know that Yu Jun was notoriously lacking in stamina? Someone who preferred to lie down rather than sit whenever possible? Chen Siyu chimed in mischievously from a distance, Master. Yu Jun can hold a plank for a whole 20 seconds. Yu Jun's face turned crimson at this, recalling past jests from Zhang Fuchuan that he would tire out quickly, needing his girlfriend to do the exertion. Laughter erupted among the group at Yu Jun's embarrassment. Last month, the department had organized a plank competition, and Yu Jun had secured the last place with a time of merely 20 seconds. Zhang Fuchuan approached, chewing gum. Mo Zong, my wife baked 3 large boxes of egg tarts. Here, she said, they're for you. Lowering his voice suddenly, he added, the box with blueberry filling was specially made by Hu Jia, with half the sugar. She mentioned your blood sugar was a bit high during your last checkup. Chen Mo nearly forgot that Hu Jia and Zhang Fuchuan lived in the same neighborhood. She and Zhang Fuchuan's wife, Shui Ling, were both from Hunan and close friends. Chen Mo smiled in response. Quan, today is your stage. You must perform well. Zhang Fuchuan was the department's gossip king, well-informed and cheerful, always able to lighten the atmosphere at crucial moments. Though not technically the top performer, he was well-liked and an old employee, essential for coordinating many departmental matters. Zhang Fuchuan laughed heartily. Absolutely. With so many people today, we need to make it lively. He understood Chen Mo's implication, encouraging him to take on the role of atmosphere coordinator. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the other end of the parking lot. Wang Ming was holding a drone case, arguing with Xiao Li from the administrative department. We signed a safety commitment. Why can't we bring it? He protested. Company policy states that drone activities during team building must be reported to the security department for approval. Xiao Li pointed to the process chart. Yu Haven T completed the electronic flow. As a side note, it's interesting to mention that drones have been widely used since 2014, although the consumer market was not yet familiar with them. Huaxing, also located in Pengcheng, had previously purchased JD drones for team building filming, thus supporting local tech enterprises. Chen Mo hurried over, glancing at the OA system before dialing an internal line. Director Yang, this is Chen Mo from application support. In a spacious flat in the southern district, Yang Shuabin, jolted awake by the ringing phone, initially felt a twinge of irritation. Upon hearing Chen Mo's voice, a young, resolute face appeared in his mind. As if recalling something, Yang Shuabin responded, Chen Mo, you were the one who brought a team to address the secondary fault in the access control system, right? I heard you got promoted? Indeed, Director Yang. You have a good memory. 4 months ago, I helped you with the access control system repairs. Wang Ming's drone approval process is stalled at your end. Could you expedite it? I'll bring you some Mingqian Longjing later. Chen Mo directly stated his purpose. Yang Shuabin, seated opposite, was equally courteous, chuckling, no problem. I shall await your preaching Ming tea. 5 minutes later, Wang Ming's approval status changed to approved. Shu Dandan, munching on an apple, murmured, it's still Master Mo's influence. It's not merely influence. It's because we salvaged their system crash at 3 in the morning last time, Hu Jia remarked, her voice barely above a whisper as she counted the bottles of mineral water. Amidst their playful banter, everyone completed the preliminary preparations. As the vehicle exited the underground garage, Chen Mo activated a voice message on WeChat, and Lin's laughter resonated through his Bluetooth headset. Enjoy yourselves. Next week we must tackle the formidable challenge of Double 11. Chen Mo replied, Lin, I suspect you've installed a camera on me. I received your timely message just after leaving the office. At home, Lin Yue chuckled at his phone after finishing breakfast. Approaching noon, the stone path of Phoenix Mountain was heated by the sun. The group ascended the mountain trail toward the summit. Though the path was not overly steep, it wound gracefully, offering breathtaking views along the way. As they walked and conversed, the atmosphere remained light and joyous. He Minfeng, carrying the box of ingredients, led the way, initially intended for one person to carry at a time. He stubbornly shouldered it alone for quite a while. Chen Siyu walked beside him, exchanging playful jests that elicited hearty laughter from the group. Perhaps due to having faced Chen Mo's reprimands together, They shared a profound camaraderie. Zhang Fuchuan and Wang Ming strolled in the middle of the line, occasionally sharing snippets of office gossip. Those closest to them frequently exclaimed, "No way, really?" Wang Ming, the department's perennial good guy, was gentle in nature and meticulous in his work, always extending a helping hand when needed. Although he was not particularly expressive, his reliability earned him the trust of his colleagues. He was also one of the department's top performers. Emogo, look over there. Shu Dandan suddenly pointed to a distant grove, her excitement palpable. We've arrived, finally at the observation deck. Shall we go check it out? Familiar with Phoenix Mountain, she and Chun Siyu were both avid adventurers. Chapter 17, Climbing and Dining 2. Shu Dandan adored the outdoors. She had visited Phoenix Mountain numerous times, primarily taking friends and family to hike whenever they visited Pengcheng. As she often said, she remembered the locations of the restrooms on the mountain, marked by the distance from the starting point. The group followed her pointing finger and soon spotted a small observation deck not far away, offering a panoramic view of the entire city of Pengcheng. Excellent. Let us head over there for a brief respite. Chen Mo nodded in agreement, leading everyone toward the deck. Upon arrival, they all set down their backpacks, pulling out water and snacks to rest, while simultaneously digesting their refreshments as a means of lightening their load. Most colleagues engaged in lively conversation, while only Yu Jun lay sprawled on the observation bench like a lifeless dog. Chen Mo stood by the railing, gazing at the distant cityscape, feeling particularly elated. Mo, go look over there. Chun Siyu suddenly pointed toward a cluster of tall buildings, exclaiming, "Isn't that our company headquarters?" Following her gaze, Chen Mo indeed spotted the iconic G District building of Huaxing headquarters. He smiled and nodded. "Indeed, that is our company. Wow, from this vantage point, our company truly appears grand." He Minfeng marveled. Zhang Fuchuan approached, murmuring, "Mo, do you think our department will have such a splendid office environment after moving to Rongqing?" Having never been to Rongqing or its research institute, he felt a bit lost. Chen Mo, having visited the Rongqing Research Institute in his past life, understood well and smiled, saying, "The Rongqing Research Institute is also quite impressive. You will see when the time comes." He thought to himself, impressive? The office conditions are simply outstanding. The first phase of the Rongqing Research Institute consists of 9 standalone 5-story buildings surrounding a vast artificial lake. Colleagues often strolled around the lake after lunch or dinner, or bought 50-cent buns to feed the koi. In his previous life, the institute's staff had once overfed the koi to the point of obesity, prompting the administration to cease providing uniform feeding, meaning, feed as much as you like. The artificial lake boasted a vibrant ecosystem, featuring not only koi but also artificially raised black swans, and eventually wild ducks began to settle there as well. Numerous pomegranate trees lined the roads within the campus. Chen Mo recalled visiting the Rongqing Research Institute during pomegranate season, when a colleague had sneakily taken him to pick and eat the fruit during night shifts. The 2 canteens within the Research Institute, served by 7 or 8 vendors, offered reasonably priced meals of decent quality. Due to the low-rise buildings, commuting was never as congested as at the Pengcheng headquarters, where some older office buildings had elevators that required one to ride from the lower floors to the top before descending to the ground floor during peak meal times. In contrast, the Research Institute boasted entirely new and modern facilities, with workstations comprising uniform 18-meter wide cubicles, 2 people per cubicle, sharing a spacious 36-meter area. It was worth noting that, during the same period, typical super-grade office buildings featured workstations averaging merely 12 meters. Some companies, striving to maximize employee placement in tight spaces, even resorted to fabricating 1-meter workstations. The Rongqing Research Institute even provided table games and fitness equipment on the 2nd floor of each building for everyone's use. Reflecting on all this, Chen Mo could not help but question why he had been so fortunate in his past life. Hu Jia, standing beside Chen Mo, absorbed the group's merriment and softly remarked, "I believe as long as we are together, it matters not where we go." Chen Mo glanced at her, sensing an underlying message. After a brief rest, the group resumed their ascent toward the summit. After considerable effort, they finally reached the top, where the scenery was even more magnificent. Everyone eagerly took out their phones to capture the moment. "Come, let's take a group photo," Wang Ming called out. Chen Mo was gently pushed to the center position, while Zhang Fuchuan produced a pre-prepared banner that read Huaxing Application Support Delivery Shared Center, the name of the new department, indicating someone had put thought into it. 2 individuals at the edges grasped either end of the banner, and then everyone struck a variety of playful poses, resulting in several joyful group photos. "Emogo, what do you think of this one?" Chen Siyu exclaimed, excitedly showcasing the just-captured image. Chen Mo glanced at it and smiled, nodding, "Quite good. Everyone appears very happy." He Minfeng then leaned in, grinning. "Emogo, You must preserve this photo. Once our department relocates to Rongqing, this will be our last memory in Pengcheng. Chen Mo chuckled, patting He Minfeng on the shoulder. Rest assured, our days in Rongqing will also be splendid. No, let's take another, Li Xiangyu suddenly shouted. Until he spoke, no one had noticed, but once he did, everyone retrieved their phones and opened the group chat photos, revealing Li Xiangyu in a grass-green hoodie, his neck hunched, and crucially, wearing the hood. How should I put it? He looks like a peculiar creature amidst a crowd, someone remarked. The observant Peng Song quickly identified the oddity, quipping, Xiangyu, have you turned into a ninja turtle? Laughter erupted once more, with promises to cherish that photo for eternity. The descent from the mountain was considerably more relaxed than the ascent, with everyone engaging in lively conversation, the atmosphere remaining vibrant. Chen Mo walked in the midst of the group, occasionally exchanging pleasantries with his colleagues. Hu Jia observed that Chen Mo seemed different from his former self, exuding a newfound maturity and composure. Whether conversing with younger or older colleagues in the department, he appeared to connect effortlessly with everyone. A hint of envy flickered in her gaze, for she found herself unable to engage in similar banter with those she was less familiar with, often resorting to silence. Little did she know that Chen Mo was a 34-year-old man who had been reborn, his entire mindset and approach to situations transformed. Upon reaching the base, the group decided to dine together at a nearby restaurant. Amidst the joviality, someone playfully suggested that Chen Mo treat everyone, to which he readily acquiesced. In the largest private room of Pengcheng Chuanxiang restaurant, 3 grand round tables were set, accommodating the entire gathering. As they sat together, ordering an array of food and drinks, the atmosphere grew increasingly animated. Let's toast to Brother Mo, Zhang Fuchuan exclaimed, raising his glass with a smile. Expressing gratitude for Chen Mo leading their mountain expedition and treating everyone to a meal. In response, Chen Mo raised his glass, smiling as he said, thank you all for your hard work. The most important thing is that we enjoy ourselves today. He quickly added, but I must insist. Please do not force me to drink. Li Xiangyu, standing nearby, chimed in cheekily, Boss Missouri, we aren't forcing you. We're merely drinking for joy. Chen Mo, sensing a playful challenge, inquired, aside from Li Xiangyu, who else wishes to join me in this joyful drinking? Suddenly, an air of apprehension swept through the room, and everyone feigned ignorance, focusing on their plates in silence. He Minfeng, Chen Mo suddenly called out, startling even Hu Jia beside him. Present, master. He Minfeng responded promptly. With a grin, Chen Mo said, go and drink joyfully with your brother Xiangyu. You understand what I mean. He then bellowed to the adjacent table, Lu Daizong, come over and switch seats with Minfeng. A collective gasp echoed through the room. Who among them was unaware of He Minfeng's capacity for 2 gin of liquor? His presence at the table could only be described as formidable. Upon hearing his name, Lu Daizong quickly gathered his teacup and utensils, casting a knowing glance at Li Xiangyu that conveyed a message of self-preservation, and promptly vacated his seat. Brother Mo, Boss Missouri, Uncle Mo, I was wrong. Can't we forget it? Li Xiangyu immediately cried out in surrender, eliciting a chorus of laughter from everyone present. As the food and drink flowed, the ambience at the table grew ever more jubilant. Chen Mo overheard the voices from the adjacent table. Brother Xiangyu, allow me to toast you once more, this 6th glass. Dear brother, may you thrive and find joy in work and life. Turning to look, he saw Li Xiangyu visibly inebriated and immediately signaled to his disciple, indicating that it was time to conclude the festivities. As the gathering drew to a close, the group bid their reluctant farewells. Chen Mo stood at the restaurant's entrance, watching as everyone departed, his heart filled with warmth. Master, my ride has arrived. I'll be leaving now. Chen Siyu approached with a smile, adding, I truly had a wonderful time today. Chen Mo replied, I'm glad to hear that. Once we reach Rongqing, I'll take you out for hot pot. He Minfeng chimed in, Master, I heard that. I want to eat too. Chen Mo nodded in agreement, and just then, he spotted his taxi flashing its lights as it gradually pulled over. Lowering the window as he prepared to wave goodbye, he heard Hu Jia standing nearby say, Brother Mo, please be careful on the road. Chen Mo smiled, waving his hand as he said, Everyone, rest early and see you on Monday. Chapter 18. Job performance review time passed swiftly. Chen Mo had commenced his role as the manager of the Application Support Services Shared Center at the beginning of November. Now, over half a month had elapsed since he officially assumed his position. Recently, he had distinctly noticed a shift in how his colleagues addressed him. Last month, he was still referred to as Mosey, but this month that was scarcely heard. Not only had the manner of address changed, but his colleagues also seemed to approach him with a newfound caution. While some still joked with him, the levity was no longer as unrestrained. Conversations were more deliberate, with colleagues pausing to consider their words before speaking. Having been a business owner in his previous life, Chen Mo did not let this shift perturb him. He understood that within the corporate structure, there existed an inherent dichotomy between management and staff. Management represented the interests of the company and the owner, while employees naturally prioritized their own interests over those of the organization. In simpler terms, they were there to earn a living, not merely to contribute. Having experienced both roles, Chen Mo recognized that neither was inherently right or wrong. They merely occupied different positions. He accepted the changes among his colleagues with grace, appreciating that he did not want his subordinates to lack a sense of respect. Unlike Ma Laoban or Lei Jin, who could afford to present themselves as affable before their grassroots employees, playing the good cop, Chen Mo was still distanced from the higher echelons of management. He was the one expected to play the role of the bad cop. His self-awareness was keen. He thought to himself that once the fifth-level departmental supervisors established their footing, he could afford to be a bit more approachable. Indeed, once the fifth-level supervisors were in place, frontline employees would no longer report directly to him. He would only need to manage those 10 fifth-level supervisors. Should the frontline staff falter, it would be Hu Jia and Zhang Fuchuan who faced the reprimands. Meanwhile, Lin Yue had also been closely observing Chen Mo in recent times. Initially, he was filled with concern, well aware that a young individual newly promoted to management often faced a challenging adjustment period. Thus, he had been discreetly monitoring Chen Mo's every move, anxious that he might not rise to the demands of his new role. Lin Yue had even prepared to offer guidance should Chen Mo remain unchanged. However, as days turned into weeks, Lin Yue gradually detected a transformation. Chen Mo appeared to mature significantly, no longer engaging in frivolous banter with his colleagues as he once did. He became more focused on his responsibilities, diligently delegating tasks and tracking outcomes with unwavering commitment. Chen Mo revealed a side of himself that starkly contrasted with his previous demeanor. With this newfound assurance, Lin Yue's anxieties began to dissipate. Thus, 20 days passed. Through his observations, Lin Yue reflected, "For what I can see, this fellow is indeed quite competent, not disappointing me at all." With this thought, a smile of satisfaction crept onto Lin Yue's face, and he grew increasingly optimistic about Chen Mo's future performance. In the 12th floor conference room of Huaxing Technology's G1 building, the air was infused with the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee. The room exuded a classic yet minimalist style, characterized by clean lines and devoid of excessive embellishments. However, the long conference table had failed to maintain its usual tidiness. The remnants of the previous audio conference tool were faintly visible, as if silently recounting the recent flurry of activity. Raising his gaze, Chen Mo noted the electronic clock on the wall, which distinctly displayed the time, 1945. The night had already descended, and through the expansive glass curtain wall, the distant lights of the Banteon base flickered like stars. The interplay of artificial lights and celestial bodies painted a breathtaking and serene nocturnal tableau. Yet, the trio ensconced within the conference room found themselves bereft of the luxury to admire such captivating scenery. For today marked the occasion of the Huaxing Technology IT Operations Support Department's year-end promotion defense for 2014. Chen Mo occupied the central seat, his expression one of palpable fatigue. He extended his hands and vigorously rubbed his cheeks, attempting to awaken his senses. This protracted session had commenced at 9 in the morning and had persisted until now. A full day had elapsed, and, aside from a hurried lunch, not a moment of respite had been afforded. For someone like Chen Mo, who was accustomed to invigorating his energy with a midday nap, this relentless state was nothing short of torment. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over him, nearly engulfing his very being. He mused to himself. Thankfully, the results of today's promotion defense appeared rather favorable, with only 4 out of the 20 colleagues preceding him failing to pass. With this thought, a faint smile graced his lips as he reached for the cup of Australian white coffee beside him, taking a delicate sip. Instantly, the rich aroma of milk intertwined with the robust scent of coffee burst forth in his mouth, akin to a feast for the taste buds. Chen Mo was an unequivocal aficionado of milk coffee. In a previous life, he felt satisfied only after consuming at least 2 lattes each day. It seemed that the delightful flavor had been indelibly etched into the depths of his soul. Just then, a crisp and urgent knock reverberated through the air, echoing, "Knock, knock, knock, come in." Chen Mo responded with vigor. As his words fell, the door creaked open to reveal Hu Jia standing outside, cradling her laptop and gliding gracefully into the room. Typically dressed in a casual manner, today Hu Jia adorned herself in a standard suit skirt, exuding an air of remarkable poise and elegance, a stark contrast to her usual appearance. Chen Mo's attention was immediately captured as his fingers skimmed over the thick performance report before him. The secretary dutifully introduced. Today's chief reviewer is Chen Mo from the Application Support Service Shared Center. The two deputy reviewers are Zhu Ran from the Desktop Cloud and System Operations Center, and Wang Hui, a systems architect. As the secretary concluded, Hu Jiao warmly greeted. Good evening, esteemed reviewers. Chen Mo and his colleagues nodded in acknowledgement. All right, you may begin, the secretary signaled for Hu Jia to commence her presentation. As Hu Jia clicked to activate the presentation slides with her laser pointer, Chen Mo caught sight of the countdown timer in the lower right corner of the projection screen, indicating that each participant had a mere 30 minutes due to time constraints. Esteemed judges, I shall elucidate the performance optimization of the ERP system from an end-to-end perspective. Hu Jia commenced, employing the jargon of Hua Xing Chapter 19, Performance Review 2. When she articulated the enhancement of turnover rates through dynamic inventory balancing, Chen Mo nodded slightly. 20 minutes later, as the final slide appeared, she concluded, with this optimization, the intelligent switching scheme I led has reduced the fault recovery time from 8 minutes to 37 seconds. Esteemed judges, I have completed my presentation. Hu Jia stood poised after a discourse. Your intelligent replenishment algorithm reduced inventory by 30 at the pilot warehouse, but led to 3 stockouts in the South China region. Please explain the algorithm's deficiencies and your thoughts on improvement, Chen Mo inquired. This question primarily assessed Hu Jia's ability to recognize faults in algorithm design, as well as her awareness of balancing business needs with technical constraints. Aware that this was Hu Jia's forte, he intentionally posed the question to allow her to showcase her capabilities. As anticipated, Hu Jia responded promptly. The original algorithm relied excessively on historical sales data, neglecting 2 critical variables. Firstly, the impulse orders generated by private domain channels. Secondly, the impact of extreme weather on logistics. And thirdly, the demand shifts caused by competitors' new product launches. She spoke fluently, detailing how the new version incorporated an LSTM neural network, dynamically increasing the weight distribution from 0.3 to. After concluding her explanation, she fell silent. Your disaster recovery plan depends on Hua Xing Cloud Stack 6.5's API. How would you adapt if only Alibaba Cloud architecture were available? Inquired Zhu Ran. Chen Mo felt a twinge of displeasure, furrowing his brow as he glanced at Zhu Ran. Hu Jia was an application support, responsible for application systems, and this question about foundational system architecture seemed somewhat off-topic. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Hu Jia giving him a discreet signal to remain quiet, and so he complied, sitting attentively. Hu Jia reopened the testing environment, retrieving unpublished compatibility layer code. Zhu Ran, I have already integrated the Alibaba Cloud API in the sandbox environment, but it involves competitor patents, she replied. Zhu Ran nodded. How much GPU computing power does your algorithm require? Can mid-sized clients afford it? Inquired Wang Hui, the systems architect. Without waiting for Hu Jia's response, Chen Mo's calm voice interjected. Her new algorithm is utilized solely within our internal ERP. It does not concern our clients. Wang Hui, are you feeling a bit fatigued? He promptly apologized. My apologies, Chen Mo, I didn't notice. I have no further questions. Chen Mo turned to Zhu Ran, who shook his head, indicating he had no additional inquiries either. Then let us take a 5-minute recess, Chen Mo announced, adding to the secretary. Please have the final participant come in after 5 minutes. Understood, Chen Mo, the secretary affirmed before heading to the waiting area of the adjacent conference room. In Huaxing's promotion performance reviews, the panel typically consists of 3 reviewers, 1 chief, and 2 deputies. Ultimately, the result is based on the chief reviewer's opinion. However, if there is a discrepancy between the chief and the 2 deputies, such as the chief approving while both deputies disapprove, or vice versa, the outcome remains anchored in the chief's judgment. Yet the company will retrieve the recorded footage of the review to verify if any violations occurred. Nevertheless, such stark disagreements among reviewers are rare, as they typically engage in discussion. Zhu Ran, what are your thoughts? Chen Mo inquired. Quite good. A promotion to level 16 is more than sufficient. 17 would be attainable as well, Zhu Ran replied candidly. The 3 reviewers submitted their evaluations on their computers. After another 20 minutes, Chen Mo, unable to contain himself, rapped his knuckles on the table to interrupt Zhang Fuchuan, who was passionately gesticulating with the laser pointer. We need to expedite. Only 8 minutes remain, and you've only covered half of your presentation. Today, Zhang Fuchuan sported a black suit paired with a white shirt. His blue paisley pattern tie, presumably chosen by his wife. Thank you, esteemed reviewers. I have completed my presentation, Zhang Fuchuan concluded, wiping the sweat from his brow, visibly anxious. Your leadership of the CRM system withstood a million-level concurrency during last year's Double 11. Yet subsequent monitoring revealed significant lock contention in the Oracle database. Please elucidate the root cause and your optimization strategy. Chen Mo, as was his custom, posed a question that would allow the respondent to showcase their strengths. Lock contention is akin to a supermarket checkout line with only one scanner. If there's a bottleneck, customers will inevitably back up. This question primarily assessed his understanding of underlying database mechanisms and his ability to optimize in high-concurrency scenarios. Zhang Fuqian pondered for a moment before articulating. The issue lies within the design of the indexing for the client profiling update transactions. The B-tree index we previously employed has triggered a locking storm in the hot data zones. He continued, our solution encompasses 3 steps. First, we will implement hash partitioning based on the prefixes of phone numbers, thereby dispersing contention across 32 partitions. Second, we will enable memory-optimized tables in Huaxing Cloud's GaussDB. And third, we shall replace real-time updates with our self-developed asynchronous batch processing tool. He likened the hash partitioning to a supermarket with 32 checkout counters, channeling customers based on the last digits of their phone numbers. The memory-optimized table analogy was akin to placing items in a shopping cart before a unified checkout, thereby alleviating pressure on the cash registers. Engineer Wang, probing further into the matter, inquired, does the hash partitioning necessitate a complete index rebuild? Will users be amenable to a 2-hour downtime? Zhang Fuqian appeared well-prepared, responding, we have collaborated with the 2012 lab to develop an online restructuring tool, reducing the downtime to a mere 8 minutes, as evidenced on page 47 of the testing report. Once Secretary fetched Zhang Fuqian from the meeting, it was already 9:30 p.m. Chen Mo and his colleagues exchanged glances, fatigue evident in their eyes. President Zhu could not help but exclaim, this work is truly not meant for humans. It is excessively taxing on the mind. Chen Mo replied, indeed. I've been engaged in a battle of wits with those senior engineers all day. Wang Hui shifted the topic, saying, congratulations, Chen. The last 2 candidates are from your department, and their technical skills are quite robust. Chen Mo smiled and expressed his gratitude. As Zhang Fuqian exited the conference room, he noticed Hu Jiao lingering and asked her, you haven't left yet? Surely you aren't waiting for me? Are you waiting for President Mo? Hu Jiao blushed slightly and replied, oh dear, I am indeed waiting for you. I wanted to ask how you fared. Zhang Fuqian felt a twinge of anxiety, recalling how he had nearly run out of time during his presentation earlier. But thankfully, President Mo had reminded him, allowing him to hastily conclude within the time constraints. Zhang Fuqian countered, what about you? Hu Jiao responded, I believe I have passed. She refrained from mentioning her encounter with Wang Hui, who had either intentionally or unintentionally posed difficulties, which Chen Mo had adeptly resolved. Let's go, Brother Quan, she said, her gaze falling on Zhang Fuqian's tie. Aren't we waiting for President Mo? Zhang Fuqian inquired. He likely has some concluding work to attend to, Hu Jiao replied, then immediately asked, is that tie selected by Shuling? Indeed, he affirmed. I knew you lacked such discernment. Not long after the two departed, Chen Mo and his colleagues filed out as well, engaging in casual conversation while bidding farewell. Chapter 20. Decisions of top-tier enterprises. As Chen Mo returned to his office, preparing to tidy up before heading home, he was unexpectedly greeted by the mingling aroma of instant noodles and coffee wafting through the workspace. After organizing his belongings, he tapped his work card against the reader, and the glass door slid open with a gentle chime. Upon stepping out of the office, he glanced back to see the G1 building still aglow with myriad lights. It was Friday, and he felt utterly exhausted, secretly vowing to sleep in until he awoke naturally the following day. By the time he arrived home, it was nearly 11 p.m., and he fell into bed immediately. What he was oblivious to was that a post he had shared on the Heartfelt community the previous night had gone viral. Indeed, just days prior, Chen Mo had completed those 5 posts, the delay attributed solely to awaiting the central bank's decision on a further interest rate cut. While he slumbered, his posts surged to over 800 replies, with numerous colleagues tagging him, predicting they would soon be proven wrong. The A-share market is poised for takeoff, a data-driven prediction of the 2015 bull market. Poster, the overbearing CEO Long Outyin tags, A-shares, bull market predictions, data, investment. Text, dear brothers and sisters of Huaxing, today I wish to discuss a momentous topic. The A-share market is on the brink of an epic bull market. As a longtime observer of the capital markets, I have arrived at a bold conclusion through extensive analysis of policies, funding, and market sentiment. Next year will mark the year of A-share explosion, with the Shanghai Composite Index expected to breach the 5,000-point threshold. I will elaborate on my viewpoint in the following sections, substantiating my predictions with data and facts. 1. The policy bottom is emerging. The central bank's third targeted reserve requirement cut this year has released liquidity, and the asymmetric interest rate cut on November 22nd signals a shift in monetary policy. Currently, the yield on 10-year government bonds has dipped below 3.6. Historical trends indicate that when risk-free rates fall below 4, the valuation center of A shares will systematically ascend. The accompanying graphic displays the interest rate trends from 2005 to 2014, where two red lines formed a perfect intersection in November 2014. 2. Turning point in funding. On the inaugural day of the Shanghai Hong Kong Stock Connect, Northbound Capital recorded a net purchase of 4.1 billion yuan, marking the commencement of the global capital allocation to Chinese assets. According to Hong Kong Stock Exchange data, the usage rate of QFII quotas skyrocketed from 68 in the second quarter to the current 92, indicating that astute capital is casting its votes with real money. 3. Valuation low-end effect. The average PE ratio of A shares stands at a mere 15 times, with a strong focus on brokerage stocks. Historical data demonstrates that when brokerage stocks PB falls below 2 times, the sector averages a remarkable increase of over 200. 4. Market sentiment. Investor confidence is rapidly recovering. In the second half of 2014, the A-share market began to gradually warm, with the Shanghai Composite Index climbing from around 2,000 points to over 2,400 points. The market's profitability attracted a multitude of retail investors. According to data from China Securities Depository and Clearing Corporation, the number of newly opened investor accounts in October 2014 surged by over 30, reflecting heightened enthusiasm among retail participants. Based on these factors, I firmly believe that the A-share market is on the verge of an epic bull market in 2015. The Shanghai Composite Index is likely to surpass 5,000 points in the first half of 2015, potentially doubling from its current level. Naturally, historical experience suggests that the peak of a bull market is often accompanied by extreme exuberance in market sentiment and a frenzied influx of leveraged funds. It is anticipated that June or July 2015 will represent the zenith of this bull market, after which the market will enter a phase of adjustment. Conclusion. Seize the opportunity and embrace the bull market. Dear brothers and sisters of Huaxing, the A-share market is about to embark on an epic bull market. I am confident that whether investing in stocks, funds, or participating in margin trading, one can reap substantial rewards during this bull market. Of course, investing entails risks, and caution is paramount when entering the market. I advise everyone to allocate assets wisely according to their risk tolerance and to avoid blindly chasing highs. Lastly, I welcome all to leave comments below this post, sharing your insights and investment strategies as we collectively witness the arrival of this bull market. The following morning, as the morning mist lingered over the Pengcheng Huaxing headquarters, Zheng Fei stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his 16th floor office, gazing down at the hurried employees traversing the grounds. On his desk lay 2 documents, one detailing the 2015 capital allocation plan submitted by the Huaxing Finance Department, and the other a printed copy of the popular post, "The A-share market is poised for takeoff." Zheng, here is our analysis report on the post. Chief Financial Officer Zheng Qingshan placed a tablet on the conference table. "Please project it for everyone to see," Zheng Fei instructed. The conference room was filled with Zheng Fei, Hu Xiangdong, Su Ping, Ding Xiyun, and Liao Jianzhong. Nearly all of Huaxing's domestic directors were present. The large screen displayed intricate charts of capital flows, as Zheng Qingshan remarked. The 3 core logics mentioned by the author align closely with our internal data. He confidently asserted that our finance department's judgment aligns with that of the financial advisors and the author of the post. Zheng Fei circled and annotated the printed document with a red and blue pencil. First, the central bank's reserve requirement cuts have released liquidity. Indeed, our investment funds began to reduce holdings in government bonds in the third quarter. His pencil paused over the words Shanghai Hong Kong Stock Connect, noting that the northbound capital on the first day amounted to 4.1 billion, equivalent to Huaxing's monthly research and development expenditure. Zheng Qingshan retrieved supply chain data. The tender volume for the Shenzhen Tong IT system expansion surged by 200 month-on-month, perfectly matching the server order volume we provided to CITIC Securities. Additionally, feedback from the Terminal BG indicated that the capacity utilization rates of supply chain enterprises GoerTech and Luxshare Precision have already reached 98. The esteemed individuals present, all prominent figures in the business world, naturally understood the implications. Zheng Fei suddenly stood up and approached the whiteboard, inscribing the number 20,156 with a red pen. He stated, "According to the Kondratiev wave theory, the peak of this bull market may occur in mid-next year. However, we must remain vigilant regarding leverage risks." He pointed to the Finance Department's risk warning report, noting that the early warning line for internal financing accounts had been lowered to 130. As the morning light filtered through the glass curtain wall, Zhang Fei penned a comment at the end of the post. It is advisable for the finance department to establish a special task force to closely monitor the trends in brokerage stocks. Furthermore, notify all BG leaders to complete the rebalancing of the employee stock ownership plan before the Spring Festival. He handed the document to Zhang Qingshan and turned to Hu Xiaodong, inquiring, "Has Xiao Su found out who it is?" "The domineering CEO Long Outyin. It's him again." Zhang Fei mused, recalling his previous curiosity about the remarkable talent hidden within the company. Hu Xiaodong chuckled, "We found out. Xiao Su was bewildered yesterday. This Long Outyin is indeed from their department." He casually handed a pile of materials to Zhang Fei. Su Ping and several other colleagues, upon hearing this, wore expressions of intrigue. Hu Xiaodong distributed copies to everyone and briefly introduced Chen Mo, born in 1990, not yet 25 years old. He joined the company through campus recruitment in 2010, won the CEO award in 2012, and received the Gold Medal Employee Award last year. He was previously promoted to level 17 through exceptional merit and recently elevated to level 19. Currently serving as the department manager of a level 4 department, directly reporting to Lin Yue. The materials contained extensive information detailing why Chen Mo's rapid promotions and exceptional qualifications were evident, including significant projects he had supported. Once a brilliant programmer, he resolved compatibility vulnerabilities in base station protocols within 3 months, leading his department to achieve first place in the Group S annual evaluation. After graduating in 2011, he was confirmed at level 13B. The following year, he resolved a crisis involving the company's ERP system crashing due to concurrency issues. In 2012, he urgently assisted with the annual financial settlement report cluster failure during the holiday season. He led his team in addressing a level 1 IT fault for the group in 2012, dealing with an Oracle EBS or 11-node crash. In 2013, he led the reconstruction of the BI report engine, saving 40 server resources. In the same year, he independently resolved a level 1 IT fault caused by MRP planning anomalies, leading to a complete production halt. During the 2014 Spring Festival, he was a core team member for the Business Disaster Recovery Drill. By the end of 2014, he took the lead in breaking the deadlock, being the first to sign the department relocation agreement, thereby persuading over 80 colleagues to sign. Zhang looked at the young man beaming in the photo with him, lost in thought. Chapter 21 Su Shuanglong. It seems reasonable to join if one cannot compete. In Zhang Fei's memory, there was a young talent he had painstakingly nurtured, a student prodigy from Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Upon entering the company, he led a team that conquered the development of commercial switch projects, thriving in the RD department. In his early 20s, he was promoted to vice president of Huaxing, even earning the moniker of Huaxing's prince among many veteran employees who had fought alongside Zhang. Unfortunately, he did not wish to dwell on that ingrate. He raised his head and addressed everyone. Our Huaxing requires young individuals who are both capable and resilient. The recent exceptional promotions in Xiao Su's department are commendable. He particularly remarked to Hu Xiaodong, "Manager Hu, please keep a close eye on this Chen Mo Su Ping," standing nearby. Chuckled, "Xiao Su is quite impressive. His approach to talent is not rigid." This remark seemed to awaken Zhang Fei, who reflected on how he had boldly promoted individuals in their 20s to the position of vice president at Huaxing. Why then could he not extend similar opportunities to younger talents now? "Manager Hu, there will be a significant project next year regarding network acceleration for overseas regional departments, correct?" Zhang Fei turned to Hu Xiaodong. Having followed Zhang Fei for 27 years, Hu Xiaodong understood the implication immediately. Fortunately, he was well acquainted with the organizational structure of the group's IT department. After a moment contemplation, he replied, "This project corresponds to the Infrastructure and Network Support Center, which is a subordinate department of Xiao Su's IT Operations Support Department." He continued to share what he knew, mentioning that Xiao Su had previously expressed his intention to appoint Lin Yue as the leader of the project leadership team to oversee the overall situation, with Su Shuanglong from the Infrastructure and Network Support Center as his deputy responsible for specific task advancement. He specifically explained that this network acceleration project is the most critical project for the group's IT next year, with an overall cost exceeding $60 million. And Xiao Su was apprehensive about letting Su Shuanglong take on the primary responsibility. "What is the situation with this Su Shuanglong?" Zhang Fei inquired, sipping his tea. Silence ensued, as it was evident that none of the directors present were particularly concerned about a rather unremarkable level 4 department manager. He glanced at his assistant, who promptly handed him a tablet without waiting for him to speak. The screen displayed employee information retrieved from the internal system, including personal resumes, annual performance records, and participation in significant projects. Upon reviewing Su Shuanglong's resume, Zhang Fei felt dissatisfied furrowing his brow. It wasn't that Su Xuanglong was inadequate, but he simply could not compare to the resume he had just seen moments ago. While Su Xuanglong could be described as competent at washing, he had diligently maintained his position over the years. This project will be entrusted to that Chen Mo fellow, who would serve as the leader of the project leadership team and be responsible for the outcomes. Additionally, Lin should hold a consultant title within this leadership team. Zhang Fei made a decisive call. Understood, boss, Hu Xiangdong replied promptly, though Zhang Fei noticed a flicker of concern in his eyes. We must be courageous in granting opportunities to the youth. Generals are forged in battle. Our Huaxing can afford the tuition. His demeanor was amiable, a smile gracing his face. Yet his words carried a commanding weight. Meanwhile, Su Xinyu, who was preparing the 2015 plan, was startled by a phone call from director Hu just days prior. The call specifically requested a discreet investigation into a character known as the domineering CEO Long Outyin, purportedly at Zhang Fei's behest. The results returned after Lin Youwei's arrangements left him even more astonished. This Long Outyin was, in fact, one of his own, a trusted aide of Lin, Chen Mo. He had been taken aback twice in a short span. Having been preoccupied of late, he hadn't followed the tumultuous discussions in the heartfelt community stirred up by Chen Mo. Remaining oblivious to the situation, he hurriedly inquired whether Chen Mo had committed any transgressions. When Hu Dong chuckled and advised him not to overthink it, he finally felt his anxiety subside. At this moment, a phone call from director Hu summoned me once again. On the morning of the day after tomorrow, at 10 a.m., at the G-zone of the Pengcheng Huaxing headquarters, a personnel announcement shattered the tranquility of the IT Operations Support Department. Document from Huaxing Technology Company, Limited, No. 062 of 2014 regarding personnel appointments. 2. All first-level departments of the group, regional representative offices, and all relevant personnel. In order to optimize the global IT resource allocation and strengthen regional service capabilities, the company has decided to 1. Establish a leadership group for the Global Network Speed Optimization Project. Chen Mo from the Application Support Service Shared Center will serve as the leader of this group, while Lin Youwei from the IT Operations Support Department will act as the chief advisor. 2. Personnel appointments. Su Xuanglong is reassigned as the manager of the Southeast Asia IT Support Center, reporting to Zhou Mingyuan, the regional IT department head. Chen Mo will concurrently serve as the manager of the Infrastructure and Network Support Center, with additional responsibilities for overseeing the construction of a global infrastructure resource pool. This will take effect on December 1, 2014. Issued by Zhang Fei. Date of issue: November 28, 2014. CC: Human Resources Department, Finance Management Department, Audit Department, Process and IT Management Department, Regional IT Department. Attached: Job Responsibilities Description. Global Network Speed Optimization Project Construction Roadmap. Expressions of astonishment and excitement erupted in the office area, with colleagues from the Application Support Service Shared Center exclaiming in disbelief. It was common knowledge within the department that the Global Network Speed Optimization Project was the top initiative for the entire group's IT in 2015. Chen Mo's dual role as the leader of the project group and the manager of the Infrastructure and Network Support Center was evident to any astute workplace individual, indicating that his immediate superior was on the verge of a significant career leap, akin to an aircraft taxiing down the runway. Chen Xiyu and He Minfeng were almost ready to unleash a villainous cackle at this turn of events. Meanwhile, Chen Mo remained composed, clearly having had prior discussions with company leadership. Just yesterday morning, he had met with General Su and General Lin, and upon learning that he would be responsible for the group's most crucial project for the coming year, he had surmised that he had caught the attention of the upper echelons of the corporation. Indeed, it wasn't too long before he learned from General Su that it was General Zheng himself who had appointed him. While some celebrated, the Infrastructure and Network Support Center was shrouded in gloom. For most employees of Huaxing, a change in direct supervisor was a matter of significant concern for their career development. However, they were unaware that their former leader had already pledged allegiance to the new order. Su Xuanglong had also been informed in advance. He vividly recalled the moment he received the news from General Lin, his blood boiling momentarily as he nearly blurted out a protest. Yet, within a minute, he managed to quell his indignation. He was well aware of his successor, Chen Mo, the rising star of the adjacent department. There was no animosity between them. Rather, their shared affiliation within the same tertiary department had fostered collaboration on critical support projects, resulting in a cordial relationship. After analyzing the situation, he understood that he had inadvertently obstructed another path and cautiously inquired with General Lin whether this was General Su's directive. General Lin, wishing to prevent any bitterness from lingering among his subordinates, disclosed that this arrangement had been communicated by Director Hu following a meeting with several board members. Su Xuanglong felt a mix of bewilderment and envy. He quickly reacted, having just finished discussing with General Lin, and knocked on General Su's office door, inquiring about the possibility of participating in the key project on a secondment basis. General Su, taken aback by his swift adjustment and attitude, acknowledged that anyone who reached this level was no simple individual. After contemplating for a moment, he replied that it would depend on Chen Mo's perspective. If Chen Mo agreed, he would assist in coordinating Su Xuanglong's transition with the new leader, Zhou Minyuan. After conversing with General Lin and General Su, Su Xuanglong promptly approached Chen Mo to express his desire to join the project team. Without waiting for response, he presented the employee roster of the Infrastructure and Network Support Center, detailing each individual's strengths and weaknesses. He candidly shared that several employees had achieved commendable performance due to their favorable relations with him. Chen Mo pondered thoughtfully. Su Xuanglong was a seasoned networker, and his full support would undoubtedly facilitate the project. He reciprocated warmly, stating, "Of course, I welcome your involvement, Su. I'll ensure you are appointed as the deputy leader of the project group for smoother operations. Naturally, the project will require cooperation from the regional IT team." Upon hearing this, Su Xuanglong felt assured. While he might not partake of the richest rewards, he would at least have a share. As they concluded their discussion, Chen Mo invited him to coordinate a meal with Minister Zhou, mentioning that he would also arrange for General Su and General Lin to join. Su Xuanglong readily agreed. In the ensuing days, with Su Xuanglong's assistance, Chen Mo finally streamlined the operations of the Infrastructure and Network Support Center. During this period, he was also playfully extorted for a meal by Zhang Fuchuan and others, who jested that he should now be referred to as Chun Halfwall. Following the reorganization of the IT Operations Support Department, it comprised 4 fourth-level departments, of which he was responsible for 2, effectively commanding a considerable share. At 3 p.m., as was his custom, Chen Mo arrived at the G-Zone entrance to purchase coffee. Li Chong had arrived early, waiting for Chen Mo's appearance. Hailing from Sichuan Nanan, he was part of the Solutions Department and shared a camaraderie with Chen Mo as fellow natives within the Huaxing IT Sichuan alumni group, having dined together on occasion. The Solutions Department was responsible for system requirements, proposals, system architecture, and primary programming languages, essentially comprising product managers and requirements analysts with technical backgrounds. The internal process at Huaxing typically commenced with the Solutions Department drafting proposals, confirming requirements and workflows, establishing the overall architecture, after which the Systems Implementation Department would lead the developers in executing the project. Once a system went live, its subsequent operational management and minor updates would fall under the jurisdiction of the IT Operations Support Department. Sure enough, it wasn't too long before Chen Mo approached with his coffee in hand. Li Chong promptly greeted him with a smile, saying, "Director Mo, here for coffee again?" This information had come from his friend, who Kagon within the IT Operations Support Department. Upon recognizing Li Chong, Chen Mo was curious about how he knew of his routine and smiled in return. "Indeed, I can't do without it." Li Chong stood firm opposite Chen Mo, grinning as he remarked, "Director Mo, I heard about your promotion. Congratulations." Chen Mo waved his hand modestly, replying, "Thank you. It's primarily due to the opportunities provided by the company." Li Chong then cut to the chase, stating, "Director Mo, I'll be straightforward. We have a few fellow townsfolk in our department who possess commendable technical skills. I wonder if you might be interested?" Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, recalling that Li Chong had made significant progress in the Solutions Department, having already reached level 15 at such a young age. Gazing intently at Li Chong, he inquired, "Are you from your department? If I recall correctly, you belong to the Solutions Department, do you not?" Li Chong nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, we are all from Sichuan, and our technical skills are commendable. Recently, I've heard that you are planning to relocate to Rongqing. We are all quite eager to return." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo slowly replied, "Certainly, if one can work in the Solutions Department, their technical abilities must be proficient. However, as you are aware, our department primarily focuses on application system operations and service delivery, which diverges somewhat from the business of your Solutions Department." Li Chong promptly responded, "Director Mo, we're keen to learn about the new business. Moreover, several of us in the Solutions Department have assisted with numerous system integration and operational tasks, so we should adapt swiftly." Chen Mo nodded, but did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he suggested, "How about this? Please send me your resumes first." Upon hearing this, Li Chong was elated and nodded repeatedly. "Certainly, Director Mo, I shall return and inform them to expedite sending you their resumes." The scene shifts back to a month prior. At the headquarters of Huaxing in Pengcheng, near the artificial lake by Building B1, 4 engineers from the Huaxing IT Solutions Department, all hailing from Sichuan, were seated around a stone table, each wearing a distinct expression. They had just concluded a discussion regarding their future, centering on the prospect of returning to their hometown, Rongqing. Do you think Director Chen will assist us? Zhang Wei, the eldest among them, furrowed his brow as he asked. A pivotal technical backbone of the solutions department. Zhang Wei had been with Huaxing for 13 years. Despite enjoying a decent salary, the years of wandering had intensified his longing for his hometown. I believe there is hope, Li Chong replied, the youngest intermediate engineer in the solutions team, who genuinely wished to no longer be separated from his newlywed wife. He then confidently added, Director Chun is now the manager of the new department, which has a workforce of 280. It is the perfect time for recruitment. Given our technical prowess and shared hometown, he should consider us. That may be true, but we need to find an opportune moment to broach the subject with him, Wang Lei interjected. As a senior project manager in the solutions department, also ranked at 17A, Wang Lei was cautious. He desired to return to Rongqing to care for his ailing father. Director Chun has just received a promotion, and he must be quite busy. We must not act rashly. You are correct, Brother Lei. Lu Yang nodded in agreement. As a father with 2 children studying in Rongqing, he only managed to see them a few times a year during long holidays. Tired of this arrangement, he yearned to provide more companionship to his sons. Like the others, he was reluctant to change jobs and was simply seeking ways to return to work at Huaxing and Rongqing. After deliberation, they decided that Li Chong should initially gauge the situation. Although Li Chong and Chen Mo were not in the same department, they had developed a decent rapport through several hometown gatherings and had some interactions at the company. Li Chong felt he could broach the topic with Chen Mo and explore any potential opportunities. Thus, the earlier exchange transpired. Meanwhile, in the solutions department's office area, the remaining 3 gathered around a small table in the tea room, the atmosphere somewhat stifling. Wang Lei, the eldest brother among them, wore a furrowed brow. They found themselves with no recourse. After persistently pleading for half a month, they had finally obtained permission from their department head to let them go. If Chen Mo was unwilling to accept them, the difficulties they would face in their department were unimaginable. When Li Chong finally returned to the office, he immediately relayed Chen Mo's response to the 3 others. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Wei, Wang Lei, and Lu Yang all displayed expressions of joy. Since Director Chen is willing to review our resumes, it indicates he is considering us, Wang Lei remarked. We need to prepare thoroughly and enhance our resumes. Indeed, especially highlighting our project experience in the solutions department, Lu Yang added. Although we are not primarily focused on operations, our experience in system integration and database management should impress Director Mo. The 4 promptly set to work, each refining their resumes and emphasizing their experience in system integration, database management, and project delivery. Li Chong took on the responsibility of compiling the resumes and sent them to Chen Mo. By the afternoon of the following day, Chen Mo received the resumes sent by Li Chong and meticulously reviewed them. He discovered that the technical backgrounds of these 4 engineers were indeed commendable, particularly in system integration and database management. Although their previous work differed somewhat from the new department's business, Chen Mo was confident that, with a bit of training, they could fully meet the new department's demands. More importantly, as they were all from Sichuan, they were well acquainted with the environment in Rongqing. After the relocation, they would swiftly acclimatize to the local lifestyle and work, undoubtedly a boon for the stability and development of the new department. Thus, he hesitated no longer and forwarded their resumes to the department's HR, instructing them to assist the 4 in the transfer process. Subsequently, he sent Li Chong a message. You may proceed with the process. Upon receiving the news, Li Chong was so exhilarated he nearly leaped for joy. He immediately shared the good news with the other 3. Zhang Wei, Wang Lei, and Lu Yang were all overjoyed. This is wonderful. At last, we can return to our hometown, Zhang Wei exclaimed, reflecting on the challenges of working in his hometown while at Huaxing. It was no wonder he felt this way. Typically, employees recruited by Huaxing were assigned to work in non-native regions to expose them to diverse work environments, cultural atmospheres, and business scenarios, thereby cultivating a broad perspective and comprehensive capabilities. Working in different areas required employees to adapt to new living conditions, work rhythms, and team collaboration methods, which enhance their adaptability, communication skills, and problem-solving abilities. Indeed, housing prices in Rongqing are significantly lower than in Pengcheng. It will be easier for us once we return, Wang Lei commented with a smile. Lu Yang then patted Li Chong on the shoulder, saying, Xiangzi, we owe you a great deal this time. Li Chong nodded, caught up in the excitement, and spoke in his hometown dialect. Let us not mention that. We're all brothers. Chapter 23, Daily Work Life. Li Chong, thank you. Director Chun, henceforth, we shall be your subordinates. Lu Yang, we appreciate your assistance. Director Chun, we shall follow your lead. Zhang Wei, thank you, Director Chun. I will ensure my performance meets your expectations. Wang Lei, Director Chun, I am truly grateful. After returning to Rongqing, I can finally take care of my elderly parents. Rest assured, I will not neglect my work. Wang Lei continued, Director Chen, the four of us would like to invite you to dinner. Please let us know when it would be convenient for you. Meanwhile, Chen Mo stared at the WeChat messages on his phone, somewhat dazed. A simple agreement from him had effortlessly altered the destinies of four colleagues, granting them access to what they had long sought. This sensation was intoxicating, awakening within him an even greater desire for power. It is no wonder they say that power is an aphrodisiac for men. During this period of his rebirth, Chen Mo had been contemplating his future path, still uncertain about whether to embark on an entrepreneurial venture. To be honest, his previous experience with entrepreneurship during an economic downturn had left him with psychological scars. Yet if all went according to plan, by 6 months from now, he would have a substantial sum of cash after liquidating his stocks. Moreover, his position at Huaxing is not insignificant. Even if he were to adopt a laid-back approach, his future would still be relatively prosperous. However, in recent times, the exhilaration that power brings him has disrupted the equilibrium within his heart. This is merely a middle management role within a large technology enterprise. Had he owned a sizable company, the implications would be far grander. The wintry sunlight of Pengcheng streams through the glass, casting a warm glow upon him, yet it fails to dispel the gloom that shrouds his spirit. He gazes intently at the fluctuating KPI curve on the screen, his knuckles rhythmically tapping against the desk. This curve, which ought to ascend smoothly, is currently plummeting abruptly at the supply chain module. Knock, knock. The sound of Hu Jia's urgent knocking pierces through the silence. As the newly appointed Level 17 supervisor enters, her name tag hangs askew on her chest, and she clutches the document titled CES Logistics Coordination Plan V115. Montak Tsung. The user just sent this, she states, her voice betraying a barely perceptible tremor. They require a rectification plan before the end of the workday on Friday, otherwise. Chen Mo accepts the document, quickly perusing its contents, his brow furrowing with increasing intensity. The key user has marked 3 blood-red question marks in the demand matching degree section, and the business department head's comment about the lack of practical applicability pierces through the paper. Notify your department that there will be an emergency meeting in conference room 1715 in 5 minutes, he instructs, throwing his pen down onto the desk with a resounding thud that reverberates in the hushed office. At this moment, both Hu Jia and Zhang Fuchuan have successfully ascended to Level 5 departmental supervisors. Chen Mo recalls the gasp that reverberated through the break room when the announcement of Hu Jia's promotion within the W1 system was made. Yet, it is now common knowledge throughout the department that Zhang Fuchuan and Hu Jia are both loyal allies of Chen Mo, albeit no one expected their rise would occur so swiftly. The astonishment was palpable when they saw their new ranks as 17C on W1, eliciting incredulous reactions. To be frank, the initial response from everyone was sheer disbelief. You, the esteemed Chen Mo, are advancing quickly enough. How is it that you can also elevate your subordinates? On the day of their appointment, it was unanimously acknowledged that being associated with Chen Mo would yield fruitful rewards. A few minutes later, at the elongated table in conference room 1715, Chen Mo scans the room, noting that even Chen Siu, who usually arrives precisely on time, is already seated, a detail that earns his silent approval. Let's first hear the user feedback. He presses the remote, and the user meeting minutes promptly appear on the screen. Shu Dandan flips through a notebook, covered in colorful sticky notes, meticulously dissecting the user's pain points. The core issue lies in the system's response speed, which is 30 slower than promised, and there exists a logical flaw in the automatic processing module for abnormal orders. Hu Jia adjusts her glasses, her fingertips tracing a technical architecture diagram on the whiteboard. We preliminarily assess that algorithm redundancy is the cause. Yet we must optimize within the constraints of the current hardware configuration. She suddenly halts. Chen Mo is tapping the end of his pen against the table, his habitual gesture while contemplating. There are new developments regarding resources. Chen Mo retrieves the latest budget adjustment notice, revealing that Lin Zone requires the project team to reduce manpower by 20. A few gasps ripple through the conference room, as Peng Song's eyes widen in disbelief. What does this mean? If we are to work, we must also reduce resources? I suggest prioritizing cuts. The seasoned engineer Li Xianyun is the first to regain his composure, sketching a quadrant diagram on the whiteboard to concentrate resources on the automatic order processing module. The core of the user complaints. Agreed. Chen Mo turns to Hu Jia. Try the dynamic load balancing algorithm you shared at last week's technical salon. That should save about 20 of computational resources. Hu Jia's pupils slightly contract. She had not anticipated that Chen Mo would recall the internal technical presentation from 2 weeks prior. This statement serves as a reassurance, given her understanding of Chen Mo. If he believes the resources could be reduced by 20, it is highly probable that the actual savings would be even greater. He He is meticulous and prudent, never overpromising. This alleviates the tension that had been coiling within her. I will need Peng Tsong's cooperation for stress testing. Absolutely. Peng Tsong, too, calms himself. See you at the data center tonight. In the late hours, G District remains brilliantly illuminated. Hu Jia stares at the code editor, her eyes weary to the point of nearly closing. Before her, the whiteboard is densely covered in data flow diagrams, the latest algorithmic logic circled in red ink. Hu Zong. The results from the third round of stress testing are in. Li Xianyun bursts into the conference room, clutching the server logs. The response time has dropped to 800 milliseconds. However, the failure rate for abnormal order processing still stands at 15. Chen Siu fixates on the monitoring screen, rapidly maneuvering the mouse here. During the peak period at 2 in the morning. Let's increase the automatic retry mechanism from 3 attempts to 5, Hu Jia interjects, and simultaneously adjust the timeout threshold from 3 seconds to 25 seconds. However, this will increase the database load. Utilize a read-write separation architecture. Chen Mo's voice resonates from the doorway as he enters with 2 bags of late-night snacks. I've arranged for the DBA team to activate a temporary standby database. The advantage of washing is that late-night snacks post 10 p.m. are complimentary. Nothing is more delightful than free food. As everyone gazes at the bloodshot eyes beneath his, they suddenly realize that their department head has been sleeping in the office for 2 consecutive days. While Shu Dandan bows her head, she notices the hastily scribbled notes from the afternoon meeting, where Chen Mo had drawn an arrow next to resource reduction and written, solutions outnumber difficulties. The following morning in the user meeting room of B District, Chen Mo presses the presentation key. On the screen, the real-time data flow of the logistics coordination system displays. The failure rate for abnormal order processing has decreased from 18 to 23, and the system response time is stabilized at 750 milliseconds. User representative Old Lu is unaware of the effort behind these results, nor that they're the fruits of Hu Jia's team working under resource constraints. He concludes the communication with a lighthearted, thank you, Director Chun's team, for your support. In the elevator back to G District, Chen Mo observes the group of young individuals either resting against the cabin walls or animatedly discussing technical details, reminiscent of his own past when resolving a challenging problem would leave him exhilarated. As the elevator doors open, Hu Jia hands him a document, Mo Zong. This is the optimized technical white paper. Please let me know if you need any adjustments. No need to review it, Chen Mo replies, placing the document into her arms. I trust you. He turns and strides towards his office, the morning light casting a long shadow behind him. Chapter 24. The fellow villager is about to take office. Li Chong sits at his workstation, feeling utterly bored, having nearly completed his work handover. He can only intermittently refresh the system, keeping an eye on the electronic workflow. Suddenly, his eyes widen. Approval completed. You have been transferred to the IT Operations Support Department Application Support Service Shared Center. Effective date, January 1st, 2015. He sends a red envelope in the Huaxing IT Sichuan fellow villager WeChat group with a note, thank you, Director Chen, and captures a screenshot of the electronic flow's approval. In less than 2 minutes, Wang Lei, Zhang Wei, and Lu Yang each send a red envelope with similar notes of gratitude to Director Chen, all 4 maintaining a synchronized queue. Then, an explosion of messages erupts. Application Implementation Department, Sun Mingze. Does Director Chen still accept villagers? My wife just gave birth to our second child. Application Support Service Shared Center, Chen Mo. We also have a brother from Xiang in our department. Regional IT, Lu Xiaojun. I humbly request Director Chen to open a dedicated channel for fellow villagers. Application Implementation Department, Ma Mingwei. Boss Chen, I too wish to return. Application Support Service Shared Center, Chen Mo. Information Security Center, Wei Wei. I earnestly beseech General Chen to establish a dedicated channel for fellow townsfolk. Application Support Service Sharing Center, Chen Mo. Chen Mo was so intimidated that he dared not voice a word in the group chat, fearing he would be overwhelmed by the requests of his compatriots. The situation at Huaxing was truly surreal. Colleagues in his own department banded together in private to resist going to places they were adamant about avoiding, while others clamored to go. Chen Mo contemplated taking this time to meticulously select several colleagues who possessed both technical and business acumen to bring back to Chengdu. It would be even better if they were younger, as they would exhibit greater vigor. However, he was cautious not to poach too many, as he feared being reprimanded by several department managers led by Zhao Cohen, the head of the Solutions Department, for violating the unwritten rules of recruitment. Although he was unafraid, he saw no reason to jeopardize the harmonious atmosphere among everyone for just a few individuals. After all, various departments routinely collaborated in their day-to-day tasks. Before long, Chen Mo's wheeling friend requests surged by 47. He could only approve them, glancing over the list with astonishment, as even colleagues from ERD and overseas support departments joined the fray. He patiently crafted a message detailing the core responsibilities of his department along with the technical and business requirements, encouraging everyone to self-assess and submit their resumes to his email if they felt qualified. After sending out the message, Chen Mo realized he was in urgent need of a departmental secretary, as such tasks of resume screening were entirely suited for a secretary's role. Just as he was about to put his phone away, he noticed a message from Wang Lei. General Chen, the process is finally complete. Thank you once again. Last time I mentioned wanting to treat you to dinner, you didn't reply. On behalf of the four of us, we cordially invite you to dinner tonight to express our gratitude. Among the four, Zhang Wei, a technical expert, and seasoned project manager Wang Lei were both from the 17A cohort, while Li Chong was the youngest at level 15 in solutions. Even the seemingly unremarkable Liu Yang was at level 16. Crucially, he was of the same cohort as Hu Jia. Were it not for this relocation, Liu Yang would have been at the same level as Hu Jia. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Mo decided to invite them to come early to familiarize themselves with the new department, as they were about to become part of the Application Support Delivery Sharing Center. Getting acquainted with the work atmosphere and colleagues ahead of time would facilitate a smoother integration into the team. He slid open his phone and opened the chat with Wang Lei, thought for a moment, and then created a temporary group to respond. Your transfer process has been completed, and you will officially report on Monday. I hear your handover is nearly done. So I invite you to come over this afternoon at 5 p.m. to get familiar with the place and meet everyone. Li Chong. All right, General Chen. We will definitely arrive on time. Zhang Wei. Thank you, General Chen. We are also looking forward to integrating into the new team soon. Wang Lei. General Chen. You are so thoughtful. We will prepare well. Liu Yang. Thank you, General Chen. See you on Friday. With over 20 minutes remaining until 5 p.m., Wang Lei and the others arrived early at the Application Support Delivery Sharing Center's office area. Chen Siyu was assigned to greet them and escorted them to an empty conference room. Hello, everyone. I am Chen Siyu. Please wait a moment while I get you some tea. My mentor is in a meeting. Chen Siyu's voice was crisp and pleasant. The four exchanged glances, initially assuming this fair-skinned young girl was the department secretary, only to discover she was Chen Mo's apprentice. Hello, Chen Gong, it's all right. We arrived early. Wang Lei and the others promptly expressed their gratitude, repeatedly insisting she need not be so courteous. Ignoring their politeness, Chen Siyu turned and headed straight for the tea area, leaving them with a graceful silhouette. Before long, the conference room was filled with the fragrant aroma of jasmine tea. Chen Siyu sat beside the four and engaged them in conversation. When Li Chong mentioned that he had returned home for 2 years and longed for authentic hot pot, she immediately asked in Sichuan dialect, which hot pot do you like best? The four were taken aback by the unexpected hometown dialect. Zhang Wei was the first to respond. You're also from Sichuan? Where's your hometown? Chen Siyu, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, replied, Yes, we are all fellow townsfolk. With that, she chuckled to herself. The four were bemused by Chen Siyu's sudden laughter, but did not dwell on it. Wing Lei replied, I didn't expect you to be from Sichuan too. What a coincidence. Didn't your mentor add you to our hometown group? At that moment, Chen Mo entered the room, prompting all five to rise in greeting. General Chen, mentor. Chen Mo shot a glance at Chen Siyu before turning to Wang Lei and the others, saying, Don't listen to her nonsense. She is from Junyi, Qishui. Li Chong in the group suddenly understood and remarked to Chen Siyu, No wonder your accent is spot on. I heard the distance from Qishui to Chengdu is shorter than to the provincial capital, Guiyang. The other three instantly grasped the situation upon hearing Li Chong's words. Siyu, you may go about your business. After sending his apprentice away, Chen Mo led the four on a tour of the department's various areas, explaining the primary functions and workflows. This is our department's office area. Everyone works here. Chen Mo indicated the spacious and bright cubicles adjacent to the office area. Over there is the conference room, where we frequently hold meetings and group discussions. As Chen Mo introduced them, Li Chong and the others surveyed their surroundings. In the office area, colleagues were diligently at work, the atmosphere tense yet orderly. Chen Mo guided them to the workstations of Hu Jia and Zhang Fuchuan. This is Hu Jia, our newly appointed supervisor of the ERP Supply Chain Support Department, Chen Mo introduced. Her team is responsible for the operation and optimization of the ERP system supply chain module and associated external systems. Hu Jia rose with a smile and shook hands with them, saying, Welcome to our department. I look forward to collaborating with you all. She then turned to Chen Mo and added, General Chen, I am quite familiar with Zhang Gong. He is responsible for the finance module of the ERP system over in the solutions department, and we often interact. Chapter 25. Fellow townsfolk are about to take their places. This revelation took Chen Mo by surprise, though it was reasonable. He couldn't know everything. Upon seeing a familiar face, Zhang Wei evidently relaxed considerably and joked with Hu Jia. You're now a big shot. Hu, you must look out for me. Hu Jia laughed, responding no problem. If General Chen scolds you, I'll take some of the heat for you. He can be quite fierce. The group erupted into hearty laughter. All four were seasoned professionals. Having reviewed the organizational structure of the department they were about to enter, the newly established Application Support Service Sharing Center comprised a total of 10 fifth-level departments, with only 2 fifth-level department heads confirmed thus far. Hu Jia was one of the two. They would be hard-pressed to believe she wasn't T-aligned with Chen Mo. This is Zhang Fuchuan, the supervisor of the CRM Systems Department, Chen Mo continued. His team is responsible for the operation and optimization of the customer relationship management system and all related external systems. Zhang Fuchuan also stood up to warmly shake their hands, saying, welcome. We will be colleagues from now on. Feel free to ask for help whenever you need it. Chen Mo added, Quan is a typical Northeasterner, very enthusiastic. You need not be polite with him. Wang Lei and Zhang Wei, along with their companions, exchanged cordial handshakes and pleasantries with Hu Jia and Zhang Fuchuan. Chen Mo then introduced them to several other key personnel within the department, where everyone warmly welcomed the 4 newcomers from their hometown. After touring the office area, Chen Mo led them to the conference room, where he briefly outlined several key projects currently underway in the department. Our department primarily oversees the operation and maintenance of internal application systems and service delivery within the group. At present, we have several pivotal projects in progress, such as the development of an operations automation tool, the standardization of service processes, the construction of a knowledge-sharing platform, and the performance optimization of the ERP system. Chen Mo stated, your previous experience in the solutions department is invaluable to us, and I hope you can swiftly integrate into the team and contribute to these projects. The 4 expressed their eagerness to dedicate extra time to familiarize themselves and make meaningful contributions to the department. Additionally, Chen Mo mentioned, recently, I have taken on responsibilities for the Infrastructure and Network Support Center. There will be a global network speed optimization project next year. So if I'm not at the Application Support Service Shared Center, I will certainly be over there. Shortly thereafter, a knock on the door was heard, followed by a resounding come-in. Chen Mo ushered the 4 into Lin Yue's office, only to hear him exclaim, Ah, it's you. What is going on? Aren't we supposed to get to know the newcomers reporting to our department next week? He then introduced the 4 to Lin, the head of the IT Operations Support Department. Hello, Lin. They greeted, quickly introducing themselves. I know you all. You're the elite from the solution side. For this departmental transfer, both Lao Zhao and Xiao Chun have gone so far as to escalate the matter to Su Zong, Lin Yue remarked, thus elevating the 4 while also doing Chen Mo a significant favor. This implied that the new boss had withstood considerable pressure on their behalf. Considering Lao Zhao from the solutions department was a level 3 department manager, after encouraging the 4 with a few words, Chen Mo led them out. The 4 felt even more grateful to Chen Mo, fully aware that changing departments was no trivial matter, and were pleasantly surprised to learn of the efforts he had made behind the scenes to facilitate their swift integration into the team. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Kuan from the Solutions Department had merely made a light-hearted comment during a meeting to Su Zong about how Chen Mo was poaching talent from beneath him. Chen Mo, with a mischievous grin, assured Zhao Kuan that once his team was robust, he would return the favor by bringing over several technical experts. He lamented, Zhao Zong. It's tough for me. Our current staffing of 280 has yet to reach even 100. Most of those willing to join me are young bachelors, while many seasoned professionals have settled in Pengcheng and are reluctant to relocate. He then hoped that if more individuals were willing to come over, Zhao Kuan would be magnanimous in his support. Surprised by how a mere jest had seemingly turned into a binding agreement, Zhao Kuan resignedly replied, fine. Given the recent series of company maneuvers and Su Zong's attitude, Zhao Kuan realized Chen Mo's future was promising. Although he and Lin Yue were equals, he sought to cultivate a good rapport with Chen Mo, thus acquiescing with a sigh. The others erupted into laughter at Zhao Kuan's exasperated expression. Unexpectedly, Chen Mo's voice chimed in again. Thank you, Zhao Zong and Luo Zong, for your support. And Luo Zong, I must express my gratitude for your forthcoming generosity, which I neglected to mention earlier. Luo Junhan from the Application Implementation Department appeared bewildered, as if caught in an unexpected situation. After the tour, Li Chong proposed, Chen Zong, to express our gratitude for your assistance. We, your fellow compatriots, would like to invite you to dinner. What would be a convenient time for you? Chen Mo smiled and replied, You are too kind. You have mentioned this several times. However, since you are so thoughtful, let us make it tonight, as everyone is available. Upon hearing this, Li Chong and the others were overjoyed, eagerly nodding in agreement. That evening, Chen Mo, along with Li Chong, Zhang Wei, Wang Lei, and Lu Yang arrived at a Sichuan restaurant located near the company. This establishment, personally chosen by Li Chong, was reputed for its authentic flavors, catering to the palates of those from Sichuan. The restaurant's decor was steeped in the charm of Western Sichuan, adorned with traditional Sichuan opera masks and landscape paintings, while the air was infused with the tantalizing scent of spicy cuisine. The five found a table by the window, where Wang Lei ordered several classic Sichuan dishes: boiled fish, mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, spicy sliced beef, and spicy chicken. Lu Yang added a trendy Sichuan dish of pickled fish roe and sautéed fatty intestines. Once the dishes arrived, the elder brother, Zhang Wei, raised his glass, signaling the others to stand. With a smile, he proclaimed, "Chun Zong, we are grateful for this opportunity to return to work in our hometown. This toast is for you." Chen Mo also lifted his glass, smiling, "Please sit down. There is no need for such formality. From now on, as colleagues in the same department, we are all family, here to support one another and progress together." After clinking their glasses, they drank heartily. Li Chong picked up a piece of boiled fish and cheerfully remarked, "Chun Zong, this restaurant's boiled fish is truly exceptional. You must try it." Chen Mo took a bite and nodded in approval. "Indeed, it's quite delicious with a perfect balance of spice and flavor. However, the amount of pepper might be overwhelming for those not accustomed to it." Wang Lei chimed in, "Chun Zong, although you hail from Chengdu, after spending so many years in Pengcheng, maintaining your taste for Sichuan cuisine is no small feat. Many of our colleagues who have been in Nangguang for too long have developed a preference for milder flavors." Zhang Wei added, "Indeed, while working away from home, one can never forget the taste of one's roots." This reflection led Chen Mo to reminisce about his past life, where he had spent many years in Pengcheng but ultimately did not achieve significant success, and he rarely got to see his parents back home. Lu Yang seized the moment to say, "Chun Zong, we have all spent many years in the solutions department. While our technical skills are commendable, we have longed for the opportunity to return home. Thanks to you, we can finally fulfill that desire." Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. "You have expressed your gratitude many times already. My only request is that you excel in your work moving forward." The others nodded in agreement, pledging to give their utmost effort. Throughout dinner, the atmosphere was joyous, with conversations flowing freely from work to personal lives. The four continued to seek Chen Mo's advice on various departmental matters, to which he patiently responded. After the meal, Wang Lei and the others insisted on escorting Chen Mo home, but he declined. Once Chen Mo departed, the four took taxis to leave as well. In the southernmost part of the nation, Pengcheng's December night air was cool but not biting. The Huaxing Bantian base was cloaked in darkness, with the streetlights illuminating the area in warm yellow hues. The streets were still bustling with pedestrians. A group of employees, having just finished their overtime, emerged from the R&D building, animatedly discussing project developments and technical challenges. Among them, a bespectacled young man gestured enthusiastically, seemingly expounding on his insights. This scene evoked a sense of nostalgia in Chen Mo, feeling both familiar and foreign. It was a delightful return to 2014. Upon arriving home, Chen Mo settled onto the sofa, reflecting on and reviewing the decisions and actions he had taken in the 2 months since his rebirth. Once he confirmed that no important matters had been overlooked, he proceeded to shower and retire for the night. Chapter 26. Departing for Chengdu. Time flows swiftly, like a fleeting, galloping horse, and before one realizes, it has quietly slipped away. Today, the biting cold winds sweep through Pengcheng. Yet they cannot disperse the complex emotions swirling within the hearts of the employees preparing for relocation from the headquarters of Huaxing Technology. 4 white buses emblazoned with the Huaxing logo stand parked in the plaza of the G1 building. The morning mist lingers, infusing the air with a damp chill. Yet the clamor of the crowd has already shattered the winter's tranquility. The sound of rolling suitcases resonates like the herald of migratory birds preparing to embark on their journey. Chen Mo stands on the steps, his gaze sweeping over the throng. Some drag suitcases brimming with belongings, others clutch laptops, and a few carry thermoses emblazoned with Huaxing's annual meeting commemorative logo. These items have become totems of the transient lives of professionals. His eyes traverse familiar faces of colleagues, and the memories of battles fought side by side flood his mind. Those long nights spent troubleshooting system failures have now transformed into cherished recollections. He glances down at the list. 96 people from the Application Support Service Shared Center, 28 from the Infrastructure and Network Support Center, plus other colleagues voluntarily relocating, totaling 175 individuals. Behind this number lies the choices and separations of countless families. Colleagues gather in small clusters, exchanging bittersweet farewells. Many have shared the same office space for several years, even decades. Some embrace tightly, while others exchange contact information, promising to keep in touch. Those choosing to remain in Pengcheng gaze at their departing peers with envy and warmth. Meanwhile, the soon-to-be travelers carry with them aspirations for the future, intertwined with concerns for their colleagues left behind. Mosey, a familiar voice calls from behind. Li Qing strides over, wrapped in a deep gray cashmere coat, holding a bag of steaming jianbingguozi. I heard your bus departs at 7:30. I made a point to come early to see you off. Chen Mo accepts the jianbing, the warmth of the oil paper wrapping soothing his palm. Qingge, you're making this feel like a life and death parting. Though he teases, his throat tightens. In his previous life, when Li Qing was reassigned to Hangzhou, Chen Mo found himself mired in troubles, unable to bid farewell in person. Li Qing pats his shoulder, his gaze sweeping over the crowd packing their luggage. The apprentices he once mentored are now capable of standing on their own. Suddenly, he lowers his voice. I heard that General Zheng is personally overseeing the global network speed optimization project. Looks like you're really set to take off. Chen Mo chuckles, Master. Make sure to bring Shenyang and Shuyun to Rongqing for a visit. I promise to host you splendidly. Li Shuyun, Li Qing's daughter, is doted upon dearly. Li Qing's eyes glisten with unshed tears, his thoughts drifting back to the day Chen Mo first reported to the department. He vividly recalls how the newcomer had arrived, just in time, his expression flustered as he entered the office. Qingge, did you check WeChat? Chen Mo asks. You should trust me and follow my timing. Li Qing indeed had not checked WeChat. He had hurried over early that morning. Just as he was about to pull out his phone, Chen Mo interjects. There are too many people. Check it later. As they speak, hurried footsteps interrupt their conversation. Hu Jia rushes over, arms laden with a box full of documents, her bun slightly disheveled by the wind, her nose reddened by the chill. Chun Zong, can I borrow Qingge for a moment? I'd like to speak with him. Before Chen Mo can respond, Li Qing bursts into laughter. Huh, Hu Jia, you've made it to management now. He turns to Chen Mo and waves. You go ahead and attend to your things. But remember, work hard in Rongqing and don't bring shame to your master. At 7:20, the countdown to departure begins. Wang Ming squats at the rear of the third bus, wedging the last box marked with a fragile label into place. This usually boisterous individual is unusually quiet, the collar of his jacket revealing a glimpse of a red scarf. A farewell gift lovingly knitted by his wife over 3 sleepless nights. After much discussion, it was decided he would go first to Rongqing, with his wife following once he had settled in. Suddenly, someone pokes him from behind. He turns to see Meng Xinhui holding up a DSLR camera. Old Wang, let us take a photo. No one will be here to stay up with you for all-nighters anymore. As the shutter clicks, laughter erupts from the crowd. In the photo, Wang Ming awkwardly flashes a peace sign, while Meng Xinhui's camera tilts toward the adjacent bus, where Zhang Fuchuan is being lectured by Li Qing. And Zheng Shuling is beside them, laughing with her son. Departments, please count your numbers. An administrative assistant calls through a megaphone, startling the sparrows in the plaza. Chen Mo opens the list, his eyes suddenly pausing on a particular name. Lu Luocheng, hasn't he arrived? The air grows tense for a moment. Shu Dandan bites her lip and raises her hand. His wife just found out she is pregnant the day before yesterday. He decided last minute to stay. A rustle of sighs sweeps through the crowd. Chen Mo furrows his brow and turns to Lin Yuwei, who nods in acknowledgement, indicating he is already aware. Shu Dandan seems to sense Chen Mo's displeasure and quietly approaches him. Lu Luocheng was afraid you would be upset, so he didn't dare tell you. He pleaded with Lin Zong for a long time. The young man who often shared timid memes in the group chat has ultimately found himself worlds apart. As departure time approaches, everyone boards the bus. When the doors slowly close, a chorus of farewells echoes from both inside and outside. The bus gradually pulls away, the Huaxing Technology headquarters receding from view, and many colleagues cannot help but feel their eyes moisten. At 7:30, the engine roars to life. Chen Mo sits in the second row of the first bus, gazing out the window at the diminishing headquarters. He hears Min Feng telling jokes in a northeast accent, while Chen Xiyu and several female colleagues exchange hand warmers. Hu Jia is fervently typing on her laptop, insisting on completing the final handover document during the journey. Gradually, the atmosphere in the bus becomes somewhat subdued. Everyone silently gazes out the window, watching familiar streets and buildings of Pengcheng pass by, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Chen Mo, seated by the window, lets his thoughts drift. He recalls his youthful self upon entering the company, the dreams and aspirations that are now gradually coming to fruition. This relocation, undoubtedly, marks another significant turning point in his life. Master, do you think Rongqing will truly be better than Pengcheng? Chen Xiyu breaks the silence, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Chen Mo turns his head, smiling reassuringly. Don't overthink it. As the vehicle merges onto the airport expressway, Li Xiangyu suddenly raises his phone. Look at the group chat. The ones staying behind have hung a banner on the rooftop of the G area. The screen displays aerial footage from a drone under a cerulean sky. A vivid red banner flutters. Farewell for now. See you in the future. Chapter 27. Departure to Rongqing. In the cabin, sporadic sounds of sniffles can be heard. Zhang Fuqian buries his face in his palms, while Zheng Shuoling gently pats his back. Chen Mo closes his eyes. The faces that had gradually blurred in his previous life suddenly become clear. Once aboard the plane, Chen Mo gazes out at the sea of clouds, silently contemplating his future plans. He understands that upon arriving in Rongqing, everything will be unknown, realms uncharted from his past life. Yet, he feels no fear with the experience of his former life and the endeavors of this one. He is confident in leading his team toward an even more glorious future. Meanwhile, Li Qing and Peng Cheng stares blankly at his phone, where only a string of stock codes, a line of text, and a screenshot appear. Master, trust me, the sooner you buy, the better. Clear the inventory before June. Li Qing's pupils constricted as he stared at the screenshot showing a profit of over 4 million. At 11:15 a.m., Shuangliu Airport in Chengdu. The moment they stepped out of the aircraft, the sudden drop in temperature made everyone shiver slightly. We finally arrived, Zhang Fuqian exclaimed, his voice brimming with anticipation for the city. In the arrival hall, several volunteers from the Chengdu Research Institute maneuvered through the crowd, holding fluorescent signs. Mr. Lin, this way. The administrative supervisor of the institute waved a small flag as they approached, followed by 3 buses adorned with panda motifs. We'll take the VIP passage. Luggage will be delivered by designated personnel. Mr. Lin appeared to be quite familiar with the area, having evidently visited beforehand. Let's get on the bus. Chen Mo called to the group, leading the way toward the coach. Colleagues boarded in an orderly fashion, finding their seats. Inside the vehicle, excitement surged as they gazed curiously out the windows at this unfamiliar yet hopeful city. Colleagues visiting Chengdu for the first time pressed their faces against the windows, marveling. There are indeed so many hot pot restaurants here. That is Chuan Xiang. I'll show you the real mild spice tonight, Li Chong remarked in his peppery Mandarin, recording the scene with his phone pressed against the glass. The footage captured the overcast skyline and the distant, ethereal outline of snow-capped mountains. At noon, at the Huaxing Chengdu Research Institute, as the bus passed through the grand stone archway inscribed with Heaven Rewards Diligence, the entire vehicle gasped in awe. 9 glass curtain wall buildings encircled an artificial lake, where black swans glided leisurely among the wilted lotus, and koi fish swirled in the waters, with weeping willows and pomegranate trees harmoniously framing the scene. Wow, this place is incredibly beautiful. Chun Siyu couldn't help but exclaim, it's even better than I imagined. Buildings U1 to U9 were designated as office spaces, with an underground parking facility spanning 2 levels, each 6 meters high. The administrative supervisor distributed access cards, and the workstations had already been allocated by department, allowing for free exploration. Chen Mo raised his hand to interject, wait, let us choose our offices first. He added reassuringly, don't worry, I've discussed this with your managers in advance. After saying this, he turned to Lin Yuwei, and amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the two proceeded toward the southeast corner of Building U1. Zhu Ran and Zhang Pingyan from the other 2 4th-level departments quickly followed, while Hu Jia and Zhang Fuqian jogged after them, along with several curious colleagues eager to select offices. As they pushed open the fire door to the 2nd floor of U1, a warm current enveloped them, infused with the scent of new furniture. The entire floor, soaring to a height of 42 meters, faced an aerial garden adjacent to the cafeteria, just 100 meters from the park entrance. Zhang Fuqian dashed to the window, inhaling deeply. This place has excellent feng shui. It's right next to the cafeteria. I can sleep an extra 10 minutes during lunch breaks. Mr. Lin, Mr. Zhu, Mr. Zhang. The 2nd floor of U1 can accommodate up to 700 people, and our department is expected to have over 600 staff, which is just perfect. The entire U1 building can host 2,000 individuals, with the 5th floor primarily comprising public meeting rooms, while the 4th floor has already been converted into a dust-free laboratory. Compared to other office buildings, U1 has the lowest population density and the most comfortable working environment. The surrounding ground parking lot is designed for 300 vehicles, and the underground parking can accommodate 200. However, the ceiling on the 1st floor is excessively high, resulting in a larger space with less effective heating. We can check the temperature on the 1st floor later, he noted. The 2nd floor is slightly lower compared to the 3rd, making the difference between climbing stairs and taking the elevator negligible. Chen Mo, continuously delivering information, turned and winked at the astonished crowd. I'm quite familiar with the administrative department. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuwei immediately realized that Chen Mo had done his homework thoroughly and quickly confirmed the decision. Before long, The administrative staff had prepared the entire office area, and amidst the cheers, Hu Jia stealthily made her way toward the room at the end of the corridor. The nameplate for the head of the ERP Supply Chain Support Department still bore a protective film, and she traced the embossed lettering with her finger. Suddenly, she heard Chen Mo's cheerful voice from behind. "If you like it, I have a bottle of acrylic paint here. We can make it pink." Meanwhile, Zhang Fuqiuan stood in a 12-square-meter independent space, polishing the nameplate for the head of the CRM system department. In a corner, a pile of Wuchang rice sent from his hometown lay alongside a photo of his son, taken at an amusement park where he and Zheng Shuling held his hand. According to company policy, Hu Jia and Zhang Fuqiuan, having transitioned to management roles, were entitled to their own independent offices. In Hu Jia's own words, it was something she had never dared to dream of before. In U1, Area A consists entirely of Chen Mo's Application Support Service Shared Center, with 350 workstations currently occupied by less than a third of the staff. Area B houses the Desktop Cloud and System Operations Center, the Infrastructure and Network Support Center, and the Hotline Center, all of which are similarly underutilized. Chen Mo called over colleagues from the Infrastructure and Network Support Center to Area A, and once everyone had gathered, he reiterated, "Just a reminder, the department has arranged 2 weeks of hotel accommodation for everyone. If you haven't resolved your accommodation issues after 2 weeks, subsequent hotel expenses will be at your own cost. Rest assured, boss." "Okay, no problem." The responses were not entirely synchronized. Moreover, it's advisable for single women to consider shared housing for safety, Chen Mo added, addressing every detail meticulously. Finally, everyone was aware of the significant staff shortages, and both the infrastructure and application support departments would soon embark on large-scale recruitment. First, we encourage internal referrals. Second, anyone willing to act as a mentor should sign up via email. Outstanding mentors will receive additional rewards from the department, separate from the company's bonuses. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, a wave of cheers erupted in the office area. He raised his hands to quiet them, only to be met with a sudden commotion from the corridor. Chen Mo noticed Chen Siyu gesturing silently at her phone, indicating for him to take a look. Guessing what it might be, he prompted, "Siyu, go ahead." Holding her phone aloft, Chen Siyu exclaimed, "Mr. Chen, Mr. Lin says he is treating everyone a hot pot." A new restaurant just opened at the back door of the Research Institute, with unlimited duck blood and brain matter. The atmosphere became even more vibrant. Leaning against the railing on the second floor of Building U1, Chen Mo gazed at the streetlights flickering on below. At this moment, his era was truly beginning to unfold. Chapter 28, The Warmth of Home. According to a popular saying on the internet in later years, winter in the South is akin to a magical attack. And the chill of winter in Chengdu is indeed such. Here, winter seems perpetually shrouded in a thick layer of haze, with sunlight being a rare visitor. It either drizzles incessantly or rains continuously, as if there is no end in sight. It is no exaggeration to say that the average winter weather in Chengdu can be encapsulated in one word: gloomy. Ever since the department relocated to Chengdu, Chen Mo has been tirelessly adapting to the new environment while juggling a busy work schedule. By day, he operates like an indefatigable machine, ceaselessly in motion. Only when night falls can he carve out a brief moment for himself. Beep beep. The phone quickly connected, revealing the familiar and affectionate faces of his parents on the screen. "Xiao Mo, you've lost weight. Is the food in the canteen truly unwholesome? Or is it merely a sound from memory?" In the video, Zhang Xinping's round face nearly presses against the camera. Behind her, Chen Gui stands on tiptoe, reaching for cured meat on the balcony. The old cotton slippers he wears producing a soft shuffling sound on the floor. Chen Qian, seated cross-legged on the sofa, munches on an apple, leaning over with a look of genuine concern in her eyes. "Mom, why do you always say I've lost weight when you see me?" Chen Mo automatically switches to the Sichuan dialect, feeling a bit helpless as this has seemingly become his mother's habitual opening line. He continues, "My appetite is quite good now. I never miss a meal." "That's good," Zhang Xinping replies, her voice tinged with uncontainable joy. "By the way, I heard you mention in your last message that you've moved to Rongcheng?" Chen Mo gazes at his parents on the screen, a warmth swelling in his heart. "Yes. I'm closer to you now. It's much more convenient." Yet he inwardly chastises his past self for his stubbornness, as if blinded by pig oil. Fixated on making a name for himself in Pengcheng. "Our workplace is only about 20 kilometers from Qianqian's university." As soon as he finishes speaking, he notices Chen Qian's eyes light up, and he adds, "Qianqian when school starts if I have free time on the weekends. I'll take you out to have some fun." Sure, you better keep your word." Chen Qian quickly nods, her smile reminiscent of a playful little fox. Zhang Xinping then asks, "Xiao Mo, where are you living now?" Chen Mo nudges his laptop toward the coffee table, allowing the camera to capture the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Hilton Hotel the bright moonlight slicing through the glass facade of Tianrun Road. Mom, look, for now, I'm still staying in a hotel. He stands up deliberately to showcase the hotel room's ambience, mentioning that he has made plans with colleagues to check out apartments over the weekend, hoping to rent a place near the office. He pauses and adds, the company's Rongqing Research Institute is located in the Tongdu district of Rongqing. This area is suburban. Currently, housing prices are quite affordable, and if I find something suitable, I plan to buy it outright. Zhang Xinping hesitates before asking, do you have enough money? Didn't you just buy a house in Pengcheng? Glancing at Chen Qian beside her, and seeing her unresponsive, she feels relieved. Chen Mo brushes off his mother's concern with a smile, replying, housing prices in Pengcheng have skyrocketed recently. The apartment I bought for over 2.8 million is now valued at over 4 million. He feels a twinge of pride. Are you saying that this apartment has appreciated by over 1 million in just over a year? Zhang Xinping murmurs. Chen Mo notices his father is also taken aback, seemingly frozen in surprise. In that moment, they suddenly perceive that their son has matured, his world now distinctly different from their own. Zhang Xinping, after a moment of hesitation, says, if you're short on money for buying a place in Rongqing, just tell your dad and me. We've saved a bit. Don't worry, Mom. I have enough. The company's stocks are about to yield dividends, Chen Mo reassures her. Besides, housing prices in the Tongdu area are only 5,000. Chen Guowei, who had been gradually accepting the reality, instinctively reacts to his son's boastful claim, feeling that his son is clearly getting ahead of himself, and immediately retorts, only 5,000? I think you're just a toad yawning. Your bravado is astonishing. Chen Mo grins and explains, Dad, I'm not being cocky. I've been promoted to a level 4 department manager, responsible for over 280 people. My salary has increased as well. A loud clatter comes from the kitchen as Chen Guowei rushes into the frame, still with greasy hands from the cured meat. What manager? Didn't you just say you were team leader last year? I've been promoted again, Chen Mo quickly adds, raising a cup of goji berry tea before his mother can react. Mom, please don't get too excited. How could Zhang Xinping possibly contain her excitement? She beams back, my son is truly outstanding. She then glances at Chen Guowei with a proud look, as if to say, look at the wonderful son I've raised. Chen Guowei, slightly miffed, shoots back, what? ISNT, my son too. Suddenly, Zhang Xinping becomes curious. Son, how much are you earning now each month? Chen Guowei feigns seriousness, attempting to stifle the inquiry. Why ask that? It's best not to pry into the child's affairs. Yet his eyes betray his curiosity, betraying his eagerness for the answer. Chen Qian too perks up, listening intently. My base salary is over 1 million a year, pre-tax, not including year-end bonuses and stock dividends. Chen Mo doesn't intend to keep anything from his family, hoping to provide clarity so they might more easily accept any future earnings from his stocks. Since I joined the company, I've received an A for performance every year. Last year, my performance bonus equated to 12 months' salary, he elaborates slowly. Chen Qian tosses the apple core accurately into the trash can. Are you a money printing machine? I might as well apply for graduate school. Let your brother finish. Zhang Xinping playfully slaps her daughter's thigh, then turns back with a motherly smile. With such a high salary, you must have achieved many levels. Your dad, as a senior technician, only earns a little over 8,000. We're at level 19 in Huaxing, comparable to director-level positions in major internet firms, Chen Mo replies, sending a screenshot of his pay stub to the family group chat. 3 gasps echo through the air, overlapping with the sound of electricity. Chen Guowei's apple bobs vigorously. If you're managing over 280 people, doesn't that make you a battalion commander? Being an ex-soldier, he directly correlates it to the military hierarchy. He suddenly stands up and heads to the kitchen. I need to see if the sausage is done. Zhang Xinping, overjoyed at her son's successful development, feels her eyes welling with tears of joy. She wipes her eyes and suddenly lowers her voice. You're telling me the truth, right? You aren't staying up all night, are you? I can see the dark circles under your eyes. Mom, Chen Qian rolls her eyes. My brother is a big leader now. He just has to oversee the work of others. Chen Mo chuckles at his sister's antics, recalling how she had floundered at home for nearly a year after graduating and entering an education training institution, only to be affected by the recent dual reduction policy. At this moment, her youthful face, with apple remnants lingering on her tiger-like incisors, makes his eyes misty. Chapter 29. The warmth of home, by the way, Mom. You still have your stock account open, right? He casually inquires, consider buying some brokerage stocks. Sell them before June next year. Zhang Xinping's expression instantly turns alert. You know I'm still stuck with the PetroChina shares I bought. Trust me this time, Chen Mo assures, sending several stock codes through his phone. Remember, the latest you should sell is by June 8th. Aren't you worried that your mother's nest egg might be at risk? Chen Guohui interjects, attempting to halt the conversation. Mom and Dad, please trust me. He then pulls up the app and shares a screenshot of his holdings in the group chat. Hisses of astonishment resound as the three of them stare, momentarily dazed, at the numbers displayed on Chen Mo's account. Total assets of 1,475 for 96,000 RMB, with a profit and loss of 8,354, 960 renminbi. After a lengthy silence, the sound of a pot lid clattering to the floor suddenly breaks the stillness. Chun Qian thrusts her face into the camera. Bro, you aren't involved in any corruption, are you? You know how leaders are portrayed in dramas. Chun Qian. Chen Gui picks up the lid and returns to frame. If you can't speak properly, just keep quiet. After scolding his youngest daughter, he sits down, rubbing his hands together nervously. You know, your uncle Lee said that big companies have stringent audits. Chun Qian scoffs, but her concern remains evident in her eyes. Chen Mo gazes at his father's graying hair, recalling how in his past life, both his parents always shared good news while keeping their worries hidden from him. No matter if he fell ill or suffered an accident, he was always the last to know, not wanting to burden his family. He shares the truth about his mortgage and leveraged stock investments. His parents react with a mix of fear and concern, admonishing him for being too reckless, yet relieved that his money isn't derived from illegal sources. Chun Qian, however, cheers excitedly on the side, exclaiming, Bro, you've struck it rich. Don't forget your little sister. Not long after, the four began to discuss their plans for the new year, contemplating which relatives to visit. Zhang Xinping suddenly exclaimed, Speaking of the new year, your Aunt Wang wants to introduce you to someone. The lady is a nurse at the first hospital of Peng City. I'll send you her photo on WeChat. Mom, I've already returned to Rome City, and I'm only 25 this year. Zhang Xinping slapped her thigh, lamenting the rare occurrence of having a niece in Peng City, only to find her son back again. She quickly retorted, What's wrong with being 25? Your Uncle Lee's son. Chun Qian unexpectedly interjected, Exactly. Brother, hurry and find me a sister-in-law. Chen Mo gazed at his mother's animated face, and a fissure of memories suddenly cracked open. On a stormy night in 2017, a girl from Guangzhou, introduced by his father's comrade, stood under an umbrella at the company building, her apricot-colored trench coat drenched and darkened by the rain. Her name was Lin Wei, a pharmacist who adored flower arranging and watching plays, and would simmer snow pear and tremella soup during her overnight shifts. At their wedding in 2019, she smiled with a butterfly orchid hairpiece, her bouquet striking Chun Siu, who was cheering from below. Later, as the company's financial chain collapsed, after Chen Mo sold his house, she retreated into a rented room. Chen Mo, why must you keep pursuing entrepreneurship? Subsequently, their lives devolved into endless arguments and the disintegration of their marriage. The painful memories of their time together far outweighed the fleeting moments of happiness, which is why, upon his rebirth, he resolved to restart both his career and emotional life. Mo, why are you in a daze? Zhang Xinping's call shattered the reverie. It's nothing. At that moment, the memory of Hu Jia suddenly turned to face him in the tea house, her hair bun cascading like a dark waterfall. That year, after the disaster drill, she curled up on a military bed, her eyelashes trembling in the blue glow of the monitor like butterflies. Mom, rest assured, there are plenty of people who like your son. Chen Mo shook off his thoughts to console his mother. He was not lying. During his previous life, in those years working at Huaxing, he had attracted a considerable number of admirers, thanks to his relatively generous income and striking appearance. After all, life is not a light novel where the male lead can simply shower female streamers with millions. In the real world, a man in his 20s who can achieve an annual income exceeding $1 million is undoubtedly a highly sought-after individual. To put it bluntly, but truthfully, if this person harbors no significant flaws or issues, the majority of women surrounding such a man, provided he invests time and effort in pursuing them, will likely find success. However, the reason Chen Mo ultimately found himself in the position of needing a blind date was twofold. First, he had no interest in those girls who were merely attracted to his economic status. And second, he was unwilling to invest excessive time and emotion into relationships with those who were not after his wealth. Do you have someone you like? Zhang Xinping inquired, ever the gossip monger. To evade being arranged into a blind date, Chen Mo promptly replied, I do have someone I like. The sound of Chen Guohui's spoon clattering into the pickle jar echoed. Where's this girl from? A colleague? I'm still pursuing her, Chen Mo replied leisurely, seated on the sofa, gently tracing the condensation on his teacup. A mischievous smile crept onto his lips as he said, Once I win her over, I'll bring her home for the new year. He quickly conjured an imaginary beloved, painting a picture for his parents. As the former owner of a startup in his past life, spinning such tales was second nature. Zhang Xinping squealed in excitement, startling Chun Qian in a protest, while Chen Mo chuckled at the lively family scene. Outside the window, the latest winter rain mixed with snow began to fall, biting like the cold rains of Peng City. He secretly captured a screenshot of the video, with his father peeking at his mother's phone screen while wearing an apron, his sister making faces from behind the sofa, and his mother's eyes sparkling with joy. Before hanging up, Chen Guohui leaned closer to the camera, his concerned gaze seeming to pierce through the screen. Whether you have a lot of money or not is irrelevant. Your safety is what matters. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Chen Mo watched the indistinguishable mix of rain and snowflakes dancing in the neon glow. The words Lin Wei had spoken during their divorce echoed in his ears. You only care about your career. Now, Hu Jia's assertive demeanor at the work meeting began to overlap with the memory of her simmering detox soup. He opened a home-buying app and added properties in Nangong City, including the Guobin Tianfu Villa community, to his favorites. His father often lamented the impending demolition of the factory dormitory. This time, he intended to purchase a riverside villa with an elevator, with a balcony overlooking the small river where he once caught loaches in his childhood. His phone vibrated with a new message from Hu Jia. Here, that's the location of the barbecue place. It's time for a late-night snack. Time for a late-night snack. I'm waiting for you. I've boasted to them that as long as I call you, you'll definitely come. You wouldn't want to let me down, would you? Honest and straightforward JPG. He smiled, donned his coat, and replied, tell Zhang Fuqian to bring out the Maodai he lost in gambling a couple of days ago. Hu Jia responded, got it. Bandai Moji Salute, JPEG. Chapter 30, Global Network Speed Optimization Project Launch Conference. On February 2nd, 2015. In the spacious and bright conference room of Huaxing's Rong City Research Institute, the atmosphere was lively yet tinged with a hint of tension. The enormous projection screen illuminated the Huaxing Technology logo, with the words Global Network Speed Optimization Project Launch Conference prominently displayed. Chen Mo stood tall at the podium, his gaze resolute like a torch. Today he had deliberately donned a simple dark suit, enhancing his poise and confidence. Below him, colleagues from Infrastructure and Network Support Center sat attentively. On the other end of the video call were leaders and key users from Huaxing's headquarters in Peng City and various overseas regional IT departments. Their eyes were fixed intently on Chen Mo, filled with anticipation and curiosity about the project. Hello to all colleagues online and offline. I am Chen Mo from the Infrastructure and Network Support Center. His voice resonated clearly through the microphone, powerful and magnetic. Today marks a crucial moment for our Huaxing technology as we launch the Global Network Speed Optimization Project. Chen Mo paused slightly, sweeping his gaze like a hawk over every individual in attendance, his unwavering determination palpable. From a technical standpoint, the challenges this project presents are immense. The network environments across different regions worldwide are vastly divergent. In some remote areas, the network infrastructure is so poor that it is hard to imagine. Basic network coverage cannot even be guaranteed. Attempting network optimization there is akin to constructing skyscrapers in a desert. Moreover, the network standards and regulations vary from country to country, and we must meet local requirements while ensuring network compatibility and stability, which poses a significant challenge to our technical team. As he spoke, Chen Mo pointed to the data charts displayed on the screen with a laser pointer. Those striking numbers seemed to silently shout, allowing everyone to grasp the project's overall complexity more intuitively. However, I have complete confidence in our team. Many among us are technical elites, excelling in their respective fields. In the past, we have overcome numerous technical hurdles and resolved countless issues. This time, I believe we can do it again, as long as we unite, leveraging our strengths. No technical challenge can hinder us. Chen Mo's words ignited a fire, aiming to kindle the fighting spirit within everyone. During the implementation of the project, I have a few expectations for everyone. First and foremost, teamwork is of utmost importance. This project involves multiple departments: technical research and development, testing, project management, and logistical support, where each link is intricately connected and indispensable. Everyone must strive wholeheartedly towards our common goal. Individualism and shirking responsibility will not be tolerated here. His expression grew particularly grave as he scanned the faces of those present, the authority in his gaze instilling a sense of diligence among all. Secondly, innovation is our driving force. When confronted with challenges, do not be constrained by traditional methods and thinking. Be bold in experimenting with new technologies and approaches, daring to break conventions. Only through relentless innovation can we carve a path through fierce market competition and achieve our project objectives. I encourage everyone to actively share their ideas and suggestions, regardless of their scale. As long as they contribute to the project, they are most welcome. Chen Mo's words were infused with passion, igniting the creative fervor among the team, with many technical personnel already mulling over new concepts. We can draw inspiration from advanced technologies and philosophies in other industries. Certainly, the process of innovation may encounter failures, but do not fear them. Every setback is a valuable lesson. I will arrange for the establishment of an innovation group to hold regular brainstorming sessions to share ideas and inspirations. Promising innovative proposals will receive the company's full support, with resources allocated for practical verification. Simultaneously, everyone should stay attuned to industry trends, timely integrating new technologies and currents into our projects, ensuring we remain at the forefront of the industry and create greater value for the company. His eyes gleamed with encouragement, hoping everyone would embrace innovation, bringing forth new ideas and methodologies for the project. Thirdly, quality and efficiency are our lifelines. The quality of the project must never be compromised, and we must also enhance our work efficiency. Each aspect must be tightly monitored for quality. We cannot overlook quality issues in the haste to meet deadlines. We must manage our time judiciously, formulate detailed project plans, and adhere strictly to them. Anyone who procrastinates or neglects their duties, thereby affecting project progress and outcomes, will be deemed a culprit of the entire project. Chen Mo's tone was resolute and serious. He understood the critical importance of quality and efficiency to the project, his voice carrying an air of warning. Additionally, I hope everyone maintains a positive mindset. It is natural to encounter various difficulties and setbacks throughout the project. However, we must not be daunted by these challenges. We must believe in ourselves and in our team. Every challenge presents an opportunity for growth. There are no obstacles insurmountable. Chen Mo aspired for his words to galvanize everyone's spirit, urging them to fully immerse themselves in the project. His impassioned voice resonated throughout the conference room. Lastly, I hope everyone emphasizes the accumulation and sharing of knowledge throughout the project. Each project is a process of learning and growth, wherein we will gather valuable experiences and knowledge while resolving issues. Cultivating the habit of documenting and summarizing is crucial. We should record the problems encountered, solutions devised, and insights gained, thereby forming our own knowledge repository. In truth, he sincerely wished for everyone to continuously learn and progress throughout the project, as only the skills acquired are truly one's own. The overarching goal of our project is, on a grand scale, to underpin the rapid development of Huaxing's overseas business. We aim to facilitate communication among our colleagues and clients around the globe as naturally as face-to-face interactions. On a more immediate level, we intend to significantly enhance internal work efficiency through this project. The collaboration among various departments will become smoother due to optimized networks, ensuring timely and accurate information transfer. No longer hindered by network issues, his gaze sparkled with visions of success, as if he could already envision the splendid outcomes post-project. Enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Deeply moved by Chen Mo's speech, Su Shuanglong, seated in the front row, observed Chen Mo with a complex expression and quietly remarked to his neighbor, Qin Jianwei. Chen Mo truly does not seem like a newcomer. Qin Jianwei nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, it is quite unexpected. As a senior network architect in the Infrastructure and Network Support Center, he could discern the substantial value in Chen Mo's discourse. Other colleagues were equally ignited with enthusiasm. Xiao Wu, having just completed his first year, excitedly remarked to a nearby colleague, after hearing President Chen's words, "I feel invigorated. I used to think such large projects were distant from us, but now I realize that with effort, I too can contribute to the company." His colleague responded with a smile, "Yes, President Chen's expectations are also a form of hope for us. We cannot let him down. Working on this project alongside so many talented individuals will surely yield invaluable experiences." Chen Mo surveyed the spirited colleagues before him, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. He recognized that the success of a project hinges on the collective efforts of each team member. Next, let us invite the project's technical lead, Engineer Liu, to provide a detailed introduction to the project's technical plan and implementation strategy. Following Chen Mo's conclusion, he descended from the podium to hand over to the technical lead. Engineer Liu ascended the stage and commenced an in-depth explanation of the project's technical intricacies and implementation steps. The audience listened intently, frequently jotting down key points in their notebooks. Chen Mo sat among them, absorbing the presentation while contemplating the potential challenges the project might face and the strategies to address them. During the final Q&A session, everyone actively voiced their queries and suggestions. Both Chen Mo and Engineer Liu patiently addressed each question, collaboratively exploring solutions with the audience. The meeting extended for 2 hours, concluding only as evening fell. Chapter 31. Stock Dividends and Year-End Bonuses. Chen Mo distinctly sensed a rather restless atmosphere within the public office area today. Fully aware that it coincided with the time for Huaxing's internal stock dividends and year-end bonuses. The winter sun in Rongqing was a rare and precious warmth, and after lunch, he took a bit of extra time to stroll. While wandering through the park, he overheard Chen Xiu animatedly discussing how she planned to spend her year-end bonus. Even Hu Jia, seldom one to indulge, expressed her desire to reward herself with an LV handbag. Chen Mo jested, "That sweatshirt of yours hardly complements an LV bag," which left Hu Jia fuming and ignoring him for the rest of the afternoon. Throughout the afternoon, the entire team appeared somewhat distracted. Upon exiting the restroom, he noticed a young man named Liao Sixi exuberantly gesticulating and chatting joyfully with a nearby colleague. His expression darkened, realizing Chen Mo was glowering at him. Liao Sixi sheepishly smiled, casting a reproachful glance at his colleague, as if to say, "Why didn't you warn me earlier?" He promptly sat down to resume coding. Chen Mo decided to diffuse the tension by bringing his laptop to the communal workspace, and indeed, the atmosphere grew quiet. It was only as the day drew to a close that Chen Mo returned to his office, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the few older model cars sporadically parked in the lot. His mind lingered on the 8 vacant supervisory positions within the department. Suddenly, the sound of 2 consecutive text message notifications prompted him to retrieve his phone and unlock it. China Merchants Bank, CMBC Bank notification, account 1289 XXXXXX 210000, account holder, Chen Mo. On February 7, 2015, at 1742:05, received 31 renminbi, 650,000, balance, 85,632,740. Payment account, 621700381000 XXXXX 99, Huaxing Technology Company, Limited remarks, stock dividend. China Merchants Bank, CMBC notification, account number 1289 XXXXXX 210000, account holder, Chen Mo, on February 7, 2015, at 1742:39, received 91 renminbi, 120,000, with a balance of 176,752,740. Payment account, 621700381000 XXXXX 99, Huaxing Technology Company, Limited remarks, year-end bonus. His fingers unconsciously caressed the smartphone screen, displaying a balance exceeding 1.7 million. As a mid-level manager of the 2019 cohort, Chen Mo's rank corresponded to that of a technical expert within the organization. Since the commencement of his internship in 2010, he had annually redeemed his performance bonuses for virtual restricted stocks in the company. At that time, Huaxing's stock price was a mere 242 yuan. However, as the company's revenue surged year after year, by 2014, the stock price had skyrocketed to 566 yuan. Over the span of 5 years, he had accumulated 163 million shares, and with a dividend of 193 yuan per share, this year's stock dividends amounted to over 310,000. Last year's performance earned him a grade, corresponding to a 12-month year-end bonus. For the first 10 months, his monthly salary was over 60,000, and after his promotion in the last 2 months, it soared to over 110,000, culminating in an average annual salary of approximately 750,000 and a total year-end bonus of 910,000. Chen Mo set down his phone, his gaze lingering on the parking lot outside the window. His thoughts remained unperturbed by this substantial dividend, for his stock account had already accrued over 10 million in unrealized gains. As a reincarnator, he possessed a clear strategy for future wealth accumulation. How should this money be utilized? He murmured softly. Primarily, he resolved to allocate a portion of the funds to further acquire Huaxing's virtual restricted stocks. As an internal employee, he was acutely aware of Huaxing's future growth potential. In 2015, Huaxing's 5G technology research was entering a pivotal phase, with global market expansion accelerating. Chen Mo foresaw that in the coming years, Huaxing's stock price and dividends would continue to ascend. Secondly, he planned to purchase a property near the company, as the Research Institute frequently organized house viewings almost every week. Currently, he rented a 2-bedroom apartment nearby. But given the affordability of real estate in Rongqing Tongdu over the past 2 years, acquiring a unit adjacent to the company would be convenient. He intended to sell his stocks before purchasing another property in the city. It was time to buy a car. Previously, he owned a white Audi A4 in Pengcheng. Considering the convenience a vehicle would provide in his future endeavors there, he had neither sold it nor had it transported to Rongqing, leaving it parked in the garage, as his new property would include parking space. Furthermore, he had already set his sights on a goal. Meanwhile, Zhang Fuqian sat in his office, staring at the banking message on his phone, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is this for real? He murmured to himself. The text revealed that his account had received 500 yuan, of which 500 yuan was his stock dividend for 2014. Although Zhang Fuqian held a lower rank than Chen Mo, he had worked at Huaxing for many years and accumulated a significant number of shares. In 2014, he received an outperformance rating, which granted him additional stock, bringing his total to 2.05 million shares when combined with his previously purchased virtual restricted stocks. I need to plan this carefully, he thought, scratching his head, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. His first consideration was repaying his mortgage. He had recently purchased a property in Pengcheng, and the monthly mortgage payments were quite burdensome. This dividend would enable him to pay off a portion of the loan, alleviating future financial pressure. Additionally, he planned to buy a car for his wife, Zhang Shuling. Since giving birth, she had been a full-time caregiver, making travel inconvenient. Zhang Fuqian had long wished to buy her a vehicle, but had previously been financially constrained. Now, with this dividend, he could finally fulfill that promise. Nevertheless, he resolved to set aside some funds for emergencies. Zhang Fuqian considered the future, knowing that while his current income was substantial, uncertainties still loomed. As a family man, he had to prepare adequately for what lay ahead. In the adjacent office, Hu Jiao wore a broad smile. Her rank was comparable to Zhang Fuqian's. Although her performance was superior, she had joined the company 2 years later, resulting in a similar stock holding of 1.92 million shares. Her year-end bonus and stock dividends totaled 844,600 yuan. Also contemplating how to spend her newfound wealth, her thoughts turned to investments. Hu Jia had a keen interest in the financial markets. Despite not having a formal finance background, she dedicated considerable time to researching stocks, funds, and financial products. She intended to allocate part of her funds to invest in stable mutual funds as a means of future wealth appreciation. She had always dreamed of owning her own home, particularly one with a garden. Previously, in Pengcheng, properties with gardens were prohibitively expensive, leaving her hesitant to make a move. At that time, as a level 15 employee, her income was primarily allocated to daily expenses and supporting her family, including 2 younger sisters still in school. When Chen Mo persuaded her to join the Rongqing Research Institute, she immediately checked the property prices in Rongqing Tongdu on the Aizhou website. With her income, affording a small townhouse with a front and back garden or a spacious garden villa seemed feasible. Currently, she was sharing an apartment with Xu Dandan and planned to attend house viewings soon. Chen Xiyu and He Minfeng were both bubbling with excitement. Having only recently joined the company a little over a year ago, last year's year-end bonuses and stock dividends have been irrelevant to them as new employees. Although they still did not receive stock dividends this year, they at least had year-end bonuses. For young professionals, just over a year out of graduation, to receive a bonus equivalent to several months' salary, what more could they wish for? Both eagerly shared their joy with their families. He Minfeng's father had already prepared blood sausage for the new year, urging him to return home promptly. Ever the good son, He Minfeng jovially replied that he would head home immediately for the holiday, secretly planning to give his parents a generous red envelope. Chen Xiyu's mother inquired when she would be on break, insisting on advance notice. The mountain roads to her hometown were treacherous, and each time she returned, her father or brother would ride a motorcycle to fetch her. Reflecting on this, Chen Xiyu scolded herself for being ungrateful. Her family's circumstances were modest, yet she yearned for a life of ease. She knew that He Minfeng's year-end bonus amounted to 8 months' salary, while hers was only for 4 months. To be honest, she initially felt a twinge of imbalance, even wanting to cry, since they had both joined the company at the same time. However, upon reflecting on her work attitude over the past year, the sorrow diminished. She felt grateful for receiving a year-end bonus equivalent to 4 months' salary, albeit with the help of her mentor. Otherwise, with A-grade, she would have received nothing and faced a reprimand. Sighing, she calculated her 4-month salary to be around 50,000, which represented her parents' hard-earned income for the year. Chen Xiyu resolved to work even harder in 2015, with the arrival of Huaxing's 2014 stock dividends. The majority of employees at the Rongqing Research Institute were enveloped in excitement and plans. Each individual was deliberating on how to utilize this newfound wealth to enhance their lives and shape their futures. Chen Mo completed his final tasks, closed his laptop, and donned his cashmere coat from the hanger. Tomorrow was the weekend, a perfect opportunity to visit the 4S dealership. He murmured softly to himself as he turned towards the office door. Chapter 32. Purchasing a vehicle. The starry Mercedes-Benz dealership in the southern outskirts of Chengdu is shrouded in morning mist. This glass palace, spanning 5,000 square meters, stands as the largest flagship store of Mercedes-Benz in the southwest region, with its exterior LED screens continuously displaying advertisements for the global debut of the CLS shooting brake. Su Ran stands before the glass curtain wall of the showroom, adjusting the hem of her uniform skirt. The navy suit, impeccably tailored, accentuates her slender waist, while a delicate dragonfly brooch adorns the collar of her shirt, her only indulgence in luxury after 3 years of employment. The morning light filters through the dome, casting a sculptural outline on her profile. Her high, straight nose and sharp jawline create a striking silhouette, and her eyelashes are as thick as ink strokes in a meticulous painting. "Miss Su, a client has arrived," whispers the intern, Xiao Lu, in a hushed tone. At that moment, Chen Mo enters the dealership, wrapped in a black cashmere coat. Inside the showroom, warm air mingles with the scents of leather and sandalwood. The 12-meter-high dome is adorned with a crystal chandelier, its reflections scattered like shards of diamond across the polished marble floor. To the left lies the exclusive exhibition area for the S-Class and Maybach, where a golden reservation sign stands on a deep gray carpet. To the right, the youthful CLA and GLC series are showcased, with several internet-famous girls posing beside a pink GGT. Chen Mo initially strides towards the central E-Class display, but suddenly halts at the corner, captivated by a sleek shadow. The Mercedes-Benz CLS 400 4MATIC shooting brake rests on an independent platform, its star-patterned grille glistening under the spotlight like a matte black obsidian. The coupe's lines flow seamlessly from the hood to the rear, while the abruptly sloping roofline resembles the arched back of a Black Panther. Chen Mo's fingers glide over the chrome edges of the frameless door, where the cold metal conceals the intricate craftsmanship of German engineering. "Sir, you have an excellent eye. This is a newly arrived limited edition." A clear female voice comes from behind. A tall saleswoman strides towards him, her high heels clicking crisply against the marble floor. Chen Mo turns, holding his breath, unable to resist slowing his pace to observe her. She wears a black fitted dress that accentuates her enticing curves. Her waist so slender it could be grasped with one hand, forming an alluring S shape. Her bosom is prominent, her legs long and elegant, as she approaches with purpose. She appears to be around 24 or 25, her ponytail neatly tied back, and her name tag reads Su Ran, Senior Sales Consultant. With a slightly formulaic smile, she informs him there are only 3 of this model in all of Chengdu, equipped with a 30T twin-turbo V6 engine, achieving 0 to 100 km/h in just 4.9 seconds. Chen Mo raises an eyebrow. "You seem quite familiar with the specifications." "The real experience surpasses mere numbers," Su Ran replies, brushing a strand of bangs aside. "Would you like to take it for a test drive?" As the test drive car merges onto the city's South Ring Road, the morning haze around Chengdu has yet to lift. Chen Mo lightly presses the accelerator, and the beast, with 367 horsepower, awakens with a low growl. The sensation of acceleration surging like a tide as the speedometer needle discreetly crosses the 120 km/h mark. Shortly after, they return to the dealership. The surround sound system resonates with the rich tones of Berlin, while the seats offer 18-way adjustments and ventilation features. Su Ran sits in the passenger seat, her fingertips gliding over the walnut trim and the air conditioning vents. In this, she presses a concealed button on the center console, causing the trunk to slowly reveal an integrated golf bag holder, a feature exclusive to the shooting brake design, available only in the overseas version. Chen Mo glances at the rearview mirror. This vehicle lacks the ostentation of the S-Class, yet its matte finish and dark chrome accents perfectly balance luxury. Much like his current identity, which need not flaunt power, yet reveals authenticity in every detail. "And the price?" he inquires, one hand resting on the steering wheel while the other casually rests on the Napa leather-wrapped gear shift. "The manufacturer's suggested retail price is 18 million, but..." Su Ran bites her lip. "If you pay in full, I can apply to waive the cents." In the finance office, Su Ran pushes the calculator towards Chen Mo. The purchase tax is 690,000, insurance 180,000, along with the handling fee for the license plate. The total comes to around 860,000. Noticing his calm demeanor, she adds, "Although this car exceeds your budget, its resale value is 15 higher than the E-Class, and..." "Is there an actual car available?" Chen Montak interrupts. Their SA display model with a black exterior and brown interior in the garage just arrived yesterday. "Perfect. Can I take it today?" Su Ran is taken aback. She has encountered numerous ostentatious customers, but never one so decisively straightforward, without bargaining or even inquiring about gifts. This man, dressed in a Uniqlo coat, approaches the purchase as casually as one might when buying a bottle of water at a convenience store. Yet his gaze is as sharp as a knife when scanning the contract, even striking out the hidden fees like the PDI inspection cost. Under the harsh lights of the finance office, She feels a bead of sweat form at the nape of her neck. This decision will reduce her quarterly bonus by 20. But recalling her wealthy young clients, she believes it is worth it. Su Ran hails from Yinyang and has worked at the dealership for 3 years after graduating from vocational school. She has encountered nouveau riche looking to exploit test drives and served local tycoons accompanied by their mistresses in car selection. But meeting Chen Mo as a client is a first for her. As he signs, the cuff of his sleeve reveals a Mont Blanc Portuguese watch. Yet he holds a dated Huasheng phone. He shows no interest in sales pitches, but kneels to meticulously check the vehicle's chassis number and production date. While other customers pose for photos around the C-Class, he declines the customary delivery ceremony. During the test drive, he answers a phone call, seamlessly switching to fluent English for work matters. Though her limited English skills only allow her to glean that he seems to be soothing someone on the other end of the line. Mr. Chun, here, as the vehicle handover document, she offers, extending the file. Noticing a thin callus on the inner wrist of his hand, reminiscent of a mouse pad, she adds, if you have any issues later, feel free to call me. Chen Mo nods, his gaze briefly flicking to the phone number on her name tag. Did you study automotive marketing? At Tsinghua University, specializing in automotive technology services and trade, she answers candidly, acknowledging that her theoretical knowledge pales in comparison to that of undergraduates. Thus, she must make more trips to the garage. He suddenly chuckles. Knowing the specs is no substitute for understanding the car. Earlier, you mentioned that the CLS's longitudinal platform can optimize the weight distribution, but the sales manager in the showroom didn't have that level of insight. While signing the contract, Chen Mo notices a man in a similar work uniform as the dealership in the photo on Su Ran's phone screen. That's my father. She registers his gaze. He has repaired cars in Yinyang for 20 years, often remarking that there exists a galaxy of difference between those who repair Mercedes-Benz and those who drive them. Her story is as simple as a cup of plain water. After graduating from vocational school, she entered the dealership, progressing from assistant to becoming a Silver Star salesperson for Mercedes-Benz. Her mother is an accountant at a textile factory, and her younger brother is in his second year of high school. The family lives cramped in a 60-square-meter-old apartment. The most extravagant expense is ordering fresh milk for her brother every week as he is still growing. As she speaks this, a genuine smile brightens her face. Chen Mo recalls his own self from 2010, when he had just joined Huasheng, saving money to buy internal stocks by subsisting on the cheapest cafeteria meals for 3 consecutive months. Su Ran, he muses, may I add you on WeChat? Her request interrupts his reverie. I'll scan you. He responds readily, pulling out his phone and opening the scanning feature. Suddenly, he recalls a popular phrase from a certain app in the future. High-end hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. At 6 in the evening, the CLS 400 shooting brake glides into the delivery area. Su Ran stands gracefully under the soft lights, cradling a bouquet of tulips, with a velvet-draped platform behind her. The slender figure was elegantly outlined by the light, resembling a meticulously crafted painting. Chen Mo felt a sense of helplessness. Had it not been agreed to avoid such formalities? Su Ran blinked and whispered, the leader's intention is clear. He mentioned that the client doesn't wish to take photos, but we must still provide a sense of ceremony. She continued, here are the vehicle documents, the first aid kit, and the custom keychain. She handed the folder to Chen Mo and gestured towards a trunk, where a cooler contained Red Bull and chocolate. I know you often work late. This is just a token of my appreciation. He shook his head with a gentle smile, casting a deep glance at her. The girl's initiative was perfectly measured, neither overtly flattering nor lacking in professionalism. Late at night, Su Ran removed her hairnet in the changing room, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. She admired her own perfect hourglass figure. Suddenly, her phone lit up with a message from her mother. Yangyang's tutoring fees still need 5,000. She bit her lip and transferred her recently received commission. It was already 11 o'clock. Su Ran lay on her single bed in a rented apartment, staring blankly at her phone screen. In the WeChat dialogue, Chen Mo's profile picture lay quietly at the top, a simple black silhouette, devoid of any ostentation, yet inexplicably exuding a sense of calm. She turned over, her fingers unconsciously swiping across the screen, opening Chen Mo's moments. To her surprise, his social media presence bore little trace of personal life. Featuring only a handful of work-related posts, mostly technical articles and industry analyses from Huasheng Technology. What a workaholic, Su Ran murmured quietly, yet an inexplicable curiosity welled up within her. She recalled the scene at the 4S dealership that afternoon. Chen Mo stood before the CLS 400, his gaze focused and composed. Working at the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership, she had encountered various affluent individuals, especially in 2015, an era dominated by the BBA in a luxury car market. Through her interactions with him, she sensed that, like herself, he likely hailed from an ordinary family. Her years of experience in sales had sharpened her instincts, and upon learning he was an employee of Huaxing, she quickly deduced that his position within the company was likely substantial. While she was aware that the salaries of Huaxing's ordinary employees were relatively high, they paled in comparison to those of wealthy second-generation individuals, business tycoons, or corporate executives. She had previously catered to clients of Huaxing. Most of them were looking at entry-level C-class vehicles priced around 300,000. Thus, this composed man, generous yet just a year older than her, had almost instantaneously become a model for her ideal partner in her mind. As the eldest daughter, her parents' affection had diminished significantly since the birth of her younger brother. Growing up in such an environment, she had a clear vision of what she wanted in life and the lifestyle she aspired to from her first year in college. Consequently, she had always been quite opinionated, both in her personal life and in relationships. She possessed a clear self-awareness, acknowledging her lesser academic credentials from second-tier college, her struggles with studying, but also recognizing her beauty and figure. During her school years, while her roommates were busy with romance, she spent her part-time earnings on gym memberships to enhance her physique. Su Ran had indeed been in a relationship once, with a handsome senior whose guitar performances at orientation events had garnered him numerous admirers. When they were together, classmates and friends often remarked on their compatibility. However, as she got to know him better, she realized that they had no future together, as he could not provide the life she desired. When he sought to deepen their relationship, she decisively refused. When she rejected him a second time, he became furious, yet she calmly ended the relationship. Lost in her recollections, Su Ran was suddenly jolted by a WeChat notification. Chen Mo inquired, "Could you conveniently send me the electronic version of the tire pressure monitoring initialization manual?" Her heart raced, and she quickly sat up. After practicing her smile thrice in front of the mirror, she composed a professional reply. "I will deliver the hard copy to the Huaxing campus tomorrow and will also guide you on the operation." Just as she sent it, she felt it insufficient and hastily added, "What time would be convenient for you tomorrow?" In the brief seconds of waiting for a response, countless thoughts flooded her mind. Would he think she was too forward? What if he rejected her? Should she say something more? Just as she was lost in her musings, Chen Mo's reply appeared. "Tomorrow won't work. Tuesday at 7 p.m. at the Huaxing Research Institute, Gate 1. If plans change, I will inform you 2 hours in advance." Su Ran breathed a sigh of relief, her lips involuntarily curving into a smile. She leaped out of bed, opened her wardrobe, and began searching for an outfit for the following day. This one was too formal, too contrived. That one was too casual, lacking professionalism. Ultimately, she chose a beige knitted dress paired with a light gray cashmere coat, neither overly formal nor too casual, accentuating her elegance. After organizing her clothes, she opened her makeup bag and meticulously checked her cosmetics. Which perfume should she use? Would a strong scent put him off? She picked up the Jo Malone English pear and freesia, spritzed it on her wrist, inhaled, then shook her head and set it aside. Perhaps the Bluebell by Jo Malone would be fresher. Lying in bed, Su Ran found herself unable to sleep. Her mind replayed the conversation with Chen Mo repeatedly. After tossing and turning for what felt like an eternity, she finally drifted into a restless slumber just after 1 a.m. In her dreams, she returned to the age of 16, when her parents were often absent, leaving her alone with her mischievous and bothersome 9-year-old brother. The 4 of them were crammed into a modest 60-square-meter apartment, where her father would always prioritize giving treats or toys to her brother. In the throes of adolescence, she shared a room with him, leaving her with no privacy. After every exam, she would endure her father's disappointment and her mother's reprimands. In the dream, she yearned to escape this stifling life, only to find a senior pulling her hand, leading her away. After running for a long time, she suddenly noticed that the senior's face bore a striking resemblance to Chen Mo. Upon waking, she realized it was still dark outside. Glancing at her phone, she saw it was only 5 a.m. Forcing herself to try and sleep a little longer, she found it impossible. Chapter 33. Internal recruitment. Chen Mo sat at his office, his fingers gently tapping on the desk as his gaze fixed upon the computer screen. Displayed was a draft of a notification he had just composed. Notice regarding internal recruitment for the Level 5 department head of the Application Support Service Shared Center. This notification was set to be released within the department, and he knew it would stir quite a commotion. Since taking over the Application Support Service Shared Center, he had seen steady progress in all departmental operations. The plan to relocate to Rongqing was nearly finalized, with most employees having signed the relocation agreements, and the restructuring and integration of the department were proceeding in an orderly manner. Just a few days prior, another 10 colleagues who remained in Pengcheng had also signed their relocation agreements. However, as the department grew, the issue of vacancies for Level 5 department heads began to surface. Although Hu Jia and Zhang Fuqian had successfully been promoted to level 5 department heads, there were still 8 positions that needed to be filled. Chen Mo was acutely aware that the selection of a level 5 departmental supervisor was not merely an exercise in filling a vacancy, but rather a pivotal measure to ensure the long-term stability and development of the department. He resolved to adopt an internal competition approach, granting capable and promising employees an opportunity to showcase their talents. This marked his inaugural endeavor as department manager to conduct such an extensive selection process internally, necessitating that he maintain fairness, impartiality, and transparency throughout. In the early morning, the cafeteria of Huaxing Rongqing Research Institute was suffused with the fragrant aroma of soybean milk. Seated in a corner booth, Chen Mo leisurely sipped his millet pumpkin porridge, his phone screen illuminated with the 37th unread message. Since the issuance of the internal competition notification for level 5 department supervisor yesterday afternoon, his inbox had been inundated. "Mr. Mo, are you truly opening all management positions?" Hu Jia inquired as she settled down with her tray, the black coffee in her cup creating ripples. The dark circles beneath her eyes bore testament to her late-night efforts. "I was verifying the Malaysia R12 upgrade plan until 2 a.m., and now only 6 members of my team are still operational." Chen Mo lifted his gaze to meet hers, responding slowly. "You haven't even glanced at the qualifications outlined in the competition notification, have you? Rest assured, there isn't a single person in your department who meets the requirements." He slid his phone towards her, revealing the real-time data from the application system. 73 applicants had submitted their entries, with 41 eliminated in the initial screening. Indeed, the management hierarchy at Huaxing held considerable allure for ordinary employees. This time, Chen Mo had also referenced the Montgomery promotion model implemented by the company in the past 2 years, designing a 4-round elimination system. "Do you know why our company launched the Montgomery plan in 2012? He drew 3 parallel lines on the table with the tip of his spoon, transforming the pyramid into a ladder, allowing those who aspired to climb to find their own leverage. Upon entering the office area, Chen Mo was met with the sound of notification alerts reverberating through the otherwise quiet workplace. It appeared that an increasing number of colleagues had seen the announcement he posted on W1, with even those outside the IT operations support department beginning to inquire whether they could participate. Li Xiangyu, who had worked overtime until after 11 p.m. the previous night, was pouring coffee in the break room when scalding liquid splashed onto his sleeve. Ignoring the burn, he fixated on the announcement on his phone with astonishment. Notification regarding the internal competition for Level 5 Department Supervisor of the Application Support Services Shared Center. The open positions included ERP Financial Support Department, ERP Sales Support Department, MES Support Department, OA Support Department, IPD Support Department, IT Service Department, IT Delivery Department, and Database Support Department. The application criteria were as follows. 1. Position level, 17C. 2. Performance record, at least 1A and 1B in the past 3 years of annual performance. 3. Project experience, led 2 company-level projects. 4. Age limit, under 45 years. 5. Current organizational affiliation, IT Operations Support Department. Special channel. Major contributors may apply for exemption from the criteria. Required application materials included. 1. Original promotion certificates for the past 3 years. 2. KPI data from the past 3 years. 3. Position planning proposal. The competition arrangement detailed the following process: initial qualification review, interview and defense, technical offense and defense, and final interview. Chen Mo meticulously outlined the competition process in the notification. Candidates must submit a detailed work report within 5 working days, covering personal work experience, project experience, technical abilities, leadership skills, etc. The initial selection would be conducted by an evaluation panel formed by HR's technical committee to perform preliminary screening of the submitted reports. Candidates who passed the initial selection would then enter the interview phase, which would assess their technical prowess, leadership capabilities, and communication skills. Following the interviews, candidates would also be required to participate in a public defense to respond to the evaluation panel's inquiries. The technical offense and defense segment would occur 3 days later, where candidates would simulate handling unexpected failures in a production environment. The final interview would be jointly conducted by Chen Mo, the manager of the Application Support Services Shared Center, and Lin Yue, the head of the IT Operations Support Department. Zhang Fuqian's thermos crashed onto the table. As the newly appointed supervisor of the CRM Systems Department, he understood the formidable implications of this announcement. He rubbed his forehead absent-mindedly, contemplating how he and Hu Jia had truly benefited from Mr. Mo's influence. If called to compete now, his chances of success will be quite slim. Is Mr. Mo out of his mind? Wang Ming murmured to himself. He secretly opened the historical KPI data package, discovering that his pride in a server failure rate of 0.01 was followed by a footnote. Note, this data does not account for the downtime incident on July 12 caused by operational errors. Forget it. There's no chance for exemption, Zhang Jiaqing lamented, who worked in MES support. He pointed to the note under the technical offense and defense clause. The fault handling process will be broadcasted internally. Any significant human error will result in a promotion ban for 3 years. He recalled an engineer from last year who had inadvertently deleted a core form in the production environment database and received a D as a consequence. Mr. Mo is truly intent on squeezing the marrow from our bones, remarked Zhao Xian, an engineer in the ERP sales support sector. He indicated the annotation under the technical defense section. The fault reproduction environment will utilize real production data, with a time limit of 30 minutes. Chen Mo had deliberately elevated the competition standards, designing the entire process with meticulous rigor. He aspired to ensure fairness and transparency throughout the competition. He was determined not to allow this event to devolve into a predetermined game, but rather to select genuinely capable individuals. For Chen Mo, this was also a matter of survival in the workplace. He required subordinates who were not only close to him and obedient, but also competent and capable of executing tasks effectively. With a silent sigh, he hoped that those with potential and ability would seize this opportunity to emerge as the backbone of the department. Contemplating this, Chen Mo opened his computer and began preparing for the upcoming tasks. Suddenly, a message arrived on the Huaxing internal communication software. Zhang Wei, Mr. Chen, can we, as recent transferees, apply if we meet the conditions? In another section of the office, Zhang Wei and Wang Lei exchanged complex emotions, 8 parts anticipation and 2 parts concern. Both met the rigid criteria, but they had only recently transitioned to their new department 2 months prior. With the arrival of a message stating, "Yes, you may," both felt a surge of excitement, their eyes reflecting mutual exhilaration. Chapter 34. Hu Jia versus Su Ran. A contest at long last. A busy day drew to a close. At 6:40 p.m., the ginkgo leaves at the entrance of Research Institute No. 1 fluttered down in the dusk. Su Ran, wrapped in a light gray cashmere coat, stood outside the security line, the hem of her beige knitted dress dancing in the spring breeze, revealing a delicate pearl chain adorning her slender ankle. She checked her makeup in the front camera of her phone for the 3rd time. The matte foundation radiated a healthy glow, and the coral lip gloss was intentionally chosen 2 shades lighter than her usual color. As the faint scent of bluebells wafted through her hair, the young security guard on duty couldn't help but steal a few glances. "Which individual are you looking for, miss?" the guard inquired, leaning forward to register the visitor. "I'm waiting for." Before Su Ran could finish her sentence, the automatic door control suddenly lit up green. Chen Mo's figure emerged swiftly from the direction of the RD building, his deep gray cashmere coat open to reveal a matching casual suit, with a dark gray Huaxing identification badge hanging around his neck. The two appeared particularly well coordinated today. "I didn't expect you to arrive early," Su Ran remarked. As Chen Mo's watch emitted a cold glow while swiping his card, "I introduced my friend, Miss Su. I am here to register." "Yes, Chen Mo, employee number 185655. The guard suddenly noticed the title displayed in the system, Manager of the Application Support Service Shared Center, 19A, and immediately straightened his posture. "My apologies, Mr. Chen, please." Chen Mo smiled and waved his hand, signaling that it was of no consequence. As the two of them turned past the scenic pool, a few engineers from the Infrastructure and Network Support Center approached, seemingly taking a leisurely stroll after their meal. "Mr. Chen, the latest network test data for the Tajikistan region has come in. Send it to my email. We'll discuss it in tomorrow's project meeting." Chen Mo maintained his pace. While out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Su Ran's fingers suddenly tightening around her document bag. As the 7th employee called out Mr. Chen during the short 100-meter distance, Su Ran finally caught a glimpse of his name badge. Application Support Service Shared Center, Chen Mo. Although she was unaware of what the Application Support Service Shared Center entailed, she knew she had made the right bet today. Her nails dug deep in her palm, yet her breathing grew increasingly light. The tire pressure initialization requires connecting to the OBD interface. As Su Ran bent down to demonstrate, her hair brushed against Chen Mo's hand. The blue light from the onboard computer illuminated her delicate profile. Indeed, it is far more complex than I had imagined. The cuff of Chen Mo's sleeve brushed against her hand, the warm sensation fleeting. In his previous life, just before his wedding at the end of 2018, he had changed to a Volvo S90. Regardless of his past or present, this was his first Mercedes, and he was certainly unaccustomed to it. Suddenly, a noise erupted from the trunk. "Master!" Chen Xiu leaped to the side of the car, her ginger-colored coat billowing gracefully, the the floral shirt beneath revealing 2 undone buttons. "Is this your wife? She's so beautiful." At this remark, Su Ran felt a pang of panic, her fingers slipping on the touchscreen, causing the car's system to emit a piercing alarm. "Don't shout." Chen Mo frowned. "This is my friend, Su Ran." "Got it," Chen Siyu replied, sticking out her tongue. Then cheerfully inquired, "Master, did you get a new car? It's so cool." "Yes, I picked it up over the weekend," Chen Mo replied. Chen Siyu boldly declared, "Master, this car is too cool. I want to buy one too. How about if you give me an F this year? I might be able to buy a car next year." Chen Mo scoffed, "Oh, aren't you already reporting to your sister, the supervisor? You should ask her." Suddenly, Chen Siyu recalled how Hu Jia appeared at work. Though not as intimidating as Chen Mo, she could certainly wear a stern expression that was quite unsettling. Under the nearby phoenix tree, Hu Jia, clutching her documents, felt inexplicably irked by Su Ran's attentive demeanor towards Chen Mo. She had come with Chen Siyu and had been observing the woman named Su Ran closely. Dressed in an oversized gray sweatshirt and light blue skinny jeans that accentuated her toned legs, Hu Jia's outfit made her complexion appear as pale as snow. Yet the glint in her eyes behind her black-rimmed glasses held a chilling intensity. Feeling the scrutiny, Su Ran turned her gaze towards Hu Jia, their eyes colliding in the air. Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently activated Hu Jia's competitive spirit, which had previously only surfaced in a work context. Standing tall under Hu Jia's assessing gaze, Su Ran noted that Hu Jia's features were indeed more exquisite, particularly her elongated fox-like eyes, accentuated by diamond studs that peaked near her collarbone, exuding an air of aggression. Comparing the two, Su Ran felt her own figure was superior, prompting her to instinctively straighten her back, making her already prominent curves appear even more striking. "Miss Su, you seem quite knowledgeable about cars." Hu Jia approached, her tone measured and soft. Su Ran smiled as she turned, her skirt creating an elegant arc in the air. "Well, after all, it's part of my job." At that moment, Chen Mo interjected, "This is my colleague and dear friend, Hu Jia. So will there be discounts if I buy a car from Miss Su?" Hu Jia inquired, having already surmised that Su Ran was the sales consultant assisting Chen Mo, thus subtly reminding her that Chen Mo was merely her client. "Of course. As Mr. Mo's friend, I will definitely offer the best discount," Su Ran replied, showing no signs of backing down. "Then I should say thank you in advance." Hu Jia responded. Chen Mo, observing the exchange between the two women, raised an eyebrow. He was certainly aware of Su Ran's affections towards him. Her actions were far too evident. What surprised him more was Hu Jia's demeanor. In his previous life, Hu Jia had not been so daring at this point in time. Even if she harbored some feelings for him, she had concealed them more deeply. Perhaps it was the charm of his rebirth that had altered the dynamics. "Mr. Mo, you continue with your tasks. I shall take my leave," Hu Jia said, turning to Chen Mo with a playful complaint. "It's all your fault for stirring up internal competition. Yesterday, Lao Lin asked me to join the technical review team. I feel like I'll be working overtime again in the coming days." Chen Mo chuckled. "To those who can, more work is entrusted. However, I won't let you suffer. Include this work in your year-end review." He winked at her, indicating that this project could be a highlight in the construction of a new team. Hu Jia's spirits lifted instantly. "Thank you, Mr. Mo." Her intention had merely been to showcase her closeness to Chen Mo in front of Su Ran, but she unexpectedly received an additional boon. Yet, she had indeed succeeded, as Su Ran's frown at their conversation indicated. Just as Hu Jia was about to depart, she seemed to recall something and turned back to Chen Mo. "Mr. Mo, shall we go house hunting together this weekend? Quan Wang Ming, Hu Kaigon, and Dan Dan are all going." Chen Mo readily agreed. "Sure." As the street lights illuminated one by one, Su Ran finally extended the golden invitation card. "This Saturday, there will be a car owner appreciation event at Xinghue. I wonder if Mr. Chen." "I have an appointment with colleagues." The event primarily takes place in the evening, concluding by 10 o'clock. She lightly tapped the word dinner on the invitation, mentioning the molecular cuisine prepared by a Michelin chef, which would be more suitable for late-night work than Red Bull. Chen Mo gazed at the warm light dancing at her hair tips, suddenly recalling a rainy night in his previous life when he had been working late. He had eaten instant noodles at home, and a Mercedes advertisement had been playing on the television. The silhouette of the female lead turning around overlapped with the image before him. Chapter 35. Internal Competition 2. Days later, the competition officially commenced. The atmosphere within the department grew increasingly tense as employees who had submitted their reports began preparing for interviews and defenses. Zhou Ziang, a senior support engineer, PDM, aged 37, currently at level 17B, was vying for the position of supervisor of the IPD support department. At that moment, he was curled up in the corner of his workstation. The blue light from the monitor reflected off the steam rising from a cup of instant noodles. the screen displaying the minutes from the 2013 ERP disaster recovery project that he had clandestinely captured from the archives, a key highlight of his solitary A-level performance in the past 3 years. Beside the keyboard lay a photo of his daughter. The 6-year-old girl was holding a crayon drawing, with her crooked writing declaring, "Daddy, spend my birthday with me." If only he could reconstruct the solution to the cache penetration that had occurred then, he repeatedly dragged the timeline back and forth. His wife's lament from the previous night echoed in his ears. "You've only spent an hour with our daughter during her 4-day hospitalization for pneumonia." Nearby, Liang had practically made his workstation his second home over the past few days. Originally a colleague stationed in Pengsheng, he too had been shaken from his tranquility by Chen Mo's notification. At 41 years old, currently at level 18C, Liang was a senior MES engineer, applying for the position of supervisor of the MES support department. He had thoroughly analyzed Chen Mo's career trajectory and preferences for hiring. The ceiling for technical sequence positions was 45 years old, while management roles could extend to a maximum of 50 years. He caressed the yellowed family portrait resting upon his desk. At the tender age of 22, he had welcomed a child into the world. In the photograph, his son donned a junior high school uniform. Yet now he was pursuing his freshman year at university in Melbourne. During their video call last week, his son inquired, "Dad, are you still dealing with those outdated systems? Our professor claims that Huaxing's architecture is long past its prime." He feigned indifference on the surface, but internally scoffed at the ignorance of an Australian professor. With his son studying abroad, the annual expenses were considerable, and he yearned to work a few more years to save additional funds. Liang silently vowed to strive harder, his gaze drifting toward the window, watching as the glimmer of an airplane descended into the abyss of the night. In contrast, Zhang Wei and Wang Lei felt considerably lighter, both immensely relieved by their decision to transfer departments. One had successfully applied for the position of ERP Financial Support Department Supervisor, while the other became the supervisor of the IT Delivery Department. Numerous colleagues were also eagerly preparing for their own pursuits. The review panel, composed of Hu Jia and several seasoned technical experts, had commenced their diligent assessments, meticulously evaluating each performance report. This particular report was commendable, showcasing extensive project experience. The candidate exhibited strong technical capabilities, but required further development in leadership skills. Another individual demonstrated exceptional communication and coordination skills, making them well-suited for cross-departmental collaboration. As the members of the review panel engaged in discussion, they scored each candidate accordingly. Following several days of preliminary selections, 20 candidates ultimately advanced to the interview stage. The atmosphere within the conference room of the Huaxing Rongqing Research Institute was both solemn and fervent. The interviews for the supervisory positions of the 5 subordinate departments under the Application Support Service Shared Center were underway, marking a pivotal moment in determining the future management structure of the department. The second-floor conference room 215 was simply yet solemnly arranged, with a long oval table occupying the center, surrounded by comfortable office chairs. The walls were adorned with corporate cultural slogans of Huaxing technology. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the meticulously prepared materials of the candidates. Chen Mo sat at the head of the table, his gaze steady and serene, flanked by experienced technical experts who constituted the review panel. The first candidate, Zhou Ziang, entered the conference room. He was of average height, clad in a slightly faded shirt. His hair appeared somewhat disheveled, but his eyes conveyed the unique focus and dedication of a technical professional. Approaching the table, he bowed slightly, his voice tinged with nervousness as he spoke. "Good day, leaders. I am Zhou Ziang, and I have been with our IT Operations Support Department for 15 years. I currently serve in PDM system support, and my recent performance ratings have been B, A, B." As he spoke, he unconsciously rubbed his hands together, his fingers fidgeting nervously. In a previous system optimization project, I led the effort to tackle the challenge of data transmission delays. At that time, the system experienced significant slowdowns during peak hours, severely affecting business efficiency. A glimmer of reminiscence flickered in his eyes, as if he were transported back to that tense period of project resolution. Through optimizing algorithms and redesigning the data caching mechanism, I successfully improved data transmission speed by 40, significantly enhancing system stability and response times. I possess an in-depth understanding of technical details and excel at solving complex problems from a technical perspective. I believe this will enable me to provide robust technical support to the team in the role of a Level 5 department supervisor. During the interview process in Department 8211, each candidate faced questions from the review panel. Chen Mo, as the chief examiner, presided over the entire process, repeatedly posing common inquiries. "Please briefly introduce the project you have led in the past year. What was the greatest challenge you encountered, and how did you resolve it? If you were to become a Level 5 department supervisor, How would you lead your team to accomplish high-difficulty tasks? These incessantly posed questions assessed each candidate's technical abilities, leadership skills, and communication capabilities. Candidates needed to showcase their strengths and respond to the panel's inquiries within the limited time allotted. On February 15th, the B207 conference room of the Rongqing Research Institute transformed into a battleground. 8 circular workstations were equipped with computers featuring physical isolation, while overhead cameras resembled ominous black holes. The examination scenario: a massive data loss at the Nandu Research Institute, with clients demanding restoration within 24 hours. Chen Mo's voice emanated from the speakers. You have the highest privileges, but external communication is prohibited. Zhou Xiang's fingers trembled as he typed. This incident marked Huaxing's most severe production crisis in 2014, during which he had been at the hospital with his daughter undergoing surgery. In that moment, he entered the command ls al data backup, only to discover the backup directory had been entirely cleared. The scenario exacerbated threefold from the original incident. Final logs. All operations leave audit traces. Li Yang's keystrokes echoed like a tempest. He caught a glimpse of Zhou Xiang attempting to directly image the disk using the DD command, a reckless gamble on his career. Suddenly, a warning flashed on Zhang Wei's screen. Unauthorized access to the log system. Cold sweat trickled down his spine into his waistband, as the air thickened with an almost palpable tension. Every decision made by the participants was broadcast live on the overhead circular screens. Zhang, you compromised safety testing for the sake of speed. What if a data leak occurs? Chen Mo punctuated his point with a laser pointer directed at the sand table report. Zhang Wei's suit back soaked with perspiration. He gritted his teeth and responded. I will reference Article 423 of the ISO 27001 standard and utilize automated tools to compress the testing cycle. Outside, freezing rain began to fall, marking the conclusion of the technical confrontation. Chen Mo meticulously noted each individual's performance in their files. The announcement resounded once more. The technical confrontation session has concluded. The list of candidates advancing to the final interview will be posted in the department's public area in 2 hours. All footage from this technical confrontation will be preserved for 1 year. The final interview will take place after the new year. Thank you all for your hard work. Please take a break. Sure enough, within less than 2 hours of the competition, the results were posted on the bulletin board in Area A on the second floor. Successful candidates: Zhou Xiang, Wang Lei, Zhang Wei, Liang. The crowd erupted in excitement. Xiao Lu, the ERP sales support engineer, pointed at the announcement and exclaimed, how could both of those from the solutions side have passed? Situated near the end of the corridor, Liang finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing his name, feeling as though he had collapsed into his chair. Meanwhile, the unsuccessful Zhao Hongming crouched in the fire escape, smoking, with a collection of technical confrontation errors scattered at his feet. He had overlooked the time zone parameter while recovering data, resulting in complete chaos in the financial reports. Just 2 minutes more, and he replayed the live recording repeatedly. His wife had messaged him the previous night. You've been working overtime every day. Is there any hope for that promotion? On the other end, Su Lu hurled her high heels into the trash can. During the QA session of her performance interview, the technical experts deemed her overly assertive, with the scoring sheet noting, lacks team collaboration spirit. Was decisiveness a virtue in male supervisors, while it rendered women as aggressive? She ripped off her ID badge and threw it to the ground, taking a deep breath before picking it up and slowly departing. Chapter 36, Class Reunion 1. On the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, fine freezing rain fell in Rongqing. Chen Mo stood by the window of the private room on the second floor of Shuxiang Pavilion, gazing at the serpentine procession of car lights moving slowly along Jiaodao Road below. The fog on the glass blurred the neon lights, casting a silhouette of his wool coat in a muted hue. It was a purchase made last week with Zhang Fuchuan during their stroll past IFS, who had remarked that one cannot forever don black and dark gray, lest others think one has never changed their attire. General Chen arrives quite early. Resonated the familiar cadence of the Sichuan dialect, infused with the lingering aroma of hot pot, erupting from behind him. Turning around, he encountered Li Hao. His signature buzz cut barely contained beneath a puffy down jacket, his hands burdened with several bottles of Wai Mai Lang liquor. Damn, have you been promoted and haven't thought to treat your brothers to a feast? Chen Mo smiled as he approached, only to be nearly knocked off balance by an exuberant embrace. The familiar scent of Yushi mingled with the hot pot essence enveloped him, momentarily transporting him back to those sleepless nights in his senior year, fervently working on his graduation project. He accepted the bottle from Li Hao, its surface still dusted with residue from a nearby convenience store. This was the roommate who had stayed up with him, coding late into the night during graduation. He had embarrassingly vomited on the dorm balcony, and now he was a front-end developer at Tianfu Software Park, his social media filled with complaints about overtime, likely shielded from the prying eyes of bosses and supervisors. This gathering was, in fact, initiated by Li Hao, who was thrilled to learn that Chen Mo had recently taken up residence in Chengdu. He insisted it was a perfect occasion for an early reunion dinner, given that the new year was fast approaching. In his previous life, such gatherings were non-existent. Chen Mo had spent years developing his career in Pengcheng, returning to Chengdu only once every 2 years, making it difficult to gather friends and classmates. Today's meal is on me, Li Hao declared with a laugh. Just as Chen Mo was about to summon the waiter, the door to the private room swung open again. A gust of cold wind swept in, accompanied by a few icy raindrops that landed on Zhang Yusin's chestnut waves. She stomped her UGG boots, the metallic chain of her Chanel CF bag jingling. The highway is completely jammed. Guess who I saw while having lunch downstairs? Sister Yusin remained her ever-inquisitive self. Chen Mo took her white down jacket, reminiscing about the time in sophomore year when she had delivered a love letter to a girl from the foreign languages department on behalf of a roommate, only for it to be immediately returned due to a misspelled name. She now served as a financial manager at the Chengdu branch of the Industrial and Commercial Bank. Her social media filled with mandated investment advice and financial product promotions. Who did you see? Li Hao played along, taking on the role of the comedic foil. Oh, that pair of bickering lovebirds from our neighbor class. I have no idea what happened, but they started arguing in front of a crowd of strangers. I even had to console Lu Min for a while, Zhang Yusin replied. The last few arrivals came in nearly simultaneously, perhaps having lingered at the door for a chat before squeezing into the room. Wang Zhonghan's glasses misted over, a document bag emblazoned with the Tianyin Technology logo tucked under his arm. Zhou Tingting, wrapped in a white scarf, radiated youth and vitality, her face glowing with collagen. She wore a simple light yellow down jacket, impeccably kept, paired with slightly faded dark blue jeans. This was a stark contrast to the woman he would encounter a decade later in Hangzhou. Chen Mo gazed at this girl who had once caused him sleepless nights. He recalled that she would marry a businessman from Wenzhou in the building materials industry, her social media filled with images of yacht tea parties. But when he saw her again years later, the dark circles beneath her eyes hinted at a hidden turmoil beneath her polished exterior. Li Xiaowei had married first. Her husband was an alumnus and also with Huaxing, albeit at the Chang'an Research Institute. The couple endured a long-distance relationship, necessitating her to tote their sleeping 1-year-old daughter wherever she went. Zhao Gang wore an administrative jacket that aged him beyond his years, his badge from the Chengdu Planning Institute swaying as he moved. Wow, Hongo, what happened to your hair? Li Hao exclaimed, reaching out to touch Wang Zhonghan's hair, surprised to find that his once jet-black locks had acquired a youthful white in the 4 years since graduation. Wang Zhonghan swatted his hand away, forcing a smile. I've been burning the midnight oil for 3 months on this demo. Investors want to see the product tomorrow. His startup, Tianyin Technology, had just completed series of funding. This former academic rival was now a self-made entrepreneur. Chen Mo surveyed the familiar yet foreign faces around him. 2 years after his rebirth, he had heard that this group had gathered once, with Li Hao later informing him that Zhao Gang announced his resignation to teach in Tibet during the meeting, and Li Xiaowei's husband had gotten into a heated argument with Wang Zhonghan, leading to a table flip. Let's agree on one thing. No work talk today, Li Hao declared, rapping on a split pot that sent splatters of red broth onto Wang Zhonghan's document bag, prompting laughter as everyone settled in. Zhang Yusin eyed the Weimai liquor on the table, her curiosity piqued. Hey, you're serving our General Mo this? Doesn't it seem a tad beneath his stature? Chen Mo quickly pleaded for mercy, while Li Hao interjected, we're all classmates here, no need for pleasantries. Let us raise a glass, wishing everyone a prosperous new year. As a gulp of white liquor burned its way down his throat, it felt like a fire igniting in his stomach. Chen Mo hastily shoved some braised pork to temper the heat. Li Xiaowei settled her daughter in a corner of the private room, and as she turned, her hair brushed against Chen Mo's hand. I heard you moved the entire department to Chengdu. Is there any chance we could bring Wu Meng back? Her diamond ring glimmered softly in the steam. If Wu Meng can persuade his superiors to let him go, I can accommodate him here, Chen Mo replied without hesitation. They had been classmates for many years, and Li Xiaowei's husband, Wu Meng, was someone who had always attended their gatherings. Li Xiaowei felt a surge of excitement, having only intended to casually inquire, now finding unexpected joy in the prospect. Sister Xiaowei is quite well informed, Zhang Yusin teased, scooping up some duck blood. Her vivid red nail polish shimmered like dancing flames in the mist. You all remember my cousin, right? The one from software science class 2, Song Rue. She started at Huaxing at the same time as your husband and Mosey. She is always telling me, your class has a prodigy. The youngest level 4 department manager just 4 years after graduation. Pointing her chopsticks at Chen Mo, she playfully asked, come clean, does your annual salary reach 7 figures? Wang Zhonghan, shaking as he dipped the tripe, let a drop of oil land on his financing plan. Zhao Gang adjusted his glasses, attempting to defuse the tension. Salary details at Huaxing are confidential. Before he could finish, Li Hao interrupted. Confidential my foot. Last month our boss said that Huaxing's fresh graduates are starting at 15K, leaving us old coders feeling inadequate. Chen Mo chuckled as he served Zhou Tingting a slice of snowflake beef. Tingting, how come you've lost weight again? He caught Zhang Yusin's inquisitive gaze from the corner of his eye. Li Xiaowei, well acquainted with Huaxing, chimed in again. Your salary must be around that figure now, right? She held up 3 fingers, her diamond-studded manicure sparkling under the chandelier. 3 million? Wang Zhonghan's voice quivered. Our Tianyan Technologies' annual revenue is only. He abruptly fell silent, chugging his beer. Chen Mo recalled that in his previous life, this company was acquired by a similar entity in 2019, and Wang Zhonghan had subsequently emigrated to Singapore, living a life of leisure. Ah, what a promising young man, he remarked, serving Wang Zhonghan a piece of squid. It mainly comes from bonuses and stock dividends. The base salary isn't that high. Do you remember back in our sophomore year? Li Hao suddenly banged the table. Mosey took a part-time job, and the first paycheck he treated us to skewers. He gestured animatedly. Now, he casually strolls in a Shuxiang pavilion. TSK, TSK. Chen Mo stared blankly at him and asked, Isn't this place of your choosing? Li Hao replied, Aren't you the one treating? Shouldn't I highlight your prowess? Laughter erupted among the crowd. As Zhou Tingting laughed, she choked on a piece of chili, prompting Chen Mo to instinctively hand her a cup of tea. While patting her back, he recalled the year she sprained her ankle, and he had carried her to the infirmary, the fragrance of jasmine mingling with the scent of iodine. It was uncertain how she ended up marrying an abusive man in her previous life. It wasn't until she cleared her social media albums that her classmates learned of her divorce. Thank you, Zhou Tingting said, her voice clear and melodious. Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively, indicating there was no need for thanks. Zhang Yusin inquired, Tingting, are you still on that social media platform? The mention of this reminded Zhou Tingting of a married man who constantly harassed her at work, inquiring about her well-being and lamenting the lack of affection in his marriage, eventually escalating to asking if she felt lonely at home alone at night. She wrestled with the decision to resign, torn between the desire to leave and the comfort of a job she enjoyed with decent pay. Her expression darkened slightly as she sighed, revealing her intentions to resign. The others, noticing her demeanor, pressed her for details. After hearing about Zhou Tingting's ordeal, everyone erupted in outrage and began to offer suggestions. The level of information dissemination at that moment was no less intense than the rise of social media in later years, where many young individuals often felt lost when faced with difficult situations in work or life. They began to brainstorm solutions, with Chen Mo being the most assertive, advising Zhou Tingting to screenshot all her WeChat or other chat records and to keep a voice recorder handy to document every conversation with the harasser. Ultimately, he suggested that she assess the situation and consider reporting it to her superiors or filing a complaint with human resources, as well as contacting local labor inspection authorities or even the police seeking legal recourse. He also elaborated on the possible outcomes of each channel and how such actions might impact her personally. Zhou Tingting felt the genuine concern from her university classmates, which warmed her heart and dispelled much of the shadow that had loomed over her. Zhang Yusin, resting her chin on her hand while observing Chen Mo speak eloquently, found him exceptionally charming, realizing she had never truly known him before. However, she teased him, calling him an old sage, remarking on his impressive demeanor. While Chen Mo could only plead for mercy, feeling outmatched by Zhang Yusin. During their freshman year, the college organized a 3-on-2 basketball tournament, and he, along with some friends, had watched the game, mesmerized by Zhang Yusin's South presence on the court. Back then, sports bras were not popular, and every time she dribbled, her figure captivated the attention of many. As the focal point of the event, Zhang Yusin noticed the attention directed towards her, but felt compelled to continue despite her discomfort. When she caught Chen Mo staring at her, her face flushed with embarrassment, unsure if it was due to exhaustion or indignation. After the match, she chased after Chen Mo, who promptly fled the scene. This incident led to Zhang Yusin teasing Chen Mo for years. There was even a time when Chen Mo and Zhou Tingting shared a somewhat ambiguous relationship, and during meals, Zhang Yusin would deliberately remark, Chen Mo, didn't you say you liked me? You were staring at me back in freshman year. Chen Mo immediately expressed his discontent with the situation, arguing that everyone had seen the game and questioned why he was singled out. Just then, the child in Li Xiaowei's arms began to cry, interrupting Chen Mo's reverie. Zhao Gang, seated beside her, offered her some wipes, but he suddenly noticed the milk stains on her sleeve, finding her gentle demeanor while soothing the child strikingly endearing. He pondered how he had lost to that fellow Wumeng. He forced himself to dismiss those thoughts. Chen Mo, Zhao Gang suddenly pulled out a blueprint from his briefcase. The rainwater drainage planning for the Northern District of the Research Institute suggests adding 3 pump stations. His thermos clinked against the table, the water's surface reflecting the metal of advanced worker. Brother, Gang Gu, my dear brother, Chen Mo began, such matters related to the Research Institute are beyond my purview. Zhang Yusin rolled her eyes. Zhao Gang, you never stray far from your field. Having consumed quite a bit of alcohol that night, her cerebral cortex was evidently exhilarated. And she turned to Chen Mo, winking. Chen, do you still enjoy watching games? Everyone in the room understood the reference, casting curious glances. So what should I like? Chen Mo feigned a nervous demeanor, prompting laughter from the group. The restroom's mirror lights dazzled, and Chen Mo admired the lively scene of everyone engaged in animated conversation upon returning to the private room, only to find dessert, iced jelly, and Indian flatbreads had already been served. He was unaware of others' habits, but he and his friends savored iced jelly toward the end of their hot pot meals, chatting while enjoying the flatbreads. Wang Zhonghan leaned on the table, mumbling about his aspirations for Tianyin technology to go public. Zhao Gang was pulling out his phone to show Li Hao the newly released model of the Tianfu area, advising him on where to purchase property. Li Hao managed to make Zhang Yusin laugh uncontrollably. Zhou Tingting and Li Yue were engaged in quiet conversation, occasionally glancing at the men present. By the time they reached the parking lot, the rain had ceased. As they bid farewell, Zhao Gang lamented that Chen Mo had secretly paid the bill, noting that everyone had agreed on splitting costs. But he enjoyed teasing Chen Mo into treating. Once the designated driver arrived, Chen Mo slid into the passenger seat after the engine started, catching a glimpse of Zhou Tingting's figure in the rearview mirror. He rolled down the window, seeing her standing under the streetlight, her scarf billowing in the wind like a bird in flight. She raised her hand as if to say something, but ultimately only waved at him through the car window. The car's radio played Time Flies. And Chen Mo opened his phone gallery, where a graduation photo showed him in a checkered shirt, grinning foolishly. In the WeChat group, Zhang Fuchuan shared a dashing photo of his son. He Minfeng inquired about the best place for authentic sausage, and Chen Xiu tagged herself, mentioning her father invited her to Guizhou for a pig slaughter feast. At a red light, he noticed the group chat buzzing with activity, realizing that Li Hao had already posted a group photo. Some expressed regret for not attending. Others commented on Wang Zhonghan's premature graying. And someone remarked on how they had never realized how beautiful Zhang Yusin was before. Rain began to fall again, and the red taillights of the black Mercedes left streaks on the 3rd ring road. Chapter 38, The New Year. On the morning of the 28th of the 12th lunar month, as Chen Mo slowly drove the black Mercedes CLS 400 out of the underground garage, the sound of tires rolling over puddles echoed like a heartbeat. The car's navigation displayed a distance of 214 kilometers to Nangong City. As the soothing melody of Always Come Home played from the speakers, a tune beloved by his mother, who would place an old radio by the stove every New Year's Eve. The passenger seat was piled with beautifully wrapped gifts adorned with golden ribbons, and the dragon and phoenix bracelets from Chow Tai Fook gleamed in the morning light. The back seat was stuffed with Mao Tai, Wulianya, and embroidered blankets, with several boxes bearing the Apple logo tucked underneath. On the Chengdu Ring Road, Chen Mo gripped the steering wheel, the car's aroma of cedar filling the air. Half an hour later, he gently pulled into a gas station. Raindrops cascaded down the sleek contours of the car, pooling into small rivulets upon the asphalt surface. He lowered the window, and the damp, chill air, infused with the scent of gasoline, rushed in. In the distance, the glass door of a convenience store bore a faded character of good fortune, while a gas station attendant clad in a red uniform hunched his neck and stomped his feet to keep warm. Sir, would you like 95 or 98 octane? The attendant inquired, exhaling puffs of mist. Fill it with 98, please. Thank you, Chen Mo replied. As the new year approached, he had set off early enough, resulting in a relatively sparse flow of vehicles on the road, filling his heart with a delightful eagerness to return home. The windshield wipers swept in a fan-like motion, and upon glancing at the navigation system, he noted with surprise that only 80 kilometers remained. His phone vibrated on the passenger seat. A message from the family group chat popped up. Nangong, a tree. Grandfather had sent a 60-second voice message. This year, the house back home needs renovations. Shout Mo. As the eldest grandson, you've been working for quite some time. It's time to contribute. The sound of a rooster crowing echoed in the background. Chen Mo called his father to inquire about the situation back home. Chen Mo replied that if there were funds available, he should contribute appropriately, as it was his responsibility as the eldest son to oversee the renovations. After the new year, he would need to return to the countryside to manage the project, then asked how long it would take for Chen Mo to reach home. Just as Chen Mo answered that he would arrive in just over an hour, his mother's voice came through the receiver, urging him not to rush and to drive safely. After hanging up, he transferred 50,000 yuan to the family group chat, designating his father as the recipient. In a playful postscript, he added, "For bricks and tiles," only to be teased by his cousin. "Brother, are those bricks made of gold?" Approximately an hour later, as the car turned into the residential area of the weapons group, just a few hundred meters ahead lay his home. Before the engine had even been turned off, his keen-eyed sister spotted him and immediately called from the third-floor balcony, "Mom, brother is back in a Mercedes." Chen Qian, clad in coral fleece pajamas, rushed to the railing, her hair still damp from a recent wash, clearly just having woken up. Her loud exclamations startled the sparrows perched on the banyan tree below. Zhang Xinping rushed to the hallway with a slotted spoon in hand, flour dusting her apron. "Stay back. Last time, Old Lee's new car got scratched right here." Her words were cut short by the gentle sound of the engine shutting off. Chen Mo rolled down the window to see his mother, frozen in place with a spatula in hand, droplets of oil trickling down the handle. Chen Guowei was downstairs inflating the tire of an electric bike, quickly approaching as he saw his son get out. "Buying such an expensive car. Aren't you worried about what people might say?" Despite his words, he couldn't help but sneak a glance at the gleaming paintwork. "Hey, I earned this money fairly and squarely. I have nothing to fear," Chen Mo responded, switching effortlessly to the Sichuan dialect. He opened the trunk, revealing a bottle of Matai, its red ribbon dancing in a cold wind. "This car must cost around 400 to 500,000, right?" Chen Guowei admired the car's perfect curves, inquiring. "With discounts, it landed at 860,000. Chen Mo replied, a proud grin on his face. "Isn't it beautiful?" Chen Guowei nodded in agreement, acknowledging its beauty but lamenting its high price. "Dad, give it a try," Chen Mo offered, placing the car keys into his father's palm. The cold metal made Chen Guowei's fingers tremble slightly, the Mercedes emblem pressing against the calluses of his hands. "Shall I give it a go then? I want to go too," Chen Qian chimed in, having dashed down the stairs without anyone noticing. 2 minutes later, the CLS 400 crept at a snail's pace around the residential area twice before returning to the base of the building. Zhang Xinping had already hurried downstairs, her floral apron fluttering, exclaiming, "What a waste of money." However, upon seeing her son dressed sharply, she quickly wiped her hands on her apron, asking, "Are you cold? I made you some sweet fermented rice and egg." The family walked back home, the aroma of sweet and sour ribs wafting through the hallway. After several trips up and down the stairs, they finally managed to unload everything from the car. The living room was piled high with sausages and New Year goods. While Chen Guohui squatted on the floor, examining a robotic vacuum cleaner, his reading glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose. 3,008 for a vacuum? I might as well have your mother use a broom. When he finally pressed the power button, the sudden roar startled him, causing him to stumble back and knock over a photo frame on the coffee table. It was a family portrait taken in a photo studio when Chen Mo was in his sophomore year, with his sweater sleeves frayed. Chen Qian, bouncing with excitement as she unwrapped her gifts, suddenly shrieked, raising her iPhone 6 high. "Brother, is this really for me?" Her trembling fingers brushed the rose gold exterior, reluctant to even tear off the packaging. After all, Chen Qian had just started her freshman year and was currently using a budget phone from Poop, making the latest iPhone seem like a distant dream. And this, Chen Mo added, handing her 2 more boxes, the silver logos of a MacBook and iPad shimmering under the fluorescent lights. "Apple's system is quite closed. You might find it a bit challenging at first, but you'll get used to it in no time." Wow, brother. Is this the top-spec MacBook Pro?" she exclaimed, nearly jumping with joy. "Our counselor still uses a Lenovo." She then pointed at the 2 Huawei Mate 8 phones. "Those 2 are for Mom and Dad. Your task this winter break is to teach them how to use the new phones." The sound of Zhang Xinping's gold bracelet clinking against the porcelain bowl interrupted her. As she murmured, "How am I supposed to need dough wearing this?" She continued to rotate the dragon and phoenix engraved bracelet as if it were an unfamiliar piece of jewelry. Suddenly recalling something, she turned away to wipe her eyes. "When you first started working, you didn't even buy yourself a down jacket for the new year." Chen Mo chuckled, "Mom, it's not that I was unwilling. I just couldn't wear it in Pengcheng." Chen Guohui silently carried a bottle of Wulianya into the house, the red silk ribbon brushing against the long-neglected mailbox. When he returned, he held a red silk bag that he had rummaged from the back room, inside of which were faded bankbooks. "Your grandfather left this for you before he passed, saying it was for both of you." Before he could finish, Chen Qian interrupted with a shout, waving her phone. Dad, Mom, brother just transferred 68,000 to each of you. Chen Mo gazed at the familiar red silk bag, vividly recalling how, during his previous life when he faced difficulties in his entrepreneurial endeavors, his father had also taken it out and given him all the money, saying it was what their grandfather had left for him. Reflecting on this, he cast a glance at his sister, who met his gaze with wide eyes, eagerly asking, "Brother, don't I get any New Year money?" Zhang Xinping pretended to be angry, but realized that Chen Qian had already anticipated her move and dodged away. Chen Mo opened his phone and transferred 28,000 to his sister, adding a note that read, "Happy New Year." Turning to Chen Qian, he said, "I've sent it over. It's your New Year money and also a little pocket money. Spend it freely at school, buy whatever you want. Just don't skimp on yourself." He continued to remind her to be generous at school, as long as she didn't develop any bad habits or engage in unnecessary comparisons with others. If you run out of money, just ask your brother. Upon hearing this, Chen Qian excitedly opened WeChat, and soon a jubilant scream erupted from her. She began to dance on the spot, her joy and excitement piercing the sky with her shout. How could she not be happy? With only 1,200 yuan for monthly living expenses, her first semester at school had often been a tight squeeze. Every time she needed to buy skincare products, shower gel, or shampoo, she had to budget carefully. If there were too many gatherings in a month, she felt she would have to eat dirt. Zhang Xinping reminded her that her living expenses included money for clothes. When Chen Qian first heard those words, she could no longer contain herself. Her face contorted in a frown as she lamented, "I don't have enough money, Mom." Her mother, however, encouraged her to take up a part-time job, stating, "Your brother began working part-time in his freshman year." In Chapter 39, during the New Year festivities, upon seeing a transfer of 28,888 in her account, Chen Qian suddenly felt a strong urge to embrace her brother and exclaim, "Bro, do you know how I've managed these past 6 months?" Nearby, Zhang Xinping, having overheard Chen Qian's outburst and witnessing her animated gestures, instantly deduced that Chen Mo must have sent a considerable sum of money. Filled with curiosity, she rose to approach Chen Qian, only for Chen Qian to promptly conceal her phone with a swift turn of her eyes. The scene then devolved into a playful tug-of-war between the two. Ultimately, it was old Chen who decisively declared, "All right, Chen Qian, your mother and I do not require your money." Chen Qian then remarked, "You should have mentioned it sooner. You nearly startled me. My brother transferred 28,000. Zhang Xinping shot her a glare, then turned her attention to Chen Mo, who sat on the sofa, chuckling at the lively banter between mother and daughter. Initially intending to offer her daughter a few more words of caution, she swallowed her advice, realizing that Chen Mo had already conveyed most of what needed to be said. Like her son, she resolved not to play the villain. After dinner, the family set out for a stroll, with Zhang Xinping always responding with a smile to her old colleagues at work. "Yes, my son is back. Indeed, he just returned today to work in Chengdu." Even when encountering elders whom Chen Mo did not recognize, they would encourage him to greet them first, and after passing by, they would introduce him as a relative of a certain family, or simply say, "This is a relative of one of your classmates." Along the way, whispers from neighbors could be heard. "Old Chen's eldest has achieved great success. I've heard he manages over 200 people at a big company and has even bought a Mercedes." You've all heard of Huaxing, right? They say the salaries there are quite generous. For 2 generations above Chen Mo's family, his grandparents, maternal grandparents, uncles, aunts, and cousins all worked at the same organization. His parents attended the affiliated school from preschool through to high school graduation, subsequently stepping into their respective roles. Growing up in a state-owned enterprise's family compound meant such circles were quite small. Any good or bad news swiftly became common knowledge. This year's New Year's Eve dinner was as lavish as ever, with signature dishes like spicy rabbit, 3-flavor soup, braised pork with preserved vegetables, and cold chicken never failing to make an appearance. Chen Mo recalled the last spring festival before his rebirth, when he had earnestly told the aging Chen Gui that he would prepare the New Year's Eve dinner the following year. Yet, one drink had transported him back a decade. He wondered if the other version of himself in that world had prepared the feast. Both young Chen Mo and Chen Qian had hearty appetites, much to the delight of Chen Guohui and Zhang Xinping, who had toiled throughout the day. Just before the spring festival gala commenced, the family group chat erupted with a flurry of red envelopes. "Uncle, Chen Mo, are you joining in? The envelope chain starts now. The one who grabs the least sends out $20. Chen Mo, count me in, no problem, Uncle. Chen Qian, count me in too. Zhang Xinping, Zhang Xinghua, I want to grab some as well." An hour later, Chen Qian hung her head, having claimed less than 50 yuan while sending out 200. Meanwhile, Chen Mo experienced extraordinary luck, having played about 80 rounds, only having sent 1 envelope. After some thought, he distributed 5 200 yuan luck envelopes in the family group chat, inscribed with auspicious phrases wishing health and prosperity. This immediately elicited a flurry of reaction emojis from his cousins. Suddenly, a childhood photo of Chen Mo at 5 years old, clad in corduroy pants and having fallen in the ancestral hall, interrupted the chatter. "Boss, may you prosper, and let me wash your feet," Boss followed suit. Ignoring the emojis, he opened a 6-second voice message from his aunt. "Xiao Mo, thank you. May you and your family also enjoy good health, and Happy New Year." Then, another 4-second message came. "When will you bring your girlfriend home?" This question left Chen Mo speechless. Indeed, a new year devoid of relatives pressing for marriage or inquiring about romantic life would not feel complete. As midnight approached, messages began flooding in, most of which were New Year greetings. 2 messages stood out. "Hujia, Happy New Year, Mr. Mo. I haven't completed my upgrade overseas. I'll apply to return to work on the 3rd day of the new year." Su ran. Photos of the New Year's Eve dinner and cooking. "Brother Mo, Happy New Year. How does my cooking look? I prepared everything myself, so praise me." He replied to each message and sent New Year greetings to Su and Lin, among other leaders. To Hujia, he wrote, "Happy New Year. You can arrange your overtime as you see fit, but health is the most vital." To Surin, he sent, "Happy New Year. It looks delicious. I hope to try your signature dish sometime." Far away in Xiangnan, Hujia felt a sweet warmth in her heart upon receiving his message, setting her phone aside to chat with her parents. Meanwhile, in Mianqing, Su ran, delighted by his reply, quickly fired back, "You said that yourself. Don't use work as an excuse for not having time." Before the clock struck midnight, the sound of firecrackers erupted in the family district of the weapons group. The administrative level of its subsidiaries was relatively high and directly governed by the central authority. Although the family district was located in Nongong City, the city itself could not oversee a national enterprise at the division level. Consequently, in earlier years, local authorities had no control over the Group S family district. After the restructuring of the Group S subsidiaries, local governance was established, but the family district remained distant from the city center, leading to a lack of oversight. The result was unrestrained firecracker displays. After finishing a 30,000 cracker display, the family of 4 promptly descended the stairs. Chen Mo ignited the fuse of the 9 Heavens Galaxy fireworks. As the first burst of colorful sparks illuminated the night sky, Zhang Xinping hurriedly cautioned, "Don't stand too close. The sparks might hit the new car." Meanwhile, Chen Wuhui quietly muttered, "Oh no, there goes $100. Chen Xian gathered the family together, raising her iPhone to capture a time-lapse video, the fiery glow reflecting in her eyes like a sea of stars. "Dad, try this." Chen Mo offered a handheld firework. After several attempts, Chen Wuhui finally ignited it, and suddenly, amidst the silver sparks, he choked up. "It's a pity your grandfather left us too soon." His voice was drowned out by the resounding explosions, and Chen Mo noticed his father quickly wipe away a tear from the corner of his eye. On the 5th day of a new year, the entire city remained enveloped in the festive and harmonious atmosphere of the Spring Festival. The red lanterns hanging at the entrance of the auto trade city and the posted Fu characters radiated the essence of the new year. Chen Mo stood quietly to the side, his gaze fixed on his father, who was hesitating between the 2 vehicles, the Tiguan L and the Highlander. He observed as his father alternately caressed the sleek lines of one car and scrutinized the interior features of the other, his face a portrait of contemplation and indecision. At that moment, a sales manager approached with a beaming smile, enthusiastically stating, "Today marks our first day back to work after the new year. Therefore, rest assured, we shall extend the most generous discounts as a way to usher in a fortuitous beginning. Esteemed sir, perhaps you'd like to take a closer look at this model." The GLC. However, Chen Guohui's attention appeared to be entirely captivated by the price tags affixed to the wall. He stared at those figures, gasping in astonishment. "Oh my goodness. This price is truly exorbitant." Upon hearing his father's exclamation, Chen Mo hurriedly stepped forward, gently opening the car door and saying, "Dad, why don't you try the Tiguan?" As he spoke, he guided his father to the side of the vehicle. Chen Guohui cautiously settled into the driver's seat, his hands slowly caressing the advanced SYNC system on the steering wheel. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he inquired, "Does this thing connect to Bluetooth?" "Your mother absolutely adores listening to that program. Yuan has something to say." After much deliberation and comparison, the father ultimately chose a sleek black Tiguan. As Chen Guohui picked up the pen to sign, Chen Mo noticed that his father's hand was slightly trembling. While Chen Mo was processing the payment, he caught a glimpse of his father surreptitiously eyeing the calculator. The total amount was 328,000. He then reassured him, "Dad, you know I have a means now." Late at night, Chen Mo stood on the balcony, responding to work messages. Hu Jia sent over the duty roster. With the backdrop of an empty office, Below, a Mercedes and a Tiguan were parked side by side beneath the sycamore trees, and the sight of his father covering the car with a protective cover resembled the days when he used to lock up the electric bike. The biting wind carried the sporadic sounds of firecrackers, and Chen Mo opened WeChat, inadvertently clicking on his family's moments. Chen Xian's latest post featured a photo of the family of four amidst fireworks, while the previous one read, "My brother is the best brother in the world," accompanied by images of the latest Apple trio and a screenshot of a WeChat transfer. Both posts have been liked by her, and one of them contained her reply to a comment. "I want to introduce you to him. I consider you my besties, while you wish to become my sisters-in-law." The most recent post from his father was titled "A Gift for My Son," showcasing a picture of the car picked up from the dealership, along with a family portrait. His mother's latest post was succinct. "Both son and daughter are back," featuring a family photo as well as images of their New Year's Eve dinner, along with photos of Chen Mo and Chen Xian setting off fireworks. Gazing at the smiles illuminating his family's faces in the photographs, Chen Mo found himself lost in thought, murmuring, "Rebirth is truly wonderful." Chapter 40. Recruitment. The year had just turned, and in the blink of an eye, March arrived. A season of vibrant life. In the A213 conference room on the second floor of Building U1 at the Rongqing Research Institute, 6 department heads were seated around a long table. Outside the glass curtain wall, spring rain drizzled softly. It was an unseasonably chilly day, with outdoor temperatures dipping below 10 degrees. Yet the warm air from the central heating indoors was quite comforting. Chen Mo pushed a stack of resumes to the center of the table, the metallic watchband clinking against the glass with a crisp sound. Last quarter, the operational work order volume surged by 40 year-on-year. Our current team cannot handle this. Today's agenda is singular: how to capture this year's spring recruitment market. Liang, the newly appointed head of the MES support department, adjusted his glasses. "I have researched this. In 1/3 of this year's Master's graduates from the Computer Science Department at the Electronic Science and Technology University have yet to sign a tripartite agreement. We must compete for top-tier universities, but we must also control costs." Wang Lei, head of the IT Delivery Department, chimed in. "Last week, Rongqing Industrial College reached out to us. Their graduates in mechatronics possess strong practical skills, with an expected starting salary of only 3,000. Hu Jia twirled her pen and chuckled. "Is Director Wang eyeing cheap labor?" Her notebook was filled with employment rate data from various schools, with the latest entry highlighting that the Rongqing Industrial College's vocational department had a 92 rate of unfulfilled offers. Chen Mo rapped his knuckles on the table, stating, "Let us not forget that the primary reason for relocating our entire department to Rongqing, aside from data security, is to reduce costs. The company policy stipulates that the salaries of bachelor's and master's graduates in Rongqing will be lowered by 20 compared to those in Pengcheng. But this reduction is not substantial enough. We might as well go all the way." The room fell silent, and he added, "We must adopt a dual approach. Recruit from the 985 and 211 universities for technical reserves, while employing vocational graduates for foundational positions." Chen Mo glanced at Zhang Wei, who seemed to have something to contribute, and inquired, "Do you have anything to add?" Zhang Wei, now the head of the ERP Finance Support Department, replied, "Director Chen, can we truly implement this dual approach effectively? I reviewed last year's average monthly salary for vocational graduates in Rongqing, which was 2,800, while the average monthly salary in the IT industry hovered around 3,200. Moreover, I am aware that the market in Rongqing is saturated with numerous non-compliant companies, where social insurance and housing funds are only paid at the minimum base, and many do not even contribute to housing funds. Of course, it can be done. This is the experience from my previous life in the IT Operations Support Department. I even replicated the salary structure for foundational operational positions based on past experiences. For fresh graduates, we can start them at level 9, with a base salary ranging from 3,400 to 3,800, depending on interview performance, with salary adjustments upon promotion. The performance bonus target each month is set at 1,000, dispersed quarterly, and will be increased after promotions. Performance ratings will be categorized as follows: A for 100, B for 80, C for 60, D for 40, and D for 0. Generally, supervisors can be lenient with level 9 employees, essentially allowing for no D ratings. This means that the combined salary, including performance bonuses, will range from 3,800 to 4,800, which is quite attractive for yet-to-graduate vocational students in the current employment landscape of Rongqing. Chen Mo projected a flowchart onto the screen, revealing the operational standardization and grading plan, a trump card he had meticulously crafted over the past 6 months using insights from his previous life. The operational standardization documentation had been established, with the SOP for fault handling detailed down to a 3-level directory, allowing for the training period for fresh graduates to be compressed to 2 weeks. The PPT flashed a server blue screen emergency guide, with each step of the reboot process accompanied by screenshots. Zhang Fuchuan gaped at the screen. Director Mo, are you intending to treat people like mere components? What of it? Chen Mo replied. Even German equipment maintenance manuals specify torque for wrenches down to 2 decimal places. He opened a case study from a major automotive manufacturer's operations, stating, what we aim to achieve is for the trained vocational graduates to be able to resolve 80 of routine issues by following the guidelines. Zhou Xiang, the newly appointed head of the IPD support department and a former technical backbone of Huaxing's overseas projects, raised his hand. Speaking with a tone of urgency, I would like to add a data point. 2 years ago, a competitor's junior operations position in Southeast Asia had a turnover rate of 42, with vocational graduates being 17 percentage points more stable than their bachelor's degree counterparts. As the meeting concluded, the rain had ceased. Chen Mo stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the tender buds sprouting from the newly planted ginkgo trees below. Hu Jia approached with a stack of documents. Are we really going to recruit a large number of vocational graduates? The HR team from our group could drown you in their spittle. He tugged at his tie, grinning like a fox, eyeing its prey. Once they see a 35 reduction in labor costs and a 95 resolution rate for work orders, they'll be more than eager to present me with banners of praise. He added, now go back to work. I still need to arrange recruitment matters over at the Infrastructure and Network Support Center, where we also need to hire around 10 network engineers. Thankfully, my global optimization project is progressing smoothly. Otherwise, I would be overwhelmed. On March 5th, at the Qingshui River campus of Rongdu University of Technology, a queue snaked outside the Seeking Truth Hall, extending to the library steps. A young man in a wrinkled suit practiced his self-introduction on his phone. Speaking of iterative empowerment in the ecosystem, while the young women adjusted the powder on their collars. The promotional poster for Huaxing Technology's recruitment event was frayed at the edges, with the salary section stating $15K and above for bachelor's degree smudged with sweat stains. Vice Dean Zhao Mingda of the School of Computer Science peered through the curtain seams, turning to the employment office director with a wry smile. Last year at this time, Tencent didn't have such a grand setup. Suddenly, gasps erupted within the hall. The stage's large screen was showcasing a polar testing video of Huaxing's 4G base stations, where engineers donned in red uniforms gave a thumbs up to the camera against a backdrop of a -40°C ice field. As the promotional video drew to a close, Chen Mo's ID photo and a brief introduction of the youngest Level 4 department manager flashed on screen, igniting a flurry of whispers. Senior, it seems this recruitment isn't for the RD department, but for Huaxing's IT. A boy in the back row nudged the seat in front of him. A girl with a ponytail, fixated on the screen, replied without blinking. Yes, it's Huaxing's IT department. I heard that last year their department's average year-end bonus was equivalent to 8 months' salary. She continued, pouring forth her knowledge like a bamboo tube spilling beans. The person in charge is a senior from Jeddah next door. They're hyping him up to the skies. But he is indeed impressive. I heard he became a Level 4 department manager at just 25. A boy in the front row, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, scoffed. Let them brag. How much power can a Level 4 department manager wield? My uncle is a T4 at Tencent. The ponytail girl retorted, Tencent's T4 is indeed formidable. But Huaxing S-Class of 19 is no less impressive. The key difference is that Tencent's T4 is a technical expert position, while Huaxing's department manager is in a management role, wielding significantly more authority. Besides, how old is your uncle? That young man is still just starting. Before she could finish, the host suddenly raised his voice. Please welcome Mr. Chen Mo, manager of Huaxing Technology Application Support and Delivery Shared Center. On March 7th, at the Jinghu Hotel of Chengdu Jiaoda, the steam rising from sweet and sour ribs blurred the rain-streaked window. Chen Mo gazed at the elderly man with white hair seated at the head of the table, his knife and fork hovering over the steak for a moment. This was Professor Yang, who had guided him through his graduation project, now serving as vice dean. Back then, you were coding through the night in my lab. Who could have predicted you'd climb the ranks so swiftly after leaving school? Professor Yang removed his glasses to wipe them, adding, this year the computer science department has expanded its enrollment to 300, creating significant employment pressure. Director Liu of the employment office seized the opportunity to hand over a list. The particularly outstanding candidates are marked in red, like this one who won an ACM gold medal. Chen Mo caressed the gilded-edged alumni commemorative booklet, the front page still bearing the photo of his graduating class. In the photo, he grinned foolishly from the front row, with the inscription behind him, a path of boundless prospects, now somewhat faded. 20 targeted positions. Not counted within the public recruitment quota, He interjected, but the written test scores must be exceptional. A flicker of joy crossed Director Liu's face. Is it possible? The operational exam questions for Huaxing were personally crafted by me, Chen Mo interjected. Slicing off a piece of steak. Do you recall the 3 courses you taught in sophomore year? Data structures, software engineering, and Java programming? The answers are all contained within those subjects. The room fell suddenly silent. Professor Yang burst into laughter. You've been preparing for this, haven't you? Fine, let us go with open recruitment. We accept. In the afternoon, the lecture hall was filled to capacity with 300 seats occupied, with even latecomers standing at the back. Notably, many liberal arts students had also arrived, as Huaxing Technology was hiring for departmental secretaries in addition to technical positions, clearly appealing to those from the humanities. Lin Yuqing sat in the middle of the 3rd row. Her swan-like neck held high, dressed in a light gray blazer paired with a pearl-white silk shirt. Her long hair was elegantly pinned up with a sandalwood hairpin, revealing a slender, pale neck. She flipped through a copy of Huaxing Organizational Management Case Studies borrowed from Senior, the pages densely annotated in delicate script. I heard that the year-end bonus for Huaxing's secretarial position can amount to 6 months' salary? 2 girls in the front row whispered. Not just that. My cousin at the headquarters in Pengsheng received $200,000 just from stock dividends last year. Lin Yuqing pressed her lips together. Her father was a physics teacher and competition coach at the affiliated high school of Jiaoda, while her mother worked in the ancient text department of the city library. And their family's monthly income was less than $20,000. Last night, during a video call, her father lamented the rising mortgage rates. She tightened her grip on her Mont Blanc pen, a gift from her uncle when she was accepted into Jiaoda. The gold plating on the clip had long been polished to a shine. Classmate, is that person above really our alumnus? Someone beside her inquired. Lin Yuqing did not look at him, but responded earnestly. He is a legendary senior from the class of 07, who rose from level 13 to level 19 in just 4 years. Chapter 41, Recruitment 2. As the special presentation concluded, the interview phase commenced. Next, Lin Yuqing. In the conference room, Chen Mo regarded the photo on her resume. The girl's ID photo exuded an aura of scholarly diligence. Her features delicately painted like an intricate work of art, with a slight upward curl at the corners of her mouth that hinted at an indomitable spirit. Summarize your most accomplished endeavor in 3 minutes. Chen Mo stated impassively. In my sophomore year, I organized an online academic forum between Jiaoda and MIT. Lin Yuqing replied at a steady pace, as if presenting a lab report. Initially, only 5 research groups signed up, so I redesigned the promotional plan, distributing posters to 12 global academic communities, ultimately attracting scholars from 23 countries. During this period, I coordinated 47 cross-time zone meetings with 0 errors in all agendas. She opened her tablet to display email screenshots, one of which prominently featured the assistant of a Turing Award laureate in the center's column. Chen Mo scanned her meticulously organized project timeline and noticed that the Gantt chart's color scheme surprisingly matched Huaxing's internal template. Why choose the secretarial position? With your credentials, a management trainee role would be more fitting. I have spent 3 years in the student union managing external relations, excelling at resource integration rather than strategic decision-making, she replied, her gaze unwavering. Moreover, Huaxing's secretarial position is the closest invisible hub to the business core. Muffled exclamations echoed in the corridor. A few girls peered through the door crack, whispering, that interviewer is so young. Is he really the department head? He asked me about Excel dynamic dashboards, and I mistakenly mixed up VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. A girl in a red dress nearly burst into tears. On March 9th, at the Chengdu Industrial College, the auditorium of Chengdu Industrial College was filled to the brim. The chill of early spring lingered in the morning air, yet could not suppress the fervor and restlessness among the students below. This was likely the first time a top-tier company had held a specialized recruitment fair targeting recent graduates from vocational colleges. As the PPT displayed a comprehensive salary of 4,000 yuan for college graduates, a boy in a faded denim jacket at the back tightened his grip on his pen. This figure was equivalent to what his parents earned working 2 months at a restaurant in their county. Upon employment, the company would provide 5 social insurances and a housing fund, with an annual opportunity for assessment and salary increase, and quarterly off-site team-building activities. With every benefit, the HR representative announced, someone raised their phone to capture the moment. A bespectacled boy in a plaid shirt nudged his companion. Quick, pinch me. I must be dreaming. Li Xiaofeng from the mechanical engineering department stared blankly at the requirements for the technical support position. Familiarity with basic computer operations and fundamental networking principles was something he had mastered during overnight sessions at the internet cafe. Upon seeing that the probationary salary was not discounted, with a maximum comprehensive monthly salary of 4,800 yuan, He trembled as he wrote down his mother's scrap collection address on the application form. As the event concluded, the crowd surged toward the booth, and a girl in red sneakers lost her resume in the throng. Chen Mo bent down to help her retrieve it and caught sight of an award listed, indicating she had won second place in the PLC programming competition for vocational colleges in Sichuan province. Why choose washing? He suddenly asked. The girl clutched her clothes nervously and replied, Sir, opportunities like this with a major company like washing are rare. We can't afford to hesitate. For us, we don't have the luxury to be choosy. Chen Mo was taken aback by her words and regarded her with a deep gaze. To save time, he casually had lunch at a small restaurant outside Chengdu Industrial College. The steaming bowl of Neijiang beef noodles sat before him as Hu Jia plopped down opposite him, casually snagging the fried egg from his bowl. So, any promising candidates? Take a look at this one. Chen Mo handed over a resume. The young man in the photo donned a faded school uniform, and the award section boasted of 3 consecutive months of perfect attendance at an internet cafe. Li Xiaofeng, from the School of Mechanical and Electrical Engineering at Rongqing Industrial College, had secured second place in the PLC competition. Hu Jia raised an eyebrow, questioning whether perfect attendance at an internet cafe could truly be considered an honor. Haha, today we also have a lady who won second place in the PLC competition, Chen Mo remarked before elaborating. The internet cafe where he worked housed 20 old machines, and the owner claimed that system failures were always repaired by him. Chen Mo opened the attached maintenance records, revealing that his knowledge stemmed from hands-on experience gained without textbooks or mentors. Such unconventional learning often rendered him more adept in practical applications than students who merely followed manuals in laboratories. While these were ordinary personal computers, they nonetheless attested to his practical skills. Zhang Fuqian approached with a bowl of Kaiyuan rice noodles, having recently developed a fondness for them, proclaiming them far superior to regular noodles. He cast a glance at the perfect attendance award and asked, Mo, is this truly reliable? A flicker of concern crossed his face. Rest assured, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will shoulder the responsibility. Just ensure that you guide these newcomers well. Chen Mo reassured him. He continued, last month, a newcomer from your team, Xiao Wang, took 3 days off to sit for the civil service exam, tapping the resume on the table. He emphasized the importance of hiring someone who would remain committed rather than leaving immediately after training. At Rongqing Industrial College, South Back Street, the Express Internet Cafe buzzed with activity. Li Xiaofeng crouched in front of a computer case, a flashlight clenched in his mouth, fingers deftly inserting and removing RAM sticks. Chen Mo stood beside him. The contrast of his formal attire against the grimy plastic chair was stark. Zhang Fuqian and Hu Jia observed the monitor, which was plastered with sticky notes detailing network topology diagrams, their expressions filled with curiosity. How'd you find this place? Li Xiaofeng asked, wiping his hands on his jeans, the cuffs revealing visible patches. Your principal mentioned a student who would rather eat instant noodles than forego saving for the CCNA and CCP certifications. Chen Mo replied with a smile. Intrigued, he decided to come and take a look. Don't mind me. Continue with your work. After watching for a while, he elegantly took his leave. In front of the administrative building of Rongdu University, Zhou Xiaonan squatted by a flower bed, nibbling on a bun. She had just meticulously reviewed the job posting from Huaxing, position, department secretary. Responsibilities included assisting with daily administrative tasks such as organizing meetings, filing documents, scheduling, interfacing with the group's IT systems, handling departmental budget submissions and reimbursements, coordinating cross-departmental resources, tracking key project progress, and maintaining employee records while assisting with performance assessment data compilation. Requirements stated a bachelor's degree or higher, with a preference for management or secretarial disciplines. Proficiency in the Office Suite, CET, 6 in English, strong pressure resistance, and exceptional communication and coordination skills. Benefits included a monthly salary of 8,000 to 12,000, 14 to 16 months pay, full social insurance and housing fund contributions, additional commercial insurance, annual health examinations, employee dormitories, and shuttle services. Today, she had made a special effort to dress well for the interview. However, just moments ago, her light brown trench coat had collected some dust, which she hastily brushed off, retrieving a small mirror from her canvas bag. Her short hair was styled with gel to create a voluminous curve, and she wore a borrowed, muted rose lipstick that accentuated her prominent canines. Nan, are you really going to interview at Huaxing? Her roommate messaged her this year. They're only hiring technical positions for those with a college diploma at our school. They're only taking 2 secretaries with a bachelor's degree. And I heard many top students from Rongqing University of Science and Technology and Rongdu University are competing. Why not give it a shot? You never know when luck might strike, she typed back, bun in mouth. The interview was scheduled in a small conference room on the top floor. As Zhou Xiaonan entered, she nearly tripped over the carpet, and Chen Mo instinctively reached out to steady her. Be careful. Thank you, sir, she stammered, her ears flushing red with embarrassment, her nervousness making her heart race. Your resume states that during your sophomore year, you helped a logistics company optimize their dispatch system? It was Chuanjita Company. They were manually assigning orders using Excel. Zhou Xiaonan explained as she pulled out a thick folder from her backpack. I analyzed 3 months' worth of historical data and discovered that 80 of complaints were concentrated in the urban-rural fringe. I then wrote a dispatch algorithm in Python, overlaying the GPS data of electric vehicles with an order heat map. Chen Mo perused her hand-drawn algorithm flowchart. The edges of the paper curled and the sticky notes faded. Clearly revised countless times. How much did the complaint rate decrease after the system went live? From 15 to 37, she replied, her eyes sparkling. The boss even gave me an extra 2,000 yuan, and I was able to buy my mom a smartphone. During the pressure test segment, Chen Mo suddenly switched to English. Suppose I need to temporarily adjust a multinational meeting, but all the executive schedules are full. What would you do? Zhou Xiaonan fidgeted with her fingers, pausing for a moment before grabbing a marker and sketching a 3x3 grid on the whiteboard. First, prioritize. Does this meeting affect the product launch? Second, consider alternatives. Can it be split into 3 regional meetings? Third, resource exchange. The marketing department has an overseas inspection next week. Perhaps we could borrow their translation team. Her handwriting was shaky, yet each box brimmed with arrows and annotations. Chen Mo recalled his frantic calculations on the whiteboard during last year's ERP system crash. 3 days later, Lin Yuqing received a job offer notification at the library. Outside, the magnolia flowers were in full bloom, and she tightened her grip on her phone, remembering Chen Mo's final question. What do you consider your greatest weakness? I'm not content with just being a supporting role, she had answered candidly. However, the position of Secretary of Huaxing would provide a valuable vantage point. I want to see how the giants operate. At the same moment, Zhou Xiaonan was at the cafeteria window, dishing out her meal, when her phone vibrated. She nearly dropped her plate of potato and pork. Mom, I got in. The salary is high enough to cover my brother's school selection fee in just 2 months. She squatted beside the waste bin, laughing and crying simultaneously, the grease from the food staining her canvas shoes. In the distance, in the U1 building, Chen Mo stuffed 2 files into a folder. Hu Jia poked his head in, asking, are we really considering that second-tier university candidate? The HR department mentioned that the resume pool from Rongqing University is generally lower than that of Jiao University. What we need are disruptors, not just top students, he replied, gesturing towards Zhou Xiaonan's algorithm manuscript. Only those who can flourish in adversity can withstand the challenges at Huaxing. As twilight descended, the fates of the 2 young women were intricately intertwined, while the gears of Huaxing's vast machinery would soon add a new resonance to its symphony. Chapter 42. Onboarding Newcomers 1. Today marks the spring equinox, a day Chen Mo particularly cherishes, for it heralds the arrival of longer days and shorter nights. He delights in taking evening strolls during spring, relishing the gentle warmth of the spring breeze caressing his cheeks. Early in the morning, a long line formed at the north gate of the Rongqing Research Institute. Zhao Bowen clutched his printed electronic offer and onboarding documents. Observing the girl in front of him as she adjusted her bangs using her phone's front camera, the glass facade reflecting the faded collar of his shirt. This shirt, purchased 2 years ago from a wholesale market with classmates, now felt like an ill-fitting patch. Newcomers for the Application Support Services Shared Center, please use the left passage, shouted the security guard, startling the sparrows perched in the parasol trees. Zhou Xiaonan moved slowly through the crowd, the papers in her canvas bag rustling softly. She caught sight of Lin Yuqing a short distance ahead in line and had learned just before queuing that they both were vying for the secretary position in the same department. At this moment, the pearl earrings glimmer softly in the morning light. Purchased from Taobao for merely 38 yuan. These artificial pearls are sufficient to make her neck stand tall and proud. Zhou Xiaonan, the sudden call of her name startled the girl, causing a flicker of nervousness within her. Do you have your ID card, English proficiency certificate, and a photocopy of your bank card? Why, yes, I have them. In her flustered state, she hastily extracted the necessary documents for her onboarding, the faded red string around her wrist standing in stark contrast to the marble surface. The HR representative scanned her washed-out canvas shoes and handed her a single sheet of onboarding guidance. First, go to UNA 102 to collect your work card and computer. Additionally, the work card can be recharged at the cafeteria, and at 10 a.m., you are to attend a unified onboarding training in the auditorium at U2, Area A. She gestured towards the guidance material, The process is all outlined in this document, and the map of the Research Institute is on the back. Thank you. Zhou Xiaonan hurriedly expressed her gratitude and took a few steps outside, intending to consult the map, only to be interrupted by a melodious voice. Let us go. I've already looked at the map. She saw Lin Yuqing approaching her, and as she reached Zhou's side, she extended her hand. I'm Lin Yuqing. Come on. Let us head over together. Zhou Xiaonan was somewhat surprised by her initiative, but upon reflection, it was only natural for the two secretaries, the only ones in the entire department, to have some work overlap, so she smiled and replied, I'm Zhou Xiaonan, and like you, I'm also a department secretary. As they conversed, she mimicked the adults around her, extending her hand for a brief handshake. Perhaps it was due to the auditorium's vastness. Despite the central air conditioning running continuously, a hint of chill lingered in the air. This unseasonable cold spell had persisted for over half a month, with forecasts suggesting a rise in temperature only next week. Today, as President Chen was away on a business trip, it fell upon me to commence the onboarding training. At the front of the auditorium, Hu Jia faced over 100 curious eyes with composure, wielding a laser pointer in one hand and sporting a microphone for amplification. Resembling a university lecturer. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hu Jia, the supervisor of the ERP Supply Chain Support Department under the Application Support Service Shared Center. Among the 96 new hires this time, most belong to the Application Support Service Shared Center, while 12 are from the Infrastructure and Network Support Center, along with 2 department secretaries. Currently, both departments are headed by President Chen Mo. This recruitment will see some of you entering the ERP Supply Chain Support Department, meaning that some of you will report directly to me in due course. Most of you have been assigned to your respective positions, though a select few, due to their outstanding performance in school, will have multiple supervisors vying for them. Per President Chen's directive, we will offer this group an opportunity for internal selection. The auditorium buzzed with excitement, only to quiet down after a few seconds of anticipation as Hu Jia paused. You're all adults now, stepping out of campus and into society. I'm not your teacher, and I won't lecture you extensively. I will speak just once. If you miss it due to your own fault, do not come to ask me again. Her expression was impassive, and the audience was silent, evidently taken aback by the formidable presence of the seemingly delicate girl. Shall I continue then? The 2 secretaries I just mentioned, please come up here. Zhou Xiaonan and Lin Yuqing, suddenly called upon, exchanged surprised glances before promptly walking to the stage. As they ascended, Hu Jia instructed, let us introduce yourselves to everyone. The 2 graciously introduced themselves, and then Hu Jia added, you will frequently interact with our department secretaries in your work, whether it's for meeting arrangements, acquiring documents, or applying for resources during project advancements, or dealing with personnel and daily affairs. Upon returning to their seats, the 2 exchanged glances, clearly surprised that the responsibilities of secretary extended beyond their initial expectations. Hu Jia elaborated on the company's and department's organizational structure, and the newcomers listened attentively, filled with anticipation for their first job. That should suffice for now. We still have 3 more sessions ahead. The HR colleagues will explain the company's regulations. The confidentiality team will discuss information security, and the legal team will address the prevention of business crimes. Hu Jia began to wrap up. Just as she took a couple of steps away from the podium, she turned back to remind everyone, salary confidentiality is a red line for us at Washington. Violations will lead to immediate dismissal. Do not inquire about other salaries, nor disclose your own. The specifics will be conveyed by HR later. Please take a 10-minute break, after which we will resume training. As she exited the auditorium, the space erupted into lively discussions once more. Lin Yuqing overheard 3 boys chatting nearby. Who dares to join whose supervisor's department? Not me. She seems quite intimidating. I want to. Have you guys considered why whose supervisor has such a strong presence and confidence? It must be because she possesses real capability. My dad says if the department head is strong, the entire department's treatment won't be too shabby. A girl in the front row turned and remarked, are you all so sure you can participate in the internal selection? Lin Yuqing chuckled at this, prompting the 3 boys in the back to immediately silence themselves. In 2014, a telecommunications company experienced a source code leak. The legal team presented blurred courtroom footage, showing an engineer selling core algorithms to competitors, resulting in an 8-year sentence. In the same year, a back-end programmer, under the owner's suggestion, exported internal client information, leading to the owner profiting from the sale. The programmer was convicted of aiding in the violation of information security and received a 3-year sentence, with 2 years suspended. It's important to note that this programmer did not benefit personally and only followed the owner's directives. The newcomers collectively gasped in shock. Zhou Xiaonan's pen suddenly halted. She recalled a time during her junior year internship when an e-commerce supervisor had her organize user data, dismissing it as merely expired phone numbers. In that moment, she realized the thin line separating her actions from criminality, was merely an A4 sheet of paper. Zhou Xiaonan filled her notebook with exclamation marks. The projector displayed videos from the hard drive, showcasing metallic discs housing commercial secrets, warped into abstract art by a strong magnetic field, far more chilling than any shredder. Now, you will sign confidentiality agreements and tripartite agreements, and you will sign your labor contracts once you obtain your graduation and degree certificates. After signing the agreements, we will conduct a small test on information security violations. As the questions began, Zhao Bowen wiped the sweat from his palm. The definition of unauthorized access was precise down to physical port permissions. He felt as if he were relearning a language. Fortunately, everyone had been attentive during the training, and the test was not overly difficult. Soon, all passed the examination. Chapter 43. New Employees Onboarding 2. 3 days later, at precisely 8 a.m., Chen Mo had already finished breakfast and arrived at you 1/2 an hour early. As he entered the office area through the automatic doors, he noticed the two secretaries adjusting the projector in the conference room. Xiaonan, the evaluation form for the 5th-level department supervisor needs to be transmitted securely. I'll handle that, Lin Yuqing said, her fingers flying across the keyboard, the screen glowing a soft cyan. Zhang Fuchuan from Zhang's side wants to prioritize those with higher scores in the database test from the written exam. Please help filter those. All right, let us proceed with that division of labor. Both quickly fell into their workflow, with Zhou Xiaonan jogging through the office area, adding, Hu Jia said 3 people who understand algorithms are needed today. I'll help filter those out too. As more employees began to arrive, the public office area started to hum with activity. Zhao Bowen found himself staring blankly at the dual monitors. He had now joined the ranks of those who utilized mechanical keyboards. His neighbor, Wang Li, tossed him a packet of throat lozenges, reassuringly saying, Don't worry. When I first arrived, I didn't even know how to set up a VPN. He noticed that her employee badge bore a number beginning with 18, indicating she, like General Chen, had entered the company a decade prior. An open notebook adorned with cartoon stickers lay before her, revealing the title Oracle Performance Tuning Guide. Do you see that man in the checkered shirt? That's Zhang Fuchuan, our manager, Wang Li whispered. Last year, he led the team in reconstructing the CRM system, saving the company $40 million in server costs. Zhao Bowen followed her gaze to the window, where a disheveled man stood, shouting into his phone. I told you the database must be aligned to 32 bits. His hair was tousled, and a sleeping bag protruded from a cardboard box at his feet. Zhao Bowen was striving to adapt to the company's pace. He had already ordered a nap bed from an online marketplace, with logistics indicating it would arrive in 2 days. The cafeteria during lunch resembled a bustling beehive. I planned to assign Li Xiaofeng to the Infrastructure and Network Support Center, so he won TB attending the dual selection event. Chen Mo flatly rejected Wang Li's suggestion. For this batch of graduates from 985 and 211 institutions, our team needs at least 3 undergraduates and 1 master's degree holder. Hu Jia tapped her plate with a fork. Last time we divided into teams, our group was already short on people. This is utterly unreasonable. Zhang Fuchuan's northeastern accent reverberated. When we first formed groups, who among us had many members? The squabble caught the attention of the newcomers in the corner. Zhao Bowen swallowed a mouthful of the cafeteria's mapo tofu, which was considerably saltier than his mother's version. After the lunch break, at precisely 1:30 p.m., Chen Mo's voice suddenly echoed through the open office area. Xiaolin, bring over the materials for the new colleagues participating in the dual selection. Lin Yuqing hurriedly followed, catching a glimpse of Zhou Xiaonan shielding the sign-in sheet with her body. 3 team leaders had already attempted to sneak a peek at the candidate ratings. Wang Li stuffed a Ferrero Rocher in her bag. Hey, could you show me the rating for that guy who knows Python? What's the rush? Well, I'll see it shortly. Before Zhou Xiaonan could respond, they heard Chen Mo's voice from the office. Conference room A215 on the 2nd floor of building U1 has now transformed into a talent market. Has Xiaoli familiarized himself with our intelligent replenishment algorithm? Hu Jia blocked Li Shu's path. I assure you, if you perform excellently throughout the year, I'll personally request that General Chen promote you to level 11 by the end of the year. Join our CRM team. Zhang Fuchuan chimed in. I have a system handling millions of concurrent requests. The code you write will run in a system with such capacity. Zhou Xiaonan observed the fervent scene, pondering that perhaps this was the reason why Huaxing, as a technological titan of a nation, had remained resilient for over 30 years. Li Yang stood beside a fresh-faced engineering student in a checkered shirt, responding to Chen Mo's curious gaze. I'm having this new colleague optimize SQL on-site. After testing the optimizations, I plan to mentor him personally. Zhou Xiaonan glanced at Chen Mo's expression and smiled, saying to Li Yang, directly, serving as a mentor directly as the department head requires special approval from General Chen. Zhao Bowen found himself surrounded by three groups of individuals. Wang Lei showcased the server cluster monitoring graphs. Our delivery department directly manages 100,000 virtual machines. Zhou Ziang opened the PDM system. Come join our IPD team. The entire IPD and LTC are the core of Huaxing's business. Seizing the opportunity, Liang approached a girl named Lu Xin, inquiring if she would like to join his MES team, claiming her expertise in PLC would perfectly complement his team. Chen Mo realized she was the girl who had previously lamented her lack of options. At 6:30 p.m., the glass curtain wall was tinted with amber hues. Zhou Xiaonan slumped at her workstation, utterly exhausted. Piles of promotional brochures from various departments surrounded her, with the top one featuring the title Striver's Agreement, offering voluntary participation in a wolf-like training camp in exchange for enhanced project bonus coefficients. Have some hot water, Lin Yuqing suggested, sliding a cup of jasmine tea toward her before taking a seat beside her. The two gazed at the line of buses forming outside the base's main entrance. The newcomers were gradually acclimating to their surroundings and boarding the buses home. Just ahead of their desks, sounds of another dispute erupted from Chen Mo's office. These two students must be mine. Zhang Fuchuan's voice rose a notch. Their graduation project focuses on distributed lock optimization. Why should that be? I want them too. Zhang Wei retorted, undeterred. If your CRM needs distributed lock optimization, then my ERP doesn't need it? Zhou Xiaonan instinctively reached for her ears, finding the noise unbearable. Lin Yuqing suddenly chuckled. Doesn't this feel like a market brawl over fresh pork? Aren't we all just pigs in this batch? Zhou Xiaonan blurted out, startling herself. Ultimately, Zhao Bowen chose the IT delivery department. As he swiped his card to enter the server room, his pupils were filled with rows of blade servers. His mentor tossed him a stack of manuals entirely in English. Digest the scheduling strategy tonight. Tomorrow, you'll accompany General Wang to the data center in Pengcheng. Meanwhile, Lu Xin had spent several days sorting out the architecture and business processes of the entire MES system. Li Shu still opted for Hu Jia's department, convinced that his father was right. Those with true capabilities often have strong personalities. Zhou Xiaonan was busy verifying the agenda for the next day. A warm yellow glow emanated from Chen Mo's office. She noticed the electronic map on the wall flashing red dots, indicating that Huaxing's core ERP system was sending out monitoring alerts. Yuqing, this needs to be addressed. She pointed at an encrypted email. There's an anomaly in the inventory synchronization at the South China warehouse. Lin Yuqing's pen hovered over a sticky note. Moonlight spilled across the two women's workstations, and the hum of a midnight patrol car echoed from below, carrying yet another batch of programmers racing against the clock toward dawn. Chapter 44, Group House Hunting. After nearly half a month of bustling activity, Chen Mo finally completed the first batch of recruitment post-relocation. Although it was a Saturday, he arrived at the office early, having been urged several times by Hu Jia and Zhang Fuchuan to join them in viewing houses, hoping they might become neighbors. Chen Mo contemplated that he would eventually need to purchase a place near the company, so he acquiesced. Thus, he reluctantly rose early, strolling to the office after breakfast. Along the way, he inhaled the fragrance of magnolia wafting through the early spring air. Outside the Huaxing Research Institute in Chengdu, 5 buses were parked, their sides emblazoned with the banner exclusive housing tour for Huaxing employees. Dressed in a black trench coat, Chen Mo stood among the crowd, surrounded by the excited chatter of his colleagues. Director Mo, Zhang Fuchuan tugged at Zheng Shuling as they squeezed through, nearly brushing against Chen Mo's thermos. Shuling insists the kitchen in the talent apartment is too small. You need to settle this. Have you two decided not to apply for the talent apartment? Chen Mo inquired curiously. Hu Jia leaned in from behind, her ponytail slightly reddened from the cold. Director Mo, Quan Ge says he wants to buy a big house. Otherwise, it wouldn't team match his identity, right, Quan Ge? After her remark, she exchanged playful glances with Zheng Shuling, who clutched a property brochure, its pages fluttering in the wind. Li Xiangyu, nestled at the back of the line, was scrolling through his phone when he suddenly exclaimed, "Wow. I just saw that the property consultant for Tongdu is promoting a special offer for reservations that includes parking spaces." Instantly, the sound of screens being unlocked filled the air. A representative from the sales office raised a megaphone, calling out, "Teachers from Huaxing, please board the bus. Our first destination is Qianfu Yunxi, featuring elegantly decorated ready-to-move-in residences, predominantly comprising villas and townhouses, with high-rise buildings being relatively scarce. It is situated a mere 2 kilometers from the Research Institute, and a short drive of just a few minutes will take us there. The second stop is Longhai Shanshui Peninsula, which consists entirely of high-rise buildings and is still under development, with an estimated delivery time yet to be announced. The carriage is filled with the melons of breakfast aromas wafting through the air. Chen Mo opens the property investment brochure, his pen gliding across the blank spaces. Total assets, stock holdings, 28. 56 million. Real estate, a 4-bedroom unit in Vank City, Bantian, Pengcheng. Current cash, 1. 32 million. Liabilities, mortgage 2 million, second mortgage 1. 5 million, credit loan 800,000. Monthly income, over 110,000. He silently calculates his current assets, liabilities, and monthly payments, contemplating that acquiring another property through mortgage would not impose significant pressure. Suddenly, Hu Jia extends her iPad towards him, the screen displaying a mortgage calculator. Could you help me evaluate this layout? It features a duplex with a construction area of 143 square meters. The property advisor mentioned that Huaxing employees can avail a 4 discount. Her hair lightly brushed against Chen Mo's shoulder, leaving a subtle scent of citrus. The building's elevator-to-unit ratio is somewhat lacking, with 2 elevators serving 6 units on each floor and all being high-rise. During peak hours, waiting for the elevator could be quite inconvenient. Chen Mo pokes at the model diagram with the tip of his pen, noting that the developer's property management is not particularly commendable, which may result in a lower quality of living in the future. Additionally, according to the new urban planning for Tongdu District, this development is not situated on a main thoroughfare. And if a subway is constructed from Rongqing to Tongdu in the future, it is highly probable that it will not reach this area. Chen Mo is aware of the plans for Metro Line 6 from his past life and thus directly advises against it. Zhang Fuchuan, sitting in the front row, suddenly turns around. It seems that President Mo truly knows his stuff. Shuling, did you hear what he said? Zhang Shuling pinches the soft flesh on his arm and turns to him, saying, then why don't you ask President Mo where he intends to buy? Many around them cast expectant gazes in their direction. Chen Mo does not keep them in suspense and immediately reveals his singularly correct answer, Tianfu Yunqi. He then shares his insights regarding the development and combines them with the knowledge of future urban planning in Rongqing's Tongdu district, articulating what he can to the group. Everyone listens intently, nodding in agreement. His past life has already affirmed that this community is, in terms of location, amenities, transportation, architectural quality, and property management, the finest in Rongqing's Tongdu district over the past decade. A throng of people gathers around the sand table for Tianfu Yunqi. The sales director, clad in a black suit, emphasizes, we have exclusive discounts for Huaxing teachers, which are 8 lower than market prices, and we also offer 3 years of property management free of charge. Li Xiangyu squeezes to the front. Can we view the model unit on the 33rd floor? I want the highest one. Xiangyu, what are you thinking? In such a large community, there are only 8 high-rise buildings surrounding it, meant to block noise. Before the property advisor can respond, Xu Dandan immediately interjects. She is known for her forthright manner and does not shy away from offending others. Li Xiangyu, grinning, replies, no worries, Dandan. I know, but I simply have a penchant for high-rise units with a good view. Chen Mo is quite familiar with this community, having several colleagues who reside there from his past life. With a clear objective in mind, he decides to accompany his colleagues to take a look. The group follows Li Xiangyu and the property advisor to view the top-floor duplex, and at this time, the surrounding high-rises are still relatively few, providing indeed a splendid view. Upon seeing the ready-to-move-in property, Li Xiangyu becomes particularly excited, leaning over the balcony railing on the 34th floor and shouting, look, this side is the Research Institute, and over there should be Mount Siguniang. The gusting wind tousles his hair into a wild mess. After descending from the top floor, Li Xiangyu makes a phone call to his family, seemingly ready to make a decision today. Chen Mo follows the crowd into the physical model unit. The 6-meter-high living room is adorned with a crystal chandelier, and the underfloor heating radiates warmth from the beige marble flooring. He touches the German Bowley kitchen cabinets and turns to the sales representative, inquiring, how much for this ready-to-move-in townhouse? The property document states a construction area of 289 square meters, spanning 3 floors with front and back gardens totaling 70 square meters, all classified as fully gifted area, with the basement also being entirely complimentary. The 2 terraces on the 2nd and 3rd floors are considered semi-gifted area. Here, we provide fully furnished handovers, complete with imported appliances throughout, and additionally, we offer 2 parking spaces, the sales representative elaborates enthusiastically. Quickly tapping on the calculator, he announces the original price is 4.16 million, but for Huaxing employees, it is 3.82 million, with a down payment of just 30 required, 114,000. Zhang Fuchuan gasps in surprise. President Mo is planning to buy a villa? It's a townhouse, Chen Mo clarifies. Zhang Shuling interjects, so what? A townhouse is not unworthy of being called a villa. Chen Mo decides not to engage in a debate with the couple. The latest commercial loan from the bank offers a rate of 4.9. Chen Mo captures the layout with his phone, mentally envisioning how the basement could be transformed into a media room, a room on the second floor designated as an office, and a master bedroom on the third floor facing the tranquil waters of the courtyard, a far gentler price compared to Pengcheng's real estate market. Meanwhile, Hujia's eyes light up upon hearing the price. She has not purchased property in Pengcheng, and having saved money over the years, along with her booming stock investments and year-end bonus, her savings have exceeded 2 million. Initially, she had intended to buy a small high-rise with a garden, but upon hearing the property advisor's quote, she was instantly intrigued. Being fully furnished, it would essentially allow for immediate occupancy. After a down payment of 114,000, she would still have ample cash reserves left, and the monthly mortgage payments would be easily manageable, with her provident fund covering nearly half of it. She turns to Chen Mo and bats her eyelashes, saying, "President Mo, you wouldn't mind if I became your neighbor, would you?" Chen Mo is taken aback, surprised by Hujia's swift decision. He feels a quiet joy, although he has refrained from taking any action due to company policy. Having a beautiful colleague living next door would certainly bring him happiness. Zhang Fuchuan circles the garden villa area 3 times. Zheng Shuling squats by the model unit's bay window, gesturing, "If we make a slight modification here, we can have a balcony for our daughter to tend to her succulents." Suddenly, he pulls out his bank card and hands it to the property advisor. "I'll take the duplex with a construction area of 178 square meters. The down payment for 3 floors should be 480,000. Please help me draft the contract and process the payment." The young ladies from the finance department gather in the signing area to calculate. The monthly payment is 4,900. Since your property in Pengcheng qualifies for the Provident Fund, it will only be a commercial loan. Zhang Fuchuan waves his hand dismissively, indicating it is of no concern to him. As evening approaches, Chen Mo's purchase contract is already tucked inside his briefcase. His phone buzzes with a message from Lin Yue. "I heard you bought in Yunqi? I signed a contract last week too, and the handover is next week. Come over for a hot pot this weekend." Chen Mo replies, "Absolutely." Chapter 45, Dining with the Sister. Although the previous day's property viewing concluded swiftly, it left him thoroughly exhausted. On Sunday, Chen Mo slept in until nearly noon. In the afternoon, he played games at home for a while. He had recently purchased an Xbox a week ago and was still in the novelty phase. He enjoys playing FIFA and occasionally seeks out skilled opponents online during his free time. Time seemed to fly by while engrossed in gaming. A glance at the clock revealed it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Hastily, I exited the game and tidied myself up for that evening. I had promised to pick up Chen Xian for a lavish dinner. The rush hour traffic in Rongqing was indeed a nightmare. The less than 10-kilometer stretch took over 40 minutes to navigate. Chen Mo lowered the car window, his fingertips drumming lightly on the steering wheel. The navigation system indicated that West Sichuan Normal University was still 2 kilometers away, while the car radio played Bubble, with G.M.'s soaring vocals piercing through the morning fog. He casually turned down the volume, glancing at the caramel macchiato he had purchased for Chen Xian, its cup adorned with delicate droplets of condensation. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and Chen Xian's WeChat avatar lit up the screen. She was clad in her high school uniform, posing amidst a field of rapeseed flowers, her smile brighter than the sun. "Brother, how far along are you?" Her voice was sweet enough to be cloying. "Just 2 more traffic lights," Chen Mo replied, glancing at the navigation. "Once you're ready, come downstairs. I'll take you to the Black Pearl 2-Diamond Riverside Feast." "Isn't that the legendary Riverside Feast that costs around 1,200 per person?" Chen Xian's voice dropped conspiratorially, as laughter erupted from the girls behind her. "My roommates are all clamoring to meet the fabled domineering CEO brother they've heard so much about." She elongated her tone, reminiscent of a child pleading for candy. Chen Mo chuckled, his reflection in the rearview mirror showcasing a smirk. "All right, today I'll let you all indulge extravagantly. Oh, they all say you're handsome, especially Xiaoming, who remarked that you look like a male lead from a Korean drama in that photo by the river in my friend's circle." The car's clock ticked to 7 o'clock, shadows of the phoenix trees dancing across the windshield. Chen Mo signaled and turned onto the auxiliary road. "Tell them to come down in 20 minutes. In dormitory 412 of the Meiyuan building at West Sichuan Normal University, excitement erupted. Lin Xiaoming stood in front of a mirror, braiding her hair into twin ponytails, the pale pink bows fluttering with her movements. She had deliberately changed into a newly purchased JK uniform, the hem just 10 centimeters above her knees. This length was the result of a meticulous 2-week study of fashion magazines to achieve the perfect balance of purity without being contrived. Yuan, come look." As she turned, her white stockings brushed against the iron bed frame, creating a rustling sound. "Is this too deliberate?" Zhao Yuan, rummaging through her wardrobe for a high-quality imitation Chanel outfit, rolled her eyes at the remark. You're going to dinner with your little sister, and you're dressed like you're going on a date. We're just here for a free meal. Despite her words, she continued spraying Jo Malone perfume onto her wrists, the citrus scent mingling oddly with the aroma of instant noodles wafting through the dormitory. The girl near the window stirred, Wang Huifeng, discreetly shoving her student loan notification under her pillow. As she stood to get some water, hearing the words free meal elicited a more pronounced reaction than expected. Instant coffee spilled from the corner of her mouth, staining her white coat, prompting a hurried attempt to wipe it away, which only resulted in a larger watermark. Fong, you just washed all your other clothes yesterday. Why not wear my sweater instead? Chun Qian suggested, pulling open her wardrobe to reveal a mint green knitted dress shimmering with delicate pearls. This was a birthday gift from Chen Mo last month. The price tag equivalent to 3 months' worth of Wang Huifeng's living expenses. No, that's unnecessary. I have another one. Wang Huifeng waved her hand in refusal, not quite adept at handling others' kindness. After searching for a while, she retrieved a slightly wrinkled black cotton jacket that hadn't seen the light of day in ages. Suddenly, Zhao Yuan squealed, Look, Chen Qian, your brother's here. Following her pointing finger, a sleek black Mercedes glided to a stop along the sycamore-lined road. Lin Xiaoming leaned closer for a better view, her adorably naive expression charming. She recognized the car was a Mercedes, an emblem of luxury, while contemplating its cost. She overheard Zhao Yuan whispering above her, That car could buy 3 houses in the county. Chen Mo observed as the 4 girls emerged from the building. Chun Qian bounced into the passenger seat, her beige skirt sweeping across the leather upholstery. In the rearview mirror, the girl with twin ponytails lifted her leg to climb into the back seat, her milky white ankle socks leaving a slight imprint. The taller girl, flaunting her curly hair, walked proudly, a sparkling diamond necklace glinting at her collarbone. The last girl clutched a canvas bag strap, her faded jeans fraying at the knees. This is my brother. As Chun Qian introduced him, her hair brushed against the car's air freshener, the scent of bergamot suddenly intensifying. Xiao Meng is wearing JK. Yuan is in the student council's external relations department, and Fong is our dormitory's academic star. Lin Xiaoming, petite and enveloped by the seat, discreetly traced the texture of the first layer leather. When Chen Mo offered her a bottle of Evian, she fumbled to take it, the condensation trickling down the bottle and into her sleeve. Fasten your seatbelt, Chen Mo reminded her, catching Zhao Yuan's intense gaze in the rearview mirror. Her lips, adorned with a captivating shade of lipstick, parted slightly, yet she said nothing, merely adjusting the straps of her dress. Wang Huifeng huddled against the car door, clutching her canvas bag like a shield. When the seat ventilation feature activated unexpectedly, she jumped, her body rising a few centimeters. Are you all right? Chen Mo lowered the air conditioning speed. Yes, I'm fine. Her ears turned crimson, fingers twisting the bag strap as if they might wring water from it. The shadows of the ginkgo trees outside flickered across her face, alternating between light and dark. Chen Mo seemed to sense the girl's unease, steering the conversation towards their academic courses, which finally instilled confidence in Wang Huifeng, her tone firming considerably. The Chinese lanterns of the riverside feast swayed gently under the eaves. A server clad in traditional Hanfu bowed to lead the way, the sound of their shoes on the bluestone tiles reminiscent of river stones from Lin Xiaoming's hometown. She secretly counted the price tag of the tuna belly, 398 yuan per slice, equivalent to her father's wages for 3 days at the county's post office. Brother, I want to eat live shrimp sashimi. Chun Qian waved the menu like a scepter, adding, and sea urchin sushi and bluefin tuna too. Don't forget the abalone sauce with fish roe. Zhao Yuan elegantly sliced into the goose liver, the silver fork clinking against the bone china plate. When Chen Mo excused himself to take a work call, she hastily snapped a photo of the lavish spread for her social media, adjusting the filter just enough to make the logo visible. These shrimp are incredibly large, Lin Xiaoming exclaimed, cradling a peony shrimp, its juices flowing down her wrist. Panicking, she licked it, her tongue encountering the briny sweetness of the deep sea mingled with the acidity of lemon. Suddenly remembering, it was Chen Mo who had just freshly squeezed the lemon. Wang Huifeng stared blankly at the elaborate array of cutlery before her. The silver crab claw gleamed coldly under the lights as she mimicked Chun Qian's movements to grasp a king crab leg, the metallic clatter startling the birds perched on the ice sculpture. As the crab shell cracked open, her hands trembled dangerously close to pricking her fingers. Fong, try this. Chun Mo returned unexpectedly, placing peeled crab meat on her plate, the orange-red mound contrasting with the faint ink stains in the crevices of her nails. Outside the bright floor-to-ceiling windows, the city's neon lights began to illuminate one by one. Lin Xiaoming, attempting to stealthily capture Chen Mo's profile, forgot to turn off her flash. Sensing something, he turned and smiled just as she nearly dropped her phone into the miso soup. Brother, your posing for the photo is so outdated. Chen Qian laughed heartily. Zhao Yuanyuan, swirling her wine glass, smirked, leaving a half-formed ambiguous lip print on the rim. Wang Huifeng, engrossed in battling crab shells, felt an inexplicable urge to cry. Suddenly, tears dripped on her napkin, blooming into a small patch of deep blue resembling a starry sky. On the return journey, fine rain began to fall, the windshield wipers casting fan-shaped shadows across the glass. Lin Xiaoming, cradling a packed matcha daifuku, felt drowsy. A smudge of cream adorning the corner of her mouth, like a playful beauty mark. Zhao Yuanyuan gazed into the makeup mirror, scrutinizing her mascara, as her lambskin high heels unintentionally nudged Wang Huifeng's canvas bag. Thank you today, Brother Chen, Wang Huifeng suddenly spoke, her voice as gentle as the traces left by windshield wipers on a rainy day. This is my first experience dining at such an upscale restaurant, and it's also my first encounter with genuine bluefin tuna. Chen Mo, observing through the rearview mirror, noticed her fingers tracing circles on her knee. The glow of the campus streetlights dancing over her head, casting tiny rainbows on her inexpensive black hairpin. He glanced up at the mirror, offering a warm smile as he replied, Chen Qian and I are equally unaware of the origins of this affluent family. This is our first time dining here as well. Ha ha ha, it truly is delicious. However, what Chen Mo did not realize was that at this moment, he appeared to be radiating in Lin Xiaoming's eyes. She was a high school student, dressed and styled like a lowly, yet not naive. Lin Xiaoming perceived Chen Qian's brother as the epitome of a perfect man, intelligent, wealthy, capable, and considerate of others' feelings. A mere simple sentence from him had already granted Wang Huifeng ample face. Coincidentally, I've settled down in Rongqing as well. You are all welcome to my home for dinner in the future. I'll cook and enhance your meals. As he spoke, he rolled down the car window, leaving a gap wide enough for the spring rain, infused with the fragrance of phoenix tree blossoms, to pour in. Chen Qian, who had just been dozing off with her head resting on a jacket, perked up at this remark, her voice rising in excitement. Brother, you bought a house in Rongqing too? When? You didn't tell me. Her voice was so loud it caused Chen Mo to furrow his brow, responding. I just signed a contract yesterday. Didn't I just mention that? Where did you buy it? She pressed. In Tongdu, right next to the company. Once the house is handed over, you can bring your roommates over for hot pot. Chen Qian buzzed with excitement for a moment before dozing off again, her phone screen illuminating the recently posted moments. In the 9-grid layout, there was a close-up of her brother driving, a photo of Zhao Yuanyuan with a glass of red wine, and at the center, a picture of her embracing her 3 roommates. The caption was all too familiar, the best brother in the world. Lin Xiaoming quietly saved the group photo, unaware that this night would later ferment into memories. Years later, when she found herself at a matchmaking banquet in a county town, encountering a civil servant clad in counterfeit Armani, or when Zhao Yuanyuan's fake bag was recognized at a boutique, or when Wang Huifeng stared blankly at her phone screen, displaying her first earnings post-entrepreneurship, the memory of that tear would resurface. Yet, at this moment, she merely clutched her canvas bag tightly, allowing the Mercedes to obliterate the neon lights beneath as it drove toward the misty end of the spring night. Chapter 46, Su Ran's Initiative. By the time Chen Mo returned home, the spring rain had just begun to subside. He stared at the WeChat messages on his phone, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the edge of the desk. In the chat, Su Ran's profile picture showcased a selfie taken in a Mercedes showroom. Leaning against the sleek body of a CLS 400, her burgundy uniform accentuating her slender waist. Mo, go. Tomorrow night at 7 at Shujin Pavilion. I plan to confront you directly. She texted. I already know about the overtime of washing. It's a routine on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays, leaving other times for personal arrangements. Tomorrow is Wednesday. No more excuses, right? However, Su Ran was unaware that unlike their department, the RD team did not actually have mandatory overtime on those days. The message concluded with a cute, angry emoji. He rubbed his brow, recalling the day she had tiptoed to tie a red ribbon on his car. The scent of her perfume, a blend of citrus and leather, was just as assertive as the new message that popped up. You said you had to work the previous 2 times we arranged to meet. This time, I've even booked a designated driver, accompanied by a playful tongue-out emoji. Chen Mo found himself lost in thought, staring at the unturned television in the living room. He had previously sensed Su Ran's proactive nature. He was no saint, especially considering that Su Ran's looks and figure could easily outshine many internet celebrities in modern times. Yet, his past failed marriage left him uncertain on where to begin. He found himself in a state of contemplation, neither initiating nor rejecting, but remaining open to the idea of responsibility. Rising, he stepped onto the balcony, where the artificial lake in Huimin Park shimmered under the glow of night lights. Chen Mo finally replied, "All right, then see you tomorrow." The following day after work, Su Ran once again awaited Chen Mo at the gate of Huaxing Research Institute. In reality, the journey from her workplace to the institute took at least an hour. As Chen Mo drove out, the rearview mirror reflected her jogging towards him. Clad in a mint green knitted cardigan over a cream lace dress, her delicate heels clicking crisply against the rain-soaked granite surface. She cradled a paper bag emblazoned with a trident star emblem, the tips of her hair glistening with droplets of water. "I thought Mo was going to stand me up," she exclaimed as she opened the car door, the in-car fragrance mingling with a hint of sandalwood. Chen Mo caught sight of her rose gold anklet, shimmering alongside the starburst charm on his keychain. "Su Ran, are you this devoted to all your clients?" Chen Mo teased deliberately. "Of course not," she responded with a smile while fastening her seatbelt, her nails painted a nude pink. "You are special, a VIP client. Your 3-month maintenance period has expired, and you haven't come in yet. Besides, aren't we friends?" She emphasized the word special, pausing for effect. The paper bag rustled, revealing a car air freshener gift box. This meal is an apology. Su Ran had chosen a restaurant located on the top floor of the Twin Towers in Financial City. The private room at Shujin Pavilion offered a panoramic 270-degree view of the nightscape along the Jinjiang River. As Su Ran removed her outerwear, the third button of her silk blouse revealed a hint of skin. Chen Mo did not feign the demeanor of a gentleman, but rather admired the elegant curvature of her figure. "Mo. Su Ran noticed his gaze, her cheeks flushing as she pondered how he could be so ungentlemanly. It was filled with delight. She waved her hand in front of him, her watch a Longines Dolce Vita. "We need a reservation for their signature camphor tea duck. I booked half of it last week." While placing her order, her neck slightly bowed, the platinum necklace dangling a miniature car key charm. Chen Mo observed that her phone wallpaper was a snapshot from the day he picked up his car. The two of them standing beside the pristine Mercedes, her radiant smile amidst a large bouquet of flowers blurred in the background. "I've heard that housing prices in Pengcheng have surged significantly," she suddenly interjected, lifting her gaze. Her mascara was perfectly applied. "Last month, our store manager attended training in Shenzhen and mentioned that housing prices near Huaxing have escalated to 50,000. She still instinctively regarded Chen Mo as a local of Pengcheng. "You seem quite knowledgeable about the housing market in Pengcheng," Chen Mo remarked, taking a sip of bamboo leaf green tea, the bitterness blooming at the root of his tongue. He felt a twinge of pride, adding, "I even posted on the company forum advising colleagues to invest in properties there. In less than 6 months, prices have skyrocketed." Noticing Su Ran's curious expression, he pulled out his phone, locating the post from half a year ago and offering it to her. Su Ran read intently. She was beautiful, but not foolish, or else she would have long been swept away by the wealth of those older men in their 40s and 50s. After perusing the post, admiration blossomed in her beautiful eyes for Chen Mo. She recognized his excellence, but had not anticipated it to be this extraordinary. Realizing that someone capable of writing such a post likely owned property in Pengcheng already, she exclaimed, "That's impressive." Her gaze fixed on Chen Mo, she then cautiously inquired, "So the house that President Chen bought must have appreciated quite a bit, right?" Chen Mo nodded, replying, "By the end of the year, it should double in value." In that moment, Su Ran's understanding of Chen Mo's wealth sharpened significantly. Following the post, various threads of discussion and admiration emerged, with over 3,000 comments praising the original poster as a genius, some even questioning whether such high property prices were still a viable investment. The overwhelming sense of immersion filled Su Ran with a profound sense of pride in this splendid setting. She was momentarily under the illusion that the remarkable man seated across from her was her boyfriend. Casting aside this fanciful notion, she quietly returned her phone to Chen Mo. "Will the property prices in Rongqing rise soon?" Su Ran inquired, her curiosity piqued. Since starting her job, she had been diligently saving money with the aspiration of purchasing a home of her own. Although her income was not insignificant, her regular expenses were considerable, and as a sales representative for a high-end automobile brand, she needed to invest in attire and accessories that conveyed a certain prestige. Additionally, she consistently sent money home each month, leaving her savings after several years of work at a mere few tens of thousands. Feigning contemplation for a moment, Chen Mo replied, "If you're considering buying a house, the sooner, the better. The interest on mortgage loans cannot keep pace with the rate of property value appreciation. But in a few years, it may be a different story." He recalled that in his previous life, starting from 2017, Rongqing had implemented purchase restrictions. which were soon followed by skyrocketing property prices. It wasn't until 2023 that prices began to gradually decline, particularly in non-core areas of Rongqing, where values had plummeted by as much as 50 from their peak. Reflecting on this, he began to strategize about purchasing several properties in both Rongqing and Pingcheng before the former imposed restrictions and the latter's prices fully escalated. Using the proceeds from his stock liquidation, noticing that Su Ran had also fallen into contemplation, he reminded her, generally speaking, purchasing a property often requires multiple viewings. You might want to take your time to look around and weigh your options before making a decision. If you find yourself uncertain later, I can assist you with advice. Upon hearing this, Su Ran's eyes brightened as she raised her champagne glass to clink with Chen Mo's in a gesture of gratitude. After leaving the restaurant, the chill of the night air prompted them to abandon the idea of taking a leisurely stroll post-dinner. The designated driver, a bespectacled young man, sat stiffly in the driver's seat. Su Ran, citing a desire to admire the night scenery, insisted that Chen Mo accompany her in the back seat. Neon lights from the overpass streamed through the sunroof, and as the vehicle traversed a speed bump, her long legs inadvertently brushed against Chen Mo's knee. Suddenly, the car's radio interrupted with a traffic update. Construction at Financial City Station, please detour. Su Ran took the opportunity to lean against his shoulder. The scent of citrus wafted over as Chen Mo's hand froze on the leather seat. 5 seconds passed, then 10, until he heard her muffled laughter of triumph. The car halted beneath Su Ran's apartment building. As she unbuckled her seatbelt, her lipstick smudged onto the suede interior. Oh, it matches the color of your car's paint. She deftly wiped away the wine-red mark before abruptly turning to ask, how long have you been single? Mo, guh? Rain began to fall once more, the water streaks on the windshield distorting the glow of the streetlights. Chen Mo recalled the scene from his previous life when he and his ex-wife sold their Audi A6 before their divorce. You are quite inquisitive, he remarked, rolling down the window as the raindrops, accompanied by a chill breeze, poured in. She handed him a scented gift box, her fingertips grazing his palm as she softly added, it's merely curiosity about you. As the taillights disappeared around the corner, Chen Mo opened the gift box. Aside from the car, air freshener, there was a handwritten card. Take care of yourself, and try not to overwork P.S. Can you please stop rejecting me every time I reach out? The note concluded with a crying emoji. Chapter 47. Emergency response online at 2 o'clock in the morning on April 25th. The emergency lights of the Rongqing Research Institute cast a pale blue glow in the corridor. Chen Mo clutched a satellite phone as he burst into the operations room, where the projection screen flickered with a red alert, staining the core node of Mexico City in crimson. The latency had soared to 487 milliseconds, with a packet loss rate of 21. Su Shuanglong, who had flown in a few days prior to prepare for the Network Acceleration Project report, found himself embroiled in this urgent situation. He had been rather unfortunate, having been drafted as deputy team leader in the Network Acceleration Project group, only to be conscripted by Chen Mo and Lin Yue. At this moment, he slumped exhausted in a swivel chair, his shirt wrinkled from 3 days without a change. As the Mexican telecommunications representatives informed them that the fiber optic cable had been severed by drug traffickers, yet their SD-WAN backup chain had failed to activate, Zhou Xiaonan entered, balancing a cup of coffee, a few strands of hair escaping from her bun. There are still 7 business class seats left on the red-eye flight from Sao Paulo to Mexico City, and the embassy requires the original equipment specifications for the expedited visa. Having just joined the company a month and a half ago, she had adapted quickly. Her fingers danced across the iPad on the desk. The Latin America region is requesting that you bring an OTN equipment expert. Prepare Guocheng and Lu Haoming for the business trip, and have Li Xiaofeng ready with the toolbox as well. Chen Mo loosened his collar. Memories of the major network outage in Mexico City flooded back. He instructed the on-site personnel to pack the optical time domain reflectometer and spectral analysis module in a shockproof case suitable for customs clearance. Guocheng and Lu Haoming were seasoned network experts, and including Li Xiaofeng was intended to provide this promising newcomer with invaluable experience. Outside the glass door, Li Xiaofeng, still unconfirmed in his position, was frantically labeling the optical modules when he heard his name. His pen clattered to the Overseas Equipment Customs Clearance Guide. If he hadn't misheard, Chen Mo's implication was that he was to accompany this emergency mission abroad. This fresh graduate from a rural background, who had never ventured beyond the province of Sichuan, was being entrusted with such significance by Chen Mo 20 hours earlier. Li Xiaofeng had been in the server room, devouring a hamburger while working overtime. This graduate from Rongqing Industrial College now clutched the well-thumbed Huaxing NE 5000 E-Core router operation manual, his forehead resting against the cold server cabinet. The 3-month technical rotation that HR had mentioned turned out to be an 11-hour daily grind of meticulously comparing 200 pages of configuration sheets. Xiaoli. Su Shuanglong suddenly burst through the fire door. Get the Otian wavelength division multiplexing parameters for the Mexico City node. On it, Su. Li Xiaofeng hurriedly wiped away the ketchup from the corner of his mouth, switching between 18 monitors with the speed of a whack-a-mole game. As he spotted the Mexico City node flashing frantically on the Latin American ring network topology diagram, he suddenly recalled the domino effect he had simulated in his thesis. In the month and a half since joining Huaxing, he had absorbed knowledge like a sponge, feeling as though a month of work had equated to a year of learning at school. It was Chen Mo who specifically mentioned your name. Zhou Xiaonan placed the boarding pass in front of him, the anti-blue light glasses reflecting the dense list of luggage. We joined the company at the same time, and are alumni. The leadership values you highly, so you must give it your all. At the customs of Mexico City Airport, Chen Mo was engaged in a discussion with officials in English. Li Xiaofeng observed as Chen Mo's demeanor grew increasingly anxious with the passing time. This leader, who had appeared so commanding during the kickoff meeting, did not seem as composed and serene in front of them. Everything abroad felt utterly foreign to him, and curiosity bubbled within. When he had spoken to his family the night before and mentioned that the company's leadership was taking him to Mexico on a business trip, his parents had been so astonished that they were momentarily speechless. They then repeatedly expressed their pride in his accomplishments, urging him to work diligently to live up to the trust placed in him by the company's leadership. No es arma, es instrumento optico, the accompanying translator explained to customs. Chen Mo tapped the optical diagram on the shockproof case and turned to Li Xiaofeng, instructing, turn to page 17 of the polarization mode dispersion test report. Li Xiaofeng nervously handed over the document, catching a glimpse of the official's holstered firearm. As the box containing the 400,000 spectral analyzer was finally cleared, the cold sweat trickling down his back had thoroughly soaked his shirt. The local engineer, Juan, patted him on the shoulder. Welcome to Latin America. Su Shuanglong reassured him. It's just a routine inspection. Don't worry. The fault site was located in the container data center in the southern part of Mexico City. As Lu Haoming crouched into the jungle of equipment cabinets, Su Shuanglong was vehemently cursing the company's network communication product, the OSN 9800. Damn, the dispersion compensation module. Wasn't it claimed to withstand 50 PSNM? It must be an issue with the efficiency factor. Suddenly, Chen Mo thrust the spectrometer against the fiber optic interface, exclaiming, look at the nonlinear phase shift at the 1550 nanometers wavelength. This is clearly a polarization state distortion caused by the optical cable being crushed by a heavy object. In truth, Chen Mo merely remembered that the cause of this significant incident in his previous life was due to someone severing the optical cable. He turned to Guo Cheng and shouted, retrieve the polarization state matrix from last night. Li Xiaofeng was beside him, feverishly recording. As he typed commands into his military-grade notebook, he suddenly realized the 14-hour time difference between Mexico and Chengdu, noting that the fault occurred precisely during the maintenance window in Rongqing. Panic washed over him, unsure whether a night change confirmation form was still necessary at this stage, nor how to proceed with the process, cold sweat trickling down his spine. His pleading gaze sought Su Shuanglong, who took over the task, encouraging him to observe and learn. Meanwhile, Chen Mo had already shed his suit and crawled into the wiring rack. Guo Cheng switched the fiber optic path, and Lu Haoming recalculated the Raman amplification gain. At 4 a.m., when Lu Haoming miscalculated the nonlinear coefficient for the third time, Chen Mo offered him a cookie, comforting him while relaying critical points from his past memories through speculation. As dawn broke, Su Shuanglong collapsed on the anti-static floor, howling, we've got it. The monitoring screen displayed a sudden drop in latency from Mexico City to Sao Paulo to 38 milliseconds. Li Xiaofeng stared blankly at the scattered packaging of optical modules, suddenly realizing the profound sense of accomplishment that comes from collaboratively completing a significant task. Chen Mo felt a sense of satisfaction. The fault had been resolved 9 hours earlier than in his previous life. Never underestimate those 9 hours for such major faults. Every minute could result in substantial losses for the company. On the return flight, Zhou Xiaonan sent an encrypted email. Mexico Telecom has confirmed that the optical cable was deliberately damaged, and the major clients department has intervened in negotiations. Chen Mo was indifferent to the specific reasons, as he already knew from his previous life. Closing his notebook, he caught a glimpse of Li Xiaofeng in the back row, busy attaching a mind map to the fault analysis report, employing the 3-layer attribution method he had taught. Mr. Chen, Li Xiaofeng suddenly handed over a bar of chocolate. I noticed you haven't eaten much all day. The aluminum foil was adorned with Spanish advertisements, and, as Chen Mo broke off a piece, He recalled his own struggles during his entrepreneurial endeavors in his past life, often subsisting on instant noodles. Su Xuanglong's snoring echoed in the business class cabin, while Guo Cheng and Lu Haoming were both fast asleep. Zhou Xiaonan was verifying the compensation list 20 rows back. Li Xiaofeng quietly turned on his recording pen, noting yet another piece of workplace wisdom. True network optimization begins with learning to debug under pressure. Chapter 48. A joyous relocation in the late spring of Rongqing. Although there were often persistent drizzles, today was a rare day of sunshine. The air was imbued with the fresh scent of newly unfurled camphor leaves. Chen Mo stood on the terrace of his townhouse, gazing at the ginkgo leaves glistening from last night's rain, his fingertips absent-mindedly tracing the rim of the glass. The newly transplanted hydrangeas in the yard drooped, while clusters of irises in the corner bloomed vibrantly, droplets of water clinging to the blue-violet petals like scattered diamonds. The fragrant aroma of de Banjiang's stir-frying wafted from the kitchen, prompting him to turn and enter the house, where in the open kitchen, Zhang Fuqiuan was shouting, "Mr. Mo, the twice-cooked pork is about to burn." Zhang Shuling snatched the spatula from him, playfully scolding her husband as she pushed him out of the kitchen. "Go on. You're just making a mess. You never cook at home, so what are you trying to prove?" She wore a floral apron, her temples damp with sweat, yet her eyes sparkled with joy. After moving to Rongqing, she finally secured a position at the kindergarten that Chen Mo had recommended, albeit as a life teacher. But she was no longer a full-time mother. Even more delightfully, their son had also transferred to a nearby elementary school affiliated with Huaxing Research Institute. In the living room, Li Xiangyu lounged on the leather sofa, flaunting his newly purchased iPhone 6. "Look at this luxurious gold. It just looks so high-end." On the television screen, a clip from Keep Running played, with Deng Chao tearing off Zheng Kai's name tag. Peng Song grabbed a cushion and threw it at him. "What are you so smug about? I'll buy one next month too." His t-shirt sported a panda design from Iron GCCNG, a hot item he had snagged for 49 yuan at a mall near Chunxi Road last week. When the doorbell rang, Chen Siyu and He Minfeng were squeezed together in front of the full-length mirror in the foyer, adjusting their outfits. He Minfeng, at 189 centimeters, nearly hit the doorframe. His black sweatshirt emblazoned with the embroidered logo of his favorite brand, a testament to his loyal customer status. Chen Siyu adjusted the waistline of her floral dress, whispering, "Isn't Master S house too luxurious?" After all, she was just a small-town exam taker who had graduated from university less than 2 years ago, not the heroine of a wealthy novel. Especially considering that Master S' fully furnished townhouse came equipped with imported appliances, it was already a mansion in her eyes. Surprise! At the moment the door swung open, Hu Jia stood there holding 2 bottles of Maodai. Rarely, she wore a light yellow knit sweater. Her hair lightly curled at the tips, and her black frame glasses had been replaced with gold wire ones, making her look like a lily adorned with morning dew. Behind her were 3 new employees, all recent college graduates from this year's spring recruitment, their name tags still fresh. Hu Zong is going for the fairy look today. Zhang Fuqiuan teased as he accepted the wine, only to be shot a glare from Zheng Shuling. Chen Montak, donning an apron adorned with the cartoon logo of a local hot pot restaurant, poked his head out from the kitchen, having received the apron as a parting gift when he dined there with friends the previous week. "These are our 3 new recruits, and they've been performing quite well lately. They came to help me move this weekend, and I thought it would be nice for them to meet everyone," Hu Jia explained to Chen Mo. Aware that bringing 3 new employees to a private gathering was somewhat unconventional, yet she wished to support the newcomers. "Hello, Mr. Chen." The trio appeared quite nervous. Chen Mo nodded noncommittally, smiling as he welcomed them. Come in. Dinner will be ready shortly." Chen Siyu stood in the soaring 6-meter-high living room, gazing up at the cascading crystal chandelier, her mouth forming an O shape. The entire television wall was crafted from gray glass, reflecting the swaying bamboo shadows outside, while Bose speakers filled the air with Li Jians on the banks of Lake Baikal. He Minfeng squatted in front of the 65-inch Sony television, tracing a frame with his fingers. "This must cost a month's salary, right?" "Pretty much," came the reply. Shu Dandan sprawled across the imported matte leather sofa from Italy, poking a cushion with her fingertip. "This fabric, this stitching. Mr. Mo, did you redecorate? Must have cost you an additional 200 to 300,000, right?" She carefully avoided stepping on the Persian carpet in her dad's sneakers, recalling that she had seen the same model priced in the 5-digit range at Fusami Home Furnishing last week. Chen Mo emerged from the kitchen holding a blue and white porcelain soup pot, chuckling in response. About that. Didn't Tiwi just receive bonuses and dividends a few months ago?" The pot brimmed with bubbling pickled fish, the aroma of prickly ash instantly enveloping the air. The new employee, Xiao Wang, stared at the lavish dinner spread, unconsciously swallowing, only to be kicked by Hu Jia. "Mind your image. Suddenly, a loud sizzling sound erupted from the kitchen. Chen Siyu had slipped in unnoticed and was sprinkling minced garlic into the hot oil. While sliced cured meat lay on the cutting board, the thinness of the cuts astonishing even Zheng Shuling. Not bad, Siyu. Zhang Fuqian peered through the doorway. Eager to learn from her, your technique rivals that of a Michelin chef. The young ladies of Guizhou are all remarkably virtuous, with culinary skills that seem to be an innate talent they possess in abundance. Chen Siyu calmly flips the spatula, as the cured meat arcs gracefully through the air in a golden trajectory. I have heard that during a business trip to France, President who even learned a few culinary techniques from our regional chef there. She flips the pan once more, substituting the traditional Sichuan cured meat with black forest ham, creating an unexpectedly delightful flavor. As the smoke rises, the pearl earrings dangling from her earlobes shimmer with a gentle glow. Zhang Fuqian, upon hearing this, loudly proclaims in the living room, "When will you show us your skills with that garlic sprout and ham dish?" Soon, everyone contributes a signature dish, filling the large round table to the brim, with enticing aromas wafting in the warm breeze. Congratulations to President Chen on your housewarming. Zhang Fuqian raises his glass, and everyone follows suit, joyfully expressing their well wishes. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, President Chen. Tilting his head back, he takes a small sip of the white liquor. In that instant, the liquid touches his taste buds, and a wave of intense spiciness crashes over him, igniting his tongue. The three newcomers appear noticeably tense, with Young Wang downing the entirety of his 2 liang of liquor in one go. Zhang Fuqian immediately jokes, "Young Wang, even if your body can handle it, your boss whose mouth I can't. You just gulp down $300 in one shot." Hu Jia looks over with concern, but once she sees that Wang is seemingly unscathed, she breathes a sigh of relief. Li Xiangyu then turns to He Minfeng, saying, "Minfeng, you might soon lose your title as the first wine god." He Minfeng scoffs. "Even if I'm second, I can take on 10 of you." Li Xiangyu is momentarily taken aback by the retort, lowering his head to eat. Chen Siyu picks up a slice of twice-cooked pork, savoring it with satisfaction, then suddenly sighs, "Master, I will definitely strive for an A this year. I also want to buy a house here and be your neighbor." She absent-mindedly pokes the bottom of her bowl with her chopsticks. The memory of last year's hard one be still vivid in her mind. "You should be more mindful," Chen Mo responds, somewhat helplessly. It seems that teaching people is ineffective, but teaching a task once is sufficient. He turns to Hu Jia, inquiring about her performance this year. Upon hearing this, Chen Siyu becomes anxious, as one is her direct supervisor, and the other is her master, who is also the supervisor. So far, it's looking quite good, much better than last year. However, she still needs to put more effort into the technical aspects, Hu Jia candidly states. Chen Mo nods in agreement, while Chen Siyu exhales in relief. He Minfeng interjects, "I want to borrow some money from relatives and friends to make up the down payment. Getting on board as soon as possible is wise. Your income can easily cover the mortgage while saving to pay off debts." Li Xiangyu mumbles through a rabbit head, he gnawing on. "My penthouse averages only 5,200. The developer even offers a parking space." He reveals a glimmer of gold chain peeking from his t-shirt collar, a recent purchase from Chow Tai Fook, made of pure gold. Zhang Fuqian takes a sip of Mao Tai, his cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. "If you ask me, just buy in our community. The property management fee is only 1.8, and the children's playground and swimming pool are all fully equipped." He counts on his fingers. "As Huaxing employees, we also get discounts. A down payment of just over 200,000 can secure a small high-rise, while a regular high-rise 3-bedroom can be had for just over 100,000. Zheng Shuling pinches his thigh under the table. "We're here to eat, not to be real estate agents." Amidst the laughter, Chen Mo taps the rim of his bowl with a spoon. The crystal chandelier scatters shards of golden light into his eyes. Xiangyu is correct. It's best to buy early. Housing prices nationwide will continue to rise. Do you know why? He draws lines on the table with the liquor. The Shanghai Composite Index has surged past 4,000 points, with the central bank continuously lowering the reserve requirement ratio. The 3rd line of the Chengdu Metro is about to open, and the 10th line has already been approved, with the 6th line's Tongdu station right at our community's entrance. These are all stabilizing factors. Hu Jia suddenly chimes in. "Last week, when I was at the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau, I noticed the land auction premium rates have soared to 150. She picks up a piece of fish with the calmness of analyzing system logs, especially regarding the land around Huaxing, which is being fiercely contested by Vank and Longfor. The new employees listen in awe. The college graduate, Xiaoyang, secretly searches for the premium rate on Baidu, the screen illuminating his youthful face. Among this year's recruits, He is the only one who passed the expedited assessment of standardized operations implemented by Chen Mo, and he is now able to independently handle secondary faults. Speaking of which, Shu Dandan suddenly raises her glass to Master Mo's operational standardization guidance. The timely resolution rate of work orders and user satisfaction for last week's batch of new employees has reached 80 of the veteran staff, and they've only been on the job for 2 months. Her work badge bears a sticker of the Journey of Flower, a drama she has been obsessively watching. Hu Jia add with a smile. ISNT that right? Xiao Yang discovered that hidden bug in the ERP system last week, which even caught President Lin's attention. Her newly done nails, adorned with rhinestones, sparkle under the light, a starry design from a trendy shop on Chunchi Road, as she gradually begins to enhance her appearance. Xiao Yang, suddenly called out, blushes from neck to ears, stammering, it's all thanks to the operational standard process and the fault tree analysis method. It's clearer than our university textbooks. His sweatshirt sleeves are still stained with ink from helping the administration department fix the printer that morning. Chen Mo and Hu Jia exchange knowing glances, silently acknowledging each other. This SOP, which integrates the ITIL framework from a past life with a foolproof tutorial, has now become the Bible for new employees. After the various performance indicators from last month's department data were released, President Su praised it 3 times in the meeting. If you ask me, the most gratitude should go to President Hu. Chen Mo raises his glass. It was her who helped translate the operational standard process into human language. Amidst the laughter, Hu Jia pushes up her glasses. Indeed, someone's initial manual was more cryptic than Oracle Bone script. Her pristine white shoes, a housewarming gift from Chen Mo, remain spotless. After several rounds of drinks, a few smokers slip away to the rooftop. He Min Feng squats on the anti-corrosion wooden floor, fiddling with a drone, the latest DJI Phantom 3, the camera aimed at Hu Jia's sunroom next door, where her newly planted blue snowflowers sway in the night breeze like scattered stars. Chen Mo, having had a bit too much to drink, jovially declares, "Then I'll just set the drone to hover right above your home, keeping a watchful eye on you every day." Master Mo, is that monitoring or spying? Zhang Fuchuan laughs, and Zheng Shuling chuckles along. Hu Jia, unable to resist, shoots Chen Mo a playful glare. Chen Siyu leans over the railing, gnawing on duck neck, and suddenly points to the scene captured by the drone on her phone. Look, it's already flown to the Research Institute. In the dark night, the neon lights of Building U1 shimmer brilliantly. Li Xiangyu exhales smoke rings, reflecting, who would have thought this was a field of rapeseed flowers just 2 years ago? Zhang Fuchuan suddenly leans in with a conspiratorial tone. Have you heard? It seems Boss Zheng is considering moving the cloud computing center here. He lights up his phone screen, showing screenshots from the internal forum. When that happens, housing prices will surely rise. The night breeze flutters his t-shirt printed with a family from Northeast China, revealing a jingling keychain at his waist, which holds the access card for his new home. Chen Mo recalls how Huaxing collaborated with the Chengdu city government to establish an intelligent computing center in a past life, right next to the Chengdu Research Institute. Most colleagues working at the Intelligent Computing Center were indeed from the Cloud Computing Business Unit. Leaning against the wrought tan chair, Chen Mo lets the spring breeze caress his face. The memories of his past life overlap with the present. In 2016, the subway would reach here. In 2018, the school district would include the 7th middle school. And by 2020, housing prices would soar. Suddenly, Chen Siyu turns around, her eyes sparkling with the glow of myriad lights, contemplating that among those lights, one belongs to her. She declares, "Master, I've made up my mind. I also plan to find a way to gather the down payment, just like Minfeng." The drone soared into the sky, capturing the illuminated Huaxing Park, a glimmering gem embedded within the nocturnal tapestry. The night air was as refreshing as water, and Chen Mo tucked away his empty beer can, the glass of the terrace reflecting the warm glow of the living room. After securing the drone, He Minfeng assisted in tidying up, while Chen Siyu leaned against the railing. Lost in contemplation, Hu Jia and Shu Dandan were engaged in teaching new employees the game of werewolf, while Zhang Fuchuan sang Little Apple Off Key, prompting hearty laughter from Peng Tsong and Zheng Shuling. A vibration from his phone signaled a voice message from his mother. "Have you received the beef jerky I sent you?" In the background, his father was engrossed in a seemingly endless loop of the show Bright Sword. Chen Mo pressed the voice button. "Mom, I got it, don't worry. How is the stock I asked you to buy?" His mother's voice bubbled with excitement as she replied, "I made a profit." His father chimed in. "Your mother has never made this much money from stocks in her life." Chen Mo pressed the voice button again. "Mom, when I tell you to sell next month, you must sell, okay?" From the garden below wafted the enticing aroma of grilled lamb skewers mixed with cumin. Chen Mo leaned over the railing to see Li Xiangyu diligently grilling meat while brushing on a secret spice mix. Zhang Fuchuan called everyone over for a late-night snack. claiming he had already sampled Xianyu's culinary skills. The savory scent of skewers mingled with a chorus of laughter and playful banter, as Chen Mo poured himself a glass of matai, savoring the vibrant warmth of life. Chapter 50. Progress on Key Network Optimization Projects. The morning mist hung over the artificial lake like a gauzy cloth soaked in milk, as Zhou Xiaonan strode through the corridor with 2 cups of American coffee. The sound of her high heels echoed rhythmically against the tiled floor. Yuqing, here are the meeting notes from Frankfurt last night. She placed the coffee on her cluttered desk, where the documents lay strewn about. Mr. Chen wants the waterproof plan for the Dusseldorf base station, clearly marked. Lin Yuqing peeked from behind her monitor, her voice gritty from a sleepless night. First, help me find a logistics order for Brazil. Mr. Su's box of custom equipment is still missing, and the supplier mentioned it might have been mixed up during customs inspection. The printer suddenly whirred loudly, ejecting sheets of paper still warm to the touch. Zhou Xiaonan picked up the top sheet. The title, Global Network Speed Optimization Project Progress Report, glaringly highlighted by a bold red progress bar, reading 70. Wasn't just 55 last week. Did Mr. Chen's proposal in Jakarta yield results? She exclaimed. Not just results. Lin Yuqing retrieved the back-end monitoring report, explaining that they had implanted an intelligent routing system in the Southeast Asian backbone network, allowing data streams in the Strait of Malacca to automatically bypass congested nodes. It's akin to equipping every cargo ship with real-time maritime navigation. She paused, searching for an apt metaphor amidst the cascading data streams. Moreover, Mr. Chen and the tech team spent 4 sleepless nights in Kuala Lumpur. Lin Yuqing fished out drops from her drawer, noting that they had reduced latency in the Southeast Asian backbone network by 40, making data transmission from the Malay Peninsula to Hainan Island faster than high-speed trains. No wonder Mr. Su's team has been working overtime in Manila for many days, Zhou Xiaonan quietly added. The sound of commuter buses braking echoed outside, and Zhou Xiaonan observed her colleagues hurrying by with breakfast. Just over 2 months ago, when she first joined, the second floor of Building U1 still had many vacant workstations. But now every cubicle was crammed with suitcases labeled from various countries, ready for the project team's imminent deployments. This was Mr. Chen's 3rd time rescheduling his flight this month. Lin Yuqing pulled up a densely packed itinerary, noting that after returning from Nairobi, there would only be an 18-hour layover before a video conference with headquarters. As Zhou Xiaonan flipped through thick travel expense reports, she suddenly noticed a detail. Yuqing, about that starry sky projector Mr. Chen bought in Turkey. He gave it to the child of a local partner during a layover in Paris. Lin Yuqing continued typing without looking up. During the base station testing, we encountered a protest, and that engineer guided us through the underground tunnels. The sound of rolling wheels echoed down the corridor, prompting both women to rise as the logistics department wheeled in new equipment boxes. Zhou Xiaonan glanced at a label identifying Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and recalled Mr. Chen mentioning the Desert Spiderweb project in a video meeting 3 days prior, utilizing dynamic beamforming technology to weave invisible high-speed corridors among the vast dunes. Meanwhile, Chen Mo and Su Shuanglong's team finally converged. In the twilight of Jakarta, Chen Mo stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the telecom building's 27th floor. The ceaseless flow of motorcycles below harmonized with the luminous data points on the screen, each flickering green representing packets of data optimizing their paths. This task is nearly complete, Su Shuanglong said, chewing on a clove-flavored gum unique to Indonesia, tracing golden paths on a 3D map. The path prediction algorithm we embedded in each data packet has succeeded. They maneuver as nimbly as motorcyclists. Look at this medical imaging transmission case from Vietnam to Singapore. On the projection screen, CT imaging data, which previously required a detour through Hong Kong, suddenly rerouted above Siem Reap, directly connecting to Cambodia's newly constructed smart optical cable. Transmission time dropped from 27 seconds to 0.8 seconds, more precise than a motorcycle courier taking shortcuts through Jakarta streets. However, the island-hopping transmission in the Philippines remained a bottleneck. Local engineer Marta displayed a satellite image, where scattered islands resembled pearls on a broken string, noting that the existing undersea cables could not dynamically allocate bandwidth. Chen Mo abruptly approached the whiteboard, sketching interconnected hexagons. We can draw inspiration from the structure of a beehive, deploying floating intelligent relay stations between the islands. He circled 6 points over the Sulu Sea with his marker, explaining that these relay stations would adjust their positions based on data flow, functioning like movable bridges. Su Shuanglong's eyes lit up as he turned to Marta. Let us develop a plan according to Mr. Chen's idea. Meanwhile, in Germany, senior network architect Qin Jianwei faced a challenge. The temperature control system in the Munich lab maintained air at 23 degrees, yet his lab coat was already soaked with sweat. He stared intently at the testing instrument, watching the data packets rotate slowly on the screen. Stepping out of the lab, he immediately made a call. Mr. Chen? The Germans insist on using their atomic clock to calibrate the timestamps. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, he continued, they are unwilling to bear the potential losses from a 0.0001 second discrepancy, even though the likelihood of such a loss is minimal. Chen Mo exchanged glances with Su Shuanglong, who replied, an atomic clock is too expensive. Let us add dual time locks to each node. He quickly pulled up the test data from Hamburg port on his tablet, calibrating using both the Beidou and Galileo systems. After arranging everything, Su Shuanglong chuckled at Chen Mo. The Germans are as meticulous as ever. A week later, under the starry sky in Nairobi, the emergency light illuminated Chen Mo's tent with a soft blue glow. The projector cast a topographical map of the East African Rift onto the canvas, with several winding red, dotted lines gradually solidifying into real lines. This is our latest hybrid link. He pointed to a fiber optic cable cutting through the plains, describing a microwave composite channel that seamlessly transitioned to laser communication upon encountering valleys. This switching can be executed programmatically. Local engineer Joseph raised a satellite phone, but the thunderstorms during the rainy season severely disrupt microwave signals. Last year, our video conference turned into a PowerPoint presentation. Su Shuanglong suddenly lifted the tent flap, cradling a metal box wrapped in tape. Let us try this adaptive frequency converter. He proudly showcased a device adorned with numerous heat dissipation holes, capable of perceiving ionization changes in the atmosphere and adjusting its frequency prior to the formation of lightning. Chen Mo could not help but smile at Joseph, remarking that it was indeed seasoned veterans like General Su who continuously provided an array of innovative solutions tailored to every situation. Outside the business class window of the night flight, the Milky Way stretched across the sky like a ribbon embellished with diamonds. Both Chen Mo and Su Shuanglong were utterly exhausted from their recent grueling schedules. Chen Mo had succumbed to deep slumber, while Su curled up in his seat, murmuring incoherently in his dreams. Qin Jianwei was engrossed in modifying the algorithm model of the intelligent router under the reading lamp. Shortly after disembarking, a sudden red dot illuminated on the monitoring screen caught his attention. It was a newly established communication node in Rio de Janeiro that had triggered the alert system. Yuqing, notify the Sao Paulo team to activate the third-level contingency plan, Chen Mo instructed over the phone, directing the intelligent relay station to shift 15 nautical miles towards the South Pacific. A reply from Lin Yuqing soon appeared on his tablet, accompanied by a photo of the morning mist in Sao Paulo. Beneath the silhouette of eucalyptus trees, technicians were busily calibrating their instruments. Upon his return to Rongqing, Chen Mo felt as though he had traversed through time, as the tightly packed itinerary of the past month rendered him disoriented. The Rongqing Research Institute was awakening in the dawn light. Zhou Xiaonan dashed across the artificial lake, clutching the latest test report, while the large screen behind her illuminated in brilliant azure, depicting a real-time global network traffic map resembling a vast spiderweb woven before dawn, with each node twinkling like a star of wisdom. Chapter 51. Social Gathering and Matchmaking on May 25, 2015 at 10 o'clock in the morning. At the Rongqing high-tech branch of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, Zhang Yusin strode through the marble corridor in 3-centimeter beige block-heeled shoes, clutching a morning meeting record book still warm from the printer. The green-shaved the sycamore trees outside the glass curtain wall cast a pattern on her blue-gray striped suit skirt, while the cold air from the air conditioning raised goosebumps on her exposed calves. Sister Xin, the intern Xiao Lu popped her head out from the tea room. About the social gathering you mentioned last week, Zhang Yusin raised her index finger, casting a wary glance toward the branch manager's office. Let us discuss this at my desk. Her cubicle was cluttered with credit contracts, and the computer screen displayed an unattended OA system. Xiao Lu's eyes widened as she gazed at the WeChat group chat records on Zhang Yusin's phone. Huaxing Technology? Is it the same Huaxing that offers year-end bonuses equivalent to 12-month salary? The participants this time are all technical engineers from the IT sector of Huaxing Group. Zhang Yusin opened the PDF of the event proposal sent by Chen Mo, revealing that they hailed from the Huaxing Application Support Service Shared Center and the Infrastructure and Network Support Center, with an average age of 27, 8 years, and 60 holding master's degrees. Notably, none of the 24 male guests participating in the event had an annual income below 400,000. Xiao Lu suddenly covered her mouth. My cousin attended a Huaxing social last year. She said those engineers might be a bit awkward, but they're indeed wealthy, and what is more, they don't know how to spend their money. They prefer to save it. Just then, the glass doors swung open, and the director of the credit department, Sister Wang, entered, carrying a thermos. The two young women hastily switched the screen to the client risk assessment form until the sound of high heels faded towards the archives. After work on Friday, at Lu Yuan International on Tianfu 3rd Street, Zhang Yusin quickly typed a response to Chen Mo. Of the 22 girls who signed up, 3 are relatives of branch managers. Her phone vibrated with a succinct reply from Chen Mo. Understood. Yuqing will handle the details. Well, Mosey, now that you have a secretary, was it somewhat disrespectful that I didn't call you Manager Chen just now? Zhang Yusin's teasing tone may arrive late, but it was never absent. The secretary has a standard procedure, Chen Mo explained, then added, the cost for this social gathering will be covered by us. Is that satisfactory? Zhang Yusin replied, I'll consider that a sign of good sense. At the same moment, at Building U1 of Huaxing Rongqing Research Institute, Lin Yuqing squatted in the tea room, counting cardboard boxes, her pale apricot chiffon blouse dampened with sweat. The material she had just collected from the administrative department sprawled across the marble countertop, numbered stickers emitting cherry blossom pink, interactive wristbands glowing with blue light. And even the puzzle pieces for the icebreaker games were in muted Morandi colors. Yuqing, do you really intend to dress this formally? Li Xiangyu lamented, clinging to the doorframe. He had deliberately donned a t-shirt emblazoned with Hello World, the hem playfully curling up. Dressed formally to make a good first impression. Besides, the average price of the bank girls' professional attire exceeds 2,000. Lin Yuqing, without lifting her head, held up the dress code guidelines. While Peng Song even rummaged through his closet for his most exquisite Zegna shirt. Are you sure you want to lose at the starting line? Laughter erupted in the corridor as Min Feng was playfully shoved by several colleagues into the doorframe. The 189 centimeters tall northeastern man was encased in a fitted black suit, his muscular chest straining against the buttons, resembling a brown bear mistakenly wandering into a shirt store. Guys, stop it, he said. His face flushed as he attempted to loosen his tie. This thing is choking me. Chun Siyu, grinning, chimed in. Just dress like you do when visiting the operators or clients. Shu Dandan turned to complain to Chun Mo. Manager Chun, why is there no spot for us girls at this social gathering? It's unfair. Zhang Fuchuan suddenly interjected. Dandan, didn't the young developer Xiao Kai from RD come looking for you several times last week? I'd almost forgotten. Dandan's face instantly flushed, and she ceased her teasing. Indeed, within an organization like Huaxing, where men outnumber women, the internal females are quite popular. It would not be an exaggeration to say that individuals like Hu Jia or Chun Siyu frequently attracted new admirers. Chen Mo exchanged a glance with Lin Yuqing, and in an instant, the playful banter and laughter were silenced as she clapped her hands to command attention. Everyone, take note. The top 3 behaviors most disliked by women. First, boasting about income. Second, inquiring about exes. And third, she shook her phone, discussing code during matchmaking events. All eyes turned toward Peng Song, the very same individual who had expounded for 3 hours during the database architecture review meeting. Now folding the taboo topics for matchmaking list into tiny squares to tuck into his wallet. On the evening of May 29th, the twilight cast a golden sheen upon the surface of Swan Lake. Chen Mo stood on the terrace of the Liyuan International Garden Hotel, observing Lin Yuqing flitting among the long tables like a busy hummingbird. Her black silk gown accentuated her alabaster neck, and the fingertips adjusting the microphone still bore traces of printer ink. Is there an issue with the sign-in sheet? He noticed the furrowed brow of the secretary. One of the girls from the Industrial and Commercial Bank had unexpectedly substituted her cousin. Lin Yuqing perused her iPad, stating that she wished to experience a social gathering organized by an internet giant, but this girl was only 21 and had yet to graduate. Chen Mo caught sight of a girl in a pale yellow dress entering, tiptoeing to reach the cherry blossom stickers on the sign-in board, her pleated skirt brushing just above her knees. At a risk warning, he turned toward the control panel, instructing the host to emphasize the age difference. Suddenly, the lobby's crystal chandelier illuminated fully, and 24 gentlemen from Huaxing stood in 2 lines along the wall, reminiscent of soldiers awaiting inspection. Min Feng's deep gray suit, a popular item from Uniqlo, was accentuated by his broad shoulders, giving it an air of haute couture. Peng Song's silver-framed glasses, now fitted with blue light-blocking lenses, glinted with a cool hue under the chandelier. Welcome to the encounter in early summer-themed social gathering. The host raised a champagne glass, inviting everyone to toast together, to witness friendship and the potential for love. Once the first glass was downed, the host continued, next, please find your romantic partner according to your assigned number. At this moment, Sun Ing, a counter specialist from the Industrial and Commercial Bank's third group, was clutching card number 07, searching for her match. Dressed in a light purple satin mermaid gown that accentuated her well-defined shoulders honed from participating in bank presentation competitions. She greeted with a gentle smile as her diamond-studded earrings shimmered with her every step. "Hello." A young man clad in a checkered vest burst forth, introducing himself as Li Xiangyu, number 07, a senior engineer at Huaxing Application Support Center with 5 years of experience. He had just purchased a spacious top-floor apartment exceeding 170 square meters in Tongdu, situated in a community renowned for its exquisite environment. Hold on, Sun Ying exclaimed, her laughter causing her handbag to tremble. "Are we here to find a partner or to listen to a real estate agent's presentation?" Realizing the situation, Li Xiangyu scratched his head, revealing the telltale sign of a programmer, his receding hairline from long hours of overtime. Flustered, he fumbled with his phone, attempting to retrieve the notes he had prepared for yesterday's blind date, only to accidentally open the emergency plan for blind dates doc he had written the night before. "How about this?" Sun Ying suddenly pointed toward the dessert table. "Could you fetch me a slice of red velvet cake?" This timely diversion felt like a reprieve for Li Xiangyu. When he returned with the cake, he found her drawing a heart in her lemonade with a straw. "Are all Huaxing boys so earnest?" Last week at the Bank of Construction's social gathering, a fund manager boasted about owning a property in Tangshanipin, but it turned out to be his uncle's house. He chuckled, aware of the vast difference in prestige between Tangshanipin and the properties in Chengdu. Sun Ying proved to be quite the conversationalist, initiating discussions by inquiring about Li Xiangyu's hobbies. Hailing from Xinjiang, he candidly admitted his passion for skiing, which lit up Sun Ying's eyes. Skiing was still a niche sport in China at that time, and she confessed that despite her efforts, her skills were still lacking. "Do you ski on a snowboard or on alpine skis?" she queried. To his surprise, they shared a common interest. "I ski on both, but I prefer snowboarding," he replied instinctively. "Have you begun tackling the advanced slopes?" Sun Ying's questions flowed effortlessly. Li Xiangyu patiently answered, explaining that in his hometown, they enjoyed off-piste skiing, although it remained perilous even for seasoned enthusiasts. Once, while skiing with friends, a wolf chased us from behind. Sun Ying gazed at him with the awe of a besotted admirer, and they continued to immerse themselves in their conversation. Meanwhile, at the technology interaction area by the floor-to-ceiling windows, Peng Tsong appeared to be facing the greatest challenge of his career. "Are you suggesting," he adjusted his slipping glasses, "that blockchain technology can be applied to optimize fraud prevention models?" The young woman before him, dressed in a haze blue ensemble, took a sip of champagne. Her name, Tag Red Tang Lu, from the Financial Technology Department, shimmering with pearlescent elegance. To be precise, it involves integrating the latest algorithms from the United States. "We are currently developing cross-border payment risk control," she elucidated. A fine sheen of sweat formed on the back of Peng Tsong's neck. He had attended countless technical summits, yet it was the first time a woman had drawn a parallel between the Monty Hall problem and dating preferences. As Tang Lu sketched a Bayesian network on her tablet with her slender fingers, he noticed the iridescent gleam of her manicure. "I apologize. Is this too dull?" She suddenly lifted her gaze. "The investment bankers I met during my previous blind dates claimed to appreciate intelligent women, yet they couldn't even grasp the PNP problem." "Not at all." Peng Tsong raised his voice slightly. "Currently, I am researching Byzantine fault tolerance in distributed systems. Perhaps we could draw inspiration from your work." Their conversation gradually became drowned in waves of laughter from the gathering around them. Unbeknownst to anyone, they discreetly exchanged GitHub accounts, akin to medieval knights swapping crests. Only Chen Mo, passing by, overheard their technical discussion and couldn't help but roll his eyes. He deliberately circled around to face Tang Lu, curious to see what she looked like. In another corner, a modern rendition of Pride and Prejudice unfolded beside the cocktail table. "So, do you believe marriage is akin to venture capital?" He Min Feng, striving to maintain his composure, feared the potential of a third button popping loose. Opposite him sat Lin Shan from the Industrial and Commercial Bank's credit department, her Chanel tweed jacket revealing a hint of her Hermes scarf. "Quality assets should indeed be secured early," she replied, swirling her martini glass. "You Huaxing boys are like original shares. While they may appear as mere 996 programmers now, in a few years, they will be prime candidates for IPOs." He Min Feng felt a throbbing at his temples, recalling Lin Yuqing's training session on how different individuals possess varying preferences and partners, particularly as he noticed the dazzling Breguet watch on her wrist. "What do you think of my stock?" He pressed on, attempting to playfully engage. "How's the price-to-earnings ratio?" "Technically, it shows promise." Lin Shan leaned closer, her citrus-scented perfume enveloping him. "But it requires thorough due diligence. How about we meet for coffee this weekend to discuss further?" In a distant corner, Zhang Yusin raised her glass and addressed Chen Mo. "You haven't even resolved your own single status, yet you're fussing over your subordinates?" "My single status isn't a matter of resolution. Rather, it's about whether I wish to resolve it," Chen Mo replied softly. Zhang Yusin considered this. Recognizing that her old classmate stood at a height of 178 centimeters, with striking looks and an annual income nearing 3 million, making him a prime catch for anyone. Yet, she still shot him a disapproving glance. Can't you be a bit more modest? To which Chen Mo simply smiled. Since our last dinner, have you kept in touch with Zhou Tingting? Zhang Yusin inquired with curiosity. Chen Mo pondered, recalling that she had indeed messaged him. But with his hectic schedule, spent mostly on business trips last month, his replies had been sporadic. He gestured with his thumb and index finger. Does a little contact count? All right, Mo, it's different now. It seems you've moved past the ambiguity, Zhang Yusin joked heartily. For her, they were all recent graduates, but for Chen Mo, if he excluded his rebirth, it had been many years since he'd seen his classmates. On a different note, I heard you purchased a townhouse in Tongdu? Zhang Yusin asked. Yes, it was delivered in fine decoration, and the additional area is quite generous, averaging just over 10,000 per square meter. A bargain, Chen Mo replied. What's the total area? Over 280 square meters. At an average of over 10,000, wouldn't that be around 3 or 4 million? Indeed, the down payment is under 1 million. This statement left Zhang Yusin both amused and incredulous. All right, Mo, you've made 1 million sound like a trifle. You're quite the big spender, aren't you? I'll visit this weekend. Absolutely. Bring along Li Hao, Xiao Wei, Zhonghan, and Gongzi. I have a garden and even a barbecue setup, Chen Mo readily agreed. As the atmosphere continued to warm up among the attendees, by 9 that evening, the outdoor garden sparkled with string lights. Lu Daizong, with his imaginative prowess, triumphed in the Guess What I Draw segment, charming several girls with his humor. Just as the event was nearing its conclusion, he found himself surrounded by 3 girls vying for his WeChat. Meanwhile, Peng Tsong and Tang Lu remained hidden behind a palm tree, engrossed in their technical discussions, yet neither had suggested exchanging WeChat. They had, however, become GitHub friends. One could hardly expect to converse there. Congratulations to Table 7 for successfully pairing up, the host suddenly announced. Everyone turned to see Li Xiangyu and Sun Ying still whispering sweet nothings to each other. In contrast, not far away, Lin Shan wore a displeased expression, having just been turned down by He Min Feng, who had declined her invitation for a deeper conversation. Later, the rugged northeastern man rubbed the back of his neck and remarked to Chen Mo that he felt the two were mismatched, concerned that she might not be accustomed to his mother's pickled vegetables and vermicelli stew. Chen Mo stood in the corner, smiling. In the scene, Lin Yuqing is meticulously organizing the attendance sheet, the hem of her mint green dress sweeping across the ground strewn with rose petals. The serene surface of Swan Lake is caressed by the night breeze, carrying the last lingering fragrance of locust blossoms at the end of May. Chapter 53, 69,000,001. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the Tongdu district of Rongqing lies in complete silence. Chen Mo stands before the bay window of his study, his fingers unconsciously brushing against the tassels of the curtains. The laptop behind him emits a soft blue glow, the K-line chart from Tonghuashan pulsating on the screen like an electrocardiogram. In the distance, the construction site as crane glows with a red warning light, reminiscent of the sell signal flickering on the stock market chart. Today, May 29th, is of immense significance to Chen Mo, for he recalls the sudden crash of the A-shares occurring merely half a month later. Clack! The sound of the thermos colliding with the solid wood tabletop is strikingly clear. Goji berries bob in the 85 degrees Celsius water, akin to retail investors poised to be consumed by the bullish market. He opens the holdings page, and the figure of 5.62 million shares of Tonghuashan pierces his vision. This is the culmination of over half a year of strategic planning, with positions established in October 2014 and the high turnover event occurring in April of this year. Each digit is imbued with the bittersweet memories of his previous life. Underneath the acrylic sheet on the right side of his desk lie 3 hand-drawn charts. 1. A hand-marked golden accumulation zone from October 2014. Its pencil marks now faded from frequent handling. 2. A high turnover node circled in red marker from April 2015. 3. On the latest printed K-line chart, a ruler-drawn arrow indicating liquidation points directly to May 28th. From the depths of the drawer, Chen Mo retrieves a metal box containing items he brought from Pengcheng during last year's relocation. His first employee badge from Huaxing, now faded. A commemorative badge from a disaster recovery drill in 2014, and a yellowing sticky note addressed to Li Qing. It reads, Master, 30033 is a buy at the current price. Ensure liquidation before June next year. The note, however, remained unused, as he had sent Li Qing a WeChat message on the day he left Pengcheng, clearly stating the latest liquidation date. He took special care to reiterate the deadline, urging Li Qing not to miss it. His mind drifts back to a rainy night 2 months prior when he was on a business trip to Hangzhou, in a private room at Huanglong Hotel. Li Qing raised a bottle of Matai and asked, "Where does your confidence come from?" Chen Mo could only deflect with claims of technical analysis. Tonight, his excitement made it difficult for him to fall asleep, and before long, he was roused by his alarm. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was 6:30. The first rays of sunlight had already pierced through the clouds. Chen Mo quickly completed his morning routine, toasted a piece of bread, and opened his encrypted notes, a safeguard against forgetting the crucial events of his past life after his rebirth. Within the first 3 days of his return, he had meticulously recorded dozens of pages of fragmented information. At this moment, the document contains every detail of his operational plan based on his previous life's stock market experiences. 1. Place limit orders at 1,298 yuan during the pre-market auction. 2. Distribute sales in 3 batches to avoid detection by large orders. At 9:25, sell 30 during the auction. At 9:30 and 9:45, sell 40 during the intraday pulse. Clear out the remaining 30 by 10 o'clock. 3. Prioritize repaying margin debts to ensure capital safety. He calls up the Level 2 data replay software, and 10 months of trading records cascade before him like a waterfall. October 30th, 2014. Average entry price, 205 yuan. April 17th, 2015. 10-4. 8 stock split with a distribution of 3 yuan. Current holdings, 62 million shares with an adjusted cost price of 113 yuan. As his mouse hovers over the Huatai Securities client, the glaring red warning on his margin account is painfully evident. 2 million in principal plus 2 million in margin, with an annualized interest rate of 86 hanging over him like the sword of Damocles. Chen Mo had previously harbored a deep-seated fear of a butterfly effect that could result in the loss of his principal, a substantial portion of which was borrowed. He suddenly recalls last week's departmental dinner, where Zhang Fuchuan, inebriated, had exclaimed, "Mr. Mo has been glued to his phone lately. Could he be in an online romance?" Amidst the laughter, only Hu Jia noticed that his lock screen displayed the brokerage app 9:15. The pre-market auction begins. Chen Mo's fingers dance across the keyboard, akin to a pianist playing a symphony of fate. The 62 million shares are split into 686 lots, with order prices precise to the cent. A market order at 12,980 yuan, all positions listed. The trading interface suddenly lags. Was this a sign of significant capital fleeing? He glanced at the time in the lower right corner. 9:17, with 8 minutes remaining until the auction concluded. Sweat trickled down his spine, soaking the back of his silk pajamas. Upon closer inspection, he saw no other large sell orders and finally exhaled in relief. His phone vibrated beside the computer. A message from the Rongqing Research Institute workgroup. Although he had taken leave today, work still demanded his attention. Hu Jia messaged. There's an anomaly in the ERP system workflow, with a large backlog of approval requests. Suspected node failure. Chen Mo replied with one hand. Maintain close observation. If no response in 10 minutes, escalate to a level 2 failure, and you'll track it throughout. 9:25. The pre-market auction resulted in the transaction of 17.02 million shares, with a total turnover of 22.07 million yuan, ensuring he had not only recouped his investment, but made a substantial profit. A bearish candlestick appeared on the intraday chart, only to be swiftly engulfed by a surge of buying pressure. Chen Mo fixated on the unexecuted 39.18 million shares, his heart brimming with anticipation. Having already secured over 20 million, he felt as steady as a rock, popping a piece of bread into his mouth and leisurely sipping his milk. Indeed, wealth affords comfort. The milk he enjoyed boasted over 42 grams of protein per 100 milliliters, far superior in taste to ordinary milk. He noted that the countdown on the display showed just 4 minutes remaining. 9:30, the continuous auction commences. Chen Mo activated the lightning trading mode, placing 500 lots for sale every 15 seconds. His trading techniques were as precise as a surgical operation. 9:32, 500 lots at 12,978. 9:35, 500 lots at 12,975. 9:38, 500 lots at 12,970. The volume histogram of intraday transactions fluctuated dramatically, yet the index surged fervently towards 100 points. When the final transaction of 46 million shares was completed at 9:44 for 12,965 yuan, Chen Mo's back was completely drenched. His phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Li Qing. As you advised, I've liquidated all positions. Master, we've struck it rich. I'll be in Hangzhou. We must celebrate. The screenshot of the transaction slip revealed a profit of 48.73 million. At 10 o'clock a.m., Chen Mo commenced the capital settlement. The Huatai Securities client displayed the transaction summary. Transaction summary. Price range, 12,950 to 12,980 yuan. Total volume, 562 million shares. Total transaction amount, 72,895, 560 yuan. Chen Mo opened an Excel spreadsheet where the repayment calculator had already been preset with formulas. Margin debt, 3,200,000 yuan, 183. 040 yuan, totaling 3,383,040 yuan. Transaction costs, 72,895, 560 yuan, 016, totaling 116,633 yuan. Net profit, 72,895, 560 to 3,383, 040, 116. 633.69, 395, 887 yuan. He accessed the online banking transfer interface, returning 2 million in principal to his mortgage account, transferring 2 million to his parents' joint account. The remaining amount of over 64 million was all transferred into his cash account. Suddenly, his phone vibrated and a notification from the China Merchants Bank app appeared. China Merchants Bank notification. Account number 1289XXXXX21000000. Account holder. Chen Mo, on June 8, 2015, 10/12/39, received a sum of 6,419,588, 700 renminbi, with a balance of 64,519,939. Payment account 12890038100 32 Huadai Securities. Chapter 54, 69 million. On the other side, the private banking department of China Merchants Bank. Li Meng fixated on the system alert. Chen Mo, 25 years old, a mid-level employee at Huaxing Technology, with a single-day transaction amount exceeding 50 million yuan. She promptly retrieved the client profile, position, management sequence at Huaxing Technology, rank unknown, risk level, aggressive, investment preference, technology stocks, growth stocks. Without any hesitation, she swiftly made a call. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Li Meng, your dedicated account manager at China Merchants Bank. Should you have any investment or financial management needs, I can provide you with the most optimal proposals. Chen Mo, not surprised by the bank's call, casually inquired, what proposals? The person on the other end, evidently well-versed in the business, immediately replied, you might consider transferring your funds to our Golden Sunflower account at China Merchants Bank, which provides one-on-one service from a dedicated financial manager, as well as a 48 annualized return on 7-day notice deposits and complimentary airport VIP lounge services. She continued, if you require funds to be readily available, we also offer T0 money market funds with an annualized return of 39, with real-time redemption. Chen Mo acknowledged that he had never possessed such a substantial amount of cash before and was indeed curious to hear what the bank had to say. As for investment avenues, there was certainly no shortage for someone with a second chance at life. All right, thank you, Chen Mo politely declined. The other end, evidently unwilling to let go of this lucrative client, hastened her speech before Chen Mo could hang up. Mr. Chen, there's a recent 3 billion yuan private placement at Huilu Technology. We can reserve a share for you. This time, Chen Mo did not offer her another opportunity, expressing his gratitude once more before ending the call. At 11:30 a.m., at Huadai Securities Pingcheng branch, client manager Old Wang was fixated on Chen Mo's transaction slip, the ice in his iced Americano having melted into water. This was an account he had been monitoring for the past few months, and today it had suddenly liquidated. The gambler he had once scorned had managed to soar from 2 million to nearly 70 million in just 8 months. What left him breathless were the devilish details in the trading records. All sell orders avoided round numbers, with the average transaction price precisely aligned with the previous day's volatility at the 38.2 position. On the liquidation day, there were signs of primary funds fleeing. Currently, the market showed diverging trends among institutional investors, with certain stocks already beginning to plunge. He abruptly grabbed the phone. President Zhang, I recommend you immediately reduce your financing ratio. Now, his fingers trembled as he opened the position he had established in February, which already boasted a 128 unrealized gain. The trading floor suddenly erupted in chaos, as a wealthy woman clad in a mink coat rushed into the VIP room, exclaiming, what is going on with my BYD? Old Wang observed the plunging stock prices on the intraday chart and recalled what Chen Mo had said during his last visit to the branch. In a bull market, chasing the tail can lead to being pricked. It was only by noon that Chen Mo finally descended to the living room, where a small table of dishes had already been prepared. This was the first time his parents had come to stay. Upon seeing this luxurious townhouse, their emotions were somewhat complex. On one hand, they felt pride and joy in their son's success. On the other, the idea of a villa had once seemed so distant, yet now it was so close. They were aware that their son was affluent and capable of generating wealth. They had previously ridden in his luxury car and seen his stock account. However, it was only last night, while staying in the expansive 40-square-meter bedroom, that they truly grasped the tangible reality of wealth. Chen Mo emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of cabbage meatball soup and inquired, "Did you take a day off just to sell your stocks?" Chen Mo smiled and replied, "Yes, I've sold them all." He then handed over a bank card. "I've transferred $2 million into this card. Feel free to buy whatever you want. Why we need your money? Our daily expenses aren't that high." Chen Mo responded, with Zhang Xinping chiming in beside him. "Exactly, we have our own funds." "Oh, so the stock account is cleared?" Chen Mo asked with concern. "We cleared it as you advised. 370,000 in principal has turned into 1.25 million. But your father insisted on leaving a portion untouched." Before Zhang Xinping could finish her sentence, Chen Guohui cleared his throat to stifle her complaints. Chen Mo placed 3 fingers on the bank card and slid it toward his parents, stating, "Mom and Dad, please accept this. The password is your birthday. Even after liquidating my stocks, there is still over 60 million left in the account." Chen Guohui's hand holding the chopsticks froze in midair, taking a while to regain his senses, while his mother's pupils dilated as if in shock. They both turned to look at Chen Mo, and upon seeing him solemnly nod, they gradually began to accept this reality. "So this is your way of showing filial piety. Feel free to spend it." Chen Mo urged his parents to accept. Zhang Xinping tenderly caressed the bank card, saying, "Let us not tell your sister for now, so she continues to focus on her studies." Chen Mo nodded in agreement, fully aware of his sister's temperament. If she found out, she would likely spend all her time wanting to be an obedient full-time sister. Chen Mo smiled as he opened his mobile banking app. "By the way, there's a fund product here that can achieve an annualized return of at least 8, which is more advantageous than fixed deposits. I suggest you purchase it in 2 months, but ultimately, the decision rests with you. Also, I recommend avoiding the stock market for the next few years." He recalled that this fund had quadrupled in 3 years, standing out among all public funds. The fund manager, Lu Kuan, had become quite a sensation in his previous life, with profitable investors affectionately referring to him as Kuan Kuan. Online commentators also exclaimed in disbelief, noting the invasion of fan culture into the financial sector. Sadly, after 2019, Kuan Kuan's magic would no longer hold, and his wealth myth would come to an end. Chen Mo himself planned to invest 10 million in a share of this fund in 2 months for long-term holding. As for why he chose 2 months later, he remembered that the A shares would drop from over 5,000 points to below 2,000 points starting June 13th, just a few days away. At 1600 hours, at the Huaxing Rongqing Research Institute, Lin Yue stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, holding Chen Mo's leave request, attending to personal financial matters. His phone displayed a message from Chen Mo sent that morning. "Lin, it's time to liquidate." He recalled the chance encounter in the elevator of area during his return to Pengcheng last week, where President Su had casually asked, "What has that kid Chen Mo been up to lately?" At the time, he had deflected with a response about focusing on network optimization projects. President Su's reply had taken Lin Yue by surprise. Boss Young has been paying more attention to him recently. 4 days later, in Pengcheng, at Vank City, Chen Mo was soaked in the bathtub, emptying his mind. These past few days had truly exhausted him. The phone screen displayed a message from President Su. "Well done. Several regional department presidents praised your high efficiency." Just 3 days prior, upon arriving in Pengcheng, he had double-checked the project progress with Zhou Xiaonan and Su Shuanglong. And today he had delivered the final progress report for the Global Network Optimization Project, with only the Kazakhstan region in Central Asia and Venezuela in South America remaining. Progress had reached an impressive 99, and they were on the verge of popping champagne. Over the past 6 months, he and Su Shuanglong have developed a remarkable synergy, evolving from a fierce competitive spirit into a harmonious collaboration, thereby fostering a profound revolutionary camaraderie. Chen Mo smiled as he turned off his phone, rising to dry himself with a towel before donning a loose-fitting nightgown. Stepping out of the bathroom, his gaze fell upon the neatly arranged items on the coffee table: the property deed from the mortgage release, documents and proof of early repayment, and a commendation letter from the regional president. Outside on the balcony, the ominous rumble of thunder signaled the imminent arrival of a torrential summer downpour in 2015. Chapter 55. The Shame of the Reborn. 1. On Saturday, following the storm, the skies over Pengcheng were a brilliant blue, and the glass dome of the office building refracted the scorching sunlight. Chen Mo, just waking up, squinted at his phone as it lit up with a message from Su Shuanglong. "The work contract is signed. Today I'll take Qin Jianwei's team to Kazakhstan." He casually replied regarding the work arrangements. As he brushed his teeth on the balcony, his eyes remained fixed on the bustling construction site below. where the subway was finally nearing its completion. After preparing to leave, his destination was none other than the Shannon Technology Park, previously dubbed the center of the universe in his past life. Once he finished grooming, Chen Mo turned his laptop towards the floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing an encrypted and organized Excel spreadsheet. As the mouse wheel glided over the densely packed housing data, his pupils constricted slightly. This was the housing price model he had painstakingly constructed over the past half-month, accurately detailing the transaction cycles and tax costs for each community. From June 2015 to June 2017, the top 3 in price increase were noted as he softly read aloud the filtered results, his finger pausing on a particular bolded entry. China Resources City Ruinfu Phase 1. Opening price, 480,000. 2 years later, the transaction price for second-hand homes, 260,000. Annualized return rate, 162. Chen Mo sipped his iced Americano, feeling a refreshing wave wash over him. In his previous life, he had accompanied a colleague to view a 139 square meter unit here in 2017, where the landlord, toothpick in mouth, boasted, "I bought 5 units in cash back then. Now my rental income surpasses what you tech workers earn." At that time, the balance in his bank account had barely covered the down payment for that unit. This time, it was my turn to take the lead. He typed on the keyboard to pull up the bank's credit letter. The mortgage loan amount from Shenzhen Development Bank flashing on the screen, 40 million. At 2 p.m., at the China Resources City Marketing Center, Chen Mo stood before the model, his white shirt clinging to his back from the air conditioning. The sales director personally approached with a chilled coconut. "Mr. Chen, you are truly punctual. The T7 building, Unit 2001, which you're interested in, had 3 more groups of clients yesterday. I want to see the actual model room," Chen Mo interjected, scanning the sales control chart where red magnets had already covered Units 2 and 3. This scene perfectly mirrored his memories from his past life. In June 2015, buyers needed to queue with their bank cards to register for purchasing. As the elevator ascended to the 20th floor, Chen Mo felt a pulse in his temple. When the fingerprint lock clicked open, the sweeping view of Shenzhen Bay's skyline unfolded before him through the 270-degree curved floor-to-ceiling windows. The smart home system activated automatically, the blackout curtains drawing back like a stage curtain, and the midday sunlight flowed over the gray-white marble floor like a river. This unit, with a constructed area of 198 square meters, had a usable area that reached. The sales director's voice gradually faded as Chen Mo's fingertips unconsciously tapped lightly on the cool stone of the island countertop. He recalled the landlord's boastful words from his past life echoing in his ears, delivered with exquisite decoration and central air conditioning. Even the curtain tracks are pre-embedded. Suddenly, he turned and asked, "If I make a 30 down payment, how soon can a loan be approved?" The sales director envisioned the astonished expression of his friend who had introduced this client to him, realizing that a Huaxing, being under 26 and already at level 19 signified a client of your caliber. The sales director's eyes lit up, no longer hesitating. "You can secure it tonight. We can draft the contract. I want 2 units. Chen Mo stated firmly. At 6 p.m., in the signing room of China Resources City, as Chen Mo's pen pierced the A4 paper, the sound of fluttering pages echoed from the air conditioning vent. Next to the purchase contract totaling 5 million. The loan manager from Shenzhen Development Bank was calculating the final figures on his calculator. Appraised value, 10 million, with a 70 loan that would amount to 7 million, requiring only a 3 million down payment. The prices for both units were identical. As Chen Mo signed, his right hand remained steady as a mechanical arm, and his peripheral vision caught the setting sun outside, blood red, a stark contrast to the 7 million less than the funds he had originally prepared. The additional cash flow was perfectly poised for investment in the second critical point from his memory, the Yifang Center apartment in the Bowen Central District. "Mr. Chen, would you prefer equal principal and interest or principal?" The loan manager slid a thick stack of documents towards him. "Equal principal and interest." Chen Mo inscribed his signature in the same corner of every document. The leverage principle he had learned in finance class was surging through his veins, using the bank's money to leverage 5 times in 2 years. This 7 million debt would be obliterated by the surging wave of rising property prices, based on a projected price of 1.26 million per square meter in 2 years. These 2 units could sell for at least 50 million, and after deducting 6 million in principal and 14 million in loans, it would be netting 30 million from a mere 6 million cash investment. At the same moment, in an old community in Longhua, Yang Jinyu squatted in front of an induction cooker preparing instant noodles, while the community page of Huaxing's heartfelt voices refreshed automatically on his phone holder. When he saw the post titled "Forecast for the next 2 years of Shenzhen" as housing price trends being bumped to the top for what felt like the umpteenth time, Some of the broth splashed onto his faded pajamas. Initially, most of Yang Jinyu's colleagues, including himself, had regarded this post as a mere joke. However, in the past 6 months, the housing price trajectory in Pengcheng had proven the predictions of that dragon Outyin remarkably accurate, especially since the post predicting a stock market crash in June to July had already come to pass. The reality was that just a few days ago, the stock market had indeed collapsed, prompting countless colleagues to inquire in the post whether they should sell at a loss. All of this had led him to hold an unwavering belief in Dragon Outyin's insight and judgment. 30 down payment, prestigious school district, metro planning. He trembled as he screenshot and sent it to his wife, the dialog box still open with the sales control chart from Ruinfu. If you don't rush today, it will be gone. With a loud bang, the bathroom door swung open, and his 7-month pregnant wife emerged with damp hair. Are you crazy? Our savings are only 480,000. We could take out a down payment loan. Yang Jinyu retrieved a calculation sheet he had stashed away in his phone's notes for half a year. The agent in Penghua North said they could facilitate a 30 down payment by packaging the consumption loan as renovation funds. His tone suddenly grew somber. If we miss this opportunity, I fear we will never catch up to the housing prices. At least not for prime locations. His wife, caressing her round belly, fell into a long silence before finally opening the bottom drawer of the vanity. Inside the ring box lay 2 fixed deposit slips, designated as an education fund for their unborn child. At 11 p.m. on June 19th, the Huaxing Heartfelt Voices community server crashed. During the technical department's emergency repairs, they discovered the source of the crash was the cross-referencing of 2 viral posts. A share is about to take off and Shenzhen housing price forecast. Someone had employed a web crawler to capture all of the original poster statements, creating a comparative graph of housing price increases and stock market declines. This graph was shared 190,000 times within 48 hours, even making its way to foreign social media. Shock news reports from Sina and UC soon followed. Titled Huaxing's Deity Predicts Success Twice, the logic behind the rising housing prices in Pengcheng. Notably, the technical department responsible for the repairs consisted of colleagues from Chen Mo's own department. As the Heartfelt Voices community and other OA-related systems were managed by the Application Support Service Shared Centers OA Group, even Zheng Fei, who had just concluded a board meeting, caught sight of the news and chuckled to Su Ping, remarking on how this little rascal truly knows how to stir things up. Earlier that morning, he had heard from Xiao Su that the network acceleration project was merely a final step away from completion, having compressed the originally estimated project timeline of 11 months by 4 months. Chapter 56. The Shame of the Reborn on the morning of June 20th. At the opening scene of Ruinfu, Chen Mo, adorned with sunglasses, sat in the VIP room, while the cacophony of the ordinary client area surged like a tidal wave in his ears. When the call system announced A068, he observed Yang Jinyu stumbling into the selection area. This colleague he had never met in his previous life, clutching a crumpled credit report, trembling before the sales control chart like a reed in the wind. I want Unit G, Type 02, Yang Jinyu bellowed, his voice now markedly different from when he had been conversing with Chen Mo. Chen Mo's lips curled into a faint smile as he opened his mobile banking app, revealing a cash balance of 55 million and a credit line of 26 million flowing within his account. As his gaze swept across the aerial view of the Bowen Central District, his fingertips deftly opened the chat window of the sales director at Yifeng Center. Can I secure the penthouse unit if I reserve now? 3 days later, at the marketing center of Bowen Yifeng Center, Chen Mo wiped the beads of sweat from his brow with the tip of his pinky. Outside the 45-degree angled floor-to-ceiling windows, the traffic on the Riverside Expressway was writhing in the evening rush hour. On the iPad handed to him by the sales director, a 3-dimensional model of the building slowly rotated. Unit T2-3501, with a built area of 228 square meters, faced southeast with an ocean view. The director highlighted the glimmering floor with a stylus, indicating that company policy required a verification of 5 million. Without hesitation, Chen Mo showcased his mobile banking balance, 55 million. A full payment discount of 8% and 5% for installments, he added. The director's Adam's apple bobbed nervously. However, Mr. Chen, if you opt for a mortgage, Chen Mo interjected. He had already calculated the figures on his way there. 228 square meters at 52,000 per square meter amounts to 12,554,000, requiring a down payment of 380,000 with a loan of 874,000, compared to a full payment. The leverage of 874,000 was ample to acquire 2 additional units in Nanshan with school district access. He recalled that in 2 years, property prices here could reach 150,000 per square meter, yielding a profit of around 20 million upon selling this unit. As the pen touched the contract paper, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Li Yang's name flickered on the screen. The new version of the MES pressure test has encountered bottlenecks. General Lin is inquiring activate the redundant server cluster immediately and negotiate with the implementation department to cease leaving us to clean up the mess, Chen Mo replied. He inscribed his 12th name on the property contract, pondering for a moment before adding, I'll return to Rongqing in 3 days. Pengqing Bay No. 1 is situated in the center of Nanshan District, adjacent to the coastal leisure belt of Pengqing Bay, with a view across the sea to Hong Kong. As a benchmark for top-tier luxury residences in Pengqing, its locational value is underscored by its proximity to the Pengqing Bay port, merely 12 kilometers away. With a 15-minute drive to the Qianhai Free Trade Zone, the intersection of Metro Line 2 and Line 11 lies nearby, along with urban landmarks such as the China Resources Pengqing Bay Mixi and the Poly Theater. Designed by an international team, the community boasts a low plot ratio of just 38. It offers 7-star hotel-style concierge services, a sky club, an indoor heated swimming pool, and a private helipad. The landscape design integrates tropical vegetation with coastal elements. The security system employs facial recognition and drone patrols, ensuring unparalleled privacy and safety throughout the city. Pengqing Bay No. 1 was also Chen Mo's final destination. He vowed he had no knowledge of his boss residing there when he purchased the unit. This residence, both in terms of unit price and total cost, was the most expensive, ultimately acquired at 80,000 per square meter for a spacious 320 square meter flat, totaling 25,600,000, with a down payment of 7,600,000 and a loan of 17,920,000, precisely exhausting his entire loan credit. From the moment Chen Mo entered the room, he was captivated by the southeast-facing, all-ocean view design, featuring a grand living room with a height of 36 meters and a width of 98 meters. The entire layout was square and unencumbered by beams or columns. The panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows extended to a 270-degree corner balcony, equipped with German Schuko electric sunshades that could switch between day and night modes with a single tap. The master suite included a private study, a walk-in closet, and a dual-person massage bathtub, with the bathroom walls adorned with Swarovski crystal mosaics. The sky pool, located at the southeast end of the unit, featured an LED color-changing glass bottom that could interact with the light show of the Pengqing Bay Bridge at night. Both the Chinese and Western kitchens were outfitted with top-tier Gaggenau appliances. The Chinese kitchen boasted a dedicated prep area, while the Western kitchen island extended to a scenic bar. Additionally, there was an independent maid's room, a utility room, and a private elevator hall with dual parking spaces, with the delivery standards including a fully integrated smart home system, high-end custom furniture, and art-grade hard furnishings. Chen Mo sighed inwardly, recognizing that with such conditions, it was no surprise that 2 years later, the unit price of this flat could soar to 250,000. Having exhausted the 400 million in bank credit, he was left with 43 million in cash. As he signed for his final property at Pengqing Bay No. 1, the Huanqing Shinsong community on the other side was experiencing the most frenzied night since its inception. User 7731 posted a photo of the newly transferred property certificate. Following the Great Dragon Out Yin to buy Ruinfu, let's dig up the graves in 2 years. Supply Chain Lao Zhang shared a screenshot of bank approval. A 45-year-old coder, using down payment loans and mortgage loans to secure a 2-bedroom unit in Bowen. Huanqing Cash King replied, I also bought a unit of Type 198 at Ruinfu. Test King initiated a poll. Where do the great ones predict the next surge will be? Qianhai or Guangming? These posts proliferated like cancer cells, ultimately converging into a terrifying torrent of data. Indeed, he could not withstand the fervent inquiries of countless colleagues, revealing his wealth secrets in his replies, stating that he would not offer any real estate investment advice, yet he had indeed purchased 2 units in Ruinfu. But that was sufficient. It was more reliable than any investment advice. In a rented room in Longhua, Yang Jinyu was using a red marker to mark the calendar. With only 7 days remaining until the down payment deadline, the funds he had managed to gather still amounted to only 830,000. His wife's protruding abdomen pressed against the edge of the dining table, with a 20,000 IOU from her family spread before her. The agent had suggested that a consumer loan could bridge the gap, and this marked the 13th time he had opened the Lianjia app. Should they reside in a house laden with excessive formaldehyde upon the birth of their child? Suddenly, his wife smashed a soup bowl, shards scattering across the property contract, landing on the clause regarding a 10% penalty for breach. As Yang Jinyu crouched to gather the fragments, his phone screen lit up with a bank text message. A consumer loan of 300,000 has been approved. He stared at his wife's trembling silhouette, suddenly recalling the phrase in red left by Long Out Yin in the Shinsong community. In an era of excessive currency issuance, debt is the greatest asset. On June 27th, At the Pengcheng Real Estate Registration Center, Chen Mo stood in a corner of the hall, observing Yang Jinyu's slightly hunched figure at the service window. This fellow had engaged him in conversation on the day of Ruinfu's launch, asking if he too had been influenced by Long Out Yin's posts. Once a rosy-cheeked testing engineer, he now cradled a brown paper bag as if it contained his very life. "Mr. Chen, here are the property certificates for your 4 units. The agent presented the documents, adorned with a gilded cover. Chen Mo had initially planned to mortgage the properties once more, utilizing the proceeds to re-enter the market. After all, on the very first day of his rebirth, he had penned in his notebook the intention to capitalize on leverage before 2016. As Chen Mo opened the property deed of the Ruinfu estate and beheld his name in the ownership section, he was suddenly enveloped by the chilling winds of his past life, as if they had transcended time to greet him. He resolved to maintain his composure. The greater the leverage, the higher the risk, and there was no need to gamble his current fortune on the most extravagant catch. After arriving at this decision, Chen Mo felt an immense sense of relief, even finding the capacity for self-deprecation. While others upon their rebirth sought to resign from their jobs, he found himself aiming to excel in his current position. While others pursued entrepreneurial ventures, he was immersed in real estate speculation. Truly, a source of shame for the reincarnated. Chapter 57, Vacation. Lately, Chen Mo experienced a profound sense of unreality. In his previous life, as a middle-aged corporate drone, he had suddenly acquired 5 properties in the bustling metropolis of Pengcheng, a place where every square inch was invaluable. Aside from a unit in Vank City, the rest were luxurious residences in Pengcheng Bay or the first phase of Ruinfu. Although he bore a staggering debt of 40 million, he also possessed 43 million in liquid assets. Since liquidating his stock holdings on May 29th, an array of thoughts had flitted through his mind. Had he achieved financial freedom? Perhaps it was time to take a break, a year or 2 of rest, establishing an MCN company, signing a variety of beautiful women, leveraging his foresight to elevate them to stardom, and then, could he not indulge in both Hu Jia and Su Ran? With his newfound wealth, having several girlfriends simultaneously seemed hardly excessive, as such narratives often depicted. In truth, Chen Mo had become somewhat intoxicated by his circumstances, though he refused to acknowledge it. Fortunately, last month, the global speed optimization project for Huaxing, for which he was responsible, had entered its final crucial phase. The demands of work kept his wandering thoughts at bay. His schedule had been fragmented by time zone differences. Video conferences with Deutsche Telekom at 2 in the morning, flying to Singapore for note adjustments at 10, and then appearing at a data center in Moscow the following afternoon. Far away in Rongqing, Su Ran stared at the chat history on her phone, the most recent message lingering from 3 days prior. In Moscow, it's only about 10 degrees. Accompanied by a photo of Chen Mo standing with colleagues in Red Square during a summer evening, clad in a windbreaker, his smile unable to conceal his exhaustion. She curled up on the windowsill of her rented room, her fingertips repeatedly caressing her soft, long hair. This marked the 3rd time Chen Mo had vanished from her message list, the previous 2 instances being trips to Sao Paulo and Tokyo. Another international flight. Su Ran murmured to herself, envious of Chen Mo's life, which allowed him to traverse different countries and witness diverse landscapes. As a girl from small town, barely a participant in its modest academic scene, her sole international trip had been last year when she traveled to Thailand with a cohabiting friend. At that time, she had reluctantly spent her hard-earned savings, feeling both elated and pained during the trip. She opened the step leaderboard on WeChat, where Chen Mo's avatar held a firm first place, having walked 23,000 steps that day. Su Ran, what are you daydreaming about? Her cohabiting friend Lin Xiaoyun called out as she entered with 2 large bags of groceries. Come help me out. I bought salmon and avocados. Lin Xiaoyun, a university classmate of Su Ran, currently worked as a documentation officer at a foreign trade company. Unfortunately, Rongqing, being situated inland, had a rather underdeveloped foreign trade industry, resulting in modest earnings each month. Standing at 165 centimeters, she had a well-proportioned figure, possessing the right curves in the right places, and a doll-like face that she always adorned with light makeup. Lin Xiaoyun and Su Ran had been close friends since their university days, their personalities complementing each other, one vivacious and outgoing, the other more reserved. Here it comes, Su Ran said as she stood up to take the bags, her gaze still fixed on her phone. Lin Xiaoyun followed her line of sight and teased, still waiting for Yorimo, good to message you? You've been a bit distracted lately. Could it be that you're in love? Su Ran's cheeks flushed as she vehemently denied it. We're just ordinary friends. Just ordinary friends. Yet you've sent him different selfies for 3 consecutive days? Lin Xiaoyun arched an eyebrow. I think you're quite smitten. Su Ran's face reddened further. Lin Xiaoyun suddenly grew serious. Su Ran, you need to be clear-headed. Young, Successful men are never short of admirers. Don't let yourself become a backup option. Su Ran shook her head. He's too busy with work, always flying around the globe. This statement served to persuade herself. She fell silent. Yet her heart felt a twinge of uncertainty. She knew Lin Xiaoyan made a valid point, not to mention others. Even Chen Mo's colleague Hu Jia was equally attractive and far superior in career success. She had heard that he was a manager at the company, and given what she knew about Huaxing, even a junior manager could earn over $1 million. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her confidence waned. Yet she could not suppress her affection for Chen Mo late at night. Su Ran once more opened WeChat, contemplating sending a message to Chen Mo, but hesitating to interrupt his work. After much deliberation, she finally sent a brief greeting. Is it cold in Moscow tonight? Please keep warm. After sending, she stared at the screen, eagerly awaiting his reply. However, as she drifted into a drowsy sleep, her phone remained silent. The next morning, Su Ran was awakened by the vibration of her phone. She sat up abruptly to discover that Chen Mo had replied. Just landed in Dubai after a 14-hour flight. Utterly exhausted, it's currently 36 degrees. Accompanied by a photo of a seaside sunrise. Su Ran smiled, responding, a contrast of extremes. Take care of yourself. Chen Mo quickly replied. Thanks for your concern. The project has been incredibly demanding. When I return, I'll take you out for a meal. In the following days, although Chen Mo remained busy, he would occasionally send Su Ran work photos and greetings. Su Ran, in turn, shared snippets of her daily life, and their relationship seemed to be gradually drawing closer. One Thursday, Su Ran posted on her moments, "Work is so exhausting. I long to escape for a bit." The accompanying image showed her standing in front of a car dealership, a look of disillusionment on her face. Almost immediately, the comment section buzzed with activity. Some colleagues teased her about wanting to slack off, while friends suggested traveling, and several admirers invited her out. Naturally, as a stunning beauty with an enviable figure, she attracted her fair share of attention. Su Goddess, count me in, Ran, let us go, I'll cover the expenses. Su Ran glanced at the comments, feeling a pang of disappointment. She had actually hoped for Chen Mo to see it, yet she felt too shy to directly tag him. Suddenly, as if fate itself had heard her silent wish, one comment caught her eye. Chen Mo, let us go, together. Su Ran's eyes brightened, her heart racing. She had not anticipated Chen Mo would respond, seemingly extending an invitation for an outing. It was noteworthy that in their previous interactions, she had always been the one to take the initiative. Little did she know that Chen Mo, having recently completed a major project, liquidated his stocks, and leveraged to acquire core assets in Pengcheng, had begun to feel a swell of confidence. Eagerly, Su Ran privately messaged him. Really? Do you have time? She felt a twinge of insecurity, fearing it might simply be a jest. Chen Mo replied. Really, the project is done, and I just returned to the country. I also want to unwind. Su Ran leapt with excitement. At home, she was only wearing a thin nightgown, and her ample bosom bounced with her exuberance. She hastily sent a private message to Chen Mo to discuss the specifics of their plans. After much deliberation, the two decided to embark on a self-driving tour to the Tibetan region of western Sichuan. Su Ran inquired whether Chen Mo could invite her close friend, Lin Xiaoyan, to accompany them. Chen Mo, in a playful manner, teased her. What? Are you worried about your safety alone with me? Afraid I might devour you? This was also a subtle attempt to gauge her feelings. Ever since the substantial fortune had been secured, he felt as if he had been invigorated. During the previous days, engrossed in making money, he hadn't noticed it, but lately, whenever he recalled Su Ran's alluring silhouette beneath her fitted attire, he found himself parched with desire. On the other hand, Su Ran grew increasingly bashful. In truth, she had encountered numerous clients who made similar risque jokes, and while she initially reacted with irritation, she eventually learned to dismiss them as if they were mere air. Chapter 58. Holiday on Saturday morning, just before their departure. Su Ran adjusted the straps of her black lace lingerie in front of the mirror in the changing room. As the cool air from the air conditioning caressed her bare back, she gazed at her exaggerated curves accentuated by the black halter dress, her fingertips unconsciously gliding over her flawlessly toned waist. Clad in 8-centimeter stilettos, the high slit of her dress tantalizingly revealed her figure with each step, her silhouette enhanced by the design that cinched her waist. Lin Xiaoyan observed her with a teasing smile. Are you truly dressing like this for a trip? You appear more suited for a date. She herself wore a cropped jacket that exposed her waist, paired with a white A-line skirt and pink sneakers. Su Ran did not deny it, continuing to perfect her makeup. With your figure, anything looks good on you, Lin Xiaoyan expressed enviously. But high heels might not be the best choice for Western Sichuan, right? Su Ran pondered for a moment, then opted for a form-fitting crop top. complemented by super stretchy yoga pants and a pair of white sneakers. Before long, Chen Mo arrived in his CLS 400, waiting downstairs at Su Ran's residence. The two women quickly descended with their luggage, finding Chen Mo standing beside the car, dressed in a simple yet stylish all-black ensemble. "Hop in," he said with a smile, assisting them in stowing their bags in the trunk. Su Ran took her place in the passenger seat, while Lin Xiaoyun settled into the back, and they set off towards the Tibetan region. Throughout the journey, laughter and conversation filled the air. Chen Mo recounted his recent experiences from traveling across various countries, captivating Su Ran and Lin Xiaoyun. Lin Xiaoyun found Chen Mo's intense focus on driving quite attractive, perhaps due to the luxury of the car he was piloting. When they stopped at a service area for a restroom break, Lin Xiaoyun whispered to Su Ran, "No wonder you like him so much. Is he the legendary youthful dad?" As the morning mist enveloped the Balong Mountain Pass, Chen Mo's Mercedes glided over the icy national highway, wrapped in a white cashmere scarf. Su Ran caught a glimpse of Lin Xiaoyun retouching her makeup in the rearview mirror, having specially chosen a new shade of lipstick that morning. "Look!" Chen Mo suddenly rolled down the window, allowing the frigid wind and snowflakes to rush in. Both young women leaned toward the driver's seat, Su Ran's hair brushing against his Adam's apple, while the scent of Lin Xiaoyun's perfume filled the cabin. As sunlight pierced through the clouds, the majestic Yao Mei Peak of the Four Girls Mountain emerged from the mist, resembling a glass palace suspended in the sky. With one hand on the steering wheel, Chen Mo swiped the central control screen to reveal the electronic map. "We are currently at an altitude of 480 meters. Just ahead lies the Jiajin Mountain, the very snow-capped mountain the Red Army traversed during their historic march." Lin Xiaoyun suddenly poked the navigation screen. "Mo, go. Is this red? Where we'll be staying tonight?" As her ring brushed against Chen Mo's wrist, the fleeting coolness of the rose gold sent a shiver down his spine. Chen Mo nodded in affirmation. Soon, they reached midday and stopped in a quaint town for lunch. Each ordered a local specialty, and as they dined and conversed, the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. Continuing southward along the National Highway 318, Lin Xiaoyun removed her sunglasses, observing Chen Mo as he inspected the vehicle's condition. The girl from Chengdu had deliberately chosen a crop jacket today, her toned waist glistening under the sunlight. "I hear Mo Gu has already reached level 19 at Huaxing," she said, handing him a can of Red Bull, her jeweled manicure brushing against his wrist. Chen Mo tightened the screws on the anti-skid chain, his muscular forearm revealing the veins beneath. "You're quite knowledgeable about the ranks at major companies, Xiaoyun," he remarked. "I have a high school classmate at Tencent, and I'm quite familiar with the ranks at Tencent, Alibaba, and Huaxing," she replied. In the rearview mirror, Su Ran was bent over, organizing her climbing backpack, the taut lines of her yoga pants igniting a flicker of heat within him. Unbeknownst to Su Ran, Lin Xiaoyun's demeanor had begun to shift during their journey. As they drove up to the Zhidhua Mountain Pass, the radio suddenly issued a warning about an impending snowstorm. Su Ran accidentally brushed against his hand as he shifted gears. "Mo Gu, have you encountered such extreme weather in Russia?" she asked, her breath fogging in the cold air, capturing a moment of subtle intimacy that the car's camera recorded. Fortunately, Chen Mo was well prepared, and with the anti-skid chains, they pressed onward. In the afternoon, after crossing Zhidhua Mountain, they ventured deeper into the Tibetan region. Su Ran gazed out at the breathtaking scenery, her spirits lifted. Occasionally, Chen Mo would steal glances at her, and each time their eyes met, they exchanged knowing smiles. By evening, they arrived at a Tibetan village where Chen Mo had arranged a traditional guest house. Amidst the thin mist of Xan Du Qiao, Su Ran stood beside a Mani stone pile, attempting to tame her wind-tousled hair. Suddenly, Chen Mo pointed his Hasselblad camera at her. "Don't move." In the frame, the girl wrapped in a lotus-colored Tibetan robe turned back, the sunset casting a golden halo around her. At the moment the shutter clicked, Lin Xiaoyun squeezed into the frame, holding 3 cups of butter tea. "Dear photographer, your model looks absolutely frozen." As Chen Mo accepted the cups, Lin Xiaoyun's fingertips lingered in his palm for a brief moment. In the distance, the hum of the prayer wheels echoed, and she tilted her head with a smile. "I've heard that those who encounter the 10th Panchen Lama for blessings will find true love in this lifetime." Just as Su Ran was about to respond, Chen Mo suddenly pointed toward the mist-enshrouded mountainside. "Look over there." Both young women followed his gesture, spotting a herd of ibex gracefully leaping along the cliff, stones tumbling into the deep valley below. Chen Mo adjusted the camera settings with steady hands. These creatures are quite intelligent. They can sense the electrical changes in the air before an avalanche, before the Wenchuan earthquake in 2008. Lin Xiaoyun leaned in closer to observe his camera operation, her turquoise pendant swaying across the viewfinder. Emoga, you know so much. Did you often bring girls here for photography? That evening, they gathered around a bonfire, listening to the songs and dances of the Tibetan people. The following day, deep within the Tagong grassland beneath the Muya Golden Stupa, Chen Mo attentively listened to the guide from a neighboring tour group discussing the gilded craftsmanship of the Tubo period when Lin Xiaoyun suddenly stumbled and grasped his arm. Oh no, I think I'm experiencing altitude sickness. She nearly pressed her entire body against his back, her wool shawl slipping to reveal a delicate lace strap. Su Ran hurriedly searched for an oxygen bottle. Xiaoyun, your complexion looks so pale. Should we head back to the car? It might be because we rushed through the prayer corridor just now. Lin Xiaoyun leaned weakly against Chen Mo, her fingertips subtly entwining with the drawstring of his jacket. Emogu, I'll trouble you for a moment. As Chen Mo crouched down, Lin Xiaoyun noticed Su Ran's expression shift to one of concern, prompting her to shyly press her flushed cheek against Chen Mo's neck. Hours later, at the Missouri Stone Park, they planned to hike to the summit. Both Su Ran and Lin Xiaoyun, exhausted, playfully sat down on the steps, reluctant to take another step forward. Chen Mo extended his hand, pulling Su Ran along with him. In that instant, she felt the warmth of his palm, her heart racing. Lin Xiaoyun, acting nonchalant, declared she would assist as well. And Chen Mo descended again to take her hand, continuing their ascent together. Su Ran had only experienced love once and remained uncertain if she belonged to the category of those infatuated with romance. However, she felt a certain discontent with some of Lin Xiaoyun's actions throughout their journey. Chapter 59, Vacation 3. On a sun-drenched afternoon, the vast expanse of the Kongding grassland seemed to be cloaked in a radiant golden hue. A gentle breeze caressed the landscape, with verdant grass undulating like a lush sea. Amidst this breathtaking and grand terrain, Chen Mo and the others rode spirited horses, reveling in the freedom of the ride. Su Ran felt a bit anxious. While Chen Mo took the initiative to sit behind her for protection, they shared a chestnut Mongolian pony, and as the horse galloped, their bodies occasionally brushed against one another. At times, Su Ran could feel her rounded posterior being pressed against Chen Mo's firm physique. Each accidental touch sent a jolt of electricity coursing through her, causing her to shiver involuntarily, overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation of tingling warmth. Beside them, Lin Xiaoyun felt a pang of envy, yet she concealed her emotions, capturing the beautiful moments with photographs. At 5 a.m., when the temperature at Zime Yako plunged to -6 degrees, Chen Mo was busy adjusting his Hasselblad camera. Su Ran, wrapped in his Canada Goose down jacket, drew closer, her hair tips crystallized with frost. Have you seen before sunrise? Chen Mo suddenly leaned in, their arms nearly touching. As he turned to look at her, the lens focused on the starry sky. Doesn't it resemble the third installment, Before Midnight? After a while, through the viewfinder, the majestic Gonga, Snow Mountain, was bathed in golden light from the first rays of dawn, while frost on Su Ran's eyelashes melted into delicate droplets. Lin Xiaoyun, holding her phone, interjected, Mo, go, could you capture the starry sky for me? She feigned a stumble, falling into Chen Mo's embrace, her knee grazing his thigh beneath her cashmere skirt. The shadows of the three intertwined beneath the prayer flags, taking on an ambiguous shape, as the wind roared in their ears. Throughout their journey, Chen Mo had taken it upon himself to photograph them, and they took turns capturing moments with him, fostering a sense of intimacy. As twilight descended, Gonga Snow Mountain tore the horizon with a silver lining. The glass dome of the Harbin Hotel shimmered in the dusk, while 20 Tibetan-style villas were scattered along the mountainside, each intricately carved wooden window reflecting the perpetually snow-capped peaks. Su Ran, barefoot on the handcrafted Tibetan carpet, felt the wool fibers caress her soles, as if treading on clouds. Lin Xiaoyun suddenly leaned in closer, whispering in her ear, this carpet must be more expensive than our living room, right? Her fingers glided over the Tibetan silver tea set, the intricate patterns mirroring the envy in her eyes. When Mo booked the room, it was $28,000 for a night. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the glaciers of Gonga, Snow Mountain glowed with a deep blue sheen, harmonizing with the gilded decor inside. The steam rising from the hot spring enveloped the room, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Lin Xiaoyun spun around, filming herself with her phone. This bathtub is inlaid with turquoise. Chen Mo leaned against the doorframe, observing their exuberance. Although he had covered most of the expenses on this trip, primarily consisting of relatively modest individual expenses, today a stay in the region's most luxurious hotel, where the presidential suite boasted a price in the five-figure range, seemed to not faze him in the slightest. Su Ran and Lin Xiaoyun were acutely aware of Chen Mo's wealth. Yet this was their first time experiencing the overwhelming affluence of a truly wealthy individual up close. The two girls now found themselves crowded around the minibar, debating whether to open a bottle of red wine priced in the 4 digits. Lin Xiaoyun suddenly turned to him with a wink. "Mo, I noticed your private hot spring seems much larger. Why don't we join you for a soak?" At 10 p.m., Su Ran was trying on a new swimsuit in front of the mirror, the champagne-colored silk fabric cascading along her waist, accentuating her alluring curves at the hips. Startled by a sudden comment, she fumbled, the shoulder straps snapping against her pristine skin. As midnight approached, the mountain winds swept in, carrying the scent of snow-laden pines into the pool. Lin Xiaoyun dipped her wine glass into the water, watching the crimson liquid ripple beneath the moonlight. She had deliberately chosen a black deep V halter swimsuit, the crisscross straps below her shoulder blades forming a heart shape. "Xiaoyun, that swimsuit," Su Ran hesitated. "I bought it from Taobao last month. I think it looks great," Lin Xiaoyun replied, splashing water playfully, the rhinestones on her collarbone glimmering. Beneath the surface, her toes grazed Chen Mo's calf. Ran, where's your swimsuit? Didn't you say you were going to wear that one?" "Ah, I forgot the bath salts." Su Ran suddenly sprang up, the robe-s belt hanging loosely around her waist. As she hurried away, Lin Xiaoyun leaned in close to Chen Mo's ear. "Actually, that swimsuit was my choice for Su Ran, and it's the same deep V design as mine." The incense burner by the hot spring exhaled wisps of green smoke, mingling the fragrances of snow lotus and sandalwood with a hint of sulfur, creating a sensation of pressure in the temples. The hotel's fragrance was originally intended to enhance romantic encounters, yet it seemed they had not anticipated 3 individuals sharing the hot spring. Lin Xiaoyun leaned forward, feigning a reach for the wine bottle, her chest barely brushing against Chen Mo's arm. She held the wine jug close, the engraved 8 treasure pattern reflecting the blush on her cheeks. "Mo, why does this barley wine have a hint of saffron?" With that, she seemed to deliberately spill a bit on her collarbone, allowing it to trickle down her deep V swimsuit. With Chen Mo's years of experience, he surmised that if Su Ran was a D cup, then Lin Xiaoyun's C cup was undeniable. Chen Mo swallowed hard, avoiding her glistening gaze. "It's the welcome drink from the hotel," said to ward off the cold. He drank down the amber liquid in one go. Lin Xiaoyun caught a glimpse of Su Ran's figure disappearing at the end of the corridor, and suddenly she slipped. "Be careful." Chen Mo instinctively wrapped an arm around her waist, the wet fabric clinging to her skin, revealing the delicate curve of her spine. Lin Xiaoyun took the opportunity to wrap her arms around his neck, her red lips brushing against his ear. "Thank you." Mo when Su Ran returned. Clutching the glass jar of bath salts, she found Chen Mo teaching Lin Xiaoyun how to identify constellations. The two were shoulder to shoulder at the pool's edge, Lin Xiaoyun's curls cascading like seaweed over his chest. Suddenly feeling a tightness in her chest, Lin Xiaoyun recalled the fortune teller's words from earlier that day, warning her to be cautious of deceitful individuals. Ran, come try this barley wine." Lin Xiaoyun raised her damp arm, only for the red string around her wrist to snap, sending a silver bell plummeting to the bottom of the pool. She gasped, bending down to retrieve it. And in that moment, Chen Mo felt her fingers glide across his thigh. Chen Mo then caught sight of Su Ran approaching, having finally donned the wine-red deep V swimsuit that plunged to her waist. It clung tightly to her figure, accentuating her fullness and drawing a deep line of allure, contrasting her slender waist with her voluptuous hips, each step a mesmerizing sway. The allure before him was akin to the captivating figures celebrated on social media. As he beheld her beauty, feeling her legs brush against him, a heat surged within Chen Mo as if a fire had ignited in his core. "This wine is rather unpalatable," Su Ran commented as she accepted the barley wine Chen Mo offered, taking a sip before slowly voicing her opinion. "No worries. Red wine is also fine." Lin Xiaoyun had resurfaced, pouring a glass for Su Ran as well. The 3 of them relaxed in the hot spring, sipping red wine and engaging in casual conversation as the specially crafted Tibetan aroma wafted through the steam. The unique fragrances of cedar and musk intertwined with an almost ethereal allure, captivating their senses. Chapter 60, Vacation 4. Chen Mo sat in the pool, toying with a celestial pearl, purchased for a few hundred. Whether genuine or not, he was indifferent to its authenticity. As for the vendor selling the celestial beads during the day, who fervently promoted his bead priced at over 500,000, he may possess wealth. Yet he is certainly not foolish. At this moment, his gaze oscillated between Su Ran and Lin Xiaoyun. The 2 girls seated side by side at the opposite end of the pool, their occasional laughter and whispers resonating with remarkable clarity in the tranquil night. Su Ran gently stirred the water, her silk swimsuit glistening softly under the light, accentuating her graceful figure. She gazed at Chen Mo's broad shoulders, suddenly reminded of the passionate thrill of riding horses across the grasslands, her fingers unconsciously brushing against her waist. Lin Xiaoyun abruptly turned her head, droplets cascading from her newly dyed chestnut curls. Ran, what are you daydreaming about? She pressed a chilled barley wine against her friend's cheek. Try this. The butler said it's brewed with glacial water. The icy barley wine startled Su Ran, causing her to shiver, and as she looked up, she saw Chen Mo approaching, droplets of water sliding down his throat. Be careful not to catch cold. Chen Mo draped a wool shawl over Su Ran's shoulders, the deep blue tassels brushing against her bare back. Lin Xiaoyun suddenly stepped closer, her feet crunching on the pebbles, the wine jug clinking melodiously between them. Mo is biased. I want some too. The steam from the hot spring enveloped her shoulders' delicate fabric, the faint outline of her shoulder blades evoking memories of the changing room during dance classes in college. Back then, Xiaoyun would often twirl in front of the mirror, asking her if her newly purchased spaghetti strap dress looked good. Xiaoyun, your swimsuit. Su Ran tightened the tassels of her shawl, observing the strap around her friend's neck, threatening to slip off. Is it? Lin Xiaoyun turned her back to Chen Mo, the satin fabric rippling on the water's surface. Mo, go. Could you help me tighten a bit? She swept her damp hair back, revealing her smooth back. The moonlight cast ambiguous shadows in the dip of her shoulder blades, resembling two crescent moons yet to be filled. Just as Chen Mo reached out, Su Ran abruptly stood up, the cashmere shawl slipping into the pool, her full bosom gleaming with a pearlescent sheen amidst the mist. She pressed her hands on Lin Xiaoyun's shoulders with surprising strength, turning her back around. Let me handle it. Chen Mo could distinctly see that Lin Xiaoyun's smile appeared somewhat strained. Unbeknownst to him, what truly embarrassed Lin Xiaoyun was the sudden recollection of the warning she had given her friend before their departure. In the room, the incense burner released wisps of fragrant smoke as Su Ran adjusted the shoulder straps before a gilded mirror. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyun's reflection appeared, leaning against the doorframe, nibbling on an apple, leaving crescent-shaped imprints on the flesh. She initiated a new topic. Do you know why prayer wheels must be turned clockwise? Upon seeing both girls shake their heads, she continued without hesitation. When we visited Seda, a living Buddha told me. She stepped behind Su Ran, her cool fingertips gliding over her waist. It's most effective to make wishes at the snow-capped mountains, especially at midnight. Su Ran abruptly turned to grasp Lin Xiaoyun's wrist, thwarting her playful onslaught. What did you wish for? If I tell you, it won't come true. Lin Xiaoyun feigned an attempt to flee, prompting Su Ran to chase after her, tugging at her shawl, the two erupting into laughter and scattering the reflection of the starry sky on the pool surface. By the hot spring's edge, Chen Mo was adjusting his camera, and two figures unexpectedly intruded into the frame, freezing the moment on the joyous faces of the two girls. If you keep this up, you'll catch a chill. Chen Mo wrapped a towel around Su Ran's trembling shoulders, turning to see Lin Xiaoyun standing with her arms crossed in the moonlight. Her black swimsuit, soaked with hot spring water, clung to her curves like a mermaid poised to strike. As the three gathered at the poolside to savor the wine, Su Ran tightened her grip on the glass, watching the liquid ripple against the walls of the cup. Before long, fine snow began to drift outside, prompting Lin Xiaoyun to suggest a game of truth or dare. She spun the empty wine bottle, and when the neck pointed at Chen Mo for the third time, she finally posed the most pressing question. When was your first kiss? Su Ran huddled closer to the fireplace, the flickering flames dancing on her eyelashes, her curiosity palpable. Chen Mo swirled his wine glass, reminiscing. On the university playground, she wore bunny ear headbands as voice trailed off, as if lost in reminiscence. Lin Xiaoyun leaned forward, curiosity piqued, taking a couple of steps closer, when suddenly she knocked over a jar of honey, the viscous golden liquid spilling onto the stone table, flowing towards Su Ran's feet. Saw thee! She knelt on the Tibetan carpet to wipe it up, the hem of her silk dress sliding up to her thighs. As Chen Mo averted his gaze, he noticed Su Ran stirring her milk tea with a silver spoon, the spoon's handle tapping out a delicate rhythm against the cup's edge. Lin Xiaoyun's earlier question had stirred memories of her university welcome party. The moment she first laid eyes on Lin Xiaoyun, who was radiant on stage. They later became friends and, eventually, best friends. Su Ran recalled how, during her first romance, Lin Xiaoyun had looked down on her strikingly handsome ex-boyfriend. What had changed since then? On the other side, Lin Xiaoyun found herself lost in thought as well. Chen Mo sensed the subtle atmosphere and rose to adjust the tripod. How about we take a group photo together? In the viewfinder, Su Ran sat in the center, resting her chin on her shoulder, while Lin Xiao Yun leaned in to nibble on her earlobe. The moment the shutter clicked, Su Ran abruptly turned her head, their noses nearly brushing against each other, moonlight spilling between their intermingled breaths. Unbeknownst to them, an unusual sweet scent wafted from the incense burner at the pool's edge. Chen Mo felt a light sheen of sweat on the back of his neck. Having endured the heat of the overhead lights all night, yet his mind was persistently haunted by the exquisite visage of Hu Jia. Oblivious to the hotel's infusion of a small amount of saffron into the couple's aromatherapy, he found a fragrance intoxicating. As a man in his 30s, he could distinguish between desire and affection. Thus, he subtly shifted half a foot away, only to see Su Ran shielding her eyes with one hand, her upper body swaying slightly. Feeling dizzy? He instinctively reached out, but Lin Xiaoyun was quicker to support Su Ran's shoulders. It's probably from the wine and soaking for too long. Lin Xiaoyun pressed Su Ran's hand against her own pulse. See? My heart is racing too. Maybe we should take a break from soaking? As she spoke, her knee brushed against Chen Mo's calf beneath the water once more. Su Ran steadied herself, chuckling. Xiaoyun, do you remember the last time we soaked in the hot springs at Qing Mountain? You cried for half an hour while hugging the hot spring statue after 2 cups of green plum wine. I can handle my liquor better than you. At 2 a.m, Lin Xiaoyun, who had dozed off while chatting, rested on Chen Mo's jacket, while Su Ran gently draped a blanket over her. The wind from the snow-capped mountains swirled with the prayer flags, carrying Lin Xiaoyun's murmured dreams into Su Ran's ears as she softly murmured, "Why you have to compete with me?" When dawn broke through the clouds, Chen Mo encountered Su Ran, who was spinning the prayer wheel in the corridor. She was wrapped in a Tibetan robe provided by the hotel, a gesang flower tucked in her hair, and she didn't turn around upon hearing his footsteps. The contrast between her current self and the image of her in a uniform skirt at the 4S shop was stark. The copper prayer wheel rumbled, and Chen Mo followed her rhythm to turn the wheel. What did you wish for? Hope. She suddenly stumbled, the prayer wheel's recoil causing her to sway. But Chen Mo's hand promptly steadied her back against the stone wall. The prayer flags fluttered overhead, and Su Ran caught the familiar scent of cedar from his sleeve. Suddenly, she turned to look into Chen Mo's eyes. I hope that all the important people can have their wishes fulfilled. Lin Xiaoyun's laughter echoed from the other end of the corridor. Mo, go. Ran, you two sneaked out without calling me. Su Ran took a half step back to adjust her hairpiece, a petal from the gesang flower falling onto Chen Mo's shoulder. In the car heading back at noon, Lin Xiaoyun sent the repaired photos to Su Ran. What do you think of setting this one as the wallpaper? The photo she pointed to captured Chen Mo teaching Su Ran how to adjust the camera, with her reflection holding a milk teacup in the corner, forming a perfect triangular composition. Su Ran picked up her phone, smiling sweetly. It's beautiful. As Chen Mo drove, he inquired whether upon returning to Rongqing they would head straight home, or if there were other plans. In the rearview mirror, Su Ran was folding the down jacket that Chen Mo had lent her, and upon hearing his question, she replied, when we get back to Rongqing, I will treat you all to hot pot. Chapter 61. Long Outyin strikes again. As July commenced, the temperature in Rongqing began to rise, and the central air conditioning at Huaxing Research Institute hummed incessantly. Chen Mo fixated on the post interface on his screen, his finger hovering over the enter key, deliberating for an uncomfortably long moment. This marked the most audacious decision he had made since his rebirth, to post for the 3rd time under the name Long Outyin. Forecasting a crisis for Huaxing. It is often said that things come in threes, yet the obstinate Chen Mo resolved to proceed regardless. His motivation was simple. Both in his past life and this one, he harbored profound affection for Huaxing, the company he had joined right after graduation and dedicated a decade of his life to. Chen Mo was a man of self-awareness, acutely conscious that he was not a genius, but rather of average talent. Many believe that diligence is rewarded and that effort yields results, yet reality often diverges from this ideal. The unfortunate demise of Li Mochi in his previous life was a testament to this. It was not that he lacked empathy for the ordinary consumer, but rather that he was under the illusion that success was solely a product of hard work. After all, in his mind, his own success stemmed from relentless effort. He inevitably concluded that those less successful were simply not trying hard enough. For Chen Mo, working diligently at Huaxing meant that at least there would be some reward for his labor. This alone filled him with immense gratitude toward the company, not to mention the salary he received, which was significantly above market rates. At that moment, his desk was strewn with data he had collected over the past 6 months, from reports on the sanctions imposed by the country's Department of Commerce against Guoxing technology, to industry analyses of the 16 nanometers process technology, and even screenshots from campaign rallies of the Understanding King. These materials, a hodgepodge of memories from his rebirth and real-world evidence, were meticulously annotated with red ink to highlight connections and clues. If my predictions turn out to be accurate this time, General Manager Zheng might just drag me to the lab for some analysis. Chen Mo mused with a wry smile as he sipped his now-cold Tiguanyan tea, ultimately pressing the send button. From trade war to technology war, a survival guide for Huaxing in the next 5 years. Poster, the overbearing CEO Long Outyin. Tags, strategic warning, technological independence, extreme survival. Countdown to the black swan. The triple logic of a country's sanctions. 1. Political aspect. With the eight-country presidential election on the horizon next year, whether it be Hillary's Asia-Pacific rebalancing or the understanding King's America First, there is bipartisan consensus on curbing the technological enterprises of C country. Particular attention must be paid to the understanding King's stance, if elected, especially regarding his Commerce Secretary Ross's hardline position toward China. The understanding King has proposed making America great again through trade protectionism, reshoring manufacturing, and reducing international obligations to reshape American economic hegemony. He has explicitly categorized major countries as trade adversaries, accusing them of manipulating currency and stealing intellectual property, threatening to impose hefty tariffs on C countries' goods and withdrawing from multilateral trade agreements. 2. Industrial aspect. Huaxing's share of 5G patents has reached 17, while Ericsson and Nokia's market shares have been squeezed below 35. Our company's leading position in the 5G sector has incited panic within the eight-country government, which perceives us as a threat and is pressuring allies to boycott Huaxing's equipment. The day we secure continuous major contracts in Europe will coincide with the initiation of sanctions. 3. Technological aspect. The report from the eight-country Semiconductor Association indicates that our chip self-sufficiency rate is less than 16, with a complete reliance on imports for high-end photoresists. This is not merely a chokehold. It's akin to severing our oxygen supply. 2. Historical review. Time, 2008. Event, Huaxing, in conjunction with Bain Capital, attempted to acquire the eight countries' 3Com Corporation, but was thwarted by the eight countries' Foreign Investment Committee citing national security risks. The deal ultimately fell through. Outcome, Huaxing lost a significant merger opportunity due to a country government intervention. Time, 2010. Event, Huaxing sought to acquire the eight-country server technology company 3 Leaf Systems, but was forced to abandon the bid due to CFI U.S. scrutiny. Outcome, the eight-country government further tightened restrictions on Huaxing's acquisitions. Time, 2012. Event, the eight-country House Intelligence Committee released a report accusing Huaxing and Guoxing of threatening national security, recommending a ban on their participation in the eight-country market. Outcome, Huaxing was completely excluded from the eight-country telecommunications equipment market. 3. The choke point, a panorama of critical technologies. Chip manufacturing. The yield rate of the 16 nanometers process by the chip manufacturer has exceeded 93, while SMIC's 28 nanometers process has only just begun mass production. If ASML ceases to supply EUV lithography machines, the Kirin chips designed by HiSilicon will become mere blueprints. Basic software. Oracle's ERP system processes 83 of the Group S procurement orders daily. Should Oracle suddenly terminate its services, the global supply chain would collapse within 72 hours. Radio, frequency front-end. Skyworks and Qorvo monopolize the high-end filter market. Without their modules, the Mate series phones would be incapable of even receiving a 4G signal. 4. Darkest hour analysis. 2019-2020. When TSMC halts supplies of Kirin chips, the launch event for the Mate series flagship phone would transform into a tragic farewell, freezing the efforts of 100,000 RD personnel. 2020-2021. Honor would be forced to sell off at bargain prices, not as a capital maneuver, but as a means to exchange the livelihoods of 20,000 employees for Huaxing's survival. 2020-2022. Should Oracle abruptly cease ERP services, the global supply chain would be paralyzed within 72 hours, rendering even the procurement process for toilet paper unapprovable. What can we do? Chips. Initiate the Southern Mud Flat Plan. 1. Immediately increase investment in HiSilicon and establish a joint task force with SMIC for 14 nanometers technology. Even if the yield is only 30, we must move forward with the tape-out. 2. The 28 nanometers lithography machine from Shanghai Microelectronics must complete validation 3 years ahead of schedule. 3. Secretly stockpile ASML lithography machine consumables based on a 3-year usage estimate. Core ERP. Launch a domestic replacement plan. 1. Reassign at least 500 key developers to create a fully autonomous ERP system. 2. Construct a new data center and parallel validation environment in Rongqing or Guiyang to prevent sudden service interruptions. Ecosystems and RF. Establish a de-Americanized whitelist. 1. acquire NXP Semiconductors to carve out a breakthrough in the soft filter domain. 2. The BAW project in Wuhan requires an additional 3 experimental lines. 3. Accelerate mass production of Yangtze Memory's 64-layer NAND. Conclusion. When the band from San Jose lands at the Shantian base, may we hope that we are not opening emergency plans, but rather a safe filled with domestic replacement solutions. This war has no front or rear. Every Huaxing employee is a soldier in the trenches. Zheng Fei's teacup struck the mahogany table, producing a crisp sound as he removed his reading glasses and pushed the tablet towards Su Ping on his right. This is the 3rd time. Chapter 62. A stone cast into 1,000 layers of waves. On a summer night in Pengcheng, Zhang Shuai was scrolling through the company's internal forum as usual. Suddenly, a hot post titled From Trade War to Technology War, a survival guide for Huaxing in the next 5 years, tagged with strategic warning, technological independence, and extreme survival, caught his attention. Upon noticing that the poster was the overbearing CEO, Long Outyin, his interest was piqued further. In the past 2 months, who within Huaxing was unaware of Long Outyin's illustrious reputation? The other party accurately predicted the trajectory of housing prices in Pengcheng and the bullish trend in the A-shares market. Most astonishingly, Long Outyin even foresaw that the peak of this bull market would occur just last month. The facts have proven that this individual resembles a fortune teller, with no miscalculations whatsoever. Zhang Shuai briefly skimmed through the content and was immediately taken aback by what he read. The post meticulously analyzed potential sanctions that the United States might impose on Huaxing, simulating the crises that could arise over the next 5 years. He instinctively glanced at the posting date, July 1st, 2015. Today marks merely the 2nd day since this post was published, yet the comment section was abuzz with activity. Who exactly is this Long Outyin? It seems he harbors some skepticism towards the company, Zhang Shuai mused to himself. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to share it with his colleagues in the department. Soon, his phone was inundated with a flurry of messages. Reactions among his colleagues varied. Some scoffed while others expressed deep concern. In Rongqing, Yang Xing from the Application Support Services Shared Center rubbed his reddened eyes, fixated on the frantically fluctuating data streams on the monitoring screen. Ever since Long Outyin published From Trade War to Tech War, Huaxing Survival Guide for the next 5 years, this internal forum, dubbed the spiritual restroom for the 180,000 Huaxing employees, was experiencing an unprecedented data storm. Over 30,000 concurrent requests per second. Yang Xing murmured, "This is truly insane." He accessed the backend logs and discovered that the most popular post had amassed over 20,000 replies. This data spread like a virus, ultimately coalescing into a terrifying torrent of information. Unbeknownst to him, Long Outyin was actually his superior, and he cursed the individual profusely in his mind for causing the monitoring system to send him incessant messages, nearly overwhelming the community platform. In the cafeteria of the G district at the Bantian base, the breakfast hour remained lively. However, the manner in which people greeted each other today was somewhat altered. Did you see the post? Long Outyin has posted again. Test engineer Xiao Wang squeezed through the crowd with his tray, saying, "We might face sanctions from the U.S. Let me tell you 2 things. Old Zhang at the adjacent table remarked without looking up. "What things?" Xiao Wang asked curiously. "Neither concerns you nor me," Old Zhang continued, continuing to eat his breakfast. "I'm just a coder. If the sky falls, someone tall will hold it up." "What do you know?" Xiao Wang retorted, feeling quite exasperated. Just moments ago, he had been genuinely curious, only to be met with Old Zhang's trite joke, prompting him to excitedly wave his chopsticks and exclaim. Long Outyin's first 2 predictions were accurate. If the company gets sanctioned, what good is your coding? In another corner of the cafeteria, several female employees from the supply chain department were whispering among themselves. "Do you think they will lay off employees?" "I hope not. I just bought a house in Bowen. What's there to fear? Didn't Long Outyin say he would pursue domestic alternatives? They will also work towards oification, which means new positions will be created." In the elevator of Building B, 2 young engineers were discussing the post. "What do you think of Long Outyin's latest post?" Engineer A inquired. "It sounds quite alarming. However, I find it hard to believe. The U.S. is a country, and we are just a company. They probably won't sanction us," Engineer B replied. "It's hard to say. They have done it before. But even if they do impose sanctions, the company should be able to weather the storm, right? Let's hope so. I just bought a house. I can't afford to be unemployed." Most reactions from the grassroots employees were characterized by confusion and uncertainty. The majority of them possessed scant knowledge of international politics and corporate strategy, being primarily concerned about their livelihoods. Nevertheless, a few astute employees began to recognize the gravity of the situation. Li Jianmin from the R&D department of the microwave division was discussing quarterly objectives. After the meeting, One employee suddenly brought up the post, asking for his opinion. Li Jianmin furrowed his brow and said, "Such posts are best read without taking them too seriously. The company has a professional strategic team. They will handle these matters. But if sanctions do occur, will our department be affected?" Another employee asked. "Of course. There will be an impact, but the company will surely have countermeasures in place. Our primary task now is to meet our quarterly goals and not be distracted." After the meeting, Li Jianmin returned to his office, lost in thought. He was acutely aware that the analysis in that post was quite reasonable, yet as a mid-level manager, he could not afford to show concern in front of his subordinates. Meanwhile, Feng Lei, the president of the wireless division, was attending a closed-door meeting. He spoke gravely, saying, "Long Outyan's post must be taken seriously. While we are currently unable to ascertain its authenticity, we need to prepare ourselves mentally for the worst-case scenario." Vice President Yu Shuangjiang chimed in, "Based on past actions by the U.S., the likelihood is considerable. Our leading position in the 5G sector has already drawn their attention. If Trump is re-elected, the situation could worsen." Feng Lei felt a sense of dread, awaiting the company's response. In Chairman Zheng Fei's office in Area A, several board members of Huaxing had gathered, including Ding Xiyun and Liao Jinzhong, who had long been based overseas. Zheng Fei's teacup clinked against the mahogany table, producing a crisp sound. He removed his reading glasses and pushed the tablet towards Su Ping on his right, quietly reflecting, "This is the third time." He gestured to his assistant, and shortly, 3 of Long Outyan's prophetic posts were displayed side by side on the projection screen. The 2014 housing price forecast, the 2015 stock market warning, and the recently published 5-year survival guide. After Su Ping finished reading the posts, he once again reviewed Chen Mo's dossier, stating, "You may not know, but this fellow is not just talk. In the network optimization project, he has replaced 65 of American devices with our company as self-developed cloud equipment in nodes across Africa, Southeast Asia, and Latin America." He then handed out a procurement list for the network optimization project equipment, adding, "Of course, this falls within his purview." However, the president of cloud equipment, Old Xiao, specifically invited Xiao Su for drinks, saying that during critical times, it is reliable to rely on one's own brothers. Laughter erupted among the group. Observing Ding Xiyun's furrowed brow, Zheng Fei inquired, "Old Ding, what are your thoughts?" Ding Xiyun, who had previously overseen Huaxing's Canadian representative office and managed the entire business in Central and North America for nearly 20 years, was intimately familiar with the U.S. He wore a solemn expression as he replied, "Boss, based on my understanding of the current political and economic landscape in the U.S., the scenario predicted by Chen Mo is highly likely to unfold." "I concur," Liao Jinzhong succinctly added. Having previously served as president of the Central and North American region and recently stepping down from the presidency of the European region, these 2 board members, the most knowledgeable about the U.S. and Europe among Huaxing's directors, were in unusual agreement with Chen Mo's assessment. The room fell into a heavy silence. "Regardless, I suggest we delete the post to mitigate its impact." Zheng Qingshan was the first to break the silence. "After all, nothing has happened yet, and our business volume in the U.S. is considerable. This post by Chen Mo was aimed at us. Having read it fulfills its purpose." Zheng Fei felt a sense of relief as he glanced at his son, then turned to his assistant, instructing, "Tell Xiao Su to delete the post for now." "Understood." Chairman Zheng, the secretary, promptly replied, tiptoeing out and closing the door gently. "Let's all take a moment to calm down and reflect. In 3 days, let us reconvene as a few old-timers and see if we can devise a preliminary solution," Zheng Fei concluded decisively. Suddenly, he pointed at the screen and inquired, "This suggestion is quite intriguing. Using mineral water bottles to transport photolithography glue to circumvent customs scrutiny. Do you think it is feasible?" A subdued laughter echoed in the conference room. And Hu Xiangdong remarked, "Back in the day, the Red Army transported radios in coffins. Today, why can't we use mineral water bottles to carry hope?" As the laughter subsided, Zheng Fei announced at the end of the month, there will be a global network optimization project award ceremony. I intend to meet our little prophet there. Chapter 63, The Butterfly Effect. The summer sunlight slanted through the Venetian blinds, casting alternating stripes of light and shadow across the walnut desk. Chen Mo twirled a fountain pen between his fingers, gazing out at the cluster of office buildings visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows, when he suddenly recalled the box of newly purchased sandalwood incense tucked away in his drawer. Gently, he positioned the celadone incense burner at the center of the desk, igniting the incense that released tendrils of fragrant smoke under the glass dome. The scent of sandalwood mingled with the fragrance of magnolia wafting in from outside, creating a unique olfactory barrier in the soft breeze from the air conditioning. Ever since returning from his travels in western Sichuan, Chen Mo had developed a fondness for this traditional Chinese incense. as its aroma provided him with a profound sense of tranquility. Meanwhile, Lin Yue noticed that Chen Mo's complexion had not been at its best lately, his demeanor reflecting evident fatigue. Logically, one would expect Chen Mo, having just returned from vacation, to be in better spirits. Thus, Lin made a point to swing by Chen Mo's office before lunch. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Chen Mo's reverie. With a prompt invitation to enter, Lin Yue strode in with an air of familiarity, taking a seat opposite Chen Mo. Lin, come, let us have some tea, Chen Mo said with a beaming smile as he lifted the purple clay teapot before him. You don't look too well these days. Are you unwell again? Lin Yue's voice was softened by the gentle pouring of water from the teapot. As the boiling water filled the pot, the amber tea swirled in the fairness cup, creating a mesmerizing vortex. He was aware of Chen Mo's long-standing issue with gastritis, which had caused him to take several days off each year. Perhaps you haven't been sleeping well? Chen Mo forced a smile, replying, Thank you for your concern, Lin. My old ailment hasn't flared up. Internally, he pondered how, since returning from Western Sichuan, Hu Jia had been messaging him every night, engaging in conversations that stretched later and later into the night. All while he was also juggling the incessant bombardment of WeChat messages from Su Ran and Lin Xiaoyan. It was a wonder he managed to sleep at all. The kicker was that Hu Jia appeared completely unfazed when she returned to work the next day, leaving him to question whether he was experiencing a hallucination. Lin Yue, oblivious to Chen Mo's internal musings, picked up the aroma cup from the table, feeling the residual warmth of the tea on its rim. After briefly sidestepping the topic, he continued, The Global Network Acceleration Project has truly been a resounding success. You all have done remarkably well. Chen Mo perked up at this, his weariness dissipating as he responded, I'm quite pleased as well, and it's all thanks to everyone's support. With a sly grin, he added, Lin, considering the brothers have toiled for half a year, what about the project rewards? Lin Yue felt a surge of irritation, thinking, I came here to inquire about your health, and before I can even settle in, you're already asking for benefits. He replied with an edge of sarcasm, Chun, this project has already been registered with the boss. Is it really necessary to concern yourself with my trifling rewards? Come now, you know I'm not one to dismiss the significance of our endeavors, Chen Mo retorted boldly. The company's rewards matter to us, but departmental rewards are equally important. Lin Yue was not surprised by Chen Mo's audacity. Next week, the company will hold the Network Optimization Project Award Ceremony, with General Manager Zheng and Director Hu in attendance. Just put in a little effort. As for departmental rewards, this year, we will allocate 4 promotion opportunities to your Infrastructure and Network Support Center. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's face lit up with delight. For additional promotion slots meant he could offer new opportunities to 4 deserving individuals. Moreover, these positions were tangible and could be realized in the short term. He mused, It seems I'm fortunate to have Lin as my ally. Should I flatter him? Heaven did not give birth to Lin Yue. Washing has endured like a long night. Or perhaps, Your Majesty Lin, boundless in audacity? Never mind, that's a bit off script. Shaking off his frivolous thoughts, Chen Mo promptly expressed his gratitude to Lin Yue, only to notice a hint of hesitation from him. Instead of pressing, he simply refilled Lin's cup, letting the tea's surface shimmer with a gentle haze. I suppose this time I owe you a favor, Lin Yue eventually spoke. There may be changes in my work situation. Most likely, I will be returning to Pingsheng next month. This revelation left Chen Mo astonished. Uncertainty had arrived. According to the trajectory of the past, Lin Yue would remain in his position as the manager of the IT Operations Support Department until retirement years later. However, this move signified that Lin was about to embark on a new horizon. With his current rank at Huaxing, a promotion would place him within the executive echelon, granting him access to the core leadership circle of the company, and most importantly, freeing him from any retirement age constraints. As long as he did not voluntarily resign, he could serve until the age of 60 without issue. Chen Mo understood immediately, for among intelligent individuals, little needed to be said. Congratulations, Lin. With a tone of curiosity, he inquired, What position are you moving to? Lin Yue regarded him contemplatively, sensing that since the department's relocation last year, Chen Mo had displayed an unusual acuity in such matters. The head of the storage business unit, Mr. Sun, has not been in good health. 6 months ago, his doctor advised him that he was unfit for high-intensity work. Consequently, he has decided to retire. After relaying this information, he added a caution. This matter is not yet finalized. The leadership has not given the final word, you know? Chen Mo understood Lin's intent and made a gesture of zipping his lips, indicating his promise to keep the matter confidential. Lin Yue was acutely aware that Chen Mo was a young cadre under General Manager Zheng's close scrutiny. Should Lin confirm his transfer, The identity of his successor would be as clear as day. By giving Chen Mo a heads up, he was extending a small favor. The two shared a tacit understanding, never broaching the subject of the successor. Oh, Chen Mo, Lin Yue suddenly recalled something. Old Zhu from the Cloud and Systems Operations Center. Based on my understanding of him, if I confirm my departure, he will likely apply for retirement as well. In truth, Zhu Ran was of an age where retirement was due. But Lin Yue was also fully aware that his subordinate would never want to report to someone 18 years younger than him. After all, when Chen Mo first took charge of the largest fourth-level department following the internal restructuring, Zhu Ran had frequently aired his grievances in front of him, expressing his discontent and feeling overlooked as a seasoned veteran. Lin Yue left the remainder of his thought unspoken, confident that Chen Mo would grasp the implication. This year, our Application Support Services Shared Center has made remarkable strides in enriching the knowledge base and standardizing operations, leading to a significant reduction in labor costs and a marked increase in efficiency. Our performance has effectively doubled. However, Chen Mo was preoccupied with another matter. The batch of new recruits hired 6 months ago had all been confirmed as permanent employees, and each had exceeded their KPIs post-confirmation. This indicated that Chen Mo's push for operational standardization had been a resounding success. While I may have initiated this cost-cutting and efficiency-enhancing project, it was Hu Jia who was responsible for its execution and implementation. Is this achievement sufficient for a special promotion? Lin Yue raised an eyebrow at this, responding, "By that time, the decision-makers will not be me." He cast a glance at the young man across from him. Chen Mo chuckled at this, realizing he was perhaps overthinking things. As he began tidying the tea set on the table, he said, "Lin, let us go. We should grab some lunch. If we delay, we'll miss our chance for a proper afternoon nap." Chapter 64, Liqian's Through. Li Chong was increasingly convinced that his days in the CRM support department had become a torturous ordeal. 2 months prior, he found himself staring at the newly allocated work orders in the OA system, his fingers unconsciously tapping out a frantic rhythm on the keyboard. During the morning meeting of the CRM department, Zhang Fuchuan was pointing at the projection screen with a laser pointer. "This month, we will focus on the data migration for the Southeast Asia region. Xiao Lin will handle the technical plan, while Lao Zhou will liaise with the clients." Li Chong instinctively straightened his back, as it was conventionally his turn to contribute. As for the basic task of historical data cleansing, Zhang Fuchuan turned to the corner and said, "Li Chong, you can guide the newcomers on this. It will help them familiarize themselves with the system." Laughter echoed in the conference room, and the two newcomers in the department glanced at Li Chong with trepidation. After the meeting, feeling somewhat discontented, Li Chong made his way to Zhang Fuchuan's office. "Brother Fuchuan, may I participate in the Southeast Asia project?" He endeavored to articulate his strengths. "I have worked on similar projects in the solutions department, dealing with users who had comparable needs." "Oh, Xiangzi," Zhang Fuchuan responded, tossing goji berries into his thermos. "Entrusting you with the newcomers is a sign of my confidence in you. You know the mess of our CRM code, without a seasoned hand. The newcomers could mistakenly delete the production database in an instant." Li Chong caught a glimpse of his somewhat stiff silhouette reflected in the glass door. As Zhang Fuchuan stood up, humming the recently released song Fleeting Years, he approached Li Chong and gave his shoulder a hearty pat. "Go on, get busy, Xiangzi." A month ago, at 8 in the morning, a fine rain was falling outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Chengdu Research Institute's U1 building. Li Chong fixated on the meeting reminder on his phone, his stomach suddenly twisting in knots. This marked the third last-minute adjustment to the morning meeting time this month, shifting from the originally scheduled 9 a.m. to 8:30 a.m., which meant he had to complete the system inspection and data backup within half an hour. "Xiangzi, the users need our marketing expense warning report for the Latin America region." Zhang Fuchuan slapped a stack of materials onto his desk, indicating that it must be synchronized to all meeting participants' inboxes before the meeting commenced. Li Chong counted the documents in his hands. He would require at least 20 minutes to complete the format conversion and permission settings. He glanced at his watch. It was 8:15 a.m. "Brother Fuchuan, there's not enough time. It's impossible. Young people must be bold enough to face challenges." Zhang Fuchuan patted his shoulder once more. "Time is like water in a sponge. If you squeeze it, there will always be some." Gritting his teeth, Li Chong opened his computer, that cursed shoulder pad. Each time Zhang Fuchuan did that, it never boded well. His fingers danced across the keyboard while the aroma of coffee wafted from the break room. In reality, he had risen at 2 in the morning the previous night to address an issue in Africa, working until 4 o'clock before finally falling back to sleep. At that moment, a message from Zhang Fuchuan popped up in the lower right corner of the screen. "Xiangzi, remember to bring last time's optimization plan to the morning meeting." Taking a deep breath, he dragged the last page of the PPT into the email attachment. At 8:29 a.m., The notification of successful email transmission chimed as he hurriedly rushed to the conference room, his other hand digging his nails into his palm. 2 weeks prior, in the CRM support department's shared workspace, Li Chong, your weekly report needs to be rewritten. Zhang Fuqiuan tossed the printed document back onto his desk. The work content had to be broken down by the hour, with each task clearly marked with corresponding performance metrics. Li Chong stared at the document adorned with red circles, feeling a tightness in his throat. Being reprimanded in front of so many colleagues felt humiliating and, more so, deeply unjust. He had addressed 12 urgent faults and coordinated 5 cross-departmental meetings last week. Yet his performance still fell short in Zhang Fuqiuan's eyes. He resolved to explain, "Brother Fuqiuan, I've listed all my work. This is just a ledger," Zhang Fuqiuan replied, tapping the system inspection item with a red pen. "What were the inspection results? What potential issues did you uncover? What was the impact on the business?" Li Chong clenched his pen tightly, the tip leaving ink spots on the paper. That evening at 9 o'clock, Chen Mo passed by the CRM support department as he was leaving work and saw Li Chong's workstation still illuminated. The blue light from the monitor cast a weary reflection on his face, with a cold bowl of instant noodles beside the keyboard. Chen Mo pulled out his phone and texted Zhang Fuqiuan. "Xiangzi's recent state seems off. You might want to ease up on him." He quickly received a reply. "Don't worry. Mo, I've got it under control." Chen Mo glanced at his phone, initially considering sending a voice message, but hesitated and ultimately decided against it. What a situation, he thought. As long as Zhang Fuqiuan was aware, that sufficed. 3 months ago, during a dinner at Hu Jia's home with Zhang Fuqiuan and 2 apprentices, they inadvertently began discussing work. Chen Mo first inquired about Hu Jia's team situation and then casually asked Zhang Fuqiuan, "How's Li Chong, who transferred over from the solutions department? Is he adapting to the job? Well, how should I put it? Technically skilled, but a bit slow on the uptake," Zhang Fuqiuan candidly remarked. Chen Mo seemed to recall something and smirked slightly. "He is indeed a bit slow. After we transferred the 4 of them back to Chengdu, this guy celebrated in the local group chat with a red envelope on the very day the OA process was completed, even screenshotting it to thank me." He took a sip of beer and continued, "Damn it, ever since that moment, I've had no peace." Hu Jia playfully smacked Chen Mo's arm. "Speak properly, and refrain from using foul language." "What, do you want to be my mother?" Chen Mo retorted, to which Hu Jia turned away, pouting in annoyance. Chen Siyu, witnessing their interaction, giggled from the side, while Zhang Fuqiuan's curiosity was piqued. Only He Minfeng seemed oblivious, exclaiming, "Is this person a mountain cannon? Master, you helped him, and he actually threw you under the bus. Go get him." Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. "It's not a big deal. Xiangzi is just a naive rookie. A few more years in the workforce, and he'll be fine." The other 3 veterans, after following Li Chong and sending red envelopes in the group, immediately came to apologize to me. "No way. We must take action against him," Zhang Fuqiuan interjected. To Chen Mo's surprise, Zhang Fuqiuan was not just stirring the pot. He was an action-oriented type, promptly putting Li Chong in a challenging position. He began assigning him a plethora of tedious and time-consuming tasks, such as repetitive document organization and cross-departmental coordination. These tasks seemed reasonable, but actually drained Li Chong's energy, hampering his core work performance. Additionally, there were frequent last-minute meetings or work assignments. Whenever Li Chong made a minor error, Zhang Fuqiuan would publicly embarrass him. During the department's Friday gathering, Li Chong deliberately donned a new shirt. "Xiangzi, could you do me a favor?" Zhang Fuqiuan messaged him in the group. "My wife sent a box of Dandong strawberries to the guard station at Gate 1. Could you bring them along?" By the time Li Chong arrived at the hot pot restaurant carrying the phone box, the spicy broth was already bubbling. Zhang Fuqiuan took the strawberries and immediately began unboxing them. Come, Shaolin, try these. My wife specifically chose the largest ones." "Xiangzi, find a place to sit." The plastic stool at the outer edge was next to the aisle, with waiters weaving back and forth behind Li Chong, carrying tripe and yellow throat. The spicy steam fogged up his glasses, and all he could hear was Zhang Fuqiuan's boisterous banter, urging everyone to drink. It was as if even the final tactic of social isolation within the team had been deployed against him. This series of maneuvers left Li Chong feeling utterly overwhelmed. Chapter 65. Li Chong struggled too. He finally realized that if this continued, his career awash-ing might be doomed within this department. He could only attempt to find his colleagues Zhang Wei, Wang Lei, and Lu Yang, who had also transferred over, to strategize together after work. At this juncture, Zhang Wei has ascended to the position of supervisor in the ERP financial support department, while Wang Lei has similarly taken the helm of the IT delivery department. Their statuses within the organization have undergone a remarkable transformation. Even Lu Yang, once a mere invisible presence, seems to have developed a close rapport with Su Lu, a senior engineer in the database support department. It appears that the environment is incessantly shaping individuals into mere Excel operators. Zhang Wei pushed aside his plate of sauerkraut fish, his phone displaying Li Chang's work log from the past 2 months. 28 cross-time zone meetings, 22 document revisions, and a staggering 70 year-on-year decline in core code submissions. My goodness, how on earth did you manage to offend our general manager Zhang? Wang Lei remarked, doodling a flowchart on the table with his chopsticks. You requested a consolidation of 5 years' worth of data, cleaning records, but didn't grant system access. You arranged for new employee training, but demanded details down to the button level. This is an attempt to pin you down to transactional tasks. Liu Yang interjected during last Thursday's code review meeting. General Zhang specifically praised Shaolin for optimizing data redundancy in front of General Chen, when in fact that proposal was submitted by you the previous Tuesday. Shaolin merely adjusted the formatting. Li Chang stared into the bubbling hot pot, his glasses misty. Perhaps I have indeed failed in my upward management. Management my foot. Zhang Wei slammed his phone on the table. Last Wednesday, I sought Zhang Fuchuan's assistance in debugging the system, and in front of over 20 of us. He declared that no one would dare use the code written by Li Chang. Now the entire ERP financial support department knows you are a bottomless pit. Wang Lei restrained the agitated Zhang Wei. What good is your anger? Do you intend to confront General Zhang head-on? The most pressing concern now is to devise a solution. If this continues, Xiangzi will be finished. He then wore a cheeky expression. Oh, I almost forgot. You're also General Zhang now. Liu Yang couldn't help but burst into laughter. The following day, as Zhang Fuchuan unbuttoned the third button of his shirt collar, the sake bottle in the Japanese restaurant had already run dry. If there's something to discuss, just say it. You two never come without a purpose. He picked up a piece of icy sashimi, dipped it in a touch of wasabi, and placed it in his mouth. Wang Lei exchanged a glance with Zhang Wei. Fuchuan, hasn't Li Chang's workload been a bit excessive lately? Zhang Fuchuan ordered 2 more bottles of sake, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Lei. You might as well directly ask Li Chang where he offended me. Instead of beating around the bush, it's exhausting. Zhang Wei filled his glass, genuinely wanting to inquire on behalf of Li Chang. If our little brother has erred in any way, we should supervise him to amend his mistakes. Speaking of Li Chang, the ungrateful wretch, he paused. When General Mo first took him in, he was the first to send a red envelope to the hometown group, putting General Mo on the spot. If it weren't for sipping drinks and chatting with General Mo, I wouldn't have known about this. General Mo is magnanimous and unwilling to hold a grudge, but I find it unacceptable. What do you think? Should he be disciplined? The two suddenly realized that this was the root of the issue. They had heard that after the red envelope incident. General Mo received countless calls from fellow villagers every day. No wonder, as Zhang Fuchuan is General Mo's foremost lackey. No, scratch that. General Mo's closest brother. Li Chang just happened to be in the Human Resources Department. This couldn't be labeled as a sheep entering the tiger's den. Rather, the sheep was already in the tiger's mouth. Knowing the reason makes it easier to handle. Based on their understanding of Chen Mo, it seemed that Zhang Fuchuan was independently reprimanding Li Chang, with Chen Mo likely turning a blind eye. Therefore, it was reasonable to conclude that resolving matters with Zhang Fuchuan would suffice. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Wei probed General Zhang. I heard you assigned the Malaysia project to a newbie. Those fellows want to adopt a cloud storage solution, and I was just lamenting the lack of scapegoat. Zhang Fuchuan suddenly chuckled. Isn't Li Chang fond of showing off? Let him squabble with Jess. If he loses, it's a reflection of his technical incompetence. And you all can clean up his mess. If he wins, it counts towards the department's performance. The three clinked their glasses, leaving the latter half of Zhang Fuchuan's sentence unspoken. But the 3 seasoned veterans shared an unspoken understanding. Li Chang would contend with the Malaysian representatives. And regardless of the outcome, the previous matter would be left behind. Days later, Li Chang stood in Zhang Fuchuan's office, cradling a file box nearly as tall as himself. This is the 5-year data cleaning record you requested, along with common error resolution strategies and training videos for new hires. I've shared everything on your link. He added, last week, the optimization algorithm saved 37 of storage space. The detailed test report is on page 46. Zhang Fuchuan thumbed through the thick 200-page document and suddenly burst into laughter. Well done. You've turned the pit I dug for you into a teaching material. He decided to apply some pressure. Although he had previously indicated that the past was to be overlooked regardless of the outcome. Still, he couldn't resist tossing a stack of requirement documents onto Li Chang's desk. There's a meeting with the Malaysian representatives tonight at 10. If you can successfully counter their cloud storage proposal, I'll back you up in the future. And when I can't, General Mo will. Li Chang understood the implications, nodding vigorously. Fuchuan, may I request the addition of a code standard check plugin for the new hire training? Last week, Shaolin deleted the production database index. He hesitated, knowing that Shaolin was Zhang Fuchuan's whip used to chastise him. For months, any minor misstep would result in this whip cracking against him. Zhang Fuchuan scrutinized him deeply and then slapped the technical plan for the Malaysia project onto his desk. Next week, accompany me on a business trip to Kuala Lumpur. And remember to bring a jacket. Those fellows have the air conditioning in their office running as if it were free. As Chen Mo passed by the CRM work area, he spotted Li Chong demonstrating debugging techniques to the new hires. The steam rising from his thermos obscured his expression. With only the USB drive blinking a blue light beside the keyboard, a special encrypted storage device issued by the Information Security Department last week, bearing Zhang Fuchuan's electronic signature in the approval process. 2 weeks later, the CRM department exhibited a new atmosphere. Zhang Fuchuan included Li Chong in all his activities. The latter's countenance also bore a noticeable smile, no longer appearing as if drained of vitality by a succubus. Upon returning from Kuala Lumpur, Li Chong specifically sought out Chen Mo, who seemed to have been waiting for him. This time, Li Chong was wise. He refrained from apologizing to Chen Mo, as doing so now would imply that he believed Zhang Fuchuan was acting under Chen Mo's directives. General Mo, I've learned a great deal during this period. Li Chong spoke sincerely. Chen Mo, with an air of curiosity, replied, "Oh, do tell." I had previously focused too much on the technical aspects of my work and neglected the importance of communication skills. Often, I acted without thorough consideration. He finished with a self-deprecating smile. Chen Mo nodded with a smile and then stepped forward to pat Li Chong's arm. That's good. Now go back to work. With your technical ability, you'll need to be capable of managing Zhang Fuchuan's responsibilities. Li Chong felt another pat, but he recognized that this time was indeed different from the past. Chapter 66, Preparation in Advance. When Hu Jia exited Chen Mo's office, she felt a flutter of excitement, her face adorned with a radiant smile. It had been some time since she had a one-on-one conversation with Chen Mo, and although this chat took place at the office and mostly revolved around work matters, Chen Mo still expressed concern about her younger sister, Xiao Hulu, who would be entering her senior year this September. Had she begun preparing for her internship? Xiao Hulu, whose full name was Ulu, was over 5 years younger than Hu Jia and was quite dissatisfied with her name. She had been clamoring for a name change since elementary school, but her parents had consistently suppressed her wishes. Chen Mo had met Xiao Hulu more than once during her college years. The young girl would come to Chongpeng every summer and stay at her sister's house. Hu Jia's family activities or departmental team-building events often included Xiao Hulu as a family member, and her innocent and carefree personality was quite endearing. Hulu felt deeply grateful and thoroughly enjoyed the moments spent with her sister's colleagues, especially since they all took great care of her. It was only when Hu Jia passed through the office area that she deliberately adjusted her expression, adopting a stern demeanor as she made her way to her office. Back in her office, Hu Jia continued to ponder the arrangements made by Chen Mo earlier. She was somewhat perplexed as to why he had asked her to immediately prepare all the data and performance metrics following the implementation of operational standardization, along with a request for a prompt report. However, given that this was a task emphasized by her superior, she naturally elevated its priority to the utmost. On the other hand, Chen Mo had indeed been taken aback by Lin Yue's words that morning, yet he was relieved that there was still ample time. Although Lin Yue mentioned that a transfer was highly probable, based on his understanding of the old leader, this probability was effectively tantamount to certainty. The company simply had not yet issued an official statement. The typically cautious Lin Yue would only use the term high probability prior to any formal communication from the company. The air conditioning vent emitted a faint hum as Chen Mo gazed at the organizational chart on his computer screen, his fingers unconsciously tapping the walnut desk. Outside the window, the sound of a water truck on Shiyuan Avenue mixed with the chirping of cicadas, stirring the sultry air. A half-full glass of iced latte rested on the corner of the desk, his essential refreshment after awakening from his midday nap. Lin Yue had called earlier, hinting that the appointment process for the Level 3 department director had reached its final approval stage, with public announcement expected by next week at the latest. The old leader's tone had been filled with delight. Chen Mo opened the internal communication tool, WeLink, and messaged Lin Yuqing. Yuqing, please assist me in preparing detailed information on Wang Ming, Hu Kaigon, and Zhao Hongming. A few minutes later, a knock on the office door announced Lin Yuqing's respectful entrance as she delivered 2 sets of documents before quietly exiting. Chen Mo closed the OA system, his gaze lingering on the profiles of the 3 individuals. These 3, who had almost joined the company in the same year, were all 29 years old. The prime of their lives, it was time to give them a push. Wang Ming, you were looking for me? He inquired as Wang Ming entered, a small patch of sweat staining the back of his shirt. The company's air conditioning was indeed set quite low, yet Wang Ming, who had a slightly heavier build, was prone to perspiration. Chen Mo recalled that even in the depths of winter, Wang Ming would sweat profusely while enjoying spicy hot pot. Take a seat and close the door. Chen Mo gestured towards the leather sofa in the meeting area, rising to retrieve a chilled plum drink from the mini fridge and pushing it towards Wang Ming. Is your wife still in Pengcheng? It's been over 6 months. Do you have any plans? Wang Ming took a sip of the beverage, his Adam's apple bobbing quickly. Ming Ming will bring the child over next month. But the transfer procedures for school are a bit complicated. He tugged at his collar and added, the experimental primary school in the high-tech zone said the enrollment test queue will stretch into October. Whether it was due to nerves or something else, he perceived a newfound confidence emanating from Chen Mo, whose aura felt entirely different from before. When it came to understanding Chen Mo, Wang Ming was no less informed than Hu Jia or Zhang Fuchuan. In the past, the three of them would sit together, either discussing technical issues or mischievously rating the beauties from the HR department. Why could they sit together? Because they were all technical elites in their department. This phenomenon was akin to school. Top students do not sit with those who struggle academically. It was not a matter of discrimination or disdain, but rather a simple lack of common language and shared interests. Chen Mo felt reassured upon hearing Wang Ming mention that his wife Tong Ming was also planning to move to Chengdu. He was acutely aware of Wang Ming's potential. In a past life, he had witnessed him thrive after leaving Huaxing for Byte, continuing to excel. Before his rebirth, he had heard that Wang Ming had already reached level 3, 2, and was on track for 4, 1 by year-end, roughly equivalent to Huaxing's level 19. At this stage, Chen Mo also needed a department head who could drive performance, setting a benchmark to demonstrate that hard work could lead to promotions and raises. You need not worry about your child's schooling. I will have Yuqing provide a talent introduction letter from Huaxing shortly. Principal Liu from the experimental school has already been in touch with Yuqing, so this matter will not pose a problem. Chen Mo swiftly offers solution. Is that appropriate? Wang Ming clasped his hands together, his knuckles turning pale. Chen Mo smiled, decisively affirming, what is inappropriate about it? You already meet the criteria of the talent housing policy. The air conditioning stirred the curtains, revealing the overcast skyline outside. Wang Ming focused on the water stains on the coffee table, suddenly saying, this place is indeed quite nice. The environment and climate are quite comfortable. By the way, have you considered your own career development? Chen Mo interrupted him. Why didn't you participate in the last internal competition? You and Hu Kegon had agreed not to apply, right? Wang Ming fell silent, caught off guard by Chen Mo's directness, unsure of how to respond. He certainly couldn't admit that he was nonchalantly indifferent to competition. If he were to say that, he feared Chen Mo might throw him the C performance rating at year's end, saying, a C is just right for you, since you're not keen on competition. This reflected a contradiction in Wang Ming's character. On one hand, he was a nice guy, unambitious and unassertive, while on the other he was quite driven, believing that hard work would yield rewards. Observing Wang Ming struggling to articulate a response, Chen Mo said plainly, in this company, the technical expert path is challenging. You're already at level 17. This next step is crucial. Wang Ming nodded, indicating he was listening. The second internal competition will commence in 3 weeks. Discuss it with your wife, but I hope to see your application. Understood, Mr. Mo, Wang Ming replied, nodding vigorously. Now, off you go work, Chen Mo urged impatiently. And as Wang Ming reached the door, he heard Chen Mo call after him, bring Hu Kegon in. Wang Ming felt a surge of schadenfreude. Finally, he was not the only one facing reprimand. Oh wait, he should feel happy for his good friend, who was likely entering Chen Mo's cultivation list as well. Hu Kegon entered with a puzzled expression and emerged 20 minutes later, head hung low. Unlike Wang Ming, Hu Kegon had refrained from applying due to a lack of confidence, always feeling he fell short, especially when he claimed he could not manage others or take on a leadership role. Chen Mo nearly erupted in anger, scolding him for wasting an opportunity, but after tempering his emotions, he shifted from a tirade to a stern reprimand. After the scolding, he offered words of encouragement. Hu Kegon, after witnessing Chen Mo's impressive display of emotional versatility in his office, assured him that he would participate in the internal competition 3 weeks hence and strive to succeed. Yet, he noticed Chen Mo watching him with a piercing gaze, remaining silent, prompting him to immediately adjust his assurance. I will definitely pass. He then received treatment similar to his good friend Wang Ming, being waved out of the office as if shooing away a fly. In the fire escape, the acrid smell of smoke lingered as Zhao Hongming extinguished a cigarette, but that had burned to the filter in a soda can. His phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a message from his wife asking if he could leave work on time tonight. Before he could respond, a voice called out, Engineer Zhao, Mr. Chen wants you to come to his office. It was Zhou Xiaonan, who leaned in halfway, her face wrinkling in distaste from the smoke. Zhao Hongming said, just a moment, and headed to the restroom, adjusting his white shirt in front of the mirror. As he entered Chen Mo's office and turned to close the door, he heard Chen Mo say, "Have a seat. I see you've been putting a lot of overtime lately." "Indeed, I have recently been mentoring newcomers, and given that our system is currently experiencing a peak in orders." Zhao Hongming could not fathom why this young departmental leader would suddenly seek him out, so he could only respond honestly. "I watched the live stream of the last recruitment competition." Chen Mo unexpectedly called up the assessment footage and inquired, "Have you reviewed it privately since then?" Zhao Hongming, fixated on the time zone conversion function he had written, felt a tightening in his throat. The UTC-8 adaptation had not been dynamically adjusted. The Global Business Division has established a new data center in Rio de Janeiro. He continued to elaborate on the reasons for his previous failure, stating that he had restored the reports from the Sao Paulo branch, but had still used the Pengcheng time zone. The nib of his pen punctured a small hole in the sticky note. And Zhao Hongming recalled that evening when his wife eagerly asked if he had any chance of promotion. He had already put in 20 consecutive days of overtime to prepare for the competition, only to be met with disappointment. "Hongming, I have been paying close attention to you lately." Chen Mo smiled as he slid a cup of tea towards him, his words brimming with admiration. Other colleagues who had failed in the competition had, to varying degrees, wallowed in despair for a time, with some feeling it was unfair and giving up altogether. Yet you, unlike them, have not allowed failure to dictate your emotions. You remain steadfast, even striving harder than before. I must admit, I find this admirable. Zhao Hongming was taken aback. He had never anticipated hearing such praise and encouragement from Chen Mo, nor did he expect his efforts to be acknowledged. He was not a novice in the workplace, and had received his fair share of insipid compliments, gradually becoming immune to them. However, such recognition and encouragement, aside from his wife, had never been bestowed upon him by anyone else. His eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, and he found himself at a loss for words. His throat constricted, rendering him voiceless. 3 weeks later, the second recruitment competition would feature an assessment of multi-time zone collaborative development. Chen Mo pushed a stack of global data center deployment manuals towards him, saying, "I hope to see your name on a list of successful candidates this time." Zhao Hongming understood that Chen Mo was providing him with special guidance and expressed his gratitude profusely. As he rose, he heard Chen Mo's voice again. "Hongming, you may go about your work now. Remember, as President Zheng has said, the stars will not disappoint those who strive onward." Outside, thunder rumbled ominously, and raindrops pattered against the glass facade. Upon returning to his workstation, Zhao Hongming felt the folded edge of a page and discovered that each chapter's key points were marked with fluorescent index tabs. Chapter 67, Wu Ming and Li Xiaowei. Recently, the Application Support Services Shared Center has been gradually receiving over 20 colleagues wishing to return to their hometown in Sichuan. The WeChat group for the Huaxing IT Sichuan Alumni Association has been bustling with nearly 100 messages daily. It could be said to be extraordinarily lively. Yet Chen Mo truly had no time to monitor various group chats anymore. As the number of applicants increased, Chen Mo's standards for recruitment became increasingly stringent. A week prior, he had instructed Lin Yuqing to eliminate candidates below level 15 and those who had not received an A in performance ratings over the past 3 years. Suddenly, the world fell silent. Of course, aside from a few well-connected individuals, such as the one before him, Wu Ming from the Huaxing Chang'an Research Institute. Additionally, he was a classmate and the husband of Li Xiaowei, also a former rival of Zhao Gang. Wu Ming had finally endured countless hardships to return to Rongqing, crossing departmental and regional boundaries. This was no exaggeration. Wu Ming's original research and development framework was in a different primary department from the group IT where Chen Mo worked, and the departmental walls at Huaxing were notoriously thick, making penetration quite challenging. At this moment, Wu Ming sat opposite Chen Mo, half of his body suspended in a manner that conveyed respect. How could he not be respectful? Was he to treat this individual as just another classmate from their days of dining on drunken chicken off campus? Although he had spent over 4 years in the company and had risen to level 15 within the RD system, it was incomparable to his current position, which was that of a leader-s leader. To put it in the whimsical terms of a fantasy novel, how could the glow of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the full moon? Apologies for digressing. Beside him sat Zhang Fuchuan, his most recent direct supervisor. Chen Mo scrutinized Wu Ming, noting his black crewneck t-shirt paired with denim shorts, while the eyes behind his black-framed glasses darted away upon making eye contact. Confirmed, classic programmer. Mengzi, what are you so nervous about? We are old friends, Chen Mo said, attempting to foster a sense of familiarity. Wu Ming's dormant memories surged forth, and he found himself merging the image of the college student who had once sung and drunkenly indulged with this Huaxing leader before him. Wu Ming chuckled sheepishly, replying, "Mo Zong, I just arrived here. After all, it's a new environment." Chen Mo made no effort to insist that he call him Mozi. He was not that pretentious. Zhang Fuchuan, meanwhile, was engrossed in his phone, stifling laughter as he responded to messages. Perhaps Zhang Fuchuan's laughter was a bit too loud, interrupting their conversation. As he looked up, he caught Chen Mo's gaze fixated on him. "Quan, what is so amusing? Why not share it with me?" Zhang Fuchuan silently chastised himself for becoming a bit too pleased with himself lately, hastily stuffing his phone into his pocket while trying to recover. "Oh, nothing, nothing." Wu Meng found Zhang Fuchuan's reaction amusing, quickly realizing the respect Chen Mo commanded within the department. Before he could ponder further, he heard a question from across the table. "So, how is it? Are you able to adapt here?" Chen Mo inquired while deftly preparing his incense. His movements smooth and fluid. The department was now well aware of Chen Mo's new hobby, and it had become a common sight. He placed half an inch of sandalwood powder in the cloud-patterned incense burner, gently pressing it with his thumb and forefinger as if caressing the strings of an ancient zither. The powder settled into a spiral pattern, ultimately forming a totem of auspicious beasts. As he brushed away the excess powder, the fine ash that rose refracted colorful halos in the sunlight. The initial burn of the agarwood enveloped in a herbal fragrance resembled the first infusion of an aged tea cake steeped in boiling water. He moved the teacup to the side of the burner, where white mist, carrying the aroma, ascended, casting shifting shadows on the paper window. Wu Meng took a delicate breath, savoring the subtle elegance of the sandalwood scent, and felt his thoughts crystallize. Suddenly, he understood why Chen Mo had developed a fondness for this pastime. He said, "Having just arrived a few days ago, I cannot really speak to the adaptation issue. I have not worked with CRM before, so I will need some time." Chen Mo nodded in response. "Then make haste. You must not let our department's newcomer surpass you." Zhang Fuchuan quickly chimed in. Wu Meng is currently making a concerted effort to integrate into the team, proactively engaging in many tasks. Hearing Zhang Fuchuan's words, Wu Meng immediately flashed a grateful smile. Chen Mo patiently continued, "Mengzi, we are not only classmates, but also friends. And you are also Wei Wei's husband. I will speak frankly with you." Zhang Fuchuan, evidently unaware of this connection before, perked up his ears as if they were antennas tuned into juicy gossip, his eyes darting back and forth. "The reason for placing you in Quan's CRM department is that Zhang is quite magnanimous by nature, always eager to help, making him very friendly to newcomers. Furthermore, while the CRM sector has its challenges, it is not a core system, so the peripheral systems it interfaces with are fewer, making it easier to grasp. As for the third reason," Chen Mo paused, glancing at Wu Meng once more. "In our department, Quan and Hu Jia are my closest friends." At this point, Chen Mo fell silent, again meeting Wu Meng's gaze. This time, Wu Meng did not shy away. He simply replied earnestly, "Thank you, Mo Zong." Chen Mo softly acknowledged, feeling that he had been seated for too long and that his neck was becoming uncomfortable, so he rose to stretch a bit. After a brief moment, Chen Mo, while stretching his aching neck and sketching a character in the air, said to Zhang Fuchuan, "Mangan's wife is named Li Xiaowei. She was my classmate in college. Please extend your support within your capacity." "All right," Zhang Fuchuan replied with a smile, his mind racing with the gossip he had just acquired. When Chen Mo settled back down, he turned to Wu Meng with a serious expression and stated, "Both Fuchuan and I will do our utmost to help you acclimate to the environment. However, if you truly cannot adapt or your performance remains subpar." Before Chen Mo could finish his thought, Wu Meng immediately interjected, assuring them, "Rest assured, both General Mo and General Zhang, I will never bring shame upon my leaders. If such a day were to come, it would solely be a reflection of my own inadequacy, and I would harbor no grievances." Chen Mo and Zhang Fuchuan both nodded in agreement. The conversation then shifted to lighter topics, alleviating the earlier tension. Wu Meng even jested that his colleagues from the Sichuan branch at the Chang'an Research Institute were envious of him for being able to return to his hometown for work. As the two were about to leave, Wu Meng remarked to Chen Mo, "General Mo, I noticed in the group chat that both Wei Wei and Sister Yusin mentioned it's been a while since our last gathering before the new year, suggesting we should meet again soon." Chen Mo sighed softly, feeling how swiftly time passes. "Next Saturday works for me." The summer nights in Rongqing were stifling and humid. After parking his car in the garage, Wu Meng had barely taken a few steps when his t-shirt was already soaked with perspiration. He carried a chilled beer purchased from a convenience store downstairs and glanced up at the illuminated window on the 15th floor, where he and Li Xiaowei made their home in Rongqing. The elevator door reflected his somewhat bloated face. Having joined the CRM systems department a few days prior, he found himself working overtime daily. Wu Meng adjusted his shirt, feeling it cling to his back, his fingertips leaving damp traces on the metal button. Just as he inserted the key into the lock, the aroma of spicy and sour potato shreds wafted out. "Home," Li Xiaowei called from the kitchen in her slippers. The dish will be ready shortly. The dining table was set with cold black fungus salad and spicy lung slices, droplets of water clinging to the rim of the glass. As Wu Meng poured the beer into his glass, the foam cascaded down the sides. When Li Xiaowei emerged with the steaming potato shreds, he was frowning at his phone screen. Another message from Chen Mo? Li Xiaowei asked, dropping a slice of lung into his bowl. What are you thinking about? He is now a department manager at level 4, far removed from my circle. Wu Meng silenced his screen. It was a message from Engineer Wang inquiring about the testing environment. He took a bite of rice, grains sticking to the corner of his mouth. Actually, General Mo kept me back after the meeting today. Li Xiaoji posted, her chopsticks hesitating, since her husband was transferred to Rongqing. The mention of Chen Mo had become increasingly frequent. The boy from college who always wore dark t-shirts had now become a figure her husband looked up to. A dissonance she found hard to fully reconcile. He kept you back alone? She asked casually. Fu Qiuan was also there. Wu Meng took a sip of beer, explaining that Fu Qiuan introduced him to the others and encouraged them to look after him as much as they could. Of course, he made it clear that if I didn't perform well despite his special consideration, I shouldn't blame him for being harsh later. Li Xiaowei noticed the slight twitch at the corner of his eye, a habit of his when he was nervous. It reminded her of the time he had failed to secure a job at Alibaba during their senior year, nervously rubbing his eyes and saying it was nothing. Is the pressure overwhelming? Do you have any idea how complicated our system is? Wu Meng suddenly exclaimed, 27 external systems interfacing. And Chen Mo claimed that was still on the lower end. 50,000 data entries syncing daily with an astonishingly high concurrency. His voice trailed off. His wife couldn't offer much help, especially since he had previously worked in hardware at the Research Institute, and the differences in software were indeed considerable. Silence enveloped the dining table. Outside, the music of square dancing mingled with the laughter of children at play. Chen Mo hasn't changed at all, Li Xiaowei suddenly remarked. Wu Meng looked up to see a spark of light in his wife's eyes. It was a particular expression she wore after class reunions. Whenever she reminisced about their college days, that smile, caught between nostalgia and melancholy, would appear. Last week, the class group had been buzzing with news that Chen Mo had purchased a 400 square meter Seaview apartment at Pengsheng Bay No. 1. It was rumored that a fellow alumnus from the same level had chatted with Chen Mo during the property transfer. She poked at the rice in her bowl, recalling how Zhao Gang had sourly remarked that he wished he had followed Chen Mo back in the day. Wu Meng let out a derisive snort. The Zhao Gang who once claimed that the end of the universe was to work for the government now boasted to everyone about being best friends with Chen Mo. Reality often dealt a swift and resounding slap. As the dishwasher hummed in the background, Wu Meng stood on the balcony smoking. The silhouette of the Sichuan Arts Center glimmered in the night, like a slumbering beast. He recalled the scene from the afternoon. Chen Mo's pristine white shirt, the audible ticking of his watch's second hand. When he had said, I believe you can adapt well. Wu Meng absurdly recalled the day of his graduation thesis defense when the department head had patted him on the shoulder and said, not bad, young man. Ashes from his cigarette were scattered by the wind into the summer night. Li Xiaowei wiped the last bowl dry, her gaze sweeping across the bookshelf in the living room. Prominently displayed was their graduation photo, with Chen Mo standing at the edge of the third row, making a cheesy peace sign. Who would have imagined that this once gifted programmer from their class would become a figure capable of reshaping her husband's fate? Could this be the modern iteration of knowledge is power? Suddenly, a new message popped up in the WeChat group. Zhang Yusin was organizing a gathering for the following Saturday. As Li Xiaowei observed the responses flooding in, she felt an unsettling sense that the vibrant smiles of youth in that photograph were rapidly succumbing to some unseen erosion. Moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, pooling at her feet like a cold, white pond. Chapter 68. Chen Mo, Transfer Funds. Recently, whenever Chen Mo glanced at the chilling sum of 43 million in his bank account, an inexplicable urge to spend would wash over him. One Saturday morning, he fortuitously spotted a post from the agent Xiao Wang, announcing that an owner at Zhonghai No. 9 was urgently selling a nearly new, unoccupied property. The Nordic Japanese decor in the accompanying images reminded him of the townhouses near Kayamizu Temple in Kyoto. He checked the time and inquired whether he could view the property, receiving an affirmative response, after which Chen Mo promptly drove over. In July 2015, the high-tech zone in Rongqing still bore the distinctive spaciousness of a new district. As the agent Xiao Wang opened the door for him, the afternoon sunlight poured through the blinds, cascading onto the light-colored wooden floor. The herringbone-patterned oak flooring throughout radiated a warm luster, while the walls were coated in a soft gray diatomaceous earth. On a walnut display shelf around the corner, a few exquisite roux-kiln porcelain brush washers were casually arranged. The master bedroom's bay window had been transformed into a tatami tea room, with the window drapery made of slightly coarse linen, the light revealing tiny floating fibers as it passed through. Even the floor drain in this house was of submarine quality. Xiao Wang opened the bathroom cabinet, pointing out, "Look at these fixtures. They're all from Germany," Grohe. Chen Mo still vividly remembered the delicate sensation of his fingertips gliding over the edge of the sink and the neatly hidden underfloor heating pipes beneath the artificial stone countertop. This four-bedroom apartment, with a construction area of 143 square meters, was detailed with understated elegance in every aspect of its design. After viewing the property, he had Xiao Wang arrange a meeting with the landlord, and after a slight negotiation, they settled on a final price of $1.58 million. Upon signing the contract, Chen Mo stood on the balcony of the 23rd floor, overlooking Jincheng Lake. With a glass facade of the global center across, the water shimmered like scattered gold flecks in the setting sun. Meanwhile, Xiao Wang stood beside him, utterly bewildered, thinking, "Is it really that easy to close the deal? No, I've yet to unleash my full potential." Chen Mo is aware that in 2 years, the purchasing restrictions in Rongqing will be implemented, and this currently somewhat desolate area will transform into a prime location with prices exceeding 25,000 per square meter in 4 years. Although the investment returns are far inferior to those of properties in Pengcheng, it remains a surefire profit venture, primarily aimed at satiating one's consumer desires. It may seem as if money has been spent, yet in reality, one stands to gain. After fulfilling his consumer urges, Chen Mo feels particularly elated. A win-win situation. I triumphed twice alone. On Monday, as usual, he heads to work, his demeanor unchanged from any other day, despite having purchased a new property 2 days prior. After spending 2 hours reviewing the recent critical project follow-ups and progress that Lin Yuqing had prepared in advance, Chen Mo finds himself standing before the floor-to-ceiling window of his office. Having sat for too long, he feels the need to stretch. He certainly does not wish to suffer from lumbar disc herniation at a young age, as he did in his previous life. In the distance, black swans gracefully preen their feathers by the artificial lake, while his mind is awash with the fluctuating figures of candlestick charts. The stock price of Texa closed at 138 yuan last Friday, plummeting to a low of 123 yuan during the trading session, only to be forcibly pulled back by mysterious funds towards the end. Chen Mo retrieves his phone and scrutinizes the list of stocks on his trading app, noting the dismal sight of over 1,800 stocks in both the Shanghai and Shenzhen markets hitting their daily limits in a sea of grim red. Yet, the trading data for Texa appears particularly peculiar, with its stock price oscillating around 13 yuan and a 200-share purchase order appearing every 3 minutes in the intraday transaction details. Suddenly, a notification from his stock trading app pops up. The Securities Regulatory Commission has issued a market rescue policy overnight, suspending IPOs. The moment has arrived. Chen Mo opens the weekly chart for Texa, drawing a line across the sideways trading area of December 2014. In his previous life, this stock had risen from the ashes of the stock market crash, propelled by less than 30 million in circulating shares, achieving a staggering 7-fold increase in value through the efforts of institutional investors and speculative capital. Now, he must quietly position himself before the big players begin their sell-off. There's no choice. Chen Mo's recent consumer desires have been rather vigorous, so he can only tell the big A, I, Chen Mo, am ready to invest. His familiarity with this stock does not stem from an exceptional memory, but rather from its remarkable performance during the stock market crash in the second half of 2015, standing out like fireflies in the night or golden beetles in a field. As he flips through his notebook, he recalls the details. The controlling shareholder of the company is the State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission of Pengcheng, with a market capitalization of only 6 billion. Yet it possesses over 200,000 square meters of warehouse land in the Fujian Free Trade Zone, and the logistics company under the Tex Group has concealed performance metrics. Raindrops patter against the glass window, and Chen Mo's mind flashes back to the financial reports he had read before his rebirth. In 2015, Texa achieved a staggering annual increase of 735, experiencing 17 instances of limit-up and limit-down trading, earning the title of King of the Monsters. Reflecting on this, it seems that the Bowning Group's involvement at this juncture likely transcends mere financial investment. His fingers dance rapidly over the calculator. The current stock price is 143 yuan, with a total share capital of 4.2 billion and a circulating stock of merely 126 million. If he were to accumulate shares at today's average price, 20 million would suffice to acquire 1.5 million circulating shares. Given the inconvenience of direct operation, it appears a directed commission must be arranged. The following morning, after a hearty breakfast, Chen Mo enters his office early once again. The rain continues to fall, winding its way along the cement road of the research institute. On his phone, the bidding interface for Taili A displays an opening price of 132 yuan, weighed down by 30,000 sell orders. He promptly sends his final confirmation instruction to the private equity manager. Divide into 10 accounts, buy at market price. 3 minutes later, the transaction details for Taili suddenly explode as 30 consecutive buy orders of 166 shares sweep away the sell orders, causing the stock price to soar to 14 yuan. Chen Mo observes his holding interface, which fluctuates. Average transaction price at 138 yuan, totaling 7.25 million shares at an expenditure of 10 million. The financing account simultaneously makes a purchase. He whispers into his Bluetooth headset, and the private equity manager promptly executes, transforming another 10 million in leveraged funds into 725,000 shares. At this moment, Chen Mo holds 1.45 million shares, with a total investment of 20 million and an average price locked in at 138 yuan. In Pengcheng, at a certain securities office in the southern mountains, the operator, sweating profusely, notes their SA rat stealing grain. The trader keeps a close watch on the suddenly expanded intraday volume, noting that 2 linked accounts have collectively acquired 1.45 million shares. The man known as General Wang sets down his purple clay teapot and pulls up account information. Investigate the source of funds, particularly looking for any connections to the Bounding Group. The capital is traced back to Rongqing, purchased through a Sunshine private equity channel. The risk control officer types away at the keyboard. Do not alarm the snake in the grass. General Wang circles a point on the candlestick chart, suggesting that they test the waters with a limit down tomorrow, in case the stock cannot withstand the washout. The next day, Taili A opens with a firm limit down. And Chen Mo's account reflects a floating loss of 2.6 million. As he stares at the pile of brokerage alert messages on his phone, the private equity manager calls, urging, should we liquidate the leverage position? He feels a twinge of panic. Stock trading is not his forte. Moreover, having just plowed 20 million into the market, it has undoubtedly triggered a butterfly effect. Even as a novice, he understands that the big players must be reacting. Chen Mo feigns calmness and suggests to ignore it, only to realize later that this maneuver resembles the classic deep-water bomb washout strategy employed by major investors. As a mouse in the market, Chen Mo decides to play dead, no longer paying attention. His reasoning is simple. If I don't watch the market, the stock won't drop, will it? Indeed, at precisely 2:23 p.m., a mysterious buy order of 100,000 shares suddenly lifts the limit down. As the stock price rockets to 145 yuan, the private equity manager calls again. Mr. Chen, someone is indeed offloading. He notices a crucial detail. Among the 1.45 million shares traded at the limit down price, 800,000 shares were absorbed by the same account. This indicates the big players are transferring stock between themselves. Wary of Chen Mo, seizing the opportunity. After hanging up, Chen Mo breathes a sigh of relief. It's settled. He silently reminds himself to stick to blue-chip stocks in the future, as these small-cap stocks are indeed perilous. Taking another glance at his account, his final holdings stand at 1.45 million shares, cost 138 yuan. As per the usual practice, he sets several alarms on his phone, eagerly awaiting the harvest at the year's end. In Pengcheng, at a certain securities office in the southern mountains, the operator mutters, that guy hasn't moved. Sweating profusely, the trader notes, all 1.45 million shares are locked in. General Wang, twisting his jade ring, instructs, check his linked accounts. See if there have been any other transactions in the last 3 days. After a few minutes, upon discovering that all 20 linked accounts remain dormant, he suddenly smiles. This is an old turtle. Let us keep it as a benchmark for retail investors. Chapter 69, The Commendation Ceremony. On a morning in mid-July, early dawn finds the black swans on the artificial lake of Huaxing Rongqing Research Institute still yet to commence their activities, while the U1 building is already ablaze with light. Li Xiaofeng crouches backstage in the auditorium, trembling fingers checking his name badge. Just a few days prior, the title intermediate network engineer had appeared beneath his personal profile on the W1 website. Xiaofeng, your speech draft. His colleague, Wang Tao, jogs over, beads of sweat on his freshly sun-kissed face from Africa. Yuqing wants you to elaborate on your story from Mauritania. As Li Xiaofeng receives the document, he sees a photo of himself in school uniform taken in a computer lab at Rongqing Industrial College printed on the cover page. Back then, he had been furrowing his brow, studying the router, with a half-eaten instant noodle cup on the table. Now, the project highlights displayed on the big screen feature him adjusting equipment in the Sahara Desert, the scorching sun having warped his safety helmet. I heard bonuses will be awarded today. The voices of several young engineers echo from down the corridor. Pedro from Brazil inquired in accented English. I heard that ordinary contributors can at least earn 3 months' salary. His arm was wrapped in bandages, a result of a fall that fractured his forearm while working near a base station on the outskirts of the Amazon rainforest over 2 weeks prior. At 9 in the morning, the auditorium, capable of accommodating 1,000 people, was filled to capacity. This time, in addition to the full participation of the IT Operations Support Department, representatives from various regional IT sectors, national business representatives, and some of the project's exceptional contributors were also invited. At the front of the auditorium, 27 electronic screens were arranged in neat rows on stage. Chen Mo scanned the central screen, displaying bold characters. Average latency of overseas networks reduced by 42, efficiency of multinational meetings improved by 300, and fault response time compressed from 48 hours to 27 hours. The most striking feature was the project progress bar, marked in green at 100 completion, ahead of schedule by 109 days. As the other screens lit up simultaneously, Anna, the blonde engineer from the Munich lab, suddenly pointed at one of the screens and exclaimed, "Look, our office in Rio de Janeiro." The footage showed the Brazilian team hanging a banner on a green wall, with Pedro's apprentice Carlos precariously climbing a ladder, affixing the Portuguese phrase, "Hua Xing Network connects the world in a crooked manner." In the Singapore office, a Malaysian engineer, Chun Jiahao, presented the local delicacy, durian, to the camera. "When you come to celebrate, there'll be plenty of durian. Quiet. It's about to begin." Wang Tao nudged his colleague seated beside him in the third row. As the lights dimmed, a massive world map suddenly unfolded on the big screen, with 357 luminous points flickering like stars. When Chen Mo stepped onto the stage, the applause lasted a full minute before subsiding. He had purposely donned a light blue shirt today, a memento from the project team's bonding activity in Cambodia, when they were fine-tuning Southeast Asia's first intelligent node. Let me convey what we have accomplished in the simplest terms. Chen Mo clicked the remote, and 2 contrasting videos appeared on the big screen. On the left was last year's multinational conference in Paris, the visuals lagging like an old slide projector, while on the right was last week's real-time meeting, with engineers from 4 continents and 6 countries engaging in fluid dialogue. Even the German engineer's subtle gesture of adjusting his glasses captured clearly. We have woven a smart network across the globe. Chen Mo switched to a 3-dimensional model of the Earth, red lines intertwining like veins across the continents. In Southeast Asia, we outfitted cargo ships with intelligent routing systems. Logistics data from Singapore to Shenzhen has now tripled in speed. In Africa, we successfully established solar-powered base stations using photovoltaic and energy storage equipment, ensuring that video conferences in the North African desert no longer stutter. In Europe, he suddenly fixed his gaze on the third screen on the left. "Mr. Hans, would you care to comment?" Zhou Xiaonan immediately operated the conference system from backstage. In the Munich lab's footage enlarged abruptly. 67-year-old German expert Hans, holding a coffee cup, chuckled wryly. "I was wrong to question your plan last time. Now, sending documents from Berlin to Shanghai is faster than my trip downstairs for a loaf of bread. Colleagues, we have made history." Chen Mo's voice resonated through the network to Hua Xing's global offices. Applause surged once more, akin to a tide sweeping across the 5 continents. The meeting proceeded, and when Li Xiaofeng was called up by the host, his roommate Wang Tao waved frantically from the audience. Standing under the spotlight, Li Xiaofeng's palms were clammy with sweat. 8 months ago, he was burning the midnight oil in the computer lab of Rongqing Industrial College, preparing for the CCP certification. And now he stood before a Special Contribution Award Crystal Trophy. The big screen displayed footage of him adjusting equipment in Mauritania, under the blazing sun. 3 young engineers were installing solar panels onto a metal frame. When a sandstorm struck, Li Xiaofeng removed his coat to cover the equipment, while he himself was battered by sand, unable to open his eyes. We used 23 tons of sandbags to secure the solar panels and repaired fiber optics during the sandstorm, even consulting with nomadic tribes on predicting the movement of sand dunes. Li Xiaofeng raised his calloused hand, explaining that these calluses were not from gripping a mouse, but from twisting over 4,000 connectors. In the audience, over 40 students from Rongqing Industrial College clapped fervently, and Zhou Xiaonan backstage felt an overwhelming sense of pride. A fellow student, Wang Tao, nudged his companion. "Did you see that? Now Xiaofeng's acceptance speech is an English PPT. Last year, he only scored 320 in the CET4. Their principal leaned close to Chen Mo's ear. "This child told me during graduation that the past few months felt like a dream. He never expected to travel to so many countries right after starting work, participating in such a significant project." During the award segment, engineer Abdullah from Dubai suddenly stood up. His pristine white robe brushed against the seats as he raised a tablet. "Please take a look at the surprise we have prepared." On the big screen, Images from offices in over a dozen countries appeared. The Brazilian team broke into samba, German engineers clinked beer mugs and sang a toast, while in the Singapore office, durians were sliced open to reveal their golden flesh. The most astonishing sight was the African team. Over 20 engineers of various skin tones standing under the starry sky of Nairobi, shouting, "Huashing win win win. This is our achievement." Chen Mo's eyes glistened with emotion. It was not only about speed, but also about connecting hearts. When General Manager Su and General Manager Lin took the stage, two staff members followed behind, carrying a display board draped in red cloth. This should be the largest bonus pool in Huaxing IT history. General Manager Su unveiled the red cloth, and a synchronized gasp echoed through the hall. Behind the number 2 were 7 zeros. General Manager Lin added with a smile, 20 million in bonuses distributed according to contribution. The specifics will be announced by you, General Chen. Chen Mo opened the already prepared table. Ordinary contributors will receive a reward of 3 months' salary. Core contributors 6 months' salary. Special contributors 9 months' salary. He paused for effect, and exceptional contributors will receive 12 months' salary. He suddenly turned to the audience, for instance Li Xiaofeng, who discovered the waterproof issue with the equipment in North Africa, and Pedro, who salvaged servers in the Amazon. Cheers erupted from below. Upon hearing his name, Li Xiaofeng sat frozen in his seat until Wang Tao vigorously shook his shoulder. Wow, a year's salary. That's like earning 2 years' salary in one. The celebration banquet was arranged in the largest hotel banquet hall in Tongdu, with 50 round tables laden with delicacies from various countries. Black beer sent by the German team, barbecued meat from Brazil, and steaming laksa from Singapore filled the room. Lin Yuwei, Chen Mo, and Su Xuanglong moved from table to table, toasting. President Chen. Su Xuanglong approached with a champagne glass, his suit jacket nowhere to be found. He had worked harder than Chen Mo in the past 6 months, having traveled to over 20 countries alone. Do you know what I admire most about you? Your courage to break the rules, letting college students lead teams, and trusting newcomers with significant responsibilities. He pointed at Li Xiaofeng, surrounded by juniors. This kid is now better than I was back then. Chen Montak Chakut, clinking glasses with the man from the Northwest. So, how are you adapting to life in Kuala Lumpur? Earlier in the year, Zhang Fei personally appointed Chen Mo to lead the network optimization project, while Su Xuanglong was transferred to the Southeast Asia branch of regional IT as the department manager. Relocating to Kuala Lumpur, from a positional standpoint, it was essentially a lateral move. For Su Xuanglong, whose income remained at 2 million a year, it was certainly more comfortable to work domestically rather than overseas. After all, he could still take care of his family in China, and since he was from Chang'an, staying in Rongqing made returning home convenient. Had he not taken the initiative to join the project team on a temporary assignment, he would probably still be enjoying Malaysian nasi lemak in Kuala Lumpur at this moment. Over the past 6 months, a profound revolutionary camaraderie has blossomed between the two individuals. Su Xuanglong is well aware that Chen Mo's inquiry is not intended to mock him. However, he cannot help but cast a resentful glance at his counterpart, eager to discern the nature of Chen Mo's forthcoming words. Chen Mo, slightly unsettled by Su Xuanglong's intense gaze, promptly stated, "Let us not part ways just yet. We shall converse further after this." Chapter 70. The male protagonist of a thrilling narrative and the reborn individual. Zhang Fei and Su Ping had initially planned to attend the awards ceremony, but alas, they were delayed by pressing matters and ultimately failed to arrive in time. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, the cicadas chirping at the Rongqing Research Institute resonated distinctly in the stillness. Zhang Fei's black sedan glided over the fallen leaves, coming to a halt at the side entrance of Building U1. Just as the driver, Old Zhang, was about to turn off the ignition, a deep voice emerged from the back seat, circle around a couple more times. The rearview mirror reflected the creased visage of the chairman, who was peering through the car window at the brightly lit office building. A window on the second floor gleamed with white light, where a shadowy figure could be seen writing on a whiteboard. That was Chen Mo's office. The secretary in the front passenger seat inquired, "Should we notify him to come down? Let him finish his work first." Zhang Fei replied with a smile. He then turned to Su Ping and suggested, "We should sample the local Dan Dan noodles and ice powder. President Zheng is from Guizhou and can handle spice, but I prefer mine with less chili," Su Ping added. As the wheels resumed their motion, they crunched the mottled shadows of the trees beneath. Upon pushing open the door to Zhang Fei's temporary office at the Research Institute, Chen Mo noted that the clock struck 10 precisely. A refreshing breeze, infused with the fragrant aroma of wooey rock tea, enveloped him. His eyes were drawn to the purple clay teapot resting atop the redwood tea tray. It had served tea to every attendee at the Gold Medal Employee Awards ceremony 3 years prior. Chen Mo's initial thought was, surely, President Zheng does not carry this teapot with him wherever he goes? He must possess a set in every office. Please have a seat. Zhang Fei invited as he meticulously poured tea, the scalding water swirling amber whirlpools at the bottom of the cup. Su Ping stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the nightscape of the Huaxing Rongqing Research Institute, relishing his first visit to this locale. Xiao Chun, I believe this is our second encounter, is it not? Zhang Fei's voice was gentle, yet imbued with strength. Indeed, sir, Chen Mo acknowledged, taking the cup, his fingertips singed and reddened before he swiftly set it down again. I had the privilege of meeting you once at the 2013 Gold Medal Employee Award ceremony, where we even took a photo together. Despite being reborn, he still felt a twinge of nervousness. Ever since he received the call from President Zheng's secretary 20 minutes prior, he had been preparing for their upcoming discourse. To be candid, upon receiving the call, Chen Mo initially suspected it to be a telemarketing scam and nearly hung up, blocking the number altogether. Having worked in various jobs and even ventured in entrepreneurship in his previous life, he understood all too well the arduous journey of building a tech giant like Huaxing. Therefore, be it in this life or the last, he held an unwavering respect for the venerable elder before him. Today, Su and I had intended to surprise you by attending your awards ceremony unannounced, but unforeseen circumstances hindered our timely arrival, Zhang Fei remarked with a smile. It is indeed a pity. Otherwise, our department colleagues would have been elated, Chen Mo replied. Unbeknownst to outsiders, many employees of Huaxing Technology regard their company's founder as their idol. This admiration is not merely superficial. This septuagenarian gentleman embodies a protagonist akin to those found in exhilarating narratives, having founded Huaxing Technology. In 1987, Huaxing was established in Pengcheng, initially launching as an agent for Hong Kong switchboards. Zhang Fei was 44 at that time, having transitioned from military service to the private sector after serving as a regiment-level officer. In 1990, the first self-developed compact switch, BH03, marked the beginning of technological innovation. By 1993, the introduction of the CPC-08 digital exchange broke international monopolies, laying the groundwork for communication devices. The company ventured into international markets in 1997, establishing joint ventures in the Commonwealth of Independent States, thus embarking on a global journey. In 2004, the inception of Isilicon Semiconductor commenced the path of independent chip research and development. By 2005, Huaxing had become a supplier for British Telecom, marking a significant breakthrough in the European market. In 2009, Huaxing made its inaugural appearance on the Fortune Global 500 list, with overseas revenue constituting 75% of its income. The shift from BN to CN services occurred in 2011 when the Ascend series smartphones were launched. The Kirin 910 chip was unveiled in 2014, propelling Huaxing smartphones into the global top 3. The flagship smartphone of Huaxing was the first domestic model to maintain a price point exceeding 3,000 yuan. By 2015, the shipment of smartphones surpassed 100 million units, securing the leading market share in China. In 2019, the Harmony operating system was released in response to sanctions imposed by the U.S. In the same year, following the sanctions, Huaxing established the Intelligent Automotive Solutions BU, focusing on extending its ICT technological advantages into the automotive industry, providing core components and solutions for intelligent driving and electric vehicles while fostering deep collaboration with automotive enterprises through various cooperative models. The development of an in-house ERP and database commenced in 2020 to combat U.S. sanctions. The sale of the Honor brand was executed to concentrate on core business areas and expedite the localization of the supply chain. In 2021, Huaxing collaborated with Series to launch the first model, the Wanjia M5, marking Harmony's formal entry into the automotive sector. By 2022, Huaxing held over 120,000 valid authorized patents, ranking first among Chinese enterprises. The year 2023 witnessed the release of the 5G solution and the launch of the ultra-high-end brand, Extraordinary Master. The Wanjia M9, equipped with the Huaxing ADS-30 advanced driving system, achieved over 30,000 orders in its first month. By 2024, the comprehensive 5G solution series would be commercialized, in partnership with global operators to deploy 10 gigabit optical networks. The native Harmony system would be launched, with connected devices surpassing 1 billion. The Mate 70 series chips achieving 100 domestic production would signify the independence of the supply chain. In 2024, the total sales revenue exceeded 860 billion yuan, returning to pre-sanction levels with a year-on-year growth rate exceeding 22, yielding profits of 81.9 billion yuan. The cumulative delivery of vehicles exceeded 430,000 units, maintaining the top position in average transaction price among Chinese automotive brands for 8 consecutive months, covering 4 major brands: Wanjia, Jijia, Xiangjia, and Zuanjia. The automotive BU business achieved profitability for the first time, reversing a combined loss of over 13 billion yuan in the previous 2 years. He advocated for a wolf culture that enabled the team to thrive amidst fierce competition in the telecommunications sector, yet he also distributed 99% of equity to the employees. His foresight was evident as early as 2001 when he authored The Winter of Huaxing, urging all employees to prepare for crises. Notably, he established his Silicon Semiconductor in 2004, initiating self-research into chips, despite the subsidiary's consistent losses and complaints from internal staff, including some leaders. He consistently invested 15% of profits into research and development annually, without interruption. Huaxing later participated directly in the formulation of 5G standards. Chapter 71. The Heroic Crossing of the Dadu River. Indeed, in this lifetime, it is only the summer of 2015, and Huaxing stands at the pinnacle of its power. The BN communication sector has recently surpassed Ericsson to claim the title of world leader, while another old rival, Nexcom Technology, stand among the global top 3. Within Huaxing, we affectionately refer to one another as friendly competitors. In the realm of CN smartphones, our flagship devices have consistently secured the top position in the domestic high-end market sales. Zhang Fei suddenly pushed a few A4 sheets across the table, revealing a familiar forum interface printed upon them. From trade wars to technological wars, he mused. Should I call you Chen Mo or the domineering CEO? His words interrupted Chen Mo's reverie. The deletion of this post had indeed stirred chaos within the forum. Some lamented its loss, others inquired about its whereabouts, while some unleashed a torrent of curses upon the moderator responsible for the removal. Chen Mo's hand trembled slightly before he quickly regained his composure. It would be all too easy for the company to trace him. After all, the very purpose of his post was to alert this business magnate before him. The global internet speed optimization project was the reason I had instructed Xiao Su to transfer Su Shuanglo. Zhang Fei abruptly shifted the conversation. You should understand why. It was a challenge as well as a test. Chen Mo pondered. He wished to ascertain whether I could forge a capable team without the support of my old colleagues. 2 winters ago, Zhang Fei had used a tea-clip to stir the warm purple clay cup, asking 37 esteemed employees, how should Huaxing endure the winter? Chen Mo recalled that sun-drenched afternoon in the auditorium of Area A at the Bantian base, where while others were discussing optimizing processes to reduce costs. He stood up to proclaim, aside from enduring the winter, we can also break new ground. Now, your opportunity for breaking new ground has arrived. Zhang Fei opened his laptop, revealing an encrypted file. The vibrant red of the Core Independent Research and Development Replacement System project pulsated on the screen. The board had already approved it, and you will serve as the executive deputy leader of this Core Replacement System project team. He then turned to Su Ping beside him, indicating that General Su would assume the role of team leader. Once more, he regarded Chen Mo with a glimmering gaze, adding, and I shall also serve as the honorary consultant. The atmosphere suddenly thickened, and amidst the hum of the central air conditioning, Chen Mo could hear the rapid beating of his own heart. He had anticipated this day would come, yet he did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. When the moment truly came, he felt an overwhelming sense of apprehension. So, are you willing to shoulder this heavy burden? Zhang Fei inquired with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo contemplated for a moment, organizing his thoughts before slowly responding. General Zheng, General Su, this project is destined to be misunderstood by the majority within the company, especially considering the considerable manpower and financial resources expended on a project that may face sanctions from the United States. Is the company truly prepared for this? By first expressing the challenges, he sought to facilitate his subsequent request for resources from higher-ups. General Zheng, momentarily taken aback, turned to Su Ping and jested. This young fellow seems to think our board's resolution is child's play. He then turned serious, addressing Chen Mo with conviction. With me here, along with General Su and others, Huaxing will not falter. I propose a dual-track approach. On one hand, we develop and validate our own ERP in phases, and on the other, we reconstruct and upgrade the Gauss database developed in previous years. Chen Mo articulated his thoughts unhurriedly. The new system, based on the Euler operating system and foundational technologies like the Gauss database, aims to achieve full autonomy and controllability from hardware to software. It must be capable of standardizing common metadata, supporting flexible expansion, and significantly enhancing system openness and scalability. We need to transcend the limitations of traditional physical hardware to enable elastic computing power allocation and rapid business response. Raising his cup to sip the Wui rock tea favored by General Zheng, he continued, from a business perspective, we require deep involvement from core business experts in finance, supply chain, procurement, and others, forming a large troop combat model. Moreover, if necessary, We can collaborate with companies like Yanyu, Kingdi, and Xianxin to integrate industry resources and jointly break through technological barriers. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Fei and Su Ping exchanged glances, the latter bursting into laughter. See, I knew this kid must have prepared his thoughts in advance. I predict the existing system can be sustained for another 5 years at most, while the independent system will require the simultaneous investment of over 1,000 developers. Chen Mo stated boldly, additionally, for the database reconstruction and upgrade, I will need a team of PhDs for public relations, and I will also require special approval for headhunting fees to attract the top software talents. Zhang Fei pondered while twirling the jar of aged oolong tea leaves. Just then, a knock on the office door heralded the arrival of the secretary, who brought in some noodle dishes and iced jelly. Su Ping suddenly rose and opened the window, allowing the humid breeze and the chorus of frogs to flood in. Do you know why you were chosen? Beyond your accurate foresight of the trends, he gestured toward the young people illuminated in the opposite U1 building. These kids in the project find it quite normal to run across 60 countries in half a year, just as you find it normal to rewrite industry rules. Huaxing requires this sense of normality. Chen Mo, I can agree to all your conditions. How much time do you need? Zhang Fei set a spoon down and looked up. Chen Mo remained silent, picking up a marker to sketch on the whiteboard. Phase 1. Invest $8 billion to complete the infrastructure and 90 core modules. Phase 2. Migrate global operations and establish a disaster recovery backup system. Ultimate goal. Achieve complete de-Americanization across all operations and create a trillion-level industrial ecosystem. Zhang Fei wiped his mouth and stood, stating, by next month's project initiation meeting, I want to see a more detailed project plan, business blueprint, and solution. No problem. Chen Mo replied, then suddenly recalling something, asked, General Zhang, what shall we name our ERP? Zhang Fei fell into contemplation, and after a long pause, he finally said, heroically crossing the Dadu River. Let us call it Dadu ERP. The Dadu River campaign was a decisive counterattack. We are currently indeed in a situation akin to oil on fire. Yet who can predict whether we will emerge unscathed? Furthermore, once we begin crossing the river, there is no retreat. Zhang Fei pointed out towards the dark artificial lake outside. We must either conquer the other shore or sink to the depths. He was an entrepreneur with a strong sense of foreboding. At a global analyst conference he attended last year, an analyst from the UK posed a question. Could you, General Zhang, envision what Huaxing will look like 20 years from now? Without hesitation, Zhang Fei replied, 20 years from now, Huaxing will be a graveyard, perhaps in 10 years. This company may no longer exist. After conversing with the two executives for a considerable time, they were reminded for the third time by the secretary that General Zhang should take a break. As he stepped out of the office building, dawn was breaking in the east. Chen Mo paused by the artificial lake, gazing at his reflection on the water's surface. His heart filled with the realization that he was finally about to participate in and lead a significant event since his rebirth. Ultimately, it could not compare to the exploits of those who traversed time. They likely had already dealt decisive blows to the likes of Ma and Bezos at this juncture. At the high-level closed-door meeting 2 weeks later, waves of skepticism surged forth. 80 billion is enough to build a research institute, the deputy financial director exclaimed, slamming the report on the table. A domestic database? The Chinese Academy of Sciences has been working on it for 20 years with no success. Chen Mo brought up a real-time feed from Moscow. This is the sandbox environment we established using domestic servers. Ivan demonstrated cross-border settlement on camera, revealing that the transaction speed of the ruble against the yuan was 8 times faster than the SWIFT system. If the Americans cut off supplies, the supply chain president began. But abruptly, an alert flashed on the screen. Chen Mo intentionally severed the Oracle simulation interface, and the sandbox environment automatically switched to a backup link, ensuring the flow of parts orders from the Dongguan factory continued uninterrupted. Zhang Fei rhythmically tapped his fingers upon the table and began to speak. In 1994, they claimed that Huaxing was merely an agency and incapable of producing switches. He gestured towards the faded photograph adorning the wall, capturing the moment when the first domestically produced switch rolled off the assembly line. Now, we must endeavor to create an ERP system with the same spirit that fueled our switch production back then. A few days later, on a particular morning, as the dawn light pierced through the clouds, Chen Mo heard the laughter and chatter of the early shift employees emanating from Building U1. A fresh batch of newly recruited graduates scurried down the corridor, their laptops clutched tightly, while their ID cards glimmered in the sunlight, reminiscent of his own hopeful self when he first joined Huaxing. Upon opening his computer, he received an encrypted email titled, Initiation Document for the Crossing River ERP. Within the message was a brief note. Long Outyen should retire now. From this day forth, you are to become the sword bearer of Huaxing IT. Zheng Fei.